Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 here at the MLG Las Vegas Open.
Warning to everybody, it's going to get loud in here, folks.
There's a lot of Call of Duty history here.
This is Call of Duty played by professional gamers.
Hey, gun their shit.
Turns the pistol. What did he just do to Octane? This one is done. Optic Gaming will have to fight through the losers bracket. Enigma 6 looked like a force to be reckoned with.
Team Envious are your Call of Duty World League champions.
I have no idea who I would pick to be in the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Championship Sunday here at the MLG Vegas Open. Benson on the analyst desk, joined by the wonderful Merc, and we have Chance as well. Championship Sunday, what a day, Merc, what a day.
It's the best one you can ask for.
It's like Christmas come early. I love a good Championship Sunday. Of course, we've had tons of action throughout the weekend. We've had some upsets and some crazy, crazy games. We should just once again recap exactly where we are so far in the tournament. We'll take a look at our winners bracket. As I said, so much crazy action has really been going on. In your mind, this winners bracket final that we're going to see later on in the day, Merc, is that at all expected? Did you fathom that at all going into the event?
I don't think anyone really did, but everybody sort of knew that these two teams had the potential to be in that winners bracket final. I mean, Rise and Cloud9 have just looked so good this event.
I'd say that's pretty fair, believable, but definitely unexpected. Well, Rise, actually, I don't know how many people really put them in the top 4. C9, I know, is in the running, but Rise, I think they've probably had one of the best performances so far. I think they've really proved themselves.
I think Cloud9 yesterday, I think they clutched, what was it, 5 game 5s in a row?
All their matches, every single one.
I mean, that's just a great trait in a way, but it's also a scary, scary feeling to keep going to a game 5, right, Merc?
I mean, absolutely. It just can't go your way every single time. I mean, it obviously can't, so they have to keep consistent. If they go up 2-0 in that series, they need to learn how to close it.
And that seems to be a problem for them, right, Chance?
Well, I was going to say, in fairness, though, how many times have we said Aches, like, it can't keep happening, and then somehow he just continuously, like, year after year, pulls it off. So, again, at some point, it seems like it's going to bite him in the butt, but until it happens, I don't know, C9 all the way.
Of course, here a look at exactly how Rise Nation and Cloud9 made it all the way through to the winners bracket final. On the bottom side, Cloud9 defeated Allegiance, classic game 5, and also Elevate in round number 1 in a game 5 as well. Meanwhile, the top side, you can see FaZe versus Rise Nation. Rise Nation walked away with the W after a 3-1 victory there. A couple of teams, of course, have been knocked down into the losers bracket, and that kind of brings us to a very, very exciting losers bracket. Of course, you have Optic Gaming down in there, E6, a little bit of a rematch, which we'll talk about it a little bit later on. FaZe, I believe they're still down there?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. So
yes.
There's so much Call of Duty action still to come throughout today. And honestly, it's going to be a wonderful Championship Sunday. It really is. And speaking about Championship Sunday, you should really make sure you have an enhanced viewing experience. MLG Eve is wonderful. I actually went backstage. I was talking to a lot of the engineers that developed it. I was like, all right, I've been given this big piece of paper to kind of read off. Actually show me what it does. It's incredible. It really is incredible. You can watch individual player POVs. Let's say your favorite team is playing and you're like, hey, I just want to watch, I want to watch Optic in this one, or I want to watch E6 in this one. You can actually watch the individual player feeds, the team feeds as well. It is a wonderful, wonderful piece of equipment. I definitely recommend you check that out at mlg.tv/COD. It's beautiful. It really is. And obviously, we said today we have tons and tons of games. We should take a little look at our schedule as well. As we mentioned, kicking things off with Optic versus E6, that epic rematch. How excited are you for that one, Merc?
This is what you want if you're Optic Gaming. I mean, they sort of said that they weren't playing as a unit yesterday. You know, you had Scump sort of switch from that K-bar to that OSA, which I think everybody sort of approves of. It has that SMG caliber weapon that he loves to use, and they looked really good this morning. And this is what you want. You want that revenge.
Right. You've started off strong at Championship Sunday, Chance. How important is that, do you think, getting that early couple of wins under your belt?
Well, I mean, they've already got one, right? So they have a little bit of momentum, and if they can continue that, it adds to the sweetness of it, getting that revenge on the team that put you there in the first place. And that honestly could lead to a snowball, because when E6 had beat Optic Gaming, they played for like 13 hours straight that day. So they were having a lot of success with it. Optic Gaming, they're going to have to do the exact same thing today.
Of course, as we said before, the losers bracket, no easy run today, Merc. Of course, as we said, starting off with Optic versus E6. Don't worry, the winner of that only has to play FaZe. No big deal. And then we'll have our winners bracket final, Rise Nation versus Cloud9, followed by our losers final, and of course the grand final to close out today. We have an absolute stacked day, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And then, of course, on the other side, I believe you have Evil Geniuses and Luminosity. So it should be an awesome matchup. You know, going to be great games all day long.
Well, let's talk a little bit more now about Optic versus E6. Of course, we have already seen this tournament this matchup once in this tournament so far in pool play. If you remember, E6 came out and, let's be honest, absolutely dominated Optic Gaming. A very, very swift 3-0. If you go back and take a look at what happened in that original series, Hardpoint, Optic Gaming had a 100-point lead, Merkin, and they threw it away. E6 came back and won.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just what we talked about all weekend long, this new Hardpoint. You can get punished if you're not rotating early, and that's sort of been something that Optic's done in the past few games. They've been able to sort of give up those early rotations just because they were able to flood hills over and over again, but you just can't do that in this new updated Hardpoint.
Yeah, and I think it's incredibly important to bring up the map set as well, because not only do the rotations matter, but I think a big key point for Optic Gaming is Scumpy. It's when he's using the OC, he's been doing incredibly well. When he has the K-bar, success has not gone his way in the respawn. So I believe it was Breakout Hardpoint that they originally lost to E6 yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. But now they're playing on Score. Much smaller map, more than likely he's going to pull out the OSA. And again, if he's having success, Optic Gaming should be just fine.
And just to kind of touch on that, I know Maven, before we actually went live, he had a quick conversation with Scumpy. He was like, hey, Hardpoint, you've been kind of struggling a little bit this event. Well, what's been going wrong? And he says, I'm just absolutely pooping the bed at Retaliation. Just doesn't want to go anywhere near that map whatsoever. Then, of course, the weapon conversation came up, Merk, and Chance has just kind of touched on it. He's playing so much better with the OSA. Surely, at this point now, you're in that loser's bracket, your back's against the wall. Use what's working for you.
I mean, absolutely. And Scump's just a guy who's been known as such a consistent slayer. You could argue he's been the best player for 5 years now, and he's just been so good, and that's what you want to see from him. He needs to be that consistent slayer to keep his team in the game.
I think one of the big worries for me there as well, Chance, is when you go back to that original series, Optic versus E6, you look at map 3, the uplink. E6, they just looked so unbelievably comfortable. They were never worried. It was just a very, very well-practiced E6.
In fairness, it was a close game, right? I think it finished about 7-4. E6 was so much more well-prepared. They knew all the little nuances of the map. They showed off like 3 different wall runs you can do in front of like the cheese strat of just wasting as much time as possible. Under the submarine, just to the right of it, in like, I don't even know what to call like the under wall run portion. So I think it's one of the things, and we're going to see the same map as well, that Optic Gaming, they're much more aware now. Again, I think E6 kind of showed their hand with what their best strategy is going to be. So Optic Gaming, they're going to be looking to counter that, and I think they should be in much better position than they were a few days ago.
Of course, as we mentioned, this is a loser's bracket game here on Championship Sunday to kick things off. You lose and you are out. And I was kind of thinking back at times in history of big losers bracket runs. Obviously, TP, who I believe is actually going to be casting the game, he went on a big one back in UGC Niagara, where they went down from pool play. Merk, yourself back in 2011, you actually, ironically, finished 3rd in pools, very similar to what Optic Gaming has done here. You went on to win that event as well. How do you kind of come in? What's the mentality on Championship Sunday when your back truly is against the wall like that?
You just know what your team can do, and they know the potential that they have. I just think sometimes things don't click on a certain day, and they go back, you sort of watch those videos, and then the next day everything just sort of works out, and that's what you just have to keep doing. Keep winning, keep that momentum going. Just stay in the zone.
Obviously, both teams have already played today and both coming off wins as well. So a little bit of momentum coming in both ways. But Chance, in your eyes here, what does Optic Gaming actually have to do to beat this E6 squad? Because I think right now it's only fair that you say E6 is probably the favorite to win it.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything they have to do. I think they could play the exact same game they played a few days ago, and with the small improvements of just the different map set, and then Scumpy again going for the OS to the K-bar, I think that'll be enough. Because the search and destroy was easily the most brutal part that we saw. But again, that's only 2 out of the 5 maps. I think they're going to be fine in the respawn. I mean, you even look at a player like Karma, he can be kind of like under the radar sometimes, but so far this tournament, he's been looking pretty good.
I mean, nobody wants to play this roster. There's not anybody, maybe, I mean, you could talk about FaZe wanting to play them on LAN and everything, but nobody wants to face them. They know this roster. I mean, you look at this guy, Karma, he's a world champion. He knows how to win. He's so good. He's sort of like that guy that just flies under the radar. You know, you have so many good players, and he just does so much dirty work for this team.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. He is that kind of dirty work player, and historically they don't really get the love they may necessarily deserve all the time.
Right, absolutely. I mean, there's only so many kills on the map, especially now in this new hardpoint, and this is the guy, he makes all the right decisions. He's in the right place at the right time, and he sets his team up for success.
Definitely going to have to watch out for Karma in this next match to put up a good performance. As we mentioned, the winner will be going up against FaZe, so no easy run today, that's for sure. But let's talk about, on the flip side here, a little bit about E6, Chance. In your opinion, who's been kind of the star of this squad, this event?
It depends on what you want to look at, right? If you want to look at the OBJ work, I think you can't do anything better than Proto. I mean, we just saw in the uplink, he literally had the drone in his hands pretty much the entire time, and he's putting in serious work with it. He's a wizard. But at the same time, slaying power, we've seen some amazing games out of General. Even that Frost uplink against Optic Gaming dropped like, what, 34, 35 kills, something like that. So again, different traits these characters have.
In terms of the OBJ work, as you kind of mentioned, Merc, he was making it look easy in that uplink. I mean, there was that one clip we had in the original series against Optic Gaming where he managed to score the dunk, and then he got himself a 3-piece for his efforts as well. I mean, it's unbelievably well played from him.
I mean, and this is just a roster that everybody's really excited to see back competing. I mean, obviously last year, General wasn't old enough. He turns 18, and bam, this instantly finally gets back together, and they're just...
Talk about an impact, right?
Absolutely.
Like, you get the old squad back together, you get the boys back together a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're beating Optic Gaming 3-0 in pool play, you're cruising through. Now, though, as we mentioned, the rematch coming through in the losers bracket, it's definitely going to be tough. Chance, I'm going to ask you kind of broad predictions for this one. I have a feeling, though, you may actually flip from what you originally said.
Yeah, no, 3-1 Optic Gaming.
You're okay.
The Scorch Hardpoint, again, that's going to be Osa favored for Scumpy. I think that's going to be huge. The S&D, maybe Optic could take it, but highly unlikely. I think that's kind of E6's bread and butter, at least against this roster. Okay. And then the uplink, I do think OG will do enough to fix it. I know that there was a fantastic performance from E6 on this exact map, but again, it took a massive game from General, and then again, Proto had to do just wizard-like stuff. So I think bar those exceptions, Optic Gaming will be able to fix their mistakes and make the comeback 3-1 win.
Merc, you agree with that?
I don't know, man. This is a tough matchup. I don't want to disappoint the Green Wall, but this E6 team just has so much preparation coming into this event. It's what you want to see. I mean, it could just come down to their preparation, how much they practiced.
I think, you know, we talk about the map set, how that could potentially favor Optic Gaming playing a different map set than what we originally saw. But at the same time, to me, that kind of asks the question, well, what else has E6 got up their sleeve? You know, we're seeing completely new maps now. Have they maybe got another couple of cheeky little spots, some hidden strats, etc.? I'm excited to obviously kick this one off. I believe the rig draft about to get underway as well. But Merc, your prediction? You stayed on the fence there. Are you saying E6 or are you going Optic Gaming in this one?
It's so hard to beat a team twice. It really is. It's something that it's very difficult to do. So I'm going to agree with Chance here. I'm going to go 3-1 Optic.
Cop-outs. Absolute cop-outs. I respected it. And you're normally right, so I can't disagree with you too much there. Of course, Formal, he's been having a pretty good event as well, Chance.
Yeah, people are talking about like the MVP of the tournament, and I haven't seen his name get brought up because I know OG hasn't had the best run as a collective team, but Formal has been a monster. Some of the clutches that he's had, he just gets kills that don't even make sense for what's going on in the map.
Yeah, and early on, if you watch any of Formal streams, this guy was in like 20 finals of Search and Destroy tournaments. He put in that early work early on, and then they sort of had a little bit of a lull, and everybody's like, where's their practice? But the past 2 weeks online, they've looked really good, and another big reason is this guy. He's such a dominant AR. He's been so good for the past few years.
And just kind of touching on your Search and Destroy point, Mark, as well, we've seen throughout the weekend in S&Ds, he's been consistently clutching up when his team needs him the most, and it's impressive to see.
Yeah, and that's what's important. Like, they went down 1-0 to Elevate earlier this morning, and they brought that series back. And you need to win those searches, you know, especially if you're not as strong as you want to be in that hard point.
I mean, how important is that Search and Destroy going to be in your opinion, though, Chance? Is it one where you can actually see Optic Gaming trying to steal? Because I'm kind of, with your original point, I'm thinking this should be an easy S&D for E6. I don't think they're going to be touched.
I would say Optic Gaming definitely has the potential. I mean, again, you just talk about that clutch factor. There's a lot of individual talent on this team, and individual talent can win you Search and Destroy games. I mean, your team might leave you in 1v2s, 1v3s, but if you're able to clutch, then by means you get out the round and win. So I think Optic Gaming has the opportunity. It's just not likely. E6 is definitely the stronger search team.
Okay. Obviously, rig draft about to get underway, as I mentioned, just around about 10 seconds or so. And that leads me to my next question to you, Merg. Is this maybe a time where losers bracket, do you want to do something a little bit creative, maybe some practice strategies, or is it just going to be, nope, play this box standard?
I mean, it's going to be pretty standard, as you can see. I mean, I guess the big thing is CoD with that FTL jump, something that we sort of discussed. I mean, but everything else, you know, pretty default. You don't see that Centurion coming in, but I'm excited to see what CoD can do with this FTL jump. It's something we've sort of discussed. We haven't seen used to, I don't think, to its full potential. Right. Like, you look back at Black Ops 3 and some of the plays you can make with glitch, sort of like rewind, but instead you're going forward.
You're going forward, yeah.
So we'll see what he can do in the hill in this hard point.
Well, excited to get this one underway. Ladies and gentlemen, the first matchup here on Championship Sunday, MLG Las Vegas Open. Optic Gaming going up against E6 once again. We can send it over to our casters for the matchup.
It is Championship Sunday. Maven here, joined by TP. How you doing this beautiful Sunday morning, buddy?
Feeling great, Maves, and what a matchup we have to start on the main stage. Optic Gaming getting their rematch from the pool play in which they sort of got dismantled. You know, when's the last time have you talked about this Optic Gaming lineup and they've been the sort of least favored team in the series? I can't remember.
That's as bad of a loss as I've seen anyone take, but here we are in Las Vegas, baby, and it's time to kick things off. And the nice part for Optic, they just won a scorch hardpoint to close it out, in which Scump absolutely went off with the OSA, and there he is immediately, picking up 3, crushing things early. And you know, you heard Benson mention, I talked to him right after the last series, and he said, I've just been struggling on retaliation, but my OSA shot is on point. Expect a big game from him.
Oh, definitely. I'm not sure why he spent so much time earlier on using that K-bar. He's made this switch to OSA and absolutely dominating. In that last scorch hardpoint against Elevated, exactly, he had, what, 33 kills or something like that, so expect him to go off.
After going, I think it was 13 and 27 into game 1 on retaliation, so certainly kind of a tale of 2 hard points for Scump thus far. It is tight early, though, as we've got 15 seconds or so before we end up rotating out. I'm going to hop to the top. It's going to be 1. It's Ruiz in the back. He's already set up a turbine. Rotated very, very early. He gets spotted, should get pushed, and that's a big gunfight win there for Crim6 in the back.
Yeah, that's a great job from Crim, just taking his time at that top door, bidding at that player's shots, and getting the trade in again. The flood will be coming in. Last 2 players from E6 trying to lock in his hard point. Scump has something to say about it, though. Karma has his help as well, and the clean break from Optic Gaming should be able to get this 50 seconds.
And even with the changes to spawns and everything we've seen, this is still the hard point that you locked out. It was the money hill before, was the money hill after the change. You can get a full 60 here if you set up and just hold off, what, 2, maybe max 3 pushes that E6 is going to be capable of doing. Look, it's already down to 35 seconds here right after the break from Optic.
Just great stuff. Great trades going on from Optic. All they need to do is flood in, but the spawn out is actually happening.
They broke it. They broke it.
A good grouping up from E6 over towards that alleyway side to get this last 30 seconds. I really expected Optic Gaming to hold the entirety of this hard point, but just not able to do it. And again, going back to that first series, who was the person that was dominating Optic? It was General for the majority of those maps. So he's doing it again early here.
Woo!
Answering back, they need to win this rotation. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, they've got to get a good hold here because they were set up nicely for Turbine, but good job to E6 to break. Let's go over to the back rocks here. It's going to be Crim6 set up with the K-bar. Only 5 bullets left in the clip. Sorry, with the OSA, as he's trying to make a play in the back. He will ultimately end up falling, but we'll get back to Scump, who's racking up some time. And this may be Optic Gaming's lead here.
General with a huge flank over towards that top hallway. Can he pick up some more? That was a huge heads-up play depending on the spawn that he got. He picks up a second as well. Some gunfights going down at the back. Who's going to win out, though? Some contesting gunfights. General picks up another 2, earns the Scarab 175 away from some more score streaks as well.
He drove it into the
driving, but picks up the Scarab in the hill, locks it down, and buys just enough time for his teammates to flood back in. Huge plays from the man.
And he's really, really close to these Trinity Rockets. 125 away as the lead continues to now expand for the side of E6. We'll stick with General as he's got this nice streak going. And let's see how he wants to play this. He's going to wrap around the back, and you see the number 7 on the mini-map will be Scump that's waiting and set up for this. He's able to win the gunfight, and that's huge because it shuts down those streaks.
Yeah, it just seems to be the same sort of story from hill to hill. They get the good setup, they win the rotation in Optic Gaming, and then they spread themselves out a little bit too thin, get picked off, and then E6 just roars in and gets the majority of the time. They got to figure it out at some point at this game. An unfortunate series of events there. Karma getting the team kill, trying to answer back towards the back doorway.
Yeah, I don't know how Proto really got in that position. It looks like one of the angles just not cut off by Optic, and then it does lead to a team kill. I think it's a little bit of panic ensues, but it is going to be General inside. There's another massive 2-piece for him as he keeps things rolling. The 100-point mark has been broken as E6 continues to hold control, but it's now on Ruiz to try and make some plays. 25 seconds left on the hard point. The push coming in now from Optic Gaming. He's looking into observation deck, running right into his bullets. Kills for everybody coming through, and that's 2 for Ruiz. Has Scarab to work with, and that is a sick hold from E6.
Just great stuff overall. Optic Gaming took their time and grouped up, but just got absolutely wiped out on that last push. Double the score now for Enigma 6 going back on the rotation to middle. And Optic Gaming, I don't know, it sounds weird. I don't want to go back of what I've been usually preaching in these hard points, but Optic Gaming needs to start fighting for some of this scrap, I think.
Yeah, you know, I took E6 yesterday in the first matchup. I really thought they were going to take the series. They played well. Chance and I both felt good about them, but I really felt good about Optic coming into this just because, I don't know, they're a Sunday team, man. They always perform when it comes to the big day on Championship Sunday. But now let's get over to formal here. 3 streak, 11 and 10. Optic has a little bit of climbing to do, but you know you can get some crazy comebacks here as Formal lines them all up. A team kill gets baited in, Karma assists, and now you've got a chance to rack up some time here at mid.
Have to note as well, Formal is rocking this Warden. He is 50 away from streaks and almost has that overdrive as well. His shot looks electric as always. Earns one of them 25 away now. Needs to really play it safe to earn this bombardment as he can basically break the next hill with it.
Yeah, these streaks could end up being huge. A Warden could be an absolute game changer, but now he comes flying in, but gets cut down before he can wrap to the edge. Tried to, I think, time that pinch with his teammates, but Scump and Karma dying on the opposite side at the same time. So this is the opposite of what we saw last time, right? It was Optic set up early at Turbine. E6 was able to break it with about 30 seconds left. Now it's got to be Optic to get the break, and it's Karma that goes in. Karma finds two, tries to get a third in the back, can't do it, but Formal is there to back him up, but everybody dropping around them. He has to clutch a 1v2, can't get it done. Man, they are still spawning out.
Yeah, great play there from Proto, switching over to that pistol to win it over towards this basically God spot box in the back of the hill. E6 doing a great job, some streaks coming in to see if intro kills can go down, but CaDe says no to that Optic push. 30 seconds left here on this hard point. Optic has no answer for these strongholds from E6. They just can't take them out.
They did exactly what Optic didn't do the first time through. They got control, and they held it for basically a full 60. Sure, there was some contest time that was perfectly done, and let's get the scrap time as well. A chance maybe for the final 10 seconds to be picked up by Karma, but that's another gunfight win for Proto. But let's go ahead and swap over. I was going to switch over to Formal, actually, because he was the one kind of watching Skybridge, but as he drops, it allows things to open up. And did he just FTL jump past him?
Yeah, that's what it looked like there. A great payload ability used there to break in, and E6 isn't really sort of doing any sort of fancy rotations. They sent 3-player up towards that wall run and the top hallway. They win the gunfights, and they win the rotation. Optic Gaming seem to be set up, but they get broken instantly again, but largely due to that FTL jump, zipping right by the players of Optic Gaming in their setup and breaking again. General, Proto, all the players on E6 grouping up and dominating.
This is back-to-back hard points that have been totally lopsided for the side of E6. You do cut him down right before he gets streaks. Formal able to pick up two and try and make a play. It's CaDe coming back in. Nice shots there at range with the OSA to drop one on bridge. You saw on X-Ray one coming underneath, but yeah, a comeback's possible, but this has been so lopsided. The lead now up to almost 120.
And man, it's just looking very bad. CaDe just locking down this last 5 seconds of this hard point as we focus on this rotation, and Krim gets caught out again. So late on the rotation as well. He should be getting an unfavorable spawn. Ruiz picks up a second as well. Karma needs to lock this down as much as possible for his team to get any sort of hold. The rewind comes in, get some help from Krim. So finally, some sort of hope for Optic Gaming as they need to make this comeback.
Yeah, and when you look at it, just look at the slang right now. Formal 21-17, so he's positive. The rest of the team struggling mightily, especially from the Scump and Crimsic side. You would think this is where they would do well, especially just this is the last map they played about 30 minutes ago, but E6 will not be stopped. They continue to hold form, and they're 15 points away from taking this one. Let's hop to their POV as General on a 2 sneak inside, has reactive armor if needed to shut this down. There it gets popped, tags him up, doesn't win the fight, but it doesn't matter. He's backed him up and held the push for just enough time that E6 should be icing this game 1.
Looking very similar to the first series. Optic.
Oh, not quite yet.
Stays alive. Only 1 second needed. They just need to rotate and pop one more to end this one. Optic Gaming has a very, very, very slight chance of making this happen, but a couple of players going down. General just absolutely wiping the floor with every single person
there
he faces, and that's it. Game number 1 going to E6. Optic Gaming getting smashed once again.
And that's, I mean, that's not a whole lot different than what we saw in the game 1 of the first series, right? Where they were 3-0'd. I can't remember the exact score, but I know it was
somewhat similar to that, yeah.
Pretty lopsided. So, taking a look at this so far, I guess what went right for E6? How were they able to continue to control pace over this Optic Gaming side? Because I thought maybe after they got beat 3-0 by Allegiance last night, I thought maybe they were human. Maybe what we saw was a little bit of a fluke. Doesn't seem to be the case.
Ah, man, for whatever reason, they were able to hold the majority of most of those hard points, but really on that rotation, Optic, you know, I guess won the rotation a majority of the time, right? But then all of a sudden, someone will make a play, whether it was General over towards that top hanger, CaDe, Proto using those payload abilities at opportune times, and just breaking the Optic setup absolutely instantly.
Yeah.
You can't give up that much time and then lose rotation battles as well.
And the hard point that stood out the most to me, again, was Turbine. The first time you saw it through, it was Optic. They got rotated early. They were set up very nicely. They got broken in, I feel like, 15 to 20 seconds. Right. And you get all that extra time. On the other side, the second time through, Turbine, E6 set up very nicely. They have a full 4-man stack, and they get blown up. Well, Optic gets blown up pretty much immediately. They only had 3 pushes or so, and it wasn't effective whatsoever.
And I know it was only one small play, but I think Formal earning more of those streaks, getting closer to that Warden, he should have took his time and sort of played a more selfish style, especially going over towards that Turbine. He tried to set up the pinch. It's kind of a selfless play from him, trying to help out his teammates. But at that moment, I think the streaks were their only saving grace.
I'm sure he was getting the call from Krem or somebody hit as they were pinching from both sides. And not that it was a bad play, but I agree with you. If you can get those streaks, maybe they come in clutch down the road, and it, you know, when you see the breakdown work too, it's a little bit easier to say, yeah, you should have played selfish, right? But going into Search and Destroy, now Optic did drop game 1 to elevate in their past series, bounce back behind a big performance from Scump in the Search and Destroy to come back in this. But I don't know, I mean, E6 was looking very solid in Search. They look in control of this series. What does Optic Gaming need to do to turn it around?
So, again, I'm going to go back to this previous series. It's the most fresh in my mind.
Okay.
In that Search and Destroy, I believe they played it on Retaliation. They had Optic Gaming just playing so slow, passive in their base. The offense is just taking 30, 45 seconds, not really doing anything. I think Optic Gaming just needs to pull up that scoreboard and look at their gamer tags and realize who they actually are and how talented they are, and just go at them. 4 stack bomb sites, take the map where you want it, and not play scared. Isn't that what we saw a little bit? That makes me think of Champs last year, where they struggled. Obviously, well, not last year, this year, I suppose still. Yeah. But at the end of Black Ops 3, when you saw them struggle so badly in Search and Destroy, that was the comments you heard from a lot of pro players and commentators and analysis is just like, why aren't they playing a little bit faster? Why aren't they going at them? You have 4 of the most talented players in the game. 4 hit till they stop you.
Yeah, you don't need to play slow. Get in their face, win those gunfights. But we are now into the rig draft. Do we have a mirror matchup here? No, so it's still going to be FTL Jump coming in for CoD.
And we were talking a little bit earlier, especially on the desk, of we haven't really seen FTL Jump used to the full potential. And I think CoD did a good job of it on that Scorch, especially up towards that top hangar. You can put yourself in an unfavorable situation and just sort of make a weird timing for the opponents. He was able to bait himself and buy so much time at hangar in order for the break to come.
I wasn't exactly sure what happened. I mean, that's what it looked like. And then you could tell from Karma's POV that he was sort of like, what? He didn't even turn. He was like, all right, he's gone. And then he ends up getting shot in the back, as they do get that key break inside of hangar. But it is going to be throwback Search and Destroy coming up next. Optic Gaming looking to bounce back. E6 looking to continue here. They have 4-0 map count against Optic Gaming right now at this event.
Wow, 4-0, and not really close either. I'm interested to see if Formal is going to be comfortable enough to pull out a sniper maybe on throwback, but I want to see them just group up, get to the bomb site, and really play straight up and fast and confident.
And yeah, Optic needs the fans to get behind them. I mean, they were quiet for the most part of that game 1, but there wasn't a whole lot to cheer for, right? When you're down 100 points throughout the course of most of the game. First blood, though, immediately, Ruiz taking out Karma. They've got the early edge. Optic down a man.
Great stuff from them. Ruiz getting a little bit aggressive up towards middle, and bomb instantly planted. They have the numbers and have the objective down as well. Optic on the retake. Krim catches the timing onto General up towards that bridge. Does he get traded there? No. Buying enough time. Scump picks up a second, so now the favor in Optic Gaming's favor. Trade's going down. Can they find that last player?
Dipping and diving, trying to stay alive as Proto. He's getting pushed from the right. He's down. And now the fans something to cheer about a bit here. And it should be Scump grabbing this one as he started out 2-0. And he was kind of the catalyst in the last series as well. They were down, I think it was 3-1 to elevate. And Scump pulls off a 1v3. Not only does he end up getting, I believe, reactive armor out of that, but he gets streaks to go with it. It was a huge play and a momentum changer in the last series. They need him to get going for sure.
Huge play from Krim, able to answer back, make it the even out, and didn't over-challenge. He bought just enough time to create that opening for Scump to get up towards middle. Formal to follow up as well, so Krim opened the door for Optic there.
Well, we'll kick things off with Scump as he is 2-0, about almost a third of the way to that reactive armor. He does have one of the close cards. It's going to be Crim6 this time with the first blood. Let's see. I'm going to keep with Scump for now just because he's got the bomb. And you know how this is where I feel like this is like the most important fight that goes down here around this bottom bridge. Who's able to get this first pick as they try to work towards the plant. But he's going to soar out. There's one close range, able to find it. And that's the OSA at its best. Scump continues the streak. But now let's go over to the side of E6 as they're going to be in the 2v3. It'll be General and CoD trying to work against the entire green wall. They might be able to find a kill there at top bus. Not able to do so. Nade checking down at bomb. No hit markers coming in. And you still have 30 seconds to work with, but you don't have a whole lot of a chance here unless you start going.
Yeah, it should be an easy round. Looks like the flank is going to be coming in from Karma in just a second. Formal pinches him out, and Karma gets the last. A great round from Optic Gaming once again. Krim opens up the door with the first blood. Scump wins that crucial gunfight onto the bomb site, and then it's just easy cruising from then on. You drop the bomb, and you have numbers. Great stuff from Optic.
How odd is this compared to like end of last year? You have Optic Gaming dropping hard points and Optic Gaming winning S&Ds. That's what got them through the last series.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can continue to do it here. It is going to be back to offense for E6. Let's go on with Ruiz here. He had the first blood in the first round on their attack, and he actually has the only kill as well for E6, and he's looking to get aggressive. You see on X-Ray, there's one playing back lemon here, waiting patiently for the push. Formal has dropped, but Scump's gotten into a position here where he may be able to wreak a little bit of havoc, unless it looks like they're turning. I think they're prepared for it.
Yeah, might need his teammates to cause a little bit of attack.
God, he is on point with that OSA.
Absolutely snaps on that player. The headshot going down. Needs to win the second, but can't do it.
So Scump falls. You get the round on the board for E6. A little bit, at least finally coming alive for him to get a round here. Ruiz, we started off with him, and he will get the final kill. All right, so let's get into round 4. Optic Gaming's turn to attack. What do you want to watch this time around, Steve?
Let's hop on board with Karma, I think. He had a good flank going on that last offense for Optic Gaming. Hit the timing just perfectly to pinch those last 2 players in the back, doing a nice little wall run to see if he can gain any sort of information on this middle push. Doesn't spot anything yet, but looks like some call-outs coming in for him. Does he catch that player on his vision? Yes, he is able to pick up 2 in the back. Nice positioning there from Karma. General going to be the last one alive and take it out instantly. Another great round from Optic Gaming. Decisive stuff. He got the call out from his teammate at the top window, I believe, or over towards sidewalk. Hit that underpass, catches those 2 players. Easy peasy round.
Big stuff from Karma. Now, we were just handed, during the middle of that round, kind of some statistics from the Optic Gaming side, just with regard to their KDs for S&D, respawns, or anything that stands out for you over the course of this weekend that may attest to some of their struggles.
Scump has under a 1.
In, yeah,
Respawn.
Basically both. I mean, 0.98 in respawn, a 1 on the dot in S&D. So yeah,
What's the last? Has that happened ever? I don't think so.
He's usually top 3 KD, basically every single event. So let's see if he can step it up here over the course of Sunday. Cade trying to find an opening with the E6 side. They're trailing now by 2 rounds. The bomb has been planted, and Proto able to find a Ruiz as well. It's now on Karma and Formal, and they're both stacked up on limit.
Sort of a mimic of the round we saw earlier. E6 was in the same sort of position. I don't think Optic's going to be able to make any magic happen.
It's identical, right?
I was surprised that Proto was able to win that gunfight onto Scump, but Karma opens up with 1.
He makes a play. He has rewind to go as well, but they only have 20 seconds. Formal finds it. All of a sudden it's 2v2. They know there's one on bomb site. They've got to push this out and try to make a play. They have him pinned in the corner. He's got 16 bullets left, able to win the gunfight. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Karma can't win it. E6 gets their second round, but that was a whole hell of a lot closer than maybe it should have been.
Made it very close. They are opened up with 2 picks. E6 needs to be a little bit more careful. Fortunately, General got the better end of Karma on that one. He was a little bit weak from the previous gunfight, but whew, a little scary.
Yeah, you saw General with a lot of clutch 2 pieces in the hard point. He certainly goes large here as well in S&D. Now Karma does have his rewind to work with. We've seen most of our pressure towards the B site. He did just see one up over the top, so that call out should have then came into Crim 6. As he's looking out window that there may be some pressure, but it's going to go right back to Karma. He should be able to catch one here, but no, not able to do so. As one sneaks away. Cade's playing with the sniper in the back, hasn't found one yet. Down for either side. Let's go over to Proto, because Proto's looking to get up close and personal here with this OSA.
In a pretty good spot here, can watch this underpass, trying to see if he can hear any people doing a wall run, but looks like Optic's deciding to execute a strategy. Going to try and see if they can pinch around this middle. Gunfight going down. Proto barely escapes with his life. Looks like Optic Gaming going to try and wrap around towards this B site.
But this could be huge for Formal then, because he is actually, I don't know if they realize one still sat over here the entire time, but Karma should have a gunfight in a second. Karma rewinds, gets out, ends up right behind him. Oh, God, it's not pretty, but he gets it. And then Formal was on the flank. There's only 1 player left. Let's go to Proto's POV. He's going to be waiting here inside a barn, gets pushed from behind, and that's the 4th for Optic Gaming.
What a great strategy. Formal executes that late A flank, just waits for his teammates to make some magic happen over towards middle and that B side, and then Karma, you know, A little bit scared for a second. He wasn't going to get that kill after the rewind. Almost got turned and burned a bit, but finishes out regardless.
We've seen that a lot. I think rewind, you're just like, where am I going to pop up?
Right.
And then it's a little bit difficult to get gun up at times. But Ruiz now 6-5, has Camo to work with here. 2 more rounds needed for Optic Gaming, and this looks to be our first A pressure that we've seen over the course of this matchup. And this is actually perfect for Optic, because this Camo is not going to do much of anything.
Exactly, and then Rewind was burning that previous round as well from Proto, so Optic Gaming pretty happy with these payloads. Not going to pay off at all. Karma opens up with another first blood. 10 kills for the man already. Crims opened up with the second. Formal with the third. Last player alive very quickly as Proto might be able to catch some timing. I think he saw that shadow. Kill should be coming up soon. There's the first in a 1v3 now. Can he get the second? Wins it. Buying time.
There's the third. Maybe the 1v4, but no. Scump shuts it down. My God, there would have been a panic attack here in the venue. You like heard a collective gasp come from the crowd as Proto almost goes nuts. But Scump clutches up. You saw Forward was like, Forward was like giggling. He's like, oh, we almost let that one slip.
I like that little camera shot. They're like, no. Got to be better than that.
And those with it, yes, it was a 4-2 advantage, but with it being that close, that's one that hurts you, man. Like that could have changed the entire game too, because you know Optic just tilts completely if he clutches that 1v4, and that would have been one of the more insane 1v4s we've seen.
Man, that was close.
So we saw. Let me see, he's close to getting reactive. How far is Crims? Got a little ways to go to a Camo. Not only does Optic get that round, but remember, Camo used by the side of E6, and that usually is leading to 1 or 2 kills in Search and Destroy right now.
Really not a fan of that blind Camo usage. We harped on it a lot in Black Ops 3, and still not a fan of it here.
Especially when teams rarely play AD defense.
Right.
Maybe there's one over there?
Yeah, risk for no reward basically seems like a pretty normal strategy from Optic Gaming here, going back to their bread and butter as they're trying to close out this one. All they need is 1 more round to even out this series at 1 apiece, but Karma not finding anyone in the spawn and hitting this flank.
This is what we saw Rise do a lot with Vicento. He would basically play on this side by himself. They stack B, they think it's a 4MB hit, and then he flanks from behind. Gets 1, but it's going to be just him and Formal. Can't clean up the kill there, so it is still going to be a 2v3. Karma now by himself actually trying to clutch here in round 8. He's able to find 1. Rewind pops up again, but he ends up falling. He got rewind back quickly. He just used that, was it 2 rounds ago? 3 rounds ago?
Yeah, I think so, but that's what happens, I guess, when you get 11 kills or maybe even 12 now. I'm not sure if he's at exactly, but a great game from Karma. He keeps hitting that timing, getting that information, spotting all 4 players before he makes that decision to make that late flank happen. So heads up play from him. E6 all over it though, and pick up those kills at middle.
Yeah, he's got 12 kills. So what do we have now? You do have Overdrive, the rewind. Proto getting pretty close to, I believe, his first rewind. So you can see.
Not his second.
You can see what a difference. Oh, okay, because he has all the bomb plants. Yeah. That makes sense. So he's going to get it here. Oh yeah, he used it outside, right, at field. Yeah. Able to get away from Karma. First blood going to E6. Who's coming in behind? It looks like Cade has a really good chance to make a play, or the time is going to be horrendous. It doesn't work out for him. It's 3 versus 3 now. Hopping over to General, has been tagged up at the back bus, trying to get shots in, not able to find the kill. I'm going to go over to Formal, because Formal's found 1. He ends up dropping almost immediately. You do have Karma here. He does have rewind to go. It's now all on Ruiz to try and clutch up. Has to find 2 players. He just saw 1 above and 1 mid. He knows where both players are. He might have the opportunity to do it, but he's getting tagged up. Has to get away. There's 1 more left. Can he get to the edge? Able to do so. 9 seconds left, and he's done it.
Wow, what a clutch. He got so weak from that first player, but just edges around that corner towards that bridge, buys just enough time, escapes the death. That was imminent.
That was sick. I mean, it worked out. That timing was almost perfect when he kind of jumped past the train, and you saw the shadow of the player going up top. It just worked out brilliantly. He gets cut down there or on the cross back. In Optic, likely enough time to get the defuse, but that will not be the case. Let's see. So same situation for Scump. If he gets a plant there, he'll have reactive. I mean, this would be the round you think they'd be wanting to, well, of course, wanting to close it out, but be able to close it out here, especially if Scump is able to get this bomb down. Because as soon as he gets a plant, he's going to have reactive. I'm curious how he's going to end up playing this. He gets it. Does he play it safe, or is he going to push? Looks like he's just backing up for now. And the first blood does come in for Optic Gaming. They've got control. Ruiz will be the one to drop. Scump finds 1, pops the kinetic, finds 2 assists. It's Karma that cleans it up, and now it is all on General. But you got to find 4. He's gone. Optic Gaming back in the series, tying it up at 1-1.
Optic really needed that map. They clutched it up, and I feel like that was largely due to the payload advantage that Optic was able to net over the entirety of that game. E6 did not use those abilities well at all, wasted them a couple of times, and it really really punishes you. Scump able to get that reactive armor, pops it. Didn't really need to in that situation, but hey, end
Works
the game,
out.
easy.
That was kind of my point. Yeah, as soon as I saw how close he was, you don't have to start with the round with it, but as soon as you got the plant, you think it's over. Because even if Krim would have got one kill, he may have had Camo to work with as well. They had almost every single thing to work with. But let's take a look at some of the great plays from Karma over the course of that
15.
one. As he had a monster game. It was 15 and 6. Karma, 2 rings, going clutch. What makes him such a special player, man? I know you played with him a lot. You played against him at times. What is it about him that makes him such a treat to watch?
His gameplay is so... I can't find another word but just weird. He creates these awkward timings, and most of his gunfights just seem like a weird situation, but somehow most of the time he's able to come out on top. Great stuff from him, and I can't really remember the last performance where he really put the team on his back, especially in a search and destroy. 15 kills, though, able to hit those timings perfectly, and just his overall knowledge of the game
think
is
back, all right, think
better than everyone, really.
When he first joined this Optic Gaming lineup, when Nade left and he joined during AW, he was having horrendous search and destroy games. Remember there was a while there where it seemed like he was lucky if he would find 1 or 2 kills. He didn't feel comfortable with the team. He wasn't sure how to figure it out. He ended up actually pulling out the sniper towards the end of AW, and that's when he started really getting a rhythm. But he's terrifying when he, I guess, just can do what he wants, roam around a bit. I remember talking to Krim. He sort of said something similar to you. This was back in, God, I think Ghost. But I asked him the same thing, like, what makes him such a special player? He's like, yeah, just the way his brain works. Like, you'll see him in a 1v1, and like he won't do the play you expect at all. He'll find some corner and like tuck away, and it's like, what is he doing? But then next thing you know, the player runs right in front of him. It's like, oh, all right, okay.
And
do what you want, Karma.
Especially with this movement, he uses it in odd situations sometimes, but hey, it works out, right?
Well, I thought back in AW as well, once the the new movement mechanics sort of became a thing, that when it came to like aerial combat and actually finding people in the air, I think he's been one of the best. Who kind of comes to mind? These guys that are just able to, because I know for me when I play, yes, I'm old, but when those fights happen in the sky, I lose people, and he seems to be able to snap. You saw him getting it done with the rewind in that one. And Optic Gaming, now back in it. So this, I believe we're going to Frost. So yesterday, you heard the analysis desk talk about it a bit. It wasn't, it wasn't a blowout exactly, but it was a very controlled game by E6. You never felt that Optic really had a big chance. Do you think that kind of helps them now seeing some of the strategies that were implemented by E6? Do you feel maybe a little bit better about Optic here?
Like Joe said on the desk, it's very tough to beat a team twice, and especially going back to the same map, the same uplink they played previous. So I'm pretty sure Optic Gaming is going to realize what they need to do a little bit differently. But, you can change things up all you want. Are they going to stop General this time? I think he had 37 the last time they played this one, just absolutely destroying with that OSA. I feel like Scump and, Karma as well. Maybe pull out 2 OSAs for these close quarter combats over towards Ice Tunnel, over towards the back helipad. Really, I don't know.
You can run as many as you want here, really. I think we saw 3 OSAs and 1 K-bar a couple times yesterday from different teams. I would, but again, you saw that on Scorch to some degree, and they got stomped in the slaying department. I mean, it was Proto and General getting the edge big time over, what you saw coming out of Scump and Krim. So they've got to turn it around here, because Optic's not winning respawns unless they're winning the slaying battle. I mean, yes, every once in a while it'll happen. I think once on Friday they managed to do that, but typically it's not going to work out. But for those of you guys watching on MLG.TV currently, we hope you're enjoying some of the new features of EVE. I know it's been I can think ever since I've been involved in Call of Duty, people want to watch individual player feeds, see how they play. I think it's incredible, especially if you're an aspiring amateur or if you're just trying to learn the game a little bit better. I know we're hopping between everyone trying to make sense of this madness, but being able to watch one player perspective, I think is pretty fantastic.
Oh, absolutely cool to be able to, that's something that people have been asking for a long time. So the fact that you can pick on that individual player. You want to watch Scump? You can learn how Scump plays. You learn how the entire Optic Gaming team plays, or E6 as well. Especially, you should probably watch E6 and Hardpoint. They look unbelievable.
Yeah, and you have the chance to use Score Streak there in the chat. You can make predictions. I believe there's prizes that go with that on game battles. It's pretty awesome stuff. Very cool. Some of the added features here to EVE. So I hope you guys are enjoying them. But now we are, looks like players starting to get hopped into the rig draft. So we'll show that shortly. But this is. This is going to be one hell of a series, man. I mean, Optic's gotten a map. They weren't able to do that in the first time through, obviously. So now you just got to feel like this is going the distance. But I need a prediction from you. What are you thinking on the uplink?
I think it's going to be very close, but I think Optic is going to make those changes. And if I had to pick a game type I felt the most confident in Optic in, I guess it would be uplink. They seem to have the most control, the mental grasp of the game type itself. I think it's going to be the most beneficial for them. But we're looking at these stats real quick. Looking at this map series overall, or the map rotation for the series, Scorch, they haven't won it. Throwback, they hadn't won it, but just won it there. So pretty
Scorch,
tough maps.
I don't know if this is updated after Elevate, because I believe they won Scorch in the Elevate series for Hardpoint, but I think that was, their only win, so they haven't won Frost at all. 100% on Throwback and Precinct. So that's worth noting. When you
probably
see
isn't updated from Losers, but still not their greatest maps in terms of this tournament.
That's very, very true. And one thing to consider, so if you look at, I mean, Scump must have been a monster pretty much in uplink, because I know at least I've seen twice -10 or so in hardpoints that I watched. He went -14 in a hardpoint in the last series. So if he's right around even, that means he's picking that up somewhere, obviously. So it's got to be the uplink. They need a big performance from him.
In the game yesterday versus E6 on Frost, he actually had a really good game, but the rest of the team not quite up to par. So looking at the sort of uplink stats as well for this Optic Gaming side, Scump has been the one putting in that drone the most as well. So shifting up roles a bit or just in the right spot at the right time. We'll see if Optic Gaming can get some scores on the board, though. They need it here.
And this is, God, I casted last night with Matt. I think you were on the analysis desk, but when it was Rise versus, what was the Rise FaZe, the final match of the night?
1-0.
1-0.
Yeah, that was a weird game.
You can make some crazy defensive plays. Let's see if maybe we'll get a little bit more offense in this one, but we are ready to hop into it. Game 3 in Las Vegas, kicking it off with Optic versus E6.
Starting off board, Optic is on the favored side, if you want to call it, on this Frost map. Karma deciding to take this low wall run, should be able to meet one of these players from E6. Gunfight should be going down soon. A quick 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Should be able to move this drone up very quickly, and there's the 4th. Moving it very, very fast up towards this middle connector. Should be able to put the 1 in. Crim6 does not decide to pick up the drone. Going to try and create that lane for his teammate. Able to do it, and there's the dunk. The first push, the first 30 seconds. Optic Gaming goes up 2.
And that's what you have to do when you get those 4 down, especially mid-map. You have to go, go, go. If you get there quickly enough and manage to spawn them out a little bit, you don't necessarily have to win full 2 cycles of kills. They're able to do it, though. They kill the second rotation. They get points on the board, and Optic looking strong here early on, but there is still a lot of time on the clock. Let's take a look at Crim6 here at Dozer. Getting vision on 1 there in Tunnel. Not able to win the gunfight. He falls. We'll see if Scump can pick up a couple of these kills, but it might be E6's turn now for retaliation. Let's get on with Cade.
They got ship control, but didn't really have drone control. Finally, now they're getting a push up towards this ship side. The tunnel, though, Optic answering back. A 3 dead for them. Unfortunate team kill. General going to be the last stand for E6 over towards ship.
Yeah, if that team kill didn't happen, I was thinking go, 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 but they're still on their side of the map, so they wouldn't have been able to make much of it other than kind of getting control here. Let's take a look at Formal. He looks to be the lone K-Bar player. I think you're going to have OSAs for the rest. Hipfire not on point there, and now it's going to be General of E6 with the drone. Trying to make a hero play. He had Ruiz in the back, tries to get the 1-point toss, but cannot do it. That's Karma with the 2-piece on defense to shut things down, and now a change of possession. Scump has it in hand. They're looking to push Ridge. You don't see Ridge used a whole lot throughout this particular map and mode, but they're looking to make plays. Karma still pushing out front, trying to get up and over for the 1-point toss over Cryo, but not able to do it.
I don't agree with that play from Optic Gaming at all. You see both players, or 2 players from each side splitting, 2 towards ship, others towards that Ridge side. They should have grouped up over towards ship, forced those bad spawns from E6, but E6 taking advantage and getting ready to punish. A score should be coming in just a second. Formal shuts down the push, though.
It's going to be so tough, though. Look at the minimap to the left. There's going to be so many people here for the interception, and there it is. They get the pick. It's so hard to score on this side on 1-pointers when you're spawning, on construction, basically right there on your point. Very easy to get picks. I must have seen Zuma, I think, probably had 4 tosses intercepted last night by the side of Rise. He was flustered. I talked with him after the map. We met up at Subway. We were chatting about the match a little bit. Oh, look at a little pass. Gets forward to Krim. Up over the top. Can't get it out of his hand again. That might be 2 1-point opportunities that are barely missed, but you still have Karma here trying to make a play. He's in behind, trying to find the drone carrier before he gets away. Tags him up, gets the kill. Satellite off, but now you have Scump back at mid-map, who should be able to get the reset as they're trying to continue the rally.
Forcing that spawn out from E6 over towards that back sort of alleyway side over towards ship. The drone moving very quickly. Krim should be able to very easily put this dunk in, and there it is. 2 dunks for Optic Gaming in this first half. Complete control for them. They need to stop going ridge side. It does not seem to be working. The pinch comes in, though. It pays off. Karma with another hell of a game. 15 and 7 with that interception as well.
All right, switching back. It's going to be Proto with Dro. Gets it away. The interception just off there, so you do get 1 point through for the side of E6. I know we've been focusing a lot on Optic in this one, but well, honestly, they've had most of the offensive production here thus far, but let's see if E6 can make some plays. Finding 1 at mid, but 3 are going to be down. That was rewind used. I wonder what happened to Karma. He's able to zip back. And now if they can find a couple of kills here in a forward position, maybe a chance, but everybody drops, and it's just Formal in the back, but Formal picking up 2 big ones at sub bay to make sure any pressure, any type of counter from E6 will get thwarted for the time being. But actually, if he can see through here, he might have an opportunity. There's nobody at home. They're trying to run back. That's a huge kill because it was open. The number 6 spawn. I think that was Formal spawning and trying to rotate back, but I don't know if he would have got there in time to stop the 1.
Yeah, that was a little bit close. Not sure if that drone got put up into a 15-second spot. Looks like it did. Someone unfortunately got that drone stuck on the roof, so bit of a stalemate situation. Looks like Optic gonna just keep working over towards that ridge side, playing the drone reset. Cade working up through this middle map, picks up 1 at ship, but Krim not letting that drone move anywhere.
Krim now playing at mid-map. These are the clutch kills. These are the ones around the objective that give you control of mid-map. He finds a second, still staying alive. There's a third behind the box. His teammates picked it up, and now it's go time. Tosses it forward, tries to win another, not able to do so, but you do have Formal and Scump still in position to try and make a play. But with both dropping, you think for now it'll die down. Maybe a chance for 1 1-point toss. There's 5 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to try and make a play? It looks like he tried to get a pass forward. He gets it to Karma, but yeah, not enough time. So 4-1, Optic. I mean, this looks a lot different than the game 3 we saw yesterday. I'm telling you, man, there are sometimes Saturday teams and Sunday teams. And not to knock E6 at all, they're playing great, but Optic just always comes alive on Sunday, man. It's when they play their best.
Well, and just speaking from the player experience, playing the same team on the same map the second time,
yeah,
you know, you should be able to make some good adjustments, right? That looked like a completely different game from the game we saw on Frost yesterday. I feel like Optic Gaming should have scored more points, though. They wasted a lot of time. I would say about 1.5 minutes, just, you know, working that drone over towards the ridge side, over towards Cryo, just not really getting anything out of it off of those kills. So maybe they could have got 1, maybe 2 more points.
Karma got scared. I think he tried to win that wall run battle again, not able to do so. He does drop. It's drone inside with Proto as he's trying to make a play with it, but that's going to be a change of possession. Now you only have General up for the side of E6 and the green wall starting to mount a push forward. They've got control, at least for the time being, of mid-map with Karma and also Scumpy, but with the other 2 falling, it's certainly going to slow things down for now. And who is being annoying up here? That's General. He's all the way up in the base right now of Optic Gaming, killing them off spawn. But the question is, can anyone actually get the drone up to him? It would have to be Cade. Yeah, he wins 1. He just has to get it somehow to a forward spot. But General, has he still not been cleaned up? He's just like, guys, get this to me. I'm spawning them out over and over and over again. But Optic so far doing a pretty good job of dealing with it.
Next couple of gunfights going to be very important. General absolutely snaps onto the player in the back. 2 from Optic Gaming on the defense. The drone does go over that defending player, though. So E6 with a good push, opened up the door by General. Held that base for quite a while for the drone to move up towards ship. A good push from E6.
I wonder why we don't see that more. You know, instead of worrying so much about mid-map, sometimes we let somebody overextend and just get into the base. If you win a couple of gunfights there inside the sub bay and just get them spawning out, be a nuisance. It certainly seemed to work there, but now things seem to be falling apart a little bit for Optic as Cade goes huge on the defense. He's got 3 in a row. Let's top over to his POV as he gets decimated by the headshot from Scump. They're pushing in, though. They're only trailing by 2. Proto playing his life for now. He will ultimately get dropped. But are you a little bit nervous for the Optic side? At least how you've seen the first couple of minutes here go. It's been predominantly E6, right?
Yeah, it is a little bit scary, but it seems like E6 just trying to force some of these situations just a bit much rather than taking that time to get another wave of 2 or 3 kills. They aren't doing it. Karma takes his drone very quickly up towards blue. The drone does not release out of his hand, though. Formal's there. Does he get it? Yes. 4-point lead back in Optic Gaming's favor. And a nice drone movement from Karma to get that drone over towards that portal.
He gets it in. At first I thought maybe just being a little bit overzealous, but now fully streaked out is Formal. He's on a 6 streak. He's got the dunk. He's picking up kills at Dozer. Will finally fall, but he's got overdrive to work with. He's got some streaks if they need to slow things down. Let's hop over who, I was gonna say Ruiz got all the way into the base again of Optic Gaming. They found a couple of kills. They have the drone carrier here in Proto, tries to make a play. You still have General, he can't do it. And that's defense from Crim6 and Formal shutting it down. Drone back on spawn.
Great hold from Optic Gaming there. Looks like 3 of the players from Optic positive there. The middle map gunfights seem to keep going in their favor, and especially towards this ship as well. E6 trying to answer back with 2 of their own, but Optic Gaming holding strong. All they need to do is waste time here.
And this is like the opposite that you kind of saw as Cade comes up with 2 more big ones. But, you know, remember, it was only Formal that was kind of positive in the hard point, right? He was kind of carrying the other 3. Now look at General. He's 26 and 21, negative for the rest of the squad. So just a better team effort from Optic in this one as he's moving forward, being a sneaky little kitty. Gets 1 through 6-3. E6 still alive, but 90 seconds left. The battle for mid-map now going to be coming in. General trying to watch sub-bay. Cade has this overdrive. He gets cut down before he can make a play. And you just see the green swarming around mid-map. Karma grabs the drone, gets the ridge, has a lead blocker. Let's see how he opts to play this. Wants to go around the wall run. Maybe try to sink a 1-point throw. Is the interception there? It's off. Not going to go through. It looks like Ruiz was able to snag that one.
Heads up play from Optic Gaming to take the drone. E6 had complete control of ship. Formal being a thorn in the side as well. Gets the drone back in his hand. Pops the overdrive ability. Should be a clean dunk for him.
Gets it.
Formal gets the 2-piece, pops the payload, and gets the dunk. Keeping Optic Gaming with a secure lead in this one. Only 50 seconds left, and I feel like that might be the nail in the coffin. Karma with 2 of his own as well, dropping that drone again. All they need to do is keep the drone in their possession, and it should be all they need to do. So back and forth, it gets the beat down as well. Karma with the fancy play.
Little game of hot potato there, ends with a fist from Karma. And now with 30 seconds left, you need a miracle if you're E6, but this has been a beauty of a game from Karma and Formal. Both those guys going off really with the objective and in the slaying department, doing it all and turning, frying one, finding the third 3 for Formal. He's letting them know.
Unbelievable stuff. Optic Gaming finds a way to win once again. And this looks like the complete opposite of what we saw from these guys yesterday. They made the adjustments. They got the slaying that they needed. Karma having a hell of a series. Some more points going in just to add some insult to injury there. But really, the combination between Karma and Formal, that 2-piece overdrive dunk, awesome stuff.
Optic fired up. You hear the Let's Go Optic chants in the back. Yeah, it was just a very different Frost uplink than we saw. And I think, yeah, you got to attribute it to what you said. It's tough to beat a team on the same map twice. Not able to do it here, and you got to think maybe the energy of the room as it started to shift there in the search and destroy. The fans start to get behind Optic. You know, that can certainly play into it as the adrenaline gets flowing. But what's going wrong for E6? Because obviously that was drastically different, and I don't think you can attribute all of it to the fact that they played it yesterday.
Oh, for sure. So the mistakes that they were making, got to give props, first of all, to General. Got 32 kills again, so Demand's been an absolute beast for E6. The problem, though, is I counted 5, 6, maybe 7 different times where they tried to force the drone possession rather than throwing it down, taking their time to get the next wave of kills. Optic Gaming would take their time over towards middle or towards that little middle connector over towards ship, and they just couldn't really do anything after that, just forcing plays.
All right, well, before we hop into the next hard point, I believe it's going to be on throwback, we do have Jack Courage Dunlop on the floor with an interview.
Thank you, guys. Yes, down here with Slack from Luminosity Gaming. You hear the energy now out in the venue. It's Championship Sunday, baby. It's kicking off with some great games, and you guys just had one for yourselves in the losers bracket. You take down Evil Geniuses 3-0. Obviously, we didn't get to see it on the main stage, so I want you to break it down. How did it all play out? Pretty quick series for you guys.
Yeah, every time we play those guys, it's really been a pretty quick series. For some reason, since Black Ops 3, I've yet to lose the name like that trio. So going into it, we're feeling really confident. I think we took the hard point like 250 to 120, and we knew if we won Search and Destroy, the series was over. We won that like 6-3. Then the uplink we won like 7-1 easily or something like that.
Yeah, and as a team coming into this weekend, we spoke on Friday, and you said that exact same sentiment. If we can win our Search and Destroys, we will be unstoppable. Respawn has been your catalyst throughout this weekend. What is it that works so well with this team?
You know, going into this game with the replacement of, Looney or Saints for Looney, we really wanted to pick up a Slayer, and it really improved our respawn game, but I think we lost a little bit with Search and Destroy. And with this new game, we're still trying to figure things out, but once we get it down, we're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, your hard point has looked untouchable throughout the weekend, and you're going to try to carry that now as you go up against Allegiance to keep your losers bracket run going. This Allegiance squad, they've looked quite solid as well throughout the weekend. What has made it possible for them to get this far? Because, to be quite honest, they surprised a lot of teams. What are you guys looking out for?
You know, Search and Destroy wins championships, and that's what they've been doing. They've been, you know, taking their Search and Destroys, and if they steal a respawn on a good team, they're going to win the series. So we can't let that happen again. When we played them a pool play, they ended up taking the first hard point by like 15 points. So as long as we can allow that not to happen, we'll be good.
Final question for you here, Slacked. Is this the end of the run of Luminosity, or are you guys going for that title? How do you see this next series going, in your opinion?
I think we're going to take the series. I don't see anyone stopping us. Our Search and Destroy just keeps getting better as the tournament goes on, and good luck to everyone.
Oh, you heard it from him first. He does not see this Luminosity gaming team stopping. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Benson on the analyst desk to break down our Optic Gaming series.
Thank you very much, Jack. We're going to go all the way back down to map number 1. Mark, I'm going to start with you. It looked as if E6 were continuing where they left off.
Oh, absolutely. And all 4 of them were just playing so well. They were rotating, and we even saw that FTL jump to use effectively. Yep. It was awesome to see by Caden. And that's just what we saw. We saw that teamwork just come into play, and they outslayed Optic Gaming and won by 100 points.
Yeah, it's always tough to predict that Optic Gaming is going to lose a hard point because they get slayed out pretty much across the board. And I know TV was talking about like the backbone and generally dropped, 32, 33 kills, whatever it was. But really, all 4 of the players showed up. And even Optic Gaming on the first 4 or 5 hills, they won the rotation battle every single time. E6 just came, slayed him back out, and took complete control. So pretty dominating performance, honestly.
Just kind of build on Optic Gaming in hardpoint in this event, Merc. Would you say that's been maybe their worst game mode?
I think so. It just seems like they don't really have that discipline down right now. I feel like the more they play, the better it's going to get. So we'll see in this game number 4. But yeah, definitely they are very content with winning those Search and Destroys and uplink.
And it seems like the first hard point as well seems to be getting to them. Like on whatever map it is, they played Elevate earlier, and they lost the first hard point, and then they came back and won the next 3, including that hard point again. So I don't know if it's just opening jitters or what the thing is that they're just not on the same page, but the first hard point seems to be a lot worse for them than the second one. That being said, again, if E6 can have a dominating performance like they did map 1, no one's going to stop.
Yeah, E6 definitely looking very, very good at hardpoint. And then, obviously, the flip side, we head to map number 2, Search and Destroy, and you're sat here thinking, okay, well, E6, they're probably going to go 2-0 up here. But Optic, they just had a little bit of a clutch factor there.
They just seem more as a team in Search and Destroy, and that's what they were sort of talking about yesterday, is we're not playing as a unit. And it seems like their play calls right now, they're making those mid-game adjustments that are able to keep them successful.
Yeah, and one of the things they were doing early on is they were kind of playing team deathmatch over Search and Destroy for the first few rounds. So a lot of teams like to just rush plant A, and we saw Scump. He would go down there, but he just sit on the bomb site and wait for a player to challenge because he knows that a player is going to challenge at some point, waits for that gunfight to go down, then he goes for the plant, and then they were even making late game adjustments of, all right, now we go for the quick plants because E6 isn't going to be prepared.
I think game 2 was really where you saw Karma just explode into this series. I mean, he had a fantastic map number 3, which we'll touch on in just a little bit, but map 2, he was just controlling everything, it seemed like.
And that's what we talked about. You heard Teep talk about it. He's just so sneaky. He creates just different situations that you don't see from any other player, on the circuit. And he drops 15 kills, he keeps his team back in the game. And then in game number 3 at uplink, he was always in that E6 side of their base. He was always on their side, just picking up multiple kills, and that's what really allowed Optic to keep that lead.
And then, of course, towards the end, you got a little bit more of the cheeky Karma with a couple of teabags, a couple of shooting some buddies and whatnot. That's what you always want to see with Karma. He is one of those players, right, Chance?
Yeah, when Karma's having fun, I feel like he's at his best. And again, that game 1 wasn't the greatest, but he started to loosen up a bit. And once he started to get rolling in the Search and Destroy, he never really looked back. Again, he was 15-6 at one point in the uplink as well. And even when he started to fall off just a bit, Formal just picked up the slack and just started turning into an absolute monster. Was getting streaks, making overdrive plays, getting 2-piece after 2-piece. So again, Optic Gaming, they are turning it around very well.
So
now, in that game 3 too, they learned from their mistakes yesterday, I believe. E6 had 2 to 3 OSAs and Optic didn't. And then you can see Karma has one, Scump has one now. They're just able to put so much more pressure on the map.
So now looking forward a little bit, of course, we go over to a throwback hardpoint, Merc. Is it going to be Karma that you're keeping your eyes on here to kind of continue with that momentum that he's had from the first couple of maps to potentially try and shut the series out?
Absolutely. I think him and Formal, you just saw that he was heating up at the end of game 3. I think those are the 2 guys you have to keep your eyes on because throwback, we talked about it a little bit last night. It's more of a fast-paced hardpoint. There's a little bit less rotations. Yes, you can still get punished, but a lot more slaying in this game type.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at Crim too, because again, I think Formal, we're going to expect at least consistency, if not a good performance. And again, Karma this series has been on point. Crim6, though, that first hard point was really struggling, so I think he's the player to look out for to start turning things around.
And then, Merc, from an E6 standpoint, in this next hard point, who's going to be that player that you're just looking at to go off? Is it once again going to be Cade using the FTL jump? Is he going to try and make flashy plays?
I think it's sort of the role players, Cade and Ruiz. We haven't touched much on them. We sort of talked about Proto in general. General's been that consistent slayer, but they need help, you know, from those other two guys.
Well, as it stands, Optic Gaming currently up in the series, 2-1. Looking to close it out here on this next hard point. It's going to be everything from the analysis desk. For now, we can send it back up to our casters for the series.
Brilliant stuff, gentlemen. Pumped and fired up to get into this one. If you're just tuning in, welcome to MLG Vegas Championship Sunday. We've got a big one here as we're getting closer and closer to these final few matches of the day. Teep, let's get into it, buddy.
Optic Gaming now on match point, starting up map 4, throwback hard point. Let's see if Optic Gaming can fix their hard point struggles here. But they have not looked good on the game type, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's what's insane. Imagine them winning this series if they were able to and losing both hard points. Like if it goes to a game 5, that'd never be a situation I would even really consider. But it could end here unless E6 comes up clutch, but they have looked very, very good in hard point. But now 3 down, Cade the only one up. Cade trying to make a play, can't do it, and that'll be Formal. Finding 3, him and Crim6 both starting out nicely. And that's a good start for Crim too, because they mentioned he did not have a good game 1. They need him though. The longer the series goes, the more pressure that seems to mount, the better he likely is going to play.
Seemed like some more Oses are coming out on that Frost as well, so maybe they start, you know, switching over to a 2-2 split. We'll see what they're most comfortable with. Looks like the better half of this hard point would be about 35 seconds going into Optic Gaming's favor as we focus on this rotation over towards Barn. These gunfights towards the back going to be very important. Ruiz needs some help here.
Yeah, and he got the help. Well, Karma did actually find 1 before dropping, which is crucial considering there were 2 players in front of him. But Ruiz now starting to work a little bit towards these streaks. He's gotten the Scarab. 300 off the Trinity, just got vision on 1 going up over the fence. Teammate spawning on him, finds yet another. Cannot keep it going though, as finally he will drop. And now let's get a little bit closer to the hard point. Back barn, gonna be Scump. Dipping, diving, finding the kill there, and now looking to contest as he keeps it going, gives the assist into Crim6. And now Optic looking to build some more time.
So much pressure from Optic over towards that back line side. They break the spawn, and look how far out those blue arrows on the minimap are spawning out over towards that blue. Just going to take them so long to get these gunfights over back towards Barn. Karma picks up the third.
My Karma.
The Osa seems fitting in this man's hands. An absolutely dominant maps 2 and 3. Making it happen again here. Lots of time in the hard point, and Optic Gaming cruising to a sick lead.
Well, we got to get to the rotation, but we'll get back to Karma in a moment. I thought for a second that was going to be Crim6 spinning, getting his eagle on, but now the spawn's not exactly favorable here as we get to bike path, as they're going to all have to rotate out. Karma will finally end up dropping. But, you know, speaking to Karma, I mean, he's been a big part of the slaying, and he didn't really need to do that as much last year. I feel like you're always talking about Formal and Scump and just kind of the clutches, the big plays, the objective work that Karma would do. But so far, they've needed the slaying from him, certainly. But let's hop over to Ruiz as well. He just had 4 in a row. He didn't end up dropping. There was General there to trade that out. But this looks kind of the opposite of the first hard point. Early lead for Optic Gaming. Let's see if they can hold on, or if E6 will be able to fire back. And this is a kind of an easy one to contest, right? When you can sit on either side of that, but everyone dropping, it's just going to be Proto left. They can take him out, going to be able to rack up some more time, and he should be dropped somehow, still alive, and able to slide and find 1. But Karma, yet again, another spree, 10 and 6, 3 in a row, leading all players in hard point time before. He's doing it all right now.
Oh, Optic's completely happy with this hard point. Yes, a lot of time was contested, but they had the side that they wanted for the rotation over towards next, towards this back statue baseball field. You know, they weren't the ones in the situation that had to make a play. They just took their time, and E6 had to situation. Shaky shots from Karma there as General picks up 2. E6 should be able to get a majority of this time, but there is 1 player lingering. That's Crim on this left side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to try and set up the pinch here. I'm going to switch to Crim's POV. Actually, Crim's going to get flanked. He needs to go now. Otherwise, I got to go to Ruiz. Ruiz should be coming up behind both of them, but they're able to sniff it out. Now the pinch is going to come in. Crim able to find it. Scump and Karma finding more. And now Optic Gaming locking down baseball field. And it's Karma kind of pushing out this bike path side, sorry, blue side that was able, bowling side, that was able to find a couple of kills to slow them down. And they keep racking up the time. They've had just about a double-digit lead throughout most of this team.
Yeah, it's just great stuff overall. E6 just can't seem to put anything together. Yes, they're getting some multi-kills here and there, but can't really get that last player. Usually it's Karma able to pick up that last couple of players in the hill. And, you know, this Optic Gaming team, once they get rolling, they're just pretty scary and tough to take out in these 1-versus-1 gunfights. 70-point lead for Optic Gaming on this rotation.
Just keeps on building. What does E6 need to do differently? Is this just a gassed up, fired up Optic Gaming team and they're having trouble now keeping up with the slang? Or are you seeing something that's sticking out like a sore thumb for this E6 side?
I think they're spreading out a little bit too far, not focusing on these favorable spawns enough, but largely you can see it from our POV right here. They're losing these 1v1 gunfights. The only person that it really isn't is General, so the rest of the team needs to just pick it up, maybe play a bit more slow and selfish or pre-aim style to win some of these gunfights.
Yeah, they'd certainly have to get it going as, yeah, it's all 4 players now positive from Optic, where we saw that only true for 1 in the game 1, so the slaying factor certainly coming alive, and they basically have doubled the opposition throughout this. So slowly but surely, the lead just kind of building over the course of this. Now the pressure going to come in. It's going to be Karma. He's been the hot hand, 17 and 13 right now as he's trying to hit back barn. Checking Lime, finding one, can't win the gunfight. Those one-on-ones that E6 needs to win. We'll see if they can continue to win those battles.
E6 just not setting up properly on this back barn hill. Yes, they are winning some of these gunfights, but you see when you hold that left side of barn, how far you spawn out over towards blue. Luckily, some gunfights bail them out of this weird situation. Scump has something to say about it, though. A 3rd kill for him. Sliding into the hill, has some help from Krim as well. Another clean break, and it looks like E6 now going to flip over towards that lemon and lime side of the map, but just getting pushed out so far. Now spawning blue. This 30 seconds is going to be very easily into Optic's favor, or at least should be.
And not something you talk about as much in CoD versus maybe other shooters is team shooting, because you die so fast, the time to kill so quick. I've seen so many, I feel like so many assists on the POVs we've been going to, just showing to me that the communication is just really on point right now for Optic Gaming. They're working together brilliantly. They had an 8 or 9 streak stretched together there, and they're looking to close this game out 163 to 80. Krim 6 finding 1 mid. You have on X-Ray a couple players spawning field, and now the new hard point has popped. Shots a little all over. That's a range was a little bit tough with the OSAs. He is going to get gunned, and Scump was the only man up with Karma, but this entire time has been Karma racking up time.
Looks like 3 OSAs for the side of Optic, and that's exactly what I have recommended for this squad. Just run and gun, get up close and personal with that fast time to kill close range weapon. It is an assault rifle, but really plays like an SMG.
It's reactive armor out for Scump. He was really close to picking up the bombardment, and Scump has stepped up, man. I know we've knocked him a little bit for his KD and respawns over the course of this broadcast, and it's not even that the 1.0 is that bad. It's just for Scump it is that bad when you're used to seeing 1.2, somewhere in that ballpark. But now, coming up big as he is 25 and 16, but the man, I think the MVP of this series for me has been Karma, and he continues to get it done. A minute plus in the hard point here, just soaking up this time. He's got to contest, though, on the other side of it, and he cannot win that one-on-one gunfight. Now, look, you have a lot of, what do you have? You have camo available, FTL jump, also rewind, maybe string together some of these payloads and some clutch plays for E6, but they've got a lot of work to do. They're down big, team.
Some score streaks dropping in. Ruiz does have this camo to work with, decides to pop it now. Best time to pop it, in my opinion. A 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Last player alive is going to be Krim towards his middle underpass. Wins 1, but gets traded out. So a good hold. Finally, something happening for E6.
That was sick from Ruiz.
But Scump drops some Scorchers down and takes out a couple.
That's what's tough when you have the streaks that start to come in and get the break. Top blue is going to be Cade. He's able to, let's say, maybe not come up behind one, but he does find it. But Optic Gaming has now got the favorable spawns. Take a look at the minimap. Spawning in close is going to be Karma and Formal as they're able to rotate over and pick up the final 20 or so seconds here. And the spawn for E6 was all the way, I believe, over at Silo, basically. Not even going to give them an opportunity to try and fight for that final time.
For sure, score streaks just used at the best times. Yes, payload abilities were dropped by E6 to hold for a little bit, but Scump bombs them out of the hill, gets the last 20 or so seconds on that hard point. We're rotating back to middle now, and I just don't think E6 really has a chance here. They need to string multiple hills together, but I don't feel like their setups are proper on especially barn.
Yeah, Optic has certainly come alive in this one, and things very dire for E6 now, still trailing by 100 points. They would need to play perfect hard point to try and get this done, but his 3 drop, that may be the dreams dropping of E6 as well, as Optic Gaming continues this loser's bracket run. That's all 4 being taken down in succession. Formal playing the objective inside, trying to find time. 19 seconds away from closing out this series. Barring a miracle, Optic Gaming is moving on.
Fighting for top 6 here. They looked like, well, pretty bad yesterday. They turned it around here, though. Only need 10 more seconds. Last 7 seconds of scraps should be going into their favor, and I think they're just going to close it out here. A couple of players dropping from E6, a third from Formal. One more player spotted at this front bar. They should have this rotation. One more second, and that's it. Optic Gaming now makes top 6 to play FaZe.
Crowd letting them know they were quiet in game 1. You didn't hear a whole lot. Well, one, I think the stands fan-wise probably doubled over the course of the game, as this was the first match on the main broadcast. You know, we were talking about the fact it was kicking off at 11 o'clock. People filtering in, the energy just growing and growing over the course of that. It's a tough loss for E6, but let's talk a little bit from their side. How impressed were you with their run coming into this weekend, considering I don't think any of us expected them maybe to make it this far? Sure, it was possible, but they had a nice run.
I am pretty surprised, to be honest. When you take that much time off, yes, I'm sure the guys were still playing at a competitive level throughout this last year, but now they're allowed to come to these events and participate. And the fact that these guys stuck together for this long, kept some of that chemistry going, and had a pretty solid performance here, getting top 8, you know, that's not bad at all. And you see sort of the potential that we saw from them yesterday. Shaky a bit today, but it's an Optic Gaming on Sunday. What can you really expect?
Yeah, and at some point, all these guys, General Release, Cade, and Proto, showed they can slay with the rest of them and keep up. Very good stuff from E6, but unfortunately, their tournament dreams are done, and Optic Gaming is moving on. I believe it's FaZe up next. We didn't see it all of last year, but to break this one down, we'll toss it back down to Benson and the boys.
With that win, Optic Gaming secure top 6. Their life obviously still alive in the losers bracket, and as you heard Maven say, that means the next matchup we'll see Optic Gaming versus FaZe on the main stage. That's going to be a fantastic one. Before we get there, though, let's just kind of talk a little bit about that last hard point we saw. You know, E6 just not able to really carry that momentum. I think one of the big things that happened, Scump had a fantastic game, and I think you can see the effect he really does have for Optic Gaming.
And that's just what we sort of talked about going into this throwback hardpoint. Is it's a little bit more floody, sort of like these guys' style, but all of them were positive.
Right.
They're all just playing so well. That's what you want to see from these guys.
Yeah, and then even in the first hard point, I mean, they played it pretty much like flawlessly. They just couldn't win any of their gunfights, it seemed. I think they had 2 players that weren't quite at double negative, but they were down by quite a bit. And so you go in a throwback, as long as they're picking up the necessary gunfight wins, which, again, all 4 players were doing, much easier performance, and that's to be expected, I think, from Optic Gaming.
Of course, there, a quick recap of exactly how the series went. It started with an E6 win, a comfortable one at that, 250 to 131 before Optic Gaming win 3 maps back-to-back, a 6-4 S&D, 8-3 uplink, a 250 to 117 hardpoint of their own. And with that, they will advance to round 5 of the loser bracket, where they will meet FaZe. But just to kind of talk a little bit about Enigma 6, you heard the boys on the desk kind of talking a little bit about it, Merc. How impressed were you by E6 this event?
I mean, very impressive. Sort of when you saw the CWL season start this year, you saw E6 at the top of the leaderboards. And I sort of thought, man, maybe these guys are back. They had such a good performance in Advanced Warfare. But, I mean, these guys look really good. I'm excited to see them in future events.
Where is the ceiling chance for this Enigma 6 squad?
I'd say top 4 is probably going to be their ceiling. I think it's one of those things that we're genuinely just in the respawns. They don't quite have enough slang power to keep up with your like absolute top teams. But still, they have a win over Optic Gaming. They have a win over Rise. And I think, honestly, the Rise win might even be more impressive. Just, again, they were doing incredibly well in the pool play, but, you know, it only matters on Championship Sunday.
Very true, very true. With that, of course, it's going to conclude the analysis for that matchup. Coming up, though, as we said, Optic Gaming going up against FaZe. What a matchup and what a way to really kick off Championship Sunday here in Vegas.
That's a whole lot of sugar. Fun fact, there are about 16 packs of sugar in one 20-ounce canned drink. And then there's us.
Optic Gaming is currently considered one of the top teams in competitive Call of Duty. A crowd favorite, a media powerhouse, and tournament favorite in every competition. They have brought home championships from every major tournament in Call of Duty except the elusive Call of Duty Championship, which has yet to be placed in their trophy case. No one wants to be known as the best who have never won. They have the talent. Scump is regarded as the best player in the league. Crimsix and Karma are former CoD World Champions, and Formal is one of the best slayers in the game. Each year they don't win, the pressure builds to succeed. This Optic Gaming squad has the potential to win it all. If they don't, could there be changes?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the MLG Las Vegas Open. Benson on the desk, joined by Merc once again and TP. Thank you for joining us, Teep. I want to kick things off as well, obviously saying next matchup, Optic Gaming, FaZe, something which so many people have been waiting so long to see. We finally get to see it, but losers bracket. So that it brings up an interesting conversation. I mentioned earlier on in the day, Teep, I think you may have heard, when I said UGC Niagara, you went on a massive, massive losers bracket run there. Yourself at MLG Columbus in 2011. But I want to get your opinion, Teep. How difficult actually are these losers bracket runs, and what's really the key to success in these runs?
It really depends on your team's overall mentality. When you're talking about these two teams, though, it's pretty funny. That run, I had Clay, right, and I had Krim. Both of these players sort of can will your team to a victory on a map when you're struggling, especially throughout a grind like the loser bracket is. So it's going to be tough to see. But from my experience personally, I feel like once you get past the first couple of matches, you start to get this momentum, and the matches actually become easier. Once you start winning, it gets easier. It's a weird feeling, but I feel like it's just adrenaline, really.
Fair enough. I mean, FaZe, they've been kind of known, if you will, for being pretty good losers bracket players. I mean, Clay himself, whenever he's back is truly against the wall, he seems to just kind of perform on the next level.
Yeah, they just love pressure, and for some reason, when that pressure's not on them, they're just a completely different team. So starting from match number 1 for these guys, the pressure is definitely on.
Of course, here a quick look at our map order, starting with a throwback hardpoint, retaliation, search and destroy, and then a throwback uplink as our first 3. Quick glance, TP, does that favor anyone in your opinion?
I'm going to give my favoritism to Optic. They just had a dominating performance on a throwback. They get to play it right again here. So all those adjustments they made and things that worked against E6, they can apply them right away.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, there was so much pressure on that map, and that's what we talked about at Yo into it. And that retaliation, search and destroy, I think I sort of want to give that one to FaZe. I feel like I've seen them play that a few times. They have a lot of different strategies. They know how to switch it up. So I'm going to give that to them. But I think the big thing is that uplink. I think that is going to decide the series. It's going to be very important.
That's going to be the deciding game type for you?
I think so. I think that's going to be a huge momentum shift into someone's favor.
Okay. Obviously, for FaZe Clan, PSX champs, they didn't actually have to play against Optic in that previous tournament. So, Merc, for you, how much of a statement is this for FaZe? Because obviously, yes, a championship is a championship, right? But I feel like, your fans can look at you and be like, well, you didn't play against Optic. They weren't there. How important is this for FaZe?
I think it's important because this rivalry goes back all the way to 2015, where Optic just couldn't beat FaZe. So is that mental block still there for Optic? We'll have to see.
That's a good point. I didn't really think about that. But in terms of key player matchup, TP, for this one, I think you can look at Formal and Clay as two massive, massive players who are going to be going toe-to-toe against each other. I mean, there's a look at some stats for you. Respawn KD, Clay with a 1.46, Formal 0.93. S&D KD, though, I mean, that's where Formal's been excelling pretty heavily, to be honest, a 2.33 and a 1.2. But take away the stats, just from your opinion here, Teep, who really does have the edge in this one?
It's funny because I don't think the stats are going to be relevant in a series like this.
Right.
Going back to their rivalry in AW, it was sort of the battle between these two. Who's going to drop 50? Hardpoint's a little bit different now. You're not going to be getting those 50 bombs probably at all, right? But I still think it's going to come down to these two players of who can open those doors. Who's going to open the door for, a Scumpy or, on the other side, Attach, right? I feel like it's going to be up to those AR players to lock it down and sort of play for KD in a sense. Play slow, play smart, get yourself up top, height advantage. Whoever is able to do that better is going to have more success.
I mean, I have to agree with you there. These are sort of the anchors. These are your first to rotate. And those, they're going to have a lot of key one-on-one battles, especially in hardpoint. So, I mean, these two guys can change the pace, and especially going to even search and destroy. I was talking about a Formal. This was sort of the guy you saw at 2.33, but that Clayster, if he can bring out that sniper, maybe even have a sniper duel.
Oh, that could be fun. Very exciting. It'd definitely be a fun one to watch out for. In terms of the bigger picture, though, here, whoever does walk away with the win, Merc, how far do you see this team going through the bracket?
I think probably whoever wins this probably ends up in the final. That's my prediction.
Team, you agree with that?
This is a juggernaut match, and the amount of momentum and confidence, I think confidence is the most important thing in anything competitive.
Okay.
I feel like either team, this is sort of their rivalry match, the one they've looked forward to for, what, over a year now?
Right.
You know,
that's a big rivalry.
That's a huge mentality to have going into your next
I mean, we heard Clay yesterday, I believe, in one of his post-game interviews saying, yep, the one team I want to play, it's Optic Gaming. Well, Clay, you got your chance now.
And the sort of important thing is that they can't put all of the energy into it, because what it reminds me of is Cloud9 at CoD Champs. After they beat Optic and knocked them out, they lost their next match. They almost put a little bit too much energy. Talked to Pat about it. He says, we just sort of ran out of gas. So it is important. You have to win this match, obviously, but you can't put all your eggs into one basket.
And TV, how difficult is that to do, to manage that energy level? Because obviously, as you said, this is a huge game for these players. They've been waiting so long. Now you finally get it. I mean, how do you manage that energy effectively?
It's tiring, man, especially with high stakes like this. Your adrenaline's pumping. How long can you keep that energy up, number one? How long can your adrenaline keep pumping at that top level? And how much hype can you keep within your team? I feel like each of the players on the team need to take turns creating that energy, being that dominant player on the communication lines in order for them to keep on rolling forward.
I mean, we saw earlier on, Formal, he was standing up, he was getting very loud in that last series. Of course, Clay yesterday as well, doing a very similar thing. How important is that to you, Merc, the energy levels? Because different players, you know, they all have different opinions. Some say, oh yeah, you know, when your teammate gets hyped, it makes me play better. What's your stance on that?
Well, I think when it comes from Clayster, it's sort of what you expect. He gets his team in the game, but when it comes from Formal, that's sort of a different beast. You hardly see it. I think the only sort of time you see it is when the pressure's on them. You saw it a little bit at the Call of Duty Championships last year. So when he's pumped up, you know it's a serious match.
And what was it like on the other sense, team? You know, when you do have Clay sat next to you and he's getting loud, does it really have that effect, or did it have that effect on you?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
He basically just stares at you, and he's like, we're going to win. And you're like, yeah,
sweet.
Yeah, let's do that.
I like winning. Winning is fun. Winning is fun. Speaking of winning, though, Mark, who's going to win this series? I'm gonna just throw you straight out there. You're going to give me a prediction.
Oh, man.
I know.
A tough one.
You've been good all weekend, though. So far, every single prediction you've been correct on.
I have?
I've been
keeping all right, cool.
So no pressure.
Best,
so no pressure.
Nice work.
Well, I think what's really important is that Optic has matches under their belt today. It's really important how Clayster and this whole FaZe team comes out. I think Optic's just been getting better and better. I'm going to go Optic 3-1.
Optic 3-1. TP, do you agree with that?
I think I agree. It's going to come down to if Optic's going to stick with the 3 OSAs. I think that's been the biggest change for them from start to now in this tournament. And I feel like if FaZe is going to have a chance here in this one, they need to match that weapon setup. Keep the pressure. Pressure is going to be everything in an early tournament like this.
I guess that kind of begs the question, why wasn't that the opening strat from Optic the entire time? Because we've seen them do it in that last map, and they look so much more comfortable.
I just think that comes with practice, just under practice, and the more these guys play, the better they're going to get, and that's what's scary for all the teams left in this tournament.
And LAN. You know, transition from online to LAN, maybe they just feel more comfortable with a certain weapon.
Very true. Obviously, you as well just kind of touched a little bit on playing already on Championship Sunday, something that historically in Call of Duty has had an effect. How big is that effect, though, for FaZe? I mean, how quickly do they need to go from, all right, you know, we just had breakfast, we just got here, we just watched something, to, all right, game time?
It's tough to do, man. It really is. That first match of a day is really tough to do. You're on the third day of a tournament. You're starting to get tired a little bit. You have to get back in that zone as fast as possible.
Well, without further ado, the rig draft underway between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. A quick glance across. It looks as if it's going to be pretty much similar potential change.
And something that's interesting is Clayster decides to go with that overdrive. He's usually a Centurion guy, but maybe he just told his team, you know, this isn't working out as well as I want it to.
I think you see that matched up there, Formal as well. He's going to be rocking that. So that fight TP that you mentioned, I mean, that's going to be even more crucial now, I think. But you see the map fly through coming in. Throwback hardpoint about to get underway here on Championship Sunday. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. Map number 1. Over to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. FaZe Clan finally going back up against Optic Gaming. Chance, it has been 14 months since the last time we saw this battle on LAN, and you've got a big smile on your face.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but we will finally have our answer for who is the top team, Optic Gaming or FaZe Clan. Coming off the break, we're on board with Scumpy.
Let's get it, folks. Scump will begin to push right towards middle map. He's got the weapon that in hardpoint this weekend seems to be the weapon that works for him. That OSA, such a high rate of fire, probably most similar to a submachine gun in the current meta. Off the break, it is Optic Gaming with early hardpoint control as they are completely outslaying their opponents.
Yeah, you know, these guys are going to be fresh. They just finished playing on this exact same map, and they are continuing their dominance on it. Formals, he's just been hanging inside the hill the entire time. He's not expected necessarily to do the OJ work, but he has done just that. OG with that early 21-0 lead.
They actually did have the spawns for this new hardpoint, but nice job to FaZe, get 4 dead. For the second, they're gonna have to push through towards this barn side. Chance, how do you want to see him retake this? Should they just flood right through this underpass area, go towards Lemon right now? It seems like Optic Gaming actually want to bring the pressure to them, and OG wipe FaZe off the map.
And more importantly, they're able to keep the spawns as well. So they get that clean 4 down. FaZe is gonna spawn even farther back. So the initial time definitely gonna go towards that green side. Of course, FaZe though, you see they're all flooding down Lemon side with the exception of one. I think that of course, well, it's gonna be Zuma on the flank. No surprise there. Still though, FaZe, all that pressure coming in from the side, and all 3 players gonna pick a kill up. Karma not gonna be able to do anything. Zuma gets that cleanup kill, a perfect break from FaZe Gaming.
This is what you wanted to see, man. They get a clean break. These two teams so evenly matched on the retake. Now Clayster expecting the pressure to come in. 1 grenade misses. Shots though just over the shoulder of the first player who charged on in. Zuma can't clean up the backside, and now Attach pushing in from the side barn door. His teammate does get one. Second challenge comes into play, just playing his life for the second. 39-36, the score at the moment. It's about to be a tied game as we begin the rotation towards this third hard point.
And really, kills have been traded back and forth pretty effectively on both sides. It's just FaZe for the majority of that had the better response. Of course, though, OG trying to get that scrap time. There is that final gunfight for it. Attach is going to come out on top. Meanwhile, though, the rotation is over. Karma's the one that has to get down these lockdown lanes. He's only able to pick up one. Scump, though, is going to be there for the trade. So again, it is going to be Optic Gaming coming out on top of that rotation battle.
Enable trying to play this close corner with the OSA, not going to work there as Karma makes him pay for some missed shots early on. Both teams so evenly matched at the moment. Hardpoint contested for a brief second as 3 line up for Scump. Now 7-6. And when he is on point, Optic Gaming are a completely different team. Scump wipes out all of FaZe, and now the crowd's getting behind him here. You gotta love it, Chance. You've got all of Old Men of Optic in the venue. You got Rain, Apex watching online. Their boys are playing as they've now moved to their new house in LA. So much on the line. Everyone happy for this battle to be back on the main stage.
An incredibly close game so far. That's gonna be 3 down in favor of FaZe. Make it 4. Formal is gonna fall as well. And you see a split spawn actually coming in from Optic. Clayster is able to block it, so you see Crim6 all the way across the map, gonna be coming up behind some players, but again, Optic Gaming with that early rotation, they do have that early control. However, FaZe has been very good so far at breaking these setups.
Yeah, it's Clayster who's gonna be the first one here for FaZe Clan, just trying to play this off angle, catch Optic Gaming off guard. They're trying to both challenge him at the same time, but look at how much attention he's drawing over here, Chance. Optic Gaming sending 3 players to try to cut him down. Clayster gets the help of Enable and Attach, and it's another clean break for FaZe. They're still up by 10. Enable now 12-8. He's on a 3 streak. The guy is stepping up when his team needs him to.
Yeah, and right there you saw Clayster was timing his aggression perfectly. Picks up a kill, doesn't push for anything, waits for his team to help him out. And that's a clean 4 down. Optic Gaming just sprinting into those gunfights. And you see how far up the map FaZe is already trying to push the hold back OG. Still, though, they are going to break through, if not just for the moment. And it actually looks like Attach is going to give up this scrap time just for a moment, or he can challenge, but he's going to be running into quite a few players, and he is going to get his life taken.
If you are just tuning in for the first time this weekend, right before this event, patch goes out, an update to Throwback Hardpoint comes in. The Lime Hardpoint removed. We will now reset at middle map. At the end of the first rotation, we've got ourselves a 10-second game as Attach gets 2, rewinds and tries to challenge the third. He gets the help of Clayster there to clean him on up. Chance, biggest takeaway for you from this first rotation as we've got quite the close game?
Well, similar to what we saw when OG was playing E6 on the first hard point, they're doing everything right for the rotations, but they just can't hold any of their setups. They're just not winning the gunfights when they need to most. Of course, though, with those rotations, they're getting the early time, so it's still a very tight game, but you win that battle, got to make sure to pick up the kills. Meanwhile, Attach is doing just that, able to pick up 2, getting himself inside the hard point.
It's what you love to watch, man. 8 of the most individually talented players in the game in just one lobby. So so even so far as Scump does get the better of Attach there. Immediately traded on out, though, by FaZe as they look to get the scrap time. The silver lining for Optic Gaming fans, though, they already have control of this back market area. They have players inside Barn, but this is what you're talking about, Chance. These are the gunfights that OG have to win. And as we talk about it, they go 3 dead. The 4th player's been spotted. It's Scump all by himself trying to make a miraculous play. It won't work out. Optic Gaming spawn out yet again.
Well, we saw last time FaZe was able to send 3 players through this lemon flank, and right now all 4 Optic Gaming members are actually going to be doing that. So going to see what they can pull off. Karma's able to win 1 god fight back, but then you just see FaZe is able to slay them all out. Crimsix was the last alive and attaches there, gets the call out from the teammate and cleans up the kill. Again, Optic Gaming, they are just trying to flood, and that only is going to work when you're winning all of your gunfights, and they are struggling for the moment.
You think back to when these teams battled it out so often in Advanced Warfare, it was Zuma and Attach, the duo, who made it possible for FaZe to challenge Optic Gaming so many times. Right now, they're combined for a +9 scoreline in the slaying department. FaZe with their largest lead of the game, now closing in on a full minute as Optic Gaming. All 4 players currently hovering around even, slightly negative. They need someone to light the fire. Chance, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, Karma, he was the guy that had the hot hand against E6 for quite some time. Struggling to pick up that kill. Facer's able to take that one down, and that is an instant break. Now 60 points separate these 2 teams. That is a full hill's worth of time. And again, FaZe still in control of this match.
And Zuma and Attach are still staying hot. You can hear the crowd now getting behind FaZe. Optic Gaming fans are quiet in the venue. They know their team cannot hold a hard point for the life of them right now as Enable gets turned on by Scump. He returns the favor. It's another 3-piece at this underpass hard point. OG, they look to get the scrap time. If they get this chance, they'll be down by about 30 seconds. FaZe, though, they have their eyes set at this baseball hard point. They have the back bathroom spawns, control of bowling as well. They want to try to shut the door on this next hill, Chance.
Yeah, and last time they had this baseball field hill, it took about 3 pushes before Optic Gaming was able to break through, and they were doing that from the blue side of things. Now, of course, they're going to be pushing for bowling. Still, though, FaZe only has 2 players inside the hill. However, Enable's going to be able to pick up one. The camo's causing all sorts of problems. However, Crim6 is going to get traded out, so the camo not all too useful. However, you see from the blue spawns, Optic Gaming is able to come and retake control of this hill.
Camo used by both teams right there. Clayster still has his overdrive ability, but Optic Gaming got the break they need. But the question that has remained this entire map, how long can they hold for? Karma with 1, nearly gets the second. Not gonna happen there. As Zuma is pinching in from this baseball side, it does appear FaZe get another break. It's the same thing happening over and over. Optic, maybe they get a break, but they don't hold a chance for more than 10, 15 seconds.
Well, both teams right there kind of struggled with blocking spawns, so they basically had a natural spawn to where they would be instantly pinching on the hill. Both Optic Gaming and FaZe, we saw the same thing. Either way, though, FaZe, they are going to get those final couple seconds of scrap time, and again, they have a decent-sized lead. However, Optic Gaming trying to do everything they can to make sure they get the rotation.
FaZe currently outslaying by 13 kills, Chance. When Optic Gaming have looked best in hardpoint, it's because they're commanding the map. Right now, that is not the case. They need to change that up. Zuma looking to continue to carry this momentum. A 2-piece for him there. Good play. Back on down. Save this reactive armor for a more important engagement. He wins the one-on-one as well. He cannot be stopped. 197 to 147, FaZe in full control.
And if he's able to pick up another kill or 2, he can use the reactive just to get streaks, not even just to break a hard point. Still 350 away, has another gunfight inside. Going to elect to push a little bit farther in, try to pick up more players. But again, this is the middle hard point, and FaZe is locked down nearly all of the time. Just 250 away from the Chinny Rocket. Has a gunfight in front, doesn't pop the armor, and he is going to fall still, though, FaZe with a very nice lead.
I think that's a sign of a great player right there, though. Don't waste that reactive armor. Use it for a more important scenario. Clayster will actually use his overdrive to get in towards this Granny's house. He'll stay alive for the moment. FaZe now within 41 seconds of winning this game. It's a full 1-minute lead still, as Optic Gaming's opportunities to come back in this game are dwindling. FaZe are still doing every single thing right. Optic now pushing from field as they're getting desperate to get to this hard point.
Well, they do have the pinch coming out on the hill, but again, they're not winning any of their gunfights. Scump is the closest one. You see Crim6 is working on the pinch. Still, FaZe playing just 25 points away from ending this game. Optic Gaming, they need to get inside and at the very least contest, and that is exactly what's going to happen. But no, Attach is able to pick up 2 inside the hill. He just went on a 5 streak, all important kills.
You saw it right there. Zuma did pop that reactive armor to try to turn around and take down Crim6. Scump doing everything he can so far this game inside the objective. He's still staying alive, pops a reactive armor of his own. There's two, maybe the third as well. The king has come to life. As Scump wipes out 3, he gets the scrap time, and now he's earning streaks of his own. Can this be the catalyst Optic Gaming need to mount the incredible comeback here in game number 1? Folks, if you're just tuning in, this is the CWL Vegas Open. For the first time in 14 months, we see FaZe Clan battle against Optic Gaming on the main stage. Right now, it's all FaZe, but Scump is looking to take matters into his own hands as he's fully streaked out.
Yeah, he's going to have to use those probably for the baseball field. Hill, of course, though, FaZe 12 points away from winning. It is going to be very Patch had streaks of his own, by the way. Only able to pick up 1, and OG still able to retain control of this hill. But again, these are the gunfights that matters most. Karma's able to pick up 1. That second player back close is going for the challenge as well. Attach is going to win that one. And now FaZe is inside. 10 seconds left, and the game is over.
Optic, instead of being able to rotate, they have to push this hill. Zuma now within 5. Scump calls in the streaks. This might actually hurt his teammates from getting in. No, I do believe they get a body for a second. It's Clayster near this hard point. 247. Is anybody going to make it for Optic Gaming? It doesn't appear so. 1 player in. It is Scump that keeps them alive for just a brief moment. Oh my goodness, Chance. The stage is set. Optic need the best hold they have had in Infinite Warfare if they want to win this game. 248 to 205. It's absolutely possible, but they need the CoD gods on their side.
Well, FaZe is taking their time to set up, but Scump is going to be able to call out all those players. Clayster, though, wins the first gunfight. Scump, with his streaks, able to pick up 1. 1 player from FaZe has been able to sneak around back.
That's
the gunfight go in favor of Optic Gaming. 25 points away, and they will make the comeback.
Streaks being used perfectly by Scump. The first gunfight won again by the green wall. Scump turns around. He's got help from Crim6 and crew. Is this going to happen, Chance? 248 to 235. FaZe have one final push. Entry kill by Enable. Karma can't answer back. Zuma and crew storming on in. FaZe have done it. 250 to 238. And oh my God, this series does not disappoint. The hype from Attach and crew as they know how important that map 1 was.
What a game we just saw. That final push coordinated so efficiently. You saw all players spawning up on the blue side. They made sure the farthest guy back had time to get all the way up close, pushed it together. Crim6 almost was able to hold the line, but it just was not enough. 2 points. So difficult to keep people outside of that hill.
Scump was quiet for a part of that game, doing what he can inside the objective. He was -3, -4. At the end of that map, finishes 39 and 30. The streaks come into play. Impressive stuff from him. One thing you've got to make note of, typically Maven, very confident to say formal, the best Championship Sunday player. They're 23 and 35. They missed his slaying ability. As Optic were 1 push away from mounting an 80-second comeback in 3 hard points. Instead, it doesn't happen, and there's a look at Scump. He knows how close that one was. Still smiles, though, as these guys go ahead and get prepared for game number 2, Search and Destroy. So far this weekend, Crim6, a .62 S&D KD. Can he step it up here to bring Optic Gaming back into this series?
I would certainly hope so, because we've seen it before, Optic Gaming. They've been losing the first hard point pretty consistently so far this tournament. I think they actually have a 50% win ratio in the game mode. So it's one of those things where they've been in this position every single time they've played so far, and they've made the comebacks very frequently. So again, retaliation, S&D, it's going to be tough, but it's certainly doable.
Oh man, Greenwall fans, your team down 0-1 after FaZe take the first hard point by 12 seconds. I'm loving what we're seeing so far from the teams this weekend, Chance. My favorite part is I still cannot call who's going to win this event. Later on today, we have Aches in the winner's bracket finals on MLG Primetime going up against Rise Nation. There is still so much Call of Duty to be played, folks. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Vegas Open presented by the PS4. Chance, looking ahead, though, in this series, is this now a must-win map for Optic Gaming, or?
Yes, 100%. Okay. So talking to Clayster, he'll even come forward and say, like, our respawn game is amazing. Our S&D needs a little bit of like polishing work, right? It's not that they're bad at the game mode, but that is definitely their weakest point. So if Octa Gaming is going to strike, it has to be now. If you go down 2-0 in the series, again, you got 2 respawns going against an incredible team. I think you might give the edge to OG in the uplink, but even then, it's by an incredibly small margin, and we already saw how close the hard points are going to be.
Yeah, this is no secret that Optic Gaming have struggled in hardpoint this weekend. They have not looked as dominant as they once were in the past. And I can tell you one thing for sure, FaZe Clan love the game mode. There's a look at the squad getting prepared for game number 2, Retaliation, Search, and Destroy. I would love to see a sniper battle between Formal and Clayster. Both players have brought it out this weekend, mainly on Scorch, Search, and Destroy. But there is absolutely play for it here on Retaliation with the long sight lines near Bridge, near that lower street area. Chance, predictions for this map itself. Who do you think is going to be the player to go off for Optic Gaming to bring them back into this?
Karma in S&D last time around, I think he went 15-6. Now, it could be one of those things where he can continue that, or it can be another player to step up. And he kind of pointed out Crimsix with that 0.62 KD, I believe you said it was.
Yeah.
That's not going to cut it at all, especially not against a team like FaZe. So if anyone's going to step up for the team, at least you're looking at Crim.
Well, here we go, folks. Rig draft has begun, which means we will be getting into the action here momentarily. Share the stream, enjoy the enhanced viewing experience on MLG.tv/CoD. The new program now coming on out, more in-depth stats than ever before. It is time for game number 2, Retaliation, Search, and Destroy. Oh man, I am excited for some S&D. The most intense moments in Call of Duty history come from this game mode. Off the break, it will be Zuma, Clayster, Enable, and Attach on the offensive side of things. And you know, the man who was doing it all that first map, Zuma, I'm going to watch him off the break.
Well, and one of the nice things about the bomb change that actually came in with the patches, you see both bomb sites gone to quite often. You see FaZe right now, they're going to be leaning towards A. And for the moment, Optic Gaming has absolutely no one watching. However, you can see players have already cleared out B, and it looks like number 8 on the minimap, Karma, is already rotating back to potentially help his friend. But FaZe is playing incredibly passive.
The few times I've watched Optic Gaming on this map, that has been their break in round 1. They send 3 down the arch stairs on defense. They have 1 hold the top hotel hallway. They're not going to find anything this time around. Jammer comes in, which does hit Zuma, so Optic have some information. They know at least 1 player is here by Bridge. How do they elect to rotate on over? You see here on your minimap, all 4 green arrows moving on in for Optic Gaming. They're expecting this pressure towards the A site from FaZe as first blood has yet to be struck.
Yeah, FaZe right now is waiting for Optic to make a mistake. That's why they have entire map coverage instead of trying to get this bomb down. So that first blood is going to be key because right now all of Optic's presence is where they need to be over by this bomb. Crimsix nearly getting picked off as well, but still able to get just behind cover. Still, though, 24 seconds left. The bomb's got to go down soon.
And look, the time ticking down, which could favor either side, but it's almost like it's a clock winding down for Clayster to flank, and he misses a lot of shots there. 3 versus 3. Karma gets first blood. He's got the help of Crimsix. I'm still watching to see if Clay can win this one. No! It's Scump that gets the better of him. 5 seconds remaining. There's no time for the objective to go down. OG, patience pays off as they take that round and go up 1-0.
I mean, it really is just a great decision not to send anybody on the flank. You want to take these gunfights as a team, making sure you can trade them out. And again, you saw the setup from FaZe. They were waiting for someone from Optic Gaming to push, and it just did not happen. And then they just didn't have enough time. They had to make something happen, and they just came up short. So saw one strategy in the books. We're going to see what OG decides to try and do on offense. Looks like they're going towards B.
We touched on how Crimsix struggled so far in the game mode this weekend. Currently 2-0, and Optic, they know the nade spots toward those arch stairs. They don't actually get anybody this time around. Karma will be the first one to challenge. He's got the help of Formal there, but it's Zuma striking first blood. All 3 kills for FaZe coming from this one. Man, there's the 4th as well. Tommy Papa lights out here in game 2.
Feeling confident as well. Has 2 players trapped in bike shot. Notice they're both there. Clayster's able to clean one up, so Scump is going to be trapped in. Gunfight comes out on top. Scump, there's just not much he can do in that situation. So FaZe getting back on the board, all because of that first blood from none other than Zuma.
Look at the amount of hits it took to kill him. 8 bullets spread across Attach, Enable, and then finally Clayster to close that one out 1-1. So far, the defensive side has been the winning side on Retaliation, Search, and Destroy. Back on over to FaZe, who are on offense. And you saw Clayster in that final kill cam with the 2 kills to close it on out. We'll watch him off the break to see how he holds off this lower street push.
Seems to be pretty much what we saw in the first time around. Very slow play in Optic Gaming, as you pointed out. Pretty much the exact same strat flooding 3 people out towards B, getting back at least one of those players up. So again, just waiting for someone to make a mistake. Now that being said, the A bomb plan is going to be open as Clayster is going to fall on that flank, and that might be just enough motivation to not try and get this bomb down. FaZe is going to need to get some picks.
Scump has had some great challenges with that OSA so far this map, getting up close and personal. The NV4 didn't stand a chance, but look, good attaching crew trying to flank this curve side. Does get shots into 1. 3 versus 2 now for Optic Gaming, making it 2v2 as there's no trade for Scump, so the 4v2 number advantage Optic Gaming had has now been eliminated. And that's going to force him to play from some awkward engagements. The objective has been planted. How does Attach play this one? He's going all the way across the map. Yeah,
Optic Gaming is going to have no clue where Attach is. So Enable's by himself. He's giving away his position. He's actually going to be pinched in just a little bit. So Attach is going to need to come help. See, Enable is going to fall, but still Attach's position is not known, and he is in the best spot possible to clutch this 1v2. He is going to get spotted, though, and Formal's going to waste no time.
Uh-oh!
Shot coming in. Crim6.
Whoa!
Letting him know.
You know, the bags may have been retired, but there's a new way to let your opponents know you're saying hello. That's the salute. Crim6, he hasn't shown emotion since he was constructed in a warehouse at birth. And Formal with precise shots wins Optic Gaming that round. I love a little banter, don't you, Chance?
A lot of banter, honestly.
Yes,
great.
The more the merrier.
Be delightful to see. Salute feature, pretty nice as well. Still though, FaZe been nothing but defensive-sided wins, so they're going to be looking to tie this one up at 2-2. Optic Gaming going to be going back towards this B side, but FaZe is going to meet them right there. There's going to be a lot of gunfights going down. If anyone decides to challenge, players sliding across, getting aggressive as well. Karma's going to try and go to bedroom. He's going to get shot in the back, and no one's going to be there for the instant trade. However, they at least know where Zuma is.
I don't think they saw Zuma cross, so they had no idea he was playing under the scaffolding side. Karma tries to make the hero play. Doesn't work out this time around. High risk, high reward. Zuma basically gets gifted a kill there with Enable. 4 versus 2. Formal trying to even the numbers back out. Scump and Formal, the T2P duo. Seeing if they can convert their first offensive round of the game across the map. Is Formal possibly about to get in an engagement here? 2 versus 2. Formal now double positive, and look at the rotation it's now prompted. Did Scump see it? It doesn't appear so, as on your minimap, FaZe players just trying to move together while Optic Gaming have to focus on the objective.
Well, Optic Gaming being very patient right now. They only have 30 seconds, and it looks like they're going to rotate into the rotation. So FaZe is one step ahead for the moment, but it's going to come down to those gunfights. Formal's going to have a player right in front of him. Looks like Clayster's able to get that one. Scump there is there for the trade. 1v1 Scump with the Osa comes out on top. Is it T2P? I think it is.
Oh, Chance, you're making me excited, my friend. Here's it is from Scump's perspective. Perfect shots to get the 2-piece. Optic Gaming clutch the 2v4. Those are rounds you cannot give away if you're FaZe Clan here on Championship Sunday.
Especially because that's the first offensive win we've seen so far. So Optic Gaming, again, looking very strong to tie it this series, but they have a long way to go. FaZe have been playing very passively on offense so far, and it looks like they're going to be mixing the strats up. Heading mid-map, nice little spread. They have a player on top, Plaque. Zuma able to get the first blood. That's like his 3rd or 4th one, and all of that kill feed is red on the left side. Formal in the 1v4. He might be able to pick up one, but he's surely going to get traded out. He doesn't even get that.
That was easy for FaZe. Optic have done the same thing on defense 3 times in a row. So FaZe, instead of sending players to focus towards that top bridge area, say, we will beat you at your own game. They send 4 towards bridge. They storm out the area, or sorry, 4 towards arch, storm out the area, wipe Optic Gaming off the map. Beautiful response from FaZe. And OG, they're now beginning to understand, okay, FaZe are adapting to what we're doing. I expect the next defense for Optic to be set up completely different.
Well, a problem right now Optic is going to have is how many first bloods has Zuma got? Like, that's what he's like built his reputation off in Search and Destroy. He's magical with that, and he's been consistent with it. This time, though, it is going to be Formal that strikes first. Zuma's going to go for the trade, and Crim6 is going to be there. The bait and switch coming in from Optic. Attached, though, it's going to even up the odds just a little bit. We saw a 2v3 clutch earlier from the Optic Gaming boys. Can FaZe do the same? Well, Attached is going to fall Enable. It's a very difficult situation. This looks like to be a round for Optic.
Enable. What can he do from this spot? 3 of the best players in the history of Call of Duty alive against him. He's going to go ahead and check that top angle near patio. 30 seconds remaining. Remember, in competitive, it is a 7.5 second defuse. There's the first blood and no trade. Scump and Formal both still alive as they're going to begin the rotation towards this bottom bike area. Enable sees one, but not going to happen. Optic Gaming close the door, now up 4-2.
Yeah, and the primary goal in a situation like that is just to try and get as many kills as possible. And if the opponent makes mistakes, then you actually try and clutch the 1v3. So you saw he was taking his time, checking his corners. It's just a tough situation to go in from the get-go. Either way, though, Optic Gaming, they've won the only offensive round so far, and they're looking to do the exact same.
If you're just tuning in, game one was close down to the wire, 250 to 238 for FaZe. Now, FaZe are on the back foot, though, having to fight from 2 rounds behind. And Chance, what did I say? Next defense, Optic gonna change things up. It's exactly what they do. The arch strat no longer working, so they'll put a little bit more focus towards this top patio side.
Well, they're going to have 2 players up there right now. A lot of shots exchanging as well. Now, this bomb can likely get planted. There's still going to be a player for Optic creeping around top bedroom. That's going to be Scum. Placer, though, he's going to be the player supporting his teammate. Looks like they're going to be potentially going to fix before they get this bomb down. Scump, though, able to get the first blood on none other than Zuma. Scump's going to get the second as well. Not going to get traded out. Formal's in a tough spot, but he's got the help from his teammates attached, though. He's able to pick up Karma on the exchange. Placer's going to be able to pick up Prince 6, and this quickly turns into a 2 versus 2.
Listen, every single kill here is where I'm thinking action's going to develop. It doesn't wind up happening. 2v4 potentially for the side of FaZe as they're trying to match Optic Gaming. What can Scump do? Look at what he's got to use, though, folks. That payload ability, the perfect one for this scenario. Did he get spotted in top bedroom? I don't believe so. 20 seconds left. He's going to choose a site to go to, and well, we know more than they do. That is not the right one. Scump against Attach and Clayster. The world champions back in Advanced Warfare against arguably the best ever in Call of Duty. Scump challenges first. The OSA from this range, not what you want to have. He knows he's got to go from a different angle as he'll go ahead, back up, regen his health, and challenge again.
Well, I'm not sure if FaZe knows he has reactive either. If he could get close to him and challenge, he could easily get that 2-piece, because again, those players are just bunching up. Still, though, he does not have really nearly enough time to be able to pull this off. He's just trying to go for the pick, so not really going to see a round win out of this. But again, just wants to stay alive, not give the opponent too much. So looks like FaZe is going to be able to come out on top.
If you saw right there, FaZe never gave Scump an opportunity to take a one-on-one gunfight. There was always a second player challenging. And while that's about a minute of Scump staying alive, actually Clay does kill him in the end. And there you see the hype from Clayster. He is locked in and focused. As FaZe, they want this 2-0 series lead chance, but it's not going to be easy. Optics still have the round lead.
Gonna have to continue it now. It's been said in the past that once you get to 4 rounds in Search and Destroy, that's where things really get difficult if you're the team that is behind. So again, Optic Gaming still favored. Gotta win an offensive round though. Really put the stamp on it.
Scump 7-4. He's been carrying the objective for Optic Gaming all weekend in Search and Destroy. And uh-oh, here's your mini map. Look at what FaZe are doing. It is time for a change of pace. And there's going to be one player in the back ready for this for Optic Gaming. Does Crim expect this pressure? They haven't seen anything at B, so they've got to know something's up.
Well, Crim's going to spot at least one player. I'm not sure he's aware there's a player all the way in the back. Shots are going to go down. He's able to stay alive for just a moment. The player's going to challenge though Attach, able to clean that one up. The 4-man flank is successful still though, 2v4. And you see, yep, Clayster, he was waiting for the rotation the entire time. Saw both those players cross. You can see he's waiting for those red arrows to come up with him. He's not challenging. He's doing the smart thing. His teammates are there, gives his position away, but Attach cleans up one. The other's going to fall shortly after. Perfect Search and Destroy right there from the FaZe clan.
I've got to clap it up for that. That is one of the best rounds of defensive Search and Destroy I have seen on Retaliation. Optic played right into the hand of FaZe, and now we've got ourselves a tied game, folks. Going into round number 9, Optic Gaming, they've given up 3 in a row as they've got to regain their control on the map. Clayster with this overdrive, and uh-oh, folks, it is about to get juicy. Clayster wants to make the impact. Oh, doesn't spot the first one there. Another player challenging as they'll back up. They see the light of that sniper scope and do not want to challenge at all.
That would be a pretty key giveaway. You can see though 2 players have pushed up over towards that plat area. So FaZe does have pretty good positioning as well for being on offense. Scump though, again, it's going to be Zuma that falls as well. Formal though loses the gunfight to Attach from that close range. Also a little bit too good. You can see exactly what Clayster's game plan is. Someone at some point will challenge Bedroom. He's going to be ready for it, or he's not going to be ready for it. Gets the worst possible timing. Attach though is able to pick up a kill.
2 versus 1. Clayster and Enable up against Karma. Karma gonna check towards this low side. Hasn't been spotted. Doesn't make it a 1v1 as of yet. And the player actually gets out with his life. It's a worst case scenario. 1-on-1 active camo gets used though. Beautifully read by Enable. Those payload abilities coming into play in the end. We'll see it again from Enable's perspective. He gets out with his life, reads it like a book. Karma did have rewind, but when you can't see the player, you don't know it's time to use it. 5-4, FaZe now 1 round away from going up 2-0.
And that's rough, too. He was a bullet away from being able to get that clutch. Either way, though, backs against the wall. Optic Gaming already down 1-0 in the series. Obviously, a must-win round. Looks like they're going back to B. So far, though, FaZe, they get aggressive by this B bomb side on defense, and they've seen quite a bit of success.
Already 1 payload used. That's going to be attached, getting out with his life for the moment. Crim6 with first blood. It's exactly what Optic Gaming need. And look, it's pushed FaZe back. This objective now opened on up. Do Optic Gaming read it correctly? They do. Scump will go ahead and plant it. He'll earn that reactive armor for this round if needed. Optic Gaming just need to play this one the way they know how to close this round on out. Formal, probably going to be the first one to get into engagement here as he's going to get called to his teammates that he needs help. 3v2 now.
Well, really, if you're Optic Gaming, you want this round win without burning any of those payloads as well. So you want the cleanest round you possibly can. Karma's able to pick up a kill, and it looks like it's just going to be that 1v3. FaZe was able to get one. It's going to get traded out for the second. So we're going to round 11. Could you ask for anything more? A 4-point game or something like that in the hard pointer. I think it was 12, actually. And now round 11 in the S&D. And again, you gotta keep an eye on those payloads.
Vegas is waking up, folks in the venue. If you're ready for this round 11, make some noise. Oh boy, it's FaZe on offense. What do they try to do? Is there another trick up their sleeve? And oh no, this one's gonna go quick. It's an overdrive right away from Clayster, and he's realizing Optic Gaming are here. It's somehow 2 kills for FaZe. Crim answers with one of his own. Optic Gaming in the 2 versus 3. They're gonna back on up. Karma will challenge. 2 versus 2. There's one player just on the other side. Crim6 gets the kill as well. It's a 1v2. Clayster by himself. He's pinned in the corner. 1-on-1. Karma gets the kill. And look at Scump in the camera's face. Optic Gaming, no, the shot call works out. Woo-hoo-hoo! This rivalry makes me happy to be an American.
Oh God, that poor cameraman, he just doesn't deserve it, man. Scump is getting hyped.
Do we have a wipe for that lens? I think he spit on it a little bit, or is that me?
And he's jacked too. Like, you got a buff Scump, flexing and screaming, getting excited, tying up this series at 1-1. And what a play at the end to finish it as well. The play call from FaZe, for a moment, worked beautifully. The aggression with the overdrive comes in. They get the first 2 kills, and Scump doesn't even get that kinetic off. Karma and Crim6, though, the 2v4 clutch. We saw quite a few clutches that game, and that's what matters most. We needed Crim6 to step up. He did exactly that, and again, Karma continuing his impressive performance on Championship Sunday.
This series so far living up to what we want to see, because you think of that hard point, 1 push, the difference for Optic Gaming winning and losing that map. FaZe take it by 12 seconds overall. Then in the search and destroy, 1 kill is the difference as FaZe drop that one 5-6. Optic Gaming clutch up, led by Scump's 9-7 2-plant performance. Oh, buckle in, folks. We've got ourselves a long series ahead. Up next is going to be Throwback Uplink. If we do get to that 5th map, it will be Scorch, Search, and Destroy. Breakout Hardpoint will be the second hardpoint in this game. Chance, I've got a smile on my face, my friend. This has been so much fun to cast.
Yeah, I'm just happy we're going to see a guaranteed another hard point.
Yes.
Again, that 250 to 238, as close as could possibly be. I want another barn burner like that.
Guys, I want to see how you're all watching at home. There's so many people here in the venue. Tweet out pictures, use the hashtag MLG Vegas, spread the love, tweet out the stream, get people in here. It's FaZe versus Optic, 14 months since the last time this match has happened on the main stage. Chance, we have ourselves a tied series going into Uplink. Where do you see this one going from here?
Again, you have to predict it's just going to be a close game. I said it earlier, I think Optic Gaming has a slight edge, ever so slight, but again, that's the difference of a 1-point throw getting intercepted and just barely slipping through the cracks.
Oh man, I don't even know where to call this, because I have seen both of these teams force the spawns out of their opponent on this map and absolutely slaughter them, especially when scoring on that back baseball side. Once they force them out towards that blue area, FaZe specifically earlier this weekend, Enable knows how to read this setup. He pushed all the way back towards Barn, let the opponents run to him, no overextension work, and FaZe scored dunk after dunk. Optic Gaming, though, coming into this, Uplink for me, it's the game mode that they won against E6 to really get themselves that series lead. I think they have what it takes in this one. Either way, as you mentioned, excited to see this second hard point, as we know it will go at least that far in the series, potentially a Game 5 ahead.
So who are your players to watch them from either team? Because again, it's as close as could possibly. We've seen different players have different moments of highlights as well. So who do you have your eye on?
For me, it's Formal versus Clayster. Both of these guys actually in that first hard point were very quiet. If you remember, Clayster was like 8 and 15 off the break. Formal finishes 23 and 35. Two of the best ARs in the history of Call of Duty. Their impact not felt in that first hard point. Want to see it now brought out in this game number 3. It's going to be throwback uplink. And we saw Optic earlier this weekend, actually on this map too, with perfect one-point throws. They hit 5 inside number 1. They then dunked 3 times inside 2. Here we go, baby. Game number 3, uplink on throwback. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming. Christmas came early this time around. Finally, it is here. Chance, who are we watching off the break?
Either Formal. Possible. Still though, FaZe, they are heating up. That's going to be nearly 4 down. It is going to be Scump this last one up, and he wins the necessary gunfight. So again, aggressive so far coming from FaZe, but OG, nice little defensive stand.
Yeah, there was a team kill in there that actually backfired for FaZe as players stacked up in front of each other. A little miscommunication. As Optic Gaming will just push right out towards that bottom granny side, retake some control of the map. That's the key. You want bike path held for your team. That's what win the gunfights, and that will prompt Enable to fly right on up the map as he wants to be the one to lead this drone pressure. Attached now with the objective, going for the first potential point of the game.
Oh, gonna get the beat down as well. Has a couple players in front of him, and he's not gonna be able to get that off in time. Now, you get in a situation like that, you have a couple options. You can throw that drone just straight over Grandma's, get a 1-point toss with like perfect coverage. You do run the risk of players being able to intercept the drone though, so you see him trying to force the issue. However, it does not get any points. So again, 2 defensive stands we've seen from Optic Gaming. First time really we've seen him on the attack. Zuba's causing problems, doesn't finish the gunfight in time, so he is gonna get traded. Optic Gaming still putting pressure towards bowling.
And this is a sign from FaZe that they've studied up on this map. You can see they're trying to push through bowling, get control of bus. It's not working for them right now. Optic do botch the 1-point throw, so no 1-0 lead. There's only one player here, which will be Formal, to try to convert this score, but with everybody from FaZe pitching in, not gonna happen. So I did commend Optic Gaming on good throws earlier on this weekend. This time around, though, they missed their first opportunity.
Got to be able to do them from both sides. And again, if it's gonna be a close game, every point obviously matters. Still though, 3 minutes left. We got a lot of uplink to play. We can already see Scump so far is playing pretty aggressively in his opponent's space, but players spread all over this map, just trying to get some semblance of control. Scump's gonna be able to pick up his 2nd kill on this streak. Gonna have a player coming up to his side as well, gonna get the 3rd, and that's the clearance that Optic Gaming needs.
And they know where the final player is as well. Scump is trying to chase him down, challenges, gets the kill. Double positive, 10 and 5, and they're looking for more. Optic Gaming now moving up with the drone. It's 2 more dead on FaZe. Make it 3, Crim 6 with the dunk. Optic Gaming in the lead, and he's looking for more.
And this is a huge play from Crim. If he can just stay alive and cause problems, that's gonna allow his teammates to push up all the way from mid-map, though Enable is gonna be able to take him down. So gonna be back to that 50-50 standoff, but nice early points coming from OG.
Love the setup by Optic because Crim stays alive, as you mentioned, Chance. Didn't let FaZe get that map control. So instead of FaZe looking for a counterplay, they're now having to fight for mid-map positioning, which is not ideal at all. Scump is pushed all the way through, and oh no! Turns and burns on the Clayster. There's more as well. 3 dead again for FaZe. Formal with the green light to grab the drone and go. They do actually drop it, so it's Scump by himself here. He's got some help coming from Karma. Still a score opportunity is possible. Karma with the help of 1. They're trying to sneak it through, but Attach shoots right through 2 players to stop that pressure. Beautiful stuff from him.
Man, Scump is back, though. I'll tell you, 14 and 7. That OSA is a huge game changer going for him. Of course, on the flip side of things, we already know FaZe going to be pretty comfortable as well. Attach going to be rocking this drone. You see playing very passively. There's actually a player on the flank right now. Crim 6 is behind. Quite a few. He's going to be able to clean up Attach. That drone, though, not going to get reset just yet.
I don't think they were ready for Crim to be that close on the flank. Thankfully for FaZe, The remaining players do stop the Optic Gaming push. Scump is a different player in respawn game modes when he can use that OSA. 15-8, leading the lobby by 4 kills in the slaying department, as he'll go ahead, rotate towards middle map as we're in our final minute of the first side of Uplink on Throwback.
Well, FaZe right now has that mid-map control. Again, Optic Gaming, they can play passively, they can slow the pacing down. They're doing just that. They're able to pick up 2 kills as well. Attach just trade out Scump, and now you see those green arrows starting to push up towards mid-map. Again, just for some control.
So much strategy around this game mode. Beautiful stuff by Clay to call it out to Attach. He gets the help he needs, but again, Optic, this is what's been working for them so far this series. Every time there's some map positioning earned, it seems like someone gets the 2-piece they need for their team. This time around, though, Clayster and Attach trying to make this 2v3 push happen. They've now got their teammates off respawn. 20 seconds left. FaZe, they want to at least get 1 point before this side ends, but everybody that's lead blocking now dead. Optic Gaming look to get the stop as it's looking like we're going to go into the half with a 2-0 lead for the green wall.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. We got a couple players that are nearing their payloads. No one, though, anywhere near some streaks. So really the question now is just, no, not enough time to hit the 1 point toss. The question now is going to be whether or not that one dunk that Optic Gaming was able to get, if that's going to be enough to hold off FaZe going to this side. Because if you think about it, Optic Gaming had them, spawn trapped essentially at blue multiple times, just pinned down in the back of baseball field. They just could not convert many, many points.
On this map, many people regard it as more of an even map between the two sides, but I would say this weekend I've seen most points scored by the side FaZe is now attacking on. So this game not over at all. Maybe just finding a way to shut down Scump could be the difference in this map being a win or a loss for FaZe Clan. If you're just tuning in, Game 1 was decided by 12 seconds, which gave FaZe the win there. Game 2, 1 kill in round 11. Gave Optic Gaming the green light to take that victory. So close, so evenly matched. It's living up to the hype this series as FaZe do get 3 dead. Now they have to push up the map. Frobel just trying to buy time for his teammates to come off spawn, and I do think he's done just that.
Well, the pressure coming all around this bridge side of things. Scump's going to be underside. Able to pick up one. Clayster, though, there for the trade. And again, we talked about that passive play. Optic Gaming is continuing it. They just don't want to make any mistakes. No one's trying to get over-aggressive and do anything by themselves. No hero plays coming in. They're all just hanging around their base and doing whatever they can to win these gunfights. FaZe, though, looks like they're going to be on the aggression, 3 down in their favor.
And look, Karma knows he's got to get closer towards this bowling side. They need to put pressure on Bus. The first player challenges. He's trying to get the shots in with the help of his teammates. They do stop it for the moment. Has the final player been spotted? It's Zuma trying to go for the flank. All dead on FaZe. Optic hold, and FaZe remains scoreless after 6 minutes of gameplay.
Optic Gaming, this is what they love to do. Once they get this drone by Lemon, they all died at FaZe, apparently. So Crim6, though, is going to be able to pick up 2. He's going to get the 3rd as well. Zuma not able to get the trade. Crim might be able to do this all himself. Goes for the 1 point toss, gets it off, but not quite in the right direction. So no 1 point toss. He's stayed alive, though, for a long time, and at least he's bought his team some time to push up. So that drone still in a hot spot. All the kills coming in. Karma's able to pick up 2, and that's going to be a dunk, all because of Crim6 picking up 3 and then missing a 1 point shot.
Grim with the play of the game right there, but don't get too excited, Optic fans. It's now FaZe who have finally cleared out middle. They're going to move up with this drone. Zuma with the objective in hand. Attach gets the first kill for his team. Zuma settles for the 1, though. Did not feel safe as Optic Gaming do take control of their base. They stop the bleeding. Not enough, in my opinion, for FaZe right there.
Yeah, that's a very big stop from Optic Gaming. Again, the 1 point toss does come in, but no big deal. Now, Optic, the clock is definitely going to be their best friend in this situation. Again, we've seen some passive play. Again, no one getting aggressive. They're all just hanging out, waiting for FaZe to push into them so they can take the advantageous gunfights. Though, Zuma is able to pick up 1 while Enable goes on the fight, picks up 2, clean 4 down. This might be spawn trap.
And this is where the play comes in. FaZe are going to rush forward with this drone. They've got at least 1 dunk, and now the Optic Gaming lead could disappear right in front of our eyes. 30 seconds is all they need. 4 dead again on the green wall. FaZe have the setup they want, and they look to tie up this game or take the lead.
Oh, this is bad news all over it. Attach actually kind of let one player slip past him. He's going to panic punch as well. Still that drone in a precarious spot. He's going to be going for the 2 point play. Not going to connect. Crim coming up big once again, and Scump finishes that final kill on Enable, clearing out the base. So a little bit of greed coming in there, right there, trying to force that 2-point play. It might come back to haunt them.
Crim is the hero of Optic Gaming on this map right now. Stops the score earlier on, gave them the ability to go for that dunk after the 3-piece, and now with him having Optic Camo, that's not a thing, active camo, he'll go ahead, try to stay alive, middle map, another base clear. 90 seconds remaining, 1 point the difference. Camo available for both teams, and chance from what we've seen this weekend, that could be the difference maker on a map win or loss.
Well, last time around, FaZe with the flank by Enable was able to pick up 2, and that kind of ruined the setup Optic had. Of course, this time, no one got sent on the flank, and Optic is able to clear out the side. So again, we're back to this 50-50 situation. A minute and 12 left to go. And again, those payloads are going to be ever important. Enable's got his as well.
Optic trying to hold on to this narrow lead, attach the furthest pushed up. Optic just trying to move the drone forward. FaZe need middle map pressure now more than ever. They do get a couple kills, 57 seconds left. Enable with the objective, he'll throw it up himself. As FaZe know they need bowling control, but Optic keeps shutting it down.
Again, that passive play, they're hanging back. The perfect strategy so far. Still, though, Glacier's going to be looking to capitalize. It's going to be a little bit sneaky, letting that drone go past, but Vocal doesn't care. Wins the gunfight. Zoom Enable coming out on top for the moment, but still, that drone is in a bad spot for FaZe. Time is not on their side, and they are not winning gunfights as much as they need to.
And because there's no map pressure from FaZe, everyone on Optic spawning where they want to, but you know what? Clayster says it's time to throw the audible. They go for the field push. Clayster still has overdrive. It's absolutely possible for them to still get a score. Opening kill there for Enable. He gets the 2-piece. Crim6 trying to hold again. It's an overdrive push. 4 dead on Optic Gaming. FaZe begin to run. 9 seconds left. Do they go for the win? It can be the dunk. Oh my God! Oh my God! FaZe win it in the final moments.
Impressive stuff coming out of the Red Rebellion, or whatever their team name is. Impressive plays at the end. The overdrive coming in clutch. All 4 players on the map setting up for that push, and with 3 seconds left, that dunk comes in across. The boldest play they can make. Stop trying to push straight up mid-map. Let's go for the wrap, and it worked to a T.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. The closest series I think I've ever casted. 12 seconds in hardpoint, 1 kill in search and destroy, and 1 point in uplink with 3 seconds left.
It's good Call of Duty.
If you're not entertained, I don't know what's wrong with you. FaZe take the lead, and we go back to another hard point, which is where FaZe got their first map win earlier on in this series. Wow. Wow. Remember, guys, this is the loser of this series gets eliminated.
Yes.
No words there, Chance.
Well, the winner is going to go to top 4. Obviously, it's an incredibly important matchup. 14 months coming. This is going to answer so many questions. And imagine the smack talk that's going to come after this, the bragging rights that each side is going to be fiending for the entire time. And again, hard point, 12-point game we saw the first time around. Personally, I hope Optic Gaming wins this because I want to see a Game 5. I would love nothing more than another round 11 Game 5. It would be the perfect ending to the series that we've been wanting for so long. You just couldn't ask for more.
It would only be right. This series so far has not let us down at all. What are Optic players' thoughts right now? They had the lead. They were holding it for 9 minutes and 50 seconds on that map, and then they drop it in the end. So far, this series has been sick, but I know our analysts want to bring some things up. Maven, take it away.
I'm here with Looney. Okay, so I was actually late to get over the interview. The reason they were filling so long is because I was losing my mind to this matchup here. We saw the tail end of it. These games have been so close. Who's going to take this, man?
I think FaZe. I think FaZe is just like riding on this momentum. I mean, the S&D last map was kind of a blind counter, which is pretty fun to watch. You know, Clay overdrove. It's just unfortunate they lost that last 1v1. But them clutching up this uplink and winning that first hardpoint, I think they're feeling nice, and they're going to clutch it up on this hardpoint.
Well, what's interesting is to think about the fact that if you're Optic, you may have a chance to take this, and it's going to come down to search and destroy. When you're thinking back to Black Ops 3 at Champs, where they couldn't buy an S&D win, that's sort of been their bread and butter down the stretch here today. But you think it's going to close in the hard point. What is it about this FaZe team that's made them so strong?
Just their new mindset coming into this game. You know, they had a disappointing Black Ops 3 year. They came out, they didn't care if like Envy or Optic weren't at PSX. They just wanted to win, get back to being the top, and they're here to win. And they have that like confidence against Optic. We've never lost home on land, so I think they're really here to prove that they're one of the best teams in the world again.
Yeah, it was something like 455 days since they last played. They're 4-0 against Optic with these rosters. They continue to shut down the green wall, but it's not over yet. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your series here first, though. You're going to be going up against Cloud9 in the winners bracket final. How you feeling going into this? How do you feel about the particular matchup with Cloud9?
I think my 3 teammates, new teammates, they played him at champs, and apparently Yuli had the series of his life against Cloud9. So I know Cloud9's looking for revenge on them 3 players. So we just had to play our game. I know Cloud9's just been straight winning Game 5. So we got, like I said last night, we have to close them out early. Don't let it get to Game 5. Don't let that X factor in Game 5 come to play.
All right, man. Well, good luck as you get in the winners bracket final. Already guaranteed top 3, but it's back to FaZe and Optic. Let's get back to the desk. Ben, take it away.
Thanks very much, Maven. Wow, what a series so far. We said we were excited for it, hasn't disappointed so far. First thing I want to mention, I feel like I'm watching Scump from like 2013. It seems like a different player, a player that we haven't really seen in the past couple of years. Very, very energetic. He's getting up. I mean, looks at the camera, phase up after the map too. I mean, where has this Seth been hiding?
I just don't think he was very confident in himself the past few days of the tournament, and then he comes out today. He sort of learned what he needed to do last night, and he's turned it around today.
Okay, Teep, I mean, how do you stop a player like that? I mean, you've teamed with him, obviously, you know all too well as well yourself, but how do you put a stop to a player who's just being that explosive?
It's really just weathering the storm, to be honest, and FaZe is doing a great job of doing that. You know, all these game types have been back and forth battles, brute force battles on the strong side of the map, and FaZe just needs that one play, wait for their opportune situation, and take complete advantage of it.
We go all the way back to map number 1 of the series. It was FaZe in full control of the hard point, and then all of a sudden we kind of all looked at each other and we went, oh, hold on. Optics, they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback here, Mark. What went wrong with that comeback? Because it looked for a minute as if they may actually do it.
I mean, FaZe just got together. I mean, so when you're sort of in those situations, you sort of freak yourself out sometimes. Maybe people don't group up. You know, you're just like, crap, we could blow this lead. Right. But they were just disciplined. They got together on that blue side of that baseball field hill, and they were able to put those kills together, and that's just what you have to do. And
then talking a little bit about the search and destroy, of course, Optic, they bounced back in that one, TP. What were some of the key moments for you in that one?
I just want to talk about that round 11.
Round 11? Okay, I figured that's where you wanted to go.
Really the balls on these guys, that play call, round 11, just to overdrive up that A street, and the fact that Clay was able to get that first kill. They follow up with another, but they don't watch that wall run. Whatever player lost that gunfight to Krim really let everything crumble, and then Karma was playing aggressive on the street as well because he had rewind, so the payload ability is coming in very clutch in that sort of situation. But the fact that, you know, Krim was able to open that up for Karma to get that clutch, great place.
Very good reaction from team. But an interesting kind of point that we noticed, you had Scump and Zuma both with reactive. Of course, they couldn't use it yet. They needed to get a couple of points before they were able to. Was that maybe the right play call, Merc, in your opinion, for Clay to say, hey, let's just be aggressive? Could you say, all right, let's see if we can get that reactive first and maybe make a play around that?
I mean, his overdrive play sort of, it worked out. He got first blood. They got position on the bridge. I mean, it's hard to say because Opti had reactive armor as well.
Right.
And it didn't get in play. But like Teep sort of said, once Crim6 was stuck in that corner, FaZe had to jump on it, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that kill.
Then, of course, we head over to a map number 3, and that one, again, it's just unbelievably close. I mean, the green wall was quite literally a wall. FaZe just putting so much aggression, they just couldn't break through, Merc. Finally, though, at the end, we see a bit of an audible call by FaZe.
Yeah, it just took one time. They got into the base, they got those 3 points, and then we were talking about it. They got onto that bridge, and this is where they did. They said, screw it, let's go to the left street. In FaZe, they knew they had camo. I believe they also had overdrive. And you'll see Enable picks up a huge 2-piece. Placer picks this up, and then they just get this trades, and then look at, he takes this, and this was a ballsy play to me. I thought as soon as he saw his teammate get shot, I thought he was going to just throw a 1.
Hey, man, in it to win it, right? I mean, there, of course, you see Clay get loud as well, and that's what's so beautiful to watch, I think, if you're inside the venue, is you have Clay closest to Optic Gaming, you have Scump closest to FaZe, and these two are there just looking back and forth at each other, getting loud there. Of course, you saw Clay get up off his seat, really get the crowd going. A big crowd support here for FaZe and, of course, Optic Gaming. But here, a look at our map set, of course, 2-1 in favor of FaZe. Teep, breakout hard point. How does this one go, in your opinion?
To be quite honest, Optic haven't looked too good on breakout. These longer range maps haven't really paid off for Scump especially, so he needs to be the one that continues these dominant performances on this one and keep the energy flowing. The biggest thing, though, is we talked about before this series started was the Clayster versus Formal battle.
Right.
Who's really winning that? It's tough to say, but I feel like Clay is making more impactful plays, especially with Overdrive.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And then we look at this redraft and, well, just your default matchups. Again, sometimes Clayster goes with that Centurion, but looking at this breakout hardpoint, Ben, it's a huge toss-up. I mean, Optic just really hasn't looked good on any other hardpoints besides Throwback.
I personally really want to see a Game 5, though. It's been just unbelievably close games here on Championship Sunday. Without further ado, we can throw it back to our casters for FaZe versus Optic Gaming.
Ben, I can promise you one thing, we both want a Game 5 as well. I'm sure many Optic Gaming fans do too, but the last time we saw FaZe Clan play this map, they went up against the European powerhouse team in Splice. They beat them 250-22. Can Optic Gaming fare better? We'll have to find out.
Well, it's painful to hear as well, because you heard the analyst talking about it. Optic can play hardpoint, but their best thing is really just Throwback, and after that, they've been struggling. So not only is it a map that doesn't necessarily favor Optic Gaming, but FaZe is fantastic at it. Either way, though, been a close series so far, and at the end of the day, you have to win each individual map. Gonna see what we can do going on board with Scump.
Scump gonna push right up into loading with this OSA. FaZe off the break, the first couple kills with the new change of this hardpoint. The top window control is so important to make sure you can clear out anyone inside this objective. And right now, Formal has the gun he wants. The NV4 absolutely shreds in this scenario. All kills, though, for FaZe Clan at the moment. Zuma starting off 4-0, about to be 5-0. Shut down by Karma.
And those streaks, if he had managed to get up that far, would have been gargantuan in this match. Still, though, it's going to be all about that next hill. You see Optic Gaming trying to contest. FaZe has been able to get a substantial amount of time on such an open hill. Still, though, you see that rotation is starting to come in. Optic Gaming pushing over on that top side of the map. They're going to be focused on Prison. However, FaZe does have a nice lead.
Formal going to be the first player to challenge back here. Optic with those couple kills, and because of Formal's positioning, you look at your minimap, because Formal's back here, they spawn all the way out, but that's a 1v1 you cannot afford to lose, especially when you know where Enable is. Attached just trying to buy time for his team to come back off spawn. He's doing just that. 2 kills already. Doesn't get the third, but either way, I do believe FaZe have got the pressure they need towards the hard point to go for the retake. That's an example of a time where Optic need to win their gunfights on rotation. A lot of missed score there. 45-8, FaZe continuing to impress on breakout.
And that timing was huge too. Optic Gaming, though, they're going to be pinching from 3 sides. Looks like the gunfights are going to be won, though, mostly by FaZe. They're able to clear out their base. One remaining player is going to challenge OG. He's going to get dropped pretty much instantly. And what a hill break that was. Optic Gaming, again, we've seen it time and time again. They get that early control, but they just can't hold on. Now talk about rotation battles. Clayster's doing it by himself, going on that 2 streak, and they're going to be able to lock down Grave as well. FaZe, they got a 60-point lead.
They just play this map perfectly. Optic need to refocus for a second. They've now died 8 times in a row. Finally, Formal stops that for the moment. The spawns in favor of FaZe, the score in favor of FaZe, the kills in favor of FaZe so far. Optic, though, the silver lining, it's very early on in this map. 1 solid hold of Grave. If they get these 45 seconds, they're back within 20. How does FaZe play this? They're the best team we've seen so far on this map. What is their shot call? It does look like they're going to send 2 for the back spawn area, and I don't believe Scump is ready for this at all, as he's about to get overwhelmed any moment here. There it is. Clayster gets the kill, but Optic Gaming give him help. 79-33 the score now.
And FaZe really did just go too slow on that. Now they're going to have to flood in all the back, and seems to work for just a moment. Now it's just going to be straight gunfight. Everyone just going at the hill as fast as possible. Advantage, you got to imagine OG. You see that head glitch Karma is on. It's so difficult to take players off of that. So again, FaZe, they tried to take their time and set up. Too slow going down mid-map. So Optic Gaming, they play the graveyard hill perfect.
They're feeding streaks right now to Karma. Thankfully, Enable still challenging down that side. So Karma does get taken down. Optic Gaming on the rotation. They've still got the spawns. The first one to challenge will be Zuma through this middle crates area. Tagged up by a grenade and no help from his teammates anytime soon. So he's just going to back on up. What was a 70-second lead now down to just 10 as Optic Gaming begin to show some life.
Yeah, and you can see Crim6 right now. He's just relying on his teammates to call out where he needs to look. And you see his teammates fall in the back. That's where he turns to look. He knows the player's going to be coming up on the wall run. Loses the gunfight. Clayster is ready with the gun up. Scump, though, inside the hill. It's where he thrives, but not able to come out on top. Zuma able to pick up 2. And again, FaZe Clan able to break through.
Zuma 13-7. He was going off of the first hard point. He's doing it again now. Near double positive. Crim6 does get the better of him there, but either way, at the end of this first rotation, it does look like the lead should be in favor of FaZe. Remember, this is an elimination match. If Optic Gaming drop this map, they are out of the CWL Vegas Open. FaZe now about halfway to that 250 score they need to clinch this series.
Yeah, and for how this game started, though, Optic Gaming is in a pretty good spot because they were down by, 60, 70 points. That Graveyard Hill was huge. So back on this first set of rotations, you got to keep in mind as we're moving later what these teams are going to be able to do back on that Prison Hill. Still, though, FaZe continuing their dominance out in the open. Clayster, though, going to get taken down by his adversary in Formal.
What we see in the first hard point, everyone from Optic get out slayed. Again, every single player -3 or more. If they can just get their gun skill and gun engagements to match FaZe, I think this is a game they can take. They're keeping it close, but FaZe keep getting these pinch pressures that Optic aren't expecting. And when Clayster is shooting like that, where's the opportunity for Optic Gaming to come back? I just don't see it right now, Chance.
And again, a huge split spawn is coming in. You have 2 Optic Gaming players on the far right, 2 on the far left. So the gunfights for the guys on the far right, incredibly important for the moment. You see 2 FaZe players are already going to be inside the hill on next. Still, though, Crim6, he's in the spot for his team, trying to anchor these spawns down. Just needs to wait for him. It's actually before he makes a move. He's going to have a player all the way back. Doesn't even spot him. So FaZe, again, in control for the moment. How long can they hold on?
And Optic are spawning here for the moment, but I'm not sure if they'll... Okay, they did get Scump to spawn up with them, so it will be a 4-on-4 engagement. First 2 kill for FaZe. Formal can't clean up 1. He's going to try to stay alive for the moment. 60 seconds now, the lead. FaZe doing everything right, Chance. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this squad on this map. Optic will go for the break. They have a 30-second chunk of time here. But just like last time, it was FaZe on the rotation that worked out so well for him.
What is that spawn that Zuma just got? He just magically popped up all the way in the back, unless I just missed the rotation. But that's going to make things interesting. You might be able to get some scrap time or at least contest the time that should have, I thought, just gone Optic Gaming's way. It looks like Zuma's going to get taken down. Still one more gunfight inside. Attach is going to be able to pick it up. So FaZe, they're able to get the scrap. However, again, Graveyard, think about it last time around. Optic Gaming, they pulled about 45 seconds on that, and that would get them right back in this game.
Scump has been spotted, so he knows he's about to be pressured. His teammates not getting the gunfight wins inside cave. Clayster gets pressured by 2 people, somehow gets the 2-piece. And look, Optic can't supplement this hill. Finally, they do shut him down, but it took so long that the rest of FaZe is now here. Karma getting overwhelmed. It's a 4v4 engagement now. Clayster pops his overdrive. They're challenging the objective. All the kill feed. Now green as Optic Gaming are back within 50.
Advantage Optic once again, at least inside this hill. But again, FaZe, if they just contest for a little bit or maybe even break through, they would be in a prime position to take this one away. Of course, Karma, again, he's going to be on a streak. You see, he's already got the Trinity because he got the points from scoring the hard point as well, and he's going to be 25 off, and he's even working towards that Warden. And FaZe, they've given up on it. Let Karma get that scrap time. Make sure to pick up that kill. He's the most important man to kill on this map.
The rotation coming in. You could see FaZe already have bodies near it. We'll switch off Karma as he's not going to see any action anytime soon. Formal in the back of the map playing for the spawns. He will call the streak right away. The new hard point comes up. Karma does get 1. He's still on a 5 streak now as Formal just trying to stay alive. FaZe in the objective for the moment. 3 kills away from the Warden is Karma. Optic now going for the pressure. 179 to 148. Scump will lead the charge. First engagement goes to Attach. Zuma and Enable still stacking the hill. It's bombardment time, folks. Karma still on this streak. Now at 6. He's trying to be the difference maker in this map. Optic Gaming still getting pressure from both sides. Karma wins the fight. 1 kill from the Warden. Does he take control of the skies? 25-second difference, Chance. It's still such a close game.
And you can just see how much importance he is placing on his life. Now he knows where the pressure is coming from. He's going on the attack. He got tagged up by Nate. Scump, though, was able to pick up 2, relieving some pressure.
I don't like that.
The challenge in Attach shuts him down. Still, though, a 20-point game. It is not over yet. Optic Gaming, plenty of opportunities. And we're going for that 3rd set of total rotations.
Karma leaving his feet, you could just see, was not ready for the pressure to already be there from FaZe. It was a late call out on the 4-man wall run hit, so no Warden will be had. And so far this map, Clayster has been dominant on this top middle hard point. Optic need to better control loading. Right now they have Formal there. He is the player that must stay alive. You can see on your minimap, Attach trying to flank from that bottom showers area. Let's see it from his perspective. He wins the first gunfight against Scump. Formal now there, though, with the help of Crim6. Optic within 15.
the way this game is going to go down, it's going to be close after this hill, but it's all going to come down to that next prison side hill. Again, both of these teams are going to be within 50 or 60 points, and you can get the total amount of time on it. So FaZe, it looks like they're still going to be putting a little bit of pressure on mid-map, and now they've gotten slayed out, they're going to sit back. This is the hill that wins the game.
For the first time this game, Optic Gaming are in the lead as the biggest rotation yet comes into play. Formal pops his overdrive. They're looking for whoever is here from FaZe. The mantle's such a poor time for Clay, attaching the hard point. He's gonna get pitched on by 2 players. The timing window is there for Optic. They do get the kills from the backside. Enable still supplementing from this bottom dirt street. Right now, the kills are in favor of FaZe, and there it is. They forced Optic Gaming out. This will be a break for FaZe as they look to win the map with a hold here. And I don't see how Optic Gaming come back. You've got Zuma with reactive. You've got Clayster holding middle. The spawn's in favor of FaZe. They have pressure for one final push. FaZe can win off this hard point.
Desperation time. Optic Gaming needs to go. Close game towards the end. 2 players going to be pushing in for mid, but all the kills going in favor of FaZe. Crimsix trying to stay alive. He's able to pick up 1. Attach, though, cleans them up. Just 7 seconds away, and FaZe is going to take it down, and that is not enough. Optic Gaming, they have to sprint it to hill, and that is your game. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Clan taking down Optic Gaming 3 games to 1.
That sets the tone for this year of Infinite Warfare, folks. FaZe move on the 3-1 series victory as the green wall crumbles. Here on Championship Sunday at the CWL Vegas Open. Here's a look at your scoreboard. Outside of Karma, everyone from Optic Gaming just really being outplayed. Karma with 2 minutes in the objective, 25 and 20. But overall, it was a more well-rounded effort from FaZe. And I can absolutely say they deserve that victory on Breakout right there. They just look like the best team on that map in game mode.
Yeah, categorically just getting beat collectively as a team. FaZe just proved that they are the stronger ones, at least early on in the year. They've been looking fantastic. They were expected to be the #1 team coming into the year. And granted, they're in the losers bracket now, but come on, there's only a couple teams left. FaZe, they're in good shape to do it, and they've done it before as well. They have come out of losers bracket, this exact team, and they go all the way to winners finals, and they had to win 2 best-of-5s, and they pulled it off.
Aches is waiting in that winners bracket against Rise that we'll see up next on the main stage. But for now, I know Benson and the crew have some words on that series.
With that win, FaZe, of course, they stay alive today on Championship Sunday. Optic Gaming eliminated from the tournament. But let's talk a little bit about that map number 4. I think there was a key moment there. Karma so close to those streak smoke. Kind of, what went wrong?
I just don't think he played it the correct way. I mean, he saw both of his teammates die in that hill, and there was 10 seconds left. I say just give it up, rotate to the next hill, get those first points, and then he has the word in it. It's just one of those things where you don't want to think about it.
I mean, how do you play those situations? Because it's such high pressure, right? Like one small mistake, and potentially you lose the game.
Optic got outplayed for the majority of that hard point in the first half. They did everything perfect, though, on that back helipad. They had complete control of it, and that's where they started to get the snowball out of control. But one part of the snowball that was missing from it was the streaks. If Karma was able to get that Warden going over towards middle, that's a complete game changer. The fact that they were able to take the lead on that one going into the last hill over by the cell block area, that would have been probably game over for Optic. It's a huge mistake. You can't die in that situation. You do anything to get that streak there.
Of course, there a recap of that series. The losers round 5, Optic Gaming versus FaZe. FaZe walk away with the 3-1 victory, winning both hard points and the uplink, which brings me to my next point. Merc, you're still looking pretty good. You said whoever was going to win the uplink.
wrong team, but I said whoever.
We don't talk about that.
All right.
You said whoever wins the uplink is most likely going to win the series. I mean, FaZe, they won it. Bear in mind, it was a very close one, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's been such a momentum shifter this entire tournament. Even going back to last year, it's just one of those games where if you seem to win it, it seems like you're going to win the next game type and at least send it to game 5. But FaZe, such a good series.
So obviously, you know, FaZe, you look at them, they won PSX. Now they find themselves in the losers bracket. How far do they go, team? Like, what is the ceiling this event for them?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I think they're going to get a lot of momentum beating, their rivals. They've been waiting to play them for over a year, like we've been mentioning.
Right.
So I feel like they're going to start rolling from now on. And if there's a confidence boost, that's it, right? So I think they're going to go far.
They're looking very confident.
Yeah, and I think next they play Allegiance, who won in a round 11, game number 5.
Yeah, a ninja defuse.
So Legion's top 4, which I think is a huge surprise to a lot of people. I don't think anybody would have called that. But, I think FaZe matches up very well against that team. And then if they beat them, they're going to come off and play, the team that loses to this match next. I mean, I'm telling you, man, they're going to end up in the final.
You did say, I will admit you did say, it's a lot of momentum that you can get, and you can kind of steamroll your way through. That's how losers bracket runs do occur, and we already talked earlier on. FaZe, a team that love being in the losers bracket, ironically enough. But that is going to do it for that matchup. Still so much Call of Duty action still to come here in Vegas. For now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, winners bracket final time.
Welcome to Primetime.
Cloud9. Rise Nation.
At the Mandalay Bay.
It is going to get loud in here, folks.
6 teams remain. Allegiance, Rise Nation, FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, Cloud9, Luminosity Gaming. Who will step up?
The kill! And look at Scump in the camera's face!
It all comes down to this. It's Primetime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MLG Primetime on Championship Sunday. My name is Courage, and I'm joined by Merc and TP. You guys just heard it there in that video. Was 6 teams remaining. Now we're down to just 4 with Optic Gaming and LG being eliminated. Prior to getting into the ceremony and moving on into our winner's bracket final match, I first want to recap how we got here, gentlemen. Big story so far this weekend. Cloud9 continuing to clutch these Game 5s to earn themselves a spot here in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, just every single series that they've participated in has gone to that Game 5, and a lot of them, they go up 2-0. They're going to have to be able to close these teams out if they want to win this event.
And Teep, the squad they'll be facing, Rise Nation, been lights out so far in the respawn's a big surprise this weekend. Seems like Looney, this new 4th, is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, this old Elevate lineup sort of struggled with the respawn in previous years, but with the Looney edition, absolutely the opposite, right? They're absolutely dominant in every single game type now, which makes them scary and, honestly, one of the favorites.
Now, obviously, these 2 teams in the winner's bracket still awaiting in the losers is obviously Allegiance, but then also you've got FaZe Clan. They take down Optic Gaming in the incredible series. They will move on. Can their magic run continue? And then finally, Optic, LG, and Envy all eliminated their Teep. Biggest surprise for you of those three teams that are already out?
I guess I kind of have to say envy. You know, they didn't have too much practice coming in, but I thought they would start rolling after they got a few wins throughout the pool play, but nothing really seemed to keep going for them. They came in early today and got knocked out. I mean, the loss today isn't too surprising, but I thought, you know, going into yesterday, they might start getting some momentum in their way.
Well, that winner's bracket final matchup going to be coming up here quite soon, but prior to it, we want to take a brief moment to recognize active and veteran military members across the globe. This weekend, MLG has been working with the official charity of MLG, the Call of Duty Endowment, obviously working so involved with the veterans and getting them placed in jobs across the globe. Here on the floor, we have Dan Goldenberg, the Executive Director of the Call of Duty Endowment, for more information.
The Call of Duty Endowment is a nonprofit focused on helping veterans get high-quality jobs after their service. And through our partnership with Activision Blizzard, gamers like you, and Major League Gaming, we've helped 29,000 veterans get high-quality jobs. All right. And that's great, we're happy about that, but we want to raise the bar. So our new goal is 50,000 jobs by 2019. You got to ask yourself, why is this important? Veterans give so much to our country, but yet when many of them come back, they face a hard time getting a high-quality job. And we exist to fix that. In fact, young veterans are 2.5 times more likely to be unemployed than the average American. And let's take a look at what that means.
When I first got out, 6 months I couldn't find a job.
I spent a year looking for a job, a year.
When they see the Marine Corps on my resume, their mind goes off into
mindless drone.
Brainwashed.
Uneducated.
They don't want you diving under a desk if someone drops something.
Hey, you're a Marine, why don't you mop this floor?
You're in the military, perfect. We have a security position. It's $9 an hour, you'll love it, because you get to hold a gun again.
We're not looking for special handouts, just a little bit of a nudge in the right direction.
Give me a chance. Let me prove myself.
I cannot tell you how many times I heard this. Thank you for your service. That's always appreciated, and it never gets old. It never gets old. Of course, a job's better.
Give them a chance. It's all about adapting and doing more with less in the military, so, just give them a chance.
You can see that veterans have a lot to offer this country and the world, and that's why the Call of Duty Endowment focuses on getting veterans high-quality jobs. And a good job means a ton to every veteran, but it also means a lot to the lives of their families. So where does the money go? Every cent donated for the Call of Duty Endowment goes directly to funding employment programs, and that's because Activision Blizzard funds all of our operating costs and all of our overhead. So literally every cent minus credit card transaction fees goes directly to the endowment. And every $600 we raise means a vet and a job. That's 1/5 the cost of the federal government's efforts. So we can do it really, really well. Supporting the Call of Duty Endowment is truly the best thing you can do to help the most veterans, and we're grateful for your support. Thank you.
I wasn't a very confident person when I first joined the Navy, but now I lead a crew, I feel aircraft, I'm a medic.
Getting ready to retire in the next couple of years, so I want to try and move those skill sets of education and teaching and move in being probably a high school teacher or an elementary teacher.
We're trained to do the hardest job in the world, and the training really makes sure that we're able to do it. It does teach you a level of discipline that you probably won't get anywhere else.
Really, it's just our ability to adapt and overcome pretty much anything that's handed to us. You get a lot of experience with having to deal with so much in such a short amount of time, and you have to produce results.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors and the national anthem. A beautiful moment there at the CWL Vegas Open. A major thank you to those who protect our country and make this all possible. That rendition of the national anthem, composed and produced by Chloe Flower for MLG Vegas and the Call of Duty Endowment. You can purchase that song on iTunes next week, with half of the proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment to help get our veterans back in jobs. This weekend here in the crowd, the USO has worked with MLG to distribute hundreds of tickets to local military veterans and active duty service members for their families to come and enjoy the event. The USO keeps military service members connected to family, home, and country throughout their service and beyond. A major thank you to all of them. And if you want to find out how you can get involved, be sure to visit uso.com/volunteer for information on where you can get yourself involved in helping our military veterans who keep us safe every single day. Wonderful stuff there, gentlemen. Always important to give back and remember who have fought for us to make this all possible. This weekend has been brilliant so far. Major shout out to everybody in the venue. A respectful moment there, but we've got ourselves a lot of Call of Duty to be played. Our winners bracket final match is up next between Cloud9 and Rise Nation. And this is one where some people are surprised to see Rise here. Cloud9, though, I had them in my top 4, so pat myself on the back for this one. We'll see, though, if they can keep this miraculous run going. I think it still stands, gentlemen, that every series Cloud9 have played have gone to a game 5. Is that correct, Mark?
That's correct, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of these games. They've gone to game 5.
Well, why? Why is this happening to Cloud9? What has been their inability to just close out series early on, team?
Their respawns are just shaky, to be quite honest. It seems like Search and Destroy, they're very confident. They know they have set strategies on each one, 2 or 3 differing strategies where they create random timings, things like that. They don't seem as practiced or as comfortable overall on a hard point or an uplink. So I think that's why it keeps these series lingering. They may go up 2-0, but they don't have what it takes to close it out early.
Yeah, and I think because of that, it has to be that uplink, right? And talking to Mr. X about this team, it's like they don't ever get blown out. They don't ever blow anybody out. The games are always close, and it just comes down to that game 5. And that's just really just because of the players on this team. They're just consistent. They're never going to really, absolutely destroy a team, but they will never get destroyed.
And both these teams so far, Search and Destroy has been obviously a very important game mode that these guys are built around. Earlier on this weekend, Cloud9, I think in their first 3 series were 0-3 in uplink. We'll see how it all plays out here. Obviously, this is the launch of MLG Primetime. We just saw a fantastic series between FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming. With FaZe moving on, their action will continue through the losers bracket. The winner of this, though, in the grand finals. From everything you've seen so far this weekend, Teep, I want to begin to ask you, who's your favorite in this series coming into this match on Championship Sunday?
My better judgment says to take Rise. I feel like they're a more well-rounded team. But every single series going to a map 5, and they've won them all. You can't coach clutch, right? You can't practice those sort of situations. So the fact that they're able to come out every single time, I don't know. I have to pick Rise, though.
It's only fitting that when it's preached S&D wins championships, it's Captain Aches who knows how to get it done with his team. Obviously, the experience of Ricky as well. He has been no Search and Destroy slouch in his career, but you've got to look at the Rise Nation squad. And Vicento has been a player for me so far this weekend that has absolutely gone above and beyond his expectations. Felony is there as well, Merc. Is that right to call those 2 the most improved players from PSX?
Oh, I think so, and I just think we talked about it last night with the addition of Looney. They just all look so comfortable. They're all playing so well, and they're winning respawns, which is something this Elevate roster, they just weren't able to do. And with not that inability, they were still getting top 3 placings.
Yeah.
This is their chance to take home a championship.
That's the joke, right? These guys always getting to second. The most often I've seen a player or team do that reminds me of Hook back in Advanced Warfare with those 5 second-place spots. We talk so much about the 2 teams, though. The individual players, the storylines these guys have built for themselves is always fun to see. Aches is a guy that has an idea of what it feels like to win a championship. There, the moment where he knocked out Optic Gaming back at CoD Champs. This guy stuck with the team. They want to ride this momentum through Infinite Warfare, and so far they're doing just that.
Oh, exactly. And the fact that it is in the Game 5 fashion is really reminiscent of sort of how their Champs run went as well. So carrying that on, the 2 things I have to focus on, though, is there's a lot of good with Patrick Price, but yesterday, some very, very bad performances in those respawns. He needs to take his time and be more selfish at times. I feel like he's just trying to do too much. That's possible. Yeah. And Pat I feel like he might be getting overwhelmed at times. Just play a little bit slower. You can't be going double negative. You just can't.
And it was talked a little bit about that, how we've seen so far a couple players who just go double negative in hard points at a couple respawns, how that affects their team. Scump earlier on this weekend was actually one of them who was in that same spot. What is it, though, Merc, about Aches and Championship Sunday that just are so synonymous? What does he change? Does he change anything, or is it just natural for him?
It's just like his mentality. I mean, everybody who knows Ace knows the sort of guy he can be. He can be very down, doesn't really care, doesn't want to practice. But when he comes to events, everything just seems to change for the guy.
It seemed like it just needed to have the team that he wanted to play around, that he truly believed in, for him to get that fire back. We were joking before going live, and I basically said, is Aches ever going to go away? And you guys were like, it appears not, because he continues to make this all possible. Here is the map breakdown for your winner's bracket final match. Remember, whoever takes this gets a spot in the grand final. Retaliation Hardpoint Map 1, Crusher Search and Destroy, Precinct, Uplink, Scorch Hardpoint, Throwback, S&D. From those maps, do you lean one way or the other?
I think I'm going to lean with Rise just because of those first 2 maps.
Yes, I love it.
I've seen them play those both, and they just look very well. And then looking at this rig draft, and the only difference really, again, is that Centurion with Ricky. That's something that we've always just sort of been second-guessing. Yes. How effective can it be? But I think he really runs that striker just for that trophy drone.
I genuinely can maybe think of one time this weekend where I've seen Centurion make a difference. Outside of that, though, Overdrive seems like the right selection for your team. Most times it's players battling between those two payloads, folks. It is MLG prime time. It is your winner's bracket final matchup. It is time to get into it. Casters, take it away.
Great stuff, gentlemen. Let's do it, Chance. We have got Aches on the screen. We're to kick things off with him, see what Cloud9 is able to do. But it has been one hell of a weekend in Las Vegas, and this winner's final, I'm sure, is going to be a treat.
Well, I would certainly expect it to be nothing less. Aches on the flank is only able to pick up one. Lacefield, though, of course, working in tandem and trying to push up. But Rise, early on, looking pretty good. That's kind of my expectation for the map. I think Rise is just kind of the better team in all facets. So we're going to see if that holds true or not. C9 has been the team that really just doesn't die.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I didn't have, for whatever reason, Rise in my kind of top 3 coming into this, just because I guess PSX maybe threw me off a little. But when you think about it, we talked about it last night. This entire team is basically placing top 3 at every event throughout the course of last year. This the former kind of Elevate roster, so shouldn't be shocked to see them doing it here. And they've got one hell of a start here on the first bridge hard point.
Well, yeah, you do see C9 is able to break through, but still just 8 seconds left, so the rotation's going to have to come in. No real team really has a beat on the other over towards the next hill just yet. It's going to be a battle for that plat control, and it looks like Assault's going to be able to win the gunfight against Fellow, excuse me. So early Rise control, but C9 in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they had a couple players at plat. Pushing forward first is going to be Assault. The OSA getting it done, and now he'll secure the time. See if they can bring it back here a bit, but you know, yes, it can be back and forth a little bit here, lower street, but once we get next to the next, with Cathedral, we get to that, we get to Broken, that's where things really start to come together, and I think we'll see a little bit of separation between these two teams.
Yeah, I think Rise is really only going to make about one more push onto this hill, the next 3 players that are going to be spawning up, but they're going to definitely have to heavily favor that cemetery spawn, and as I say that, Assault's actually going to spawn over by Market, so they're in pretty good shape. Rise does take control of the hill, but again, it's all about those rotations, so C9, you want to say, has the advantage going into next.
Exactly. As long as they can hold the back here and keep these spawns over the next few seconds, the rotation is going to start to come in. Lacefield's already found one, can't fight the second, so who actually won it in the back? That's Felony. So, okay, he does drop. Who was able to pick him up? It was actually Aches. So Aches comes in with a clutch kill there, and now they should be able to secure a big chunk of this starting time. So it looks like Assault's going to be using the NV4 to predominantly probably watch the bridge push. On the other side, you have Lacefield and Aches. Aches kind of watching Market steps. He'll be playing inside, he'll have a gunfight, and then it'll be Assault to the outside. So 2 players actually end up dropping. Now the pressure is going to come in. It's just going to be Ricky now by himself, having to go clutch, and that is 4 up, 4 down. Perfect push and sweep coming in from the side of Rise Nation.
Yeah, I mean, they took their time to make that happen. It looks like C9, they're going to be 4-man flooding this bridge, trying to break through one more time. Ace is able to pick up a kill, but that means Looney's going to be able to call out, hey, guys, they're all here. Go away from Market. We need help over by the bridge area. And, well, that's going to be a 4 down again. Aqua being able to flank because of the call-outs he got from his teammates. So Rise not only extending their lead, but again, focusing on those rotations towards Broken.
Yeah, it's perfect. He's playing kind of inside the building, right inside curb, and is able to come up behind. Now, Vicento does have a 5 streak. He's 100 off the Trinity. Getting close to his rewind as well. We'll go over to the rotation, but I do want to come back to him just because he's getting close to streak. So let's see who wins the battle here as we get into Broken. Looney's got a ways to go. You're set up pretty nicely. Aqua looks like he was to fight in kind of by himself because he's been able to get in behind. He's just waiting on his team now.
Well, he's going to be having a gunfight just in front. That player's not even ready for it. Aqua is not known at all. He might be able to win the second one in the back. Ricky's able to take him down, and it looks like Aches is able to pick up 2, and those are 2 very important kills, letting C9 hold this hill, but still, Rise players, Fellows in the same spot. Aqua was in, has a gunfight in front, and his teammates are pushing up as well, but got about a 4-man split on either side, just hanging around this Broken hill.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit lucky in the sense that they didn't end up spawning. You saw at the very top of the map, almost that like kind of Cathedral Street, like just happened. You see number 3 popping, that's Lacefield, so look how far out they spawn. You got a little bit fortunate if you're a Rise Nation because you actually spawned there at lower street. Now, kind of halfway point of the map, you can rotate over pretty quickly. But you saw the spawn that came in for the other side. Very, very difficult for Cloud9 to even make another crack at it. So all of the garbage time is going to go over to Rise Nation as they continue to build this lead.
Yeah, and Rise right now has the pinch as well. Vicento's going to be able to come up back bedroom and lose the gunfight, so nothing cooking there. So C9's going to have that early advantage in the hill, and really what you see Eggs doing is he's cutting off mid-map. That means all his teammates have to focus on is stare straight down the hall and then make sure you watch the flank. Lacefield's got that covered, so perfect play so far. And Aches, once he knows the pressure's coming in on Lacefield's side of the map, he jumps in, picks up the 2 pieces, clean 4 down for C9.
I sit with Aches for what seems like 15 seconds as no one's actually pushing mid. did. As soon as we switch off, he gets those kills as they're rotating back out. So Aches does his job. The patience pays off. He now has a 4 streak. Make it 5, 16, and 8. And this is where if Aches is going off, Cloud9's terrifying because he has not been really doing it in the respawn so much, right? We've seen him clutch up in the search and destroy, but we saw a lot of games yesterday where he was double, sometimes even close to triple negative in respawn. We'll see if he can pick it up today.
Yeah, we saw one where both him and Ricky were double negative, and it was an incredibly close game. Like 10 points separating 2 teams. So C9 definitely knows how to play. It's whether or not they're able to pick up the kills. Of course, Rise, once again, they're going to be able to get that scrap time. They've been struggling to win those initial rotation battles. I think C9 is actually, what, 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 on that? So Rise, that's going to be their key to improvement. And again, C9, got to win those gunfights.
Well, let's see. Aches has been playing the flank a few times. That time not going to work out. So let's get back over to the side of Rise Nation. Looney inside the hard point, staring at Curb, sees one in the back there as well, just putting shots in with his teammates to slow them down. They're about to break the 150 mark here in our game 1. If you are just tuning in, this is our winners bracket final. Both teams already guaranteed top 3 winner of this, securing a spot in the final in a top 2 position. And God, I feel good about Rise in this series, specifically when it comes to the respawns, but Cloud9's done just enough to keep it close. And what happened when they kept it close in these hard points in a couple series we watched previously? They clutch up in like the final hard point and steal these games.
Yeah, and especially Aches is going off right now. 22 kills on the map, you see. It looks like Aqua has actually just killed himself right there. I know you mentioned it last time we saw JCap do it, and it was just to get better spawns. So Aqua might not like what he sees. Either way, though, C9 on that bridge hill, they're not quite able to tie it up, but within 2 points, going back down over towards Lower Street.
All right, well, we see where Felony's going to end up spawning, but let's hop back to Lower Street. So we got Looney here, Chance. He's going to be watching your mid-hotel hallway. A bit of a split now with the spawn coming in the top of the map for Cloud9, so they're going to be able to flank in from behind. Maybe not expected immediately. If it wasn't, it sure is now as Lacefield peppers the wall with 20 bullets. Now as he goes to push in, that's a tough bit of cover to break, and it's all Aqua and Facento that get it done. 3 in a row for Aqua, 2 for Facento. Aqua shots a little bit shaky, and guess who? It's Aches again, 3 streak, 4 streak, 26 in 14, finding another Aches, a man on a mission here on Championship Sunday. God, it would be a treat to see him in another final.
Yeah, he has been on one, 250 points away from getting that Trinity Rocket. And something he talked about as well in an interview yesterday, he said he wants to play against Rise to get revenge for them dropping Nagafen, and he also wants to play against Clayster. So he has to win this to sort of make that dream come true, assuming FaZe is able to get there. So look out for that. Still, though, using the rewind, keeping that streak alive. Ever important, of course, though, Fellow eventually going to be able to cut him down.
But now look at the mini-map. I'm just going to enlarge it here for a second so you can see what Cloud9's having to go up against. So Assault is inside a market, but everyone else spread out around the hard point here at Cathedral. And Rise Nation looking to do damage. Remember, it was Cloud9 the first time around that was set up nicely, and it was broken almost immediately by Rise Nation. Can Cloud9 do the same? So far, they've been able to find 1 kill. It's going to be on Aches and Lacefield trying to make a play. They're not able to do it, and you can see they're spawning out here by bridge, trying to wrap all the way back. And with 30 seconds left in this hardpoint, this is your last crack.
Yeah, this is the problem for C9. They get the early control, and they don't have enough slaying power to hold for a very long time, so the game is close. But as soon as they start losing rotations, it's going to be very problematic. Ricky, though, has an opportunity, gunfight inside the hill to get control. He's able to take it, and you see the teammate support comes in as well. But still, 10 seconds of scrap time, and you just gave Rise the good spawn.
Exactly. You just spawned them out. When the problem was it's kind of getting into desperation time with them at 220, right? But do you think maybe it would have been better just to give up the 15 points and set up and try to get a perfect hold here at Broken?
In fairness to them, they did give up like 10 seconds of time to flood everyone down the street, and it looks like for the moment they've been able to break through. You can still see players from Rise trying to flood around the back. That's going to be Aqua number 5, but he did the exact same thing last time. It looks like Ake is at least vaguely aware of it, able to stay alive for the moment. Not sure how that nade's going to connect, but again, incredibly important gunfight. Eventually, though, Sentinel's going to come out on top.
And it's just Lacefield. He has to pull something insane off, and he might be able to do it. Finds one, looks for the second. Lacefield going huge, but immediately will drop. And taking a look at who's still up, you've got 2 players inside the hard point here for Rise Nation. Is Cloud9 trying to cycle back every second? So huge here with 20 remaining and Broken, the scoreline that you see for Rise. Facento being a nuisance in the back, but he does end up dropping. Another break coming in for Cloud9, and it's who? It's Aches. 33 and 18 on a 3 streak, leading all Slayers. He nearly literally has as much kills as the rest of his team combined.
Yeah, easily single-handedly keeping this team alive. And so the story going into the next hill is Rise. They get 16 seconds. They win the game. C9, they're going to need a very good amount of control time on it. It looks like early on the Rise is inside. Lacefield again, though. We saw him pick up 2 and Broken. Picks up 2 down Hall as well. And Ace, of course, is coming back. You expect him to go off. There's the 2-piece on the 5 streak as well. And he just got the Trinity Rocket.
Oh, my God. If he gets fully streaked out here and we get back to Bridge, you know you can do so much damage there with the streaks. His shot looking so crispy right now. Can he continue this 5 streak? Maybe even a chance to break the 40 mark. Getting shot from one player outside window. Trying to wrap back and keep this dream alive. He knows there's one below him. Shot shaky, but can he finish the kill? He gets it. Fully streaked out as Aches. They're screaming back in it, but the time's been going to Rise Nation the past 10 seconds, even though he's finding these kills. It's been Rise getting all the points.
Yeah, he jumped out of the hill, but again, you got the streaks, but you need the time as well. More important, 7 seconds away is Rise Nation. Of course, no one in the hill just for the moment. You see the kills going in favor of C9. The 4th one not going to fall, but Aches is there to clean it up. So the final 9 seconds going way of C9. It's all going to come down to this last hill, and again, Aches has those streaks.
As soon as this drops, we're going to go over to Aches. So he's already dropped the bombardment. I must have called it, I'm guessing, kind of that backside broken side of Bridge. Now he's going to call in more. Has to make plays here. He's getting pushed, though. It ends up being fortunate. Hide behind the plant. Finds one more. Still has a Trinity Rocket. Scorchers find 2. And Aches has got the break. They may take the lead. Cloud9 needs 10 points, and Patrick Price coming up huge. The Trinity Rocket's now coming in. Splits it between both. Finds one. 4 more points remaining. I think Cloud9 has done it.
Good Lord, Patty P coming in clutch for the squad, making a case for MVP, especially of the game, maybe the tournament. Good Lord, what a performance coming out of him. I mean, how many have we seen many 40 bombs at all this time? And his team is not picking up kills. He did it all.
Where the hell has this Patrick Price been? Where has he been? I mean, yesterday at one point, I think he was 13 and 36. 42 and 19. Look at that compared to everybody else on the map. There's no one even in the same atmosphere.
That is legitimately insane. And it goes to show, like, he did the smart thing as well. We saw he was in the hallway. He jumped out of the hill, and it looks like, because he gave up, what, 10, 15 seconds
but with
time,
Bridge
getting
next,
close.
that's the only reason we were like, okay, well, I mean, those streaks are really important, right, when you get out there.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it might be the wrong decision. I thought that Rise would have been too close, but he played it absolutely perfectly. And again, it was a 4-point game, 4 streak kills. Insane.
It was all 3 streaks ended up being important because the bombardment, I believe, kind of backed them up into Broken so they couldn't push out and get set up on Bridge. The Scorchers then came in and found 2, and then the Trinity Rocket, killed 1 and tagged 1. So not only did he allow his teammates to get in good position on Bridge, but then he finds the kills with it when they finally can push out. Oh, and he gets the kill here, hiding in the bush like a little leprechaun. I don't know that leprechauns hide in bushes.
Pots of gold behind Ramos, but even with the Trinity Rock, you're going to see these orange little dots. They just have to turn and run back in Broken, and you see they're confused because, like, they have to push, but they have to stay alive, and there's literally no good situations. Aches, again, just doing it all. That stat line is honestly just absolutely insane. That's ridiculous. I doubted Patrick Price, and then here we are.
That could be. I've watched a lot of Hardpoint this weekend. The best individual performance we've seen, statistically, and just what he was able to do down the wire. Because they were trailing, what was it, 240, 200? Somewhere in that ballpark?
They were in like the 190s.
Yeah. So, insane comeback. What a phenomenal map 1. And it's been that guy. It's been Lacefield and Assault that have been carrying the respawn for the most part. Oh, Pat puts the team on his back. I never understand this guy.
They're apparently just the absolute definition of clutch as well, because again, this is the team that's gone nothing to game 5s. I thought Rise, they definitely had that, the respawn capabilities, but you want to talk about respawn right there. Assault, he's been putting in work, maybe not that last game, but for his team overall this tournament, that 1.46 KD compared to Aqua's 0.93.
Well, that's what stands out. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about, right? Like that's the number, those are the numbers you've kind of needed from Assault and them to get by. And you heard the reference earlier to the map we saw where it was double negative for Ricky and Pat, and then on the other side, the 2 young studs were carrying the load. That is not what we saw there. That was vintage Captain Price, and that was fun to watch.
And we already know C9 has a decent search and destroy game as well. Again, this is what they've been clutching up on the entire time, so they're potentially going to go up 2 in the series, and that's something I think they've actually done the majority of the time as well. Then the uplink happens, and then it gets risky, and then game 5, and then we know what happens after that. But either way, fantastic game number 1.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I doubted you, Cloud9. I thought just with some of the impressive wins we've seen from Rise, I really like them, the respawns. But this is where it gets interesting. I know, the former Elevate guys, that they're known for their search, and they can be very, very strong. But, I mean, that's kind of been where Cloud9, would you say that's been one of their best game modes over the course of the weekend? I mean, obviously, with the clutch ups they've been doing in Game 5.
And again, I think there's a lot of like round 11 clutch ups, so I don't necessarily want to say they're a dominant search and destroy team. I think they're far from it, but obviously if you can come up clutch like that, you're going to be perfectly fine. That being said, something Looney has mentioned quite a few times now is if they're going against C9, they have to beat them early. They don't want to go to that game 5. That's not even something they want to have to think about, and they've already dropped map number 1. So
you're already thinking about it, I think.
That's
dropping the map 1. It's already on the radar now, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be not necessarily a must-win because, again, C9, it doesn't seem to matter what really happens in the beginning of the series. It goes to game 5 no matter what, but, you know, Rise definitely wants to turn their game around.
Well, Looney been with this Rise Nation organization for quite some time. He sticks it, brings in the guys from Elevate to you know, you got to think when you make a change like this, when you look at the Elevate roster last year and how they were always like kind of second or third, right? And then Rise Nation was somewhere, you know, kind of the 1-2 spot early in the year, then tapered off a little bit towards the end. But you already had 2 rosters that were capable of finishing in the top 3. You make this change because you think this is a team that can win, right? I mean, that's the only reason you do it when they were performing well last year. So they're a team that thinks they should be in the grand final. They're a team that can be in the grand final. Can Rise get it done here? But on the other side, Cloud9 looks to be in championship form. Patrick Price carrying the load. Can he do it here in Search and Destroy as well?
I mean, I was about to say, Billy, can he even slow down at this point? Like, he's been a man on a mission. I imagine that's just going to continue through and through. We are going to be able to find out. Of course, it is going to be C9 on that offensive side, and they're going to go to the no-show B strat, but it looks like Rise is very prepared for what's about to happen.
Well, let's see how it develops here. You see on the minimap at the top left, there is going to be a lot of action, some information. Maybe, well, no, he just gets erased there with the wall run. I believe they got hit. Now it's going to be 2v3. Ricky and Assault going to have to clutch up. Assault trying to back up. Maybe a little bit of a bait and switch here, but he's going to get dropped, and now it's just going to be Ricky by himself. Ricky trying to stay alive. He knows there's 2 players up. He's able to dip and turn this at least into a chance. You know, if he challenged there, he's probably going to get ripped apart by Aqua and Pacento. Aqua having a nice round as he's picked up 2 kills. What do you have a lot of time to work with your Ricky in a 1v2 here. You see on the minimap where Bomb is, kind of at the bottom left. What's going through Ricky's head? What do you try to do here?
Well, his problem is Rise obviously knew his position. So
what's going through Ricky's head? What do you try to do here?
Well, his problem is Rise obviously knew his position. So he's got to be worried about them setting up around that bomb. He doesn't know whether or not they know that it's down. And of course, meanwhile, you see Rise, well, they're back in their spawn. So Ricky's going to take so much time checking all these corners, which he has to do. But at the same time, he needs to pick up the bomb and go. And you see right now, Rise is going to clear out the A bomb site. They might hang around here for 2 or 3 more seconds, and then they're going to go to B. And the timing might work out depending on how fast.
Well, it goes so slow because, well, one, Rise didn't know that he didn't have the bomb, and then Ricky didn't know that they didn't know he had the bomb, so it develops kind of slowly, but now everything going to come here. He's going to end up having a challenge. Well, I think he saw one around the side of the run. He's going to get one from behind. Can he catch the 1v2? He doesn't hit the shots. Doesn't finish the kill. Now I don't know if Ricky would have had it for sure, but you got to get that first one.
It's a tough situation too. Even if he gets that kill, he doesn't know if that player has crossed over yet, just because that player kind of surprised him coming down from the rock. So obviously you have to finish all of your kills to begin with anyway, but again, 1v2, very tough spot. So Rise with the perfect counter strategy as well. 4-man hitting B on defense.
Okay, well, it is going to be Rise now to offense. Aqua and the boys. This Rise Nation team is built to win championships. Can they do it here? Aqua getting some shots down by A. We'll take a look at the expanded minimap real quick just to sort of see the setup from either team. You see that 7 getting inside U. Felony, this is a map where we've seen Felony play very, very aggressive, especially across mid. He was spotted, though, peeking out of U, so he's going to have to back it up. Yeah,
and I want to see how fast number 4 on your screen, Assault, is going to rotate back. It looks like he's actually starting to make that move now, so the call-out has been made. We know where all 4 players are. Of course, that bomb, it looks to be going down towards that A bomb site. Fellow going to be roaming mid-map as well, but still no picks on the map. Some teams are just waiting for an opening. Fellow's going to get just that. Aqua picks up a kill as well. Fellow did get traded out, but advantage towards Rise.
They have the advantage, and they have the bomb planted, so it's going to need to be a 2v3 clutch for Ricky and Lacefield. We'll watch Lacefield's POV. I know we got a good amount of time with Ricky there in that first round. Checking every corner, playing it smart. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that, like we do with Codcaster, know that everyone's on the other side. He checks his close corner. He is able to find one. He gets tagged up, able to dip away. Let's look to positioning here maybe of Ricky as he has a chance to clutch up, finds one. Going to be a 1v1, 20 seconds left on the clock. Repeaks and challenges, but can't do it. Ricky's been in some tough spots in these first couple of rounds. You got to think one of these might end up going his way.
Yeah, and just smart move. Even the positioning the guys had, they had the bomb site pretty much triangulated. So despite the fact that Lacefield gets the kill, he gets traded out, and you see Aqua wasted no time. He knew Ricky was weak, didn't want to try and play the clock. Just, you have the advantage in the gunfight, might as well take it.
I didn't realize how weak Ricky actually was when you saw the health bar there on the other view. He was really tagged up. Now, Egg starting a little bit slow after the monster game 1. 0-2 currently. Let's see if maybe he can start getting involved in the party a bit. It looks like it's going to be a slow push towards A. I want to keep Felony. Keep an eye on that number 7 on your minimap, because he plays around you in mid-map pretty much every round. And he can really, at times, just get very aggressive on mid-map and in flanks and make some big plays.
Yeah, it seems like C9 is pretty much waiting for the flank, because if you don't show towards A, a lot of times players are just going to push through. But now that the map coverage has been pretty much figured out, they're going to go to B. And right now, Rise, they haven't read this yet, so they're going to be able to get this bomb down. And we're going to watch how Rise attempts to retake.
Well, let's take a look at the 4 red arrows on the minimap here, just to see how they opt to go with this. And it doesn't look like any flank. It looks like they're going to try and just brute force their way in from the backside. We'll watch Felony's POV. He's got one lined up on wall. We're not able to win it. We'll swap over to Looney. Looney. Oh, so Felony actually did pick up 1 kill before dropping, though. So they're going to be a 3v2 again. Another tough situation. And it's going to be on Ricky yet again. Ricky drops, though. Assault now 1v2. And they fall. All of these close rounds, every single one going the way of Rise Nation. Now, yes, they've had the edge technically in these close rounds. So I guess props to them. They're closing out when they should.
Yeah, it's just good play calls as well. So instead of sending anybody on the flank, they just 4-man rotated back towards B and pushed together after that. And you saw there was a couple C9 players playing very far back. And with the bomb down so far up the map, they're going to be forced to challenge at a certain point anyway, because they're just over busy watching the flank. So you have a man advantage. You win the gunfights, trade every kill, you're going to be in a good spot.
Okay, Aqua, 125 from picking up this Trinity rocket. He has the overdrive to work with as well. Let's keep on him, as he has not yet dropped. And what's interesting, Aqua, typically, yes, he was a great S&D player last year, especially with his sniper, but he mostly respawns where he stood out for me. He was such a monster. Has a rough game 1, goes off big here in game 2. It's kind of a flop of what we have with him and Inks.
Well, gonna see how far he can continue. It looks like Rise is going with what C9 tried to do last time. The difference is Assault still at the back of the map for C9, waiting for this B push to come in. He hasn't made that rotation yet, so there might be a little bit more of a challenge, and C9's definitely going to be on the ball a little bit quicker. Then, of course, you got to keep in mind, Fellow is still sitting at connector. He's waiting to see people cross mid-map, but Assault gets taken down. So the call-out's going to get made, but this is where Fellow's going to be able to shine, able to pick up the 2nd kill. He gets traded out, but that's a huge advantage towards Rise. They know exactly where the C9 players are going to be coming from, and they get the bomb down.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Every round, keep an eye on that 7 on the minimap, because he'll sit it by you, and depending on which way they go, I mean, he's able to pick up kills in the flank, pick up kills in mid, and now as Lacefield comes in, he should drop almost immediately, and guess who? Ricky yet again last alive, and it is 4-0. Rise Nation making quick work of Cloud9 in this search and destroy.
Yeah, and again, these rounds are, I don't want to say like a blowout, but every single time, Rise is just the ones that are making the correct plays. So, again, very well put together team, and that's something that Luminosity talked about. They lost Looney, and they lost a little bit of their search and destroy game and leadership. And now it seems that, well, he's taken some of that over towards Rise now.
So we just were handed some stats from the course of the weekend. You know how we were talking about eggs. So coming into this, he had a .77 respawn KD.
It's not good.
And then he drops that bomb in game 1. You think he's a different player on Sunday? It certainly looks that way, but he's yet to find a kill here. We'll watch him to see if he can do something in the game 2. Yet to get on the board, and that's where he's got to pick it up. On the other side of this, Aqua, he's actually now just sitting 25 off of this Trinity rocket, so just assist, kill, trophy, anything really, and he's going to be able to pick up those Trinities.
Yeah, going to use the scare to try and break the hill as well, so that bomb has not gotten planted yet. You can see the players are backing off. They're waiting to get the pick on the scare before they make any moves happen, but at this point, Rise, they got all 4 players ready. They're ready for that bomb to get planted to B, and then they're going to make a move. I think they're just waiting for it to go down. Now they're going to actually throw straight down the tunnel. 2 players are going to get picked up. Lacefield's able to get 1, but Rise, they're winning all the gunfights. Last player out by Cages. There's a team kill that comes in. Does not matter. Vicento able to get that final kill cam.
And I don't know if the kill streaks matter at this point, but you saw Aqua get fully streaked out before his teammate takes him out. So he would have been, what, 8-0? Until he gets shot in the back there by Vicento. having one hell of a game. What did we, I think at PSX he had a game 5 where we went 11-0. Actually, I think it was this same map. I could have made that up though. Strong chance of that.
Yeah, strong chance we're making things up here on the fly. Either way, though, again, fully streaked out. It's going to be pretty tough to deal with. You already know that Assault sits on the back rock pretty much every single round over by B. And as I say that, he's hanging out mid-map, but 2 teammates have taken over that position. I'm assuming C9 is definitely going to be aware of this. He got to 8-0. They know their streaks, so they're just going to play back under cover. So, of course, if Aqua uses these, probably not going to get too much.
It's almost like Felony plays like the role Facento does for them on throwback search. You know, they all push towards B. Facento plays kind of the top side of A and plays that lurker kind of role. Felony's been doing that for them here around mid-map, and he's still, I'm keeping an eye on that number 7 because he's going to be in a position to wrap behind players if they don't get eyes on him. No streaks used yet. I'm getting ready to consider switching over to Felony. He should have engagement right now, and there he finds a kill mid-map. He's done so much damage. He's won those gunfights when he's been traded out pretty frequently, but he's the one getting that intro information, basically delaying the rotation over.
Yeah, and you saw 2 different sets of Trinity Rockets getting called in. That's making it tough for C9. Still, though, it's a 2v2. Aqua's going to be hanging around right next to this bomb. Players pushing in as well, so he knows to check both sides. He knows where both players are, and he's got a little bit of help in Vicento, but he might not need it. He might just be able to win every gunfight by himself. Now Ricky, he's gotten out of dodge, but still there is just 0 time for anything to happen. And that is a very clean and easy 6-0 victory from Rise.
Well, all the energy you had if you're a Cloud9 fan just got sucked out of you. That was, what, a 5-minute search and destroy? 6-0. Aqua only died to a team kill. I think you saw Ricky in 4 different 1v2s. Aches 1 and 6. There's nothing positive to talk about from Cloud9 that search and destroy. They're completely outclassed by Rise Nation.
So if this goes to game 5, let's just hypothetically, do you think they can turn around that performance, or do you think it's more the same? Because was there even a round where really we thought, oh, C9 is going to get this one?
The only thing that we can, I guess, maybe talk about is how good Cloud9's been in game 5s.
Sure.
But then also, that particular map is one I've seen Rise Nation play very well in the past. From PSX to here, they've been very good at that. Specifically, Felony and Aqua are disgusting. So I'm wondering how much of it is it that map, or is it search and destroy in general? I don't know yet, but I'm hoping we get to that game 5.
Well, I mean, for C9, there doesn't seem to be options, because if you look at those stats, they have a 0% win percentage for 2 of the maps in Uplink and a 50 for the other. So they've won Uplink a single time so far at this tournament. It's not looking too good. So again, their hardpoint game, it's been all right for the first one, but they've really been a front half and then game 5 kind of team. So not looking good. Again, Rise, they have quite a bit of momentum, I would say, from the search and destroy, but
so
definitely got a series on hand.
I want to check Rise Nation.
Oh, wow, that's actually
yeah,
bad
so
too.
Crusher, 100%. They haven't dropped a single one. That's what I was talking about. They've been very good at that map. Actually, what's interesting, though, is Cloud9 had a 100% win percentage on that as well. Both of them 100% on retaliation. This is gonna be interesting. If we get to a game 5, it's been 2 of the better game modes, well, the better game mode for both of these teams. Let's take a look at it. So, all right. Precinct uplink. So Cloud9 has not gotten a win there yet. Neither has Rise Nation. Scorch Hardpoint, looking at that. Both teams have a 100% win rate. And Throwback Search and Destroy, Cloud9 has not won. It looks like a split for Rise Nation. So kind of interesting when you're looking at the maps and the results they've gotten so far this weekend.
Yeah, in my view coming in was that I just thought Rise was purely the better team. I thought they definitely had an edge, especially in the respawn game modes. Now, they did drop map 1, but that literally was like a colossal performance coming out of Ix. So that's what it took to win by 7 points, to have a guy in your team drop 42, 43 kills. I really just don't know if they can replicate a performance like that to win these next 2 respawns, but they're going to have to do it at least once.
Yeah, but that's the other thing to remember, though, too. Yeah, you had the great game from Aches, but you had to have it, but you didn't have your typical Lacefield and Assault. So if you get a much more normal game from those 2, like the young Slayers, I mean, that's what they're brought on this team to do, is just pick up a ton of kills on the map. You still might be okay, but if you don't have that, if they play like they did in game 1 and Aches doesn't have another monster game, you could get blown out here in this uplink is what's scary.
We're going to find out. In a lot of close uplink games as well, I think we've seen so far. I think the largest blowout I've seen, other than Open Bracket, where Orbit won like 56-1, is like a 10-3 or something like that. But the series we just had, Optic versus FaZe, excuse me, literally came down to the final like couple seconds. The dunk put them over the edge. So you're definitely expecting it to be a pretty close match. Nothing like that 6-0 beatdown that we just saw in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it's definitely been a pretty low-scoring affair, at least when you think back to last year's uplink. But I think that's just the nature of the games. The fact that it's a new game, don't know a lot of the one-point throws yet, maybe for some of these players. I'm sure we'll see the scoring margins start to blow up over the course of the year. But looking into uplink now, as we're going to Precinct. you have a prediction? Who are you feeling?
Again, I'm feeling Rise. I just think they're through and through the better team. I expect a better performance. I think what Eggs did is what it's going to take for C9 to pull something off. Someone on their team is going to have to drop some serious numbers. Because again, even in the Search and Destroy, when it came down to those hectic moments where everything's just trading back and forth, Rise every single time came back out on top. We saw C9, they were winning the rotation battles in the hard point, and they were able to hold on for a little bit, but Rise broke through every single time. When it comes to these fast-paced engagements, Rise is just better.
If I had to pick one game mode that I was, I guess, as sure Rise would win, or I was positive Rise would win, it's the other one. I think this is a very, very tough map for Cloud9. I don't think that the last map was a must-win by any nature since you steal the hard point, but it definitely hurts going into this, knowing how poor their uplink gameplay has been thus far. But Rise, at least if the stats I have in front of me are correct, they haven't exactly been brilliant in it either.
Well, we are going to find out. The question is, who do we want to go on board with first? I know Ace, if we go based on that last respawn, looked fantastic, but Rise, maybe they have the momentum.
Well, we'll go on with Ace. We started off with him in the Search. I want to start off with him again just because I want to see if he can bounce back. He had an abysmal game too. The shots, at least so far, I know he's hit with that jammer grenade, weren't looking very good, but let's actually switch over to Lacefield. I'll say he was going to fight at Tarp, see if he's able to win that. Might open things up, and it's Facento finding two. Now with the Osa, Aches picking up one in the lobby, turning, and might be able to find a second. Nice job there, going to the hip fire. I think he saw a third side across, so it does get flanked from behind. That was 3, killed in pretty quick succession for Rise Nation, so now maybe you have a chance to at least push the drone up a little bit. When you have Assault clearing the way in front, you definitely have an opportunity. There's one more behind. He saw him in Ticket. Shots a little bit everywhere there for Lacefield, not able to win it.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to see a lot of thriving Osa plays as well. Once he can get over towards this glass area, this is what Lacefield is going to want. Of course, you got to pick the gunfights in all the way through. Aches is going to be able to win that gunfight. Player under the portal is going to be able to get that stop. Still, though, C9 is definitely going to be on attack. They're pushing out mid-map right now. They have black glass covered as well. You'd imagine this is going to result in at least a 1-point play.
He gets around the corner and gets it through. Nice job there by Lacefield getting one on the board. They did a good job picking up kind of that back alley by Ticket, spawning them out gas, and it's kind of a tough rotation back. I mean, if Assault would have picked up a couple kills off the spawners there, that might have actually gotten a lot more lethal, probably some more points going on the board. But now let's go to lobby and look at Felony, who's in the best position here to start to get something over the drone. He's just going to grab it and exit out. But who do you have mid-street? He's actually getting chased. If he gets out to the edge here, looking all right to get up and make a play. Looks like they want to push over towards Cherry Blossom.
Well, Facento was able to pick up 2, so that's definitely going to give them quite a bit of clearing. So Fellows going to, well, not go back to get the ball. His teammate's going to call out. He's behind him. So Aqua has that in hand. That's going to be a 3 down as well. There's one player left alive. That's going to be Aches. He's going to fall. And this is a bit of a spawn trap as well. They know they're going to spawn up in Statue. I'm not sure if they're going to delay the dunk and let the teammate pick up kills. That seems to be the case. So smart plays all the way around. Facento's waiting for the call out, but well, he needs to do it quick, and there it goes.
They get it, and they're still spawning him out because you still have Facento in the base. He finally drops, so they do regain control, and I think Lacefield got the lobby to make sure they couldn't rally the drone. Now Aches will pick up where Lacefield left off. Nice gunfight win there as he takes down Felony, and they're going to continue to wrap out. Now this is one thing that I saw was interesting. I want to see what they do the next time around the second half as they do tack one on, because the preferred route from the side Rise Nation, I usually see people a lot of times pushing towards Statue. This is the route you'll see a lot. Seems to be a little bit more effective, but Cloud9 was trying this the first game I casted for them. They didn't get 1 point on the board. They couldn't get anything working. It looked really stale. They weren't finding kills, but Rise Nation's making it work.
Yeah, it can be tough to win the gunfights attacking that side, but you do have a pretty easy 1-point toss you can hit if they're not going to be set up for the interception. So a little bit of different themes that you got, depending on which side you're going to push. Either way, though, C9 right now, they do have that drone control. Looks like they're going to push it out towards glass or debate on what to do with it. Looks like Assault got the call from his team. They're going to take their time and go all the way around the map with this.
Yeah, take it the long route. The one mid-street, that number 3 you see is Felony. He was already able to slow it down a bit by picking up 1. He does drop then, and now Cloud9 still has an opportunity to push. But they're taking their time here outside of gas. It looks like they're just dancing a little bit. They took it bottom side of the map. They're wrapping back towards mid. Aches did find a kill here in lobby. So what were they, maybe trying to draw the defense out towards the bottom side and then push up through ticket? I mean, it's developing far too slow if that was the plan.
I think they just want to see if they can create any openings on the map, and since they weren't able to win the necessary gunfights, they said, all right, well, as long as we keep the drone in our hands, Rise is never going to be able to score this, and if we ever die, we can just get the reset. So they're just playing pretty safe. Of course, now, though, Rise is going to be on the attack. Aqua is able to pick up, too. It looks like Ricky's in a pretty tough spot as well. Has 2 players coming over for the challenge, so already you'd imagine this is going to be a 1-point toss, if not more, depending on how the gunfights go down. Not even trying to risk it immediately going for the toss. He's too far away. Fellow, though, was able to pick up 3 kills while all that was going on. He's on the 4th streak as well. However, that drone is, for a moment, looks to be safe in the hands of C9.
Yeah, for a second, I didn't realize Felony dropped. I was like, oh God, he's running right back towards Felony. But they're able to pick up the kill, get the base cleared, and now can look to make a play. The 1-point toss, I think, just a little bit out of the range there for Facento. They are going to get it off the map now, and you've got 1 down for Cloud9. Make it 2 as Aix falls as well. Drone grabbed by Facento. He's got another opportunity here to hit the 1-point toss. Came up a little bit short last time. Now it's up and away. This time short again. Needs a little bit more muscle in that cannon.
Yeah, they really need to figure out the distance of that. You can't really be missing those twice. Either way, though, C9 made a nice defensive stand the previous time. Looks like this time is just not going to make a difference. So 5 seconds left. The round is going to end with Rise Nation in a 3-2 lead. Yeah, I don't believe you can even hit a 1-point toss with that amount of time from that distance. So
all right, let's talk about the 1-point tosses, because those were probably, I mean, some of the more significant things we saw that misses. Now, were those just taken out of range because he was going to get shot, didn't get a chance, or are those, because it looked like, I mean, at least lined it up, it's just he's too far away is what it seemed like to me. I don't know if he even could have put arc on that to get it in.
Yeah, so Facento clearly went for it and just completely missed. Fellow, to his credit, he had to rush that because he knew that his teammates had fallen around him, so he was in a bit of a hopeless situation, and he put it down and immediately picked up like a triple kill. So Fellow did the right thing. Not sure what was happening with Facento's shot. Either way, though, small advantage for Rise. C9 going to be looking to fight back Looney, though, with that drone control.
See Looney hold it here. Facento clears out 1 from behind, and that's the go to make a push. The player in ticket trying to pick him up. I think it's dropped by Facento as well, and now it's Looney up mid-street, and that is a quick dunk. 5-2 advantage for Rise Nation as they make their presence known on this side of the map in the opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, and they really did make that look easy as well. You can see, though, Fellow's going to be inside. He's going to have to fight 2 people, gets both of them as well to keep that drone control in his team's hands. For C9, they got that glass spawn, so you see what Aqua, well, he's going to rotate that all the way around over towards gas station. If his team's can win the gunfights, well, they're going to be able to get some more points on the board.
Yeah, he's got cover here from Looney, and then wrapping around the back was Facento, but Facento got dropped. He's leading the way. I'm saying, unless he's going to get some sick melee there, he is in trouble. They try to push it back alley, gets dropped. That was a, I don't know. I don't really know what kind of push that was. You don't usually see them taking the drone up the back alley.
Nope, not at all. And if you do, they at least throw the drone down to get the gun out first. But, well
and
like
you don't,
Ricky's doing here.
You don't usually have the drone carrier leading the fight either, leading the way down back alley. But the awkward push ends up getting shut down. But thankfully, Rise Nation turns up there on defense, so they won't get punished for a bit, maybe of a miscue. Let's go over to Felony, though, because he had the drone. He tossed it to the back, I think, for Looney to make a play. Looney having a magnificent game at 18 and 13, and he might have an opportunity here for a shot made three. He's the only one alive, doesn't get it off, and all 4 get wiped.
Now, it's not an easy shot to hit, but once you get through like the orange tarp area, you can hit like a wall run and throw it straight over the glass building, and you can get a very quick 1-point shot. So something I'd like to see the teams try to use a little bit more instead of pushing up that far just to die. Either way, though, C9 is going to be on the attack. Got 3 minutes left, and it is a 2-possession game. They do have a little bit of control now. They got 2 down. Just need to win 1 more wave of gunfights, and they'll be good to go.
Yeah, just try to make this 1 possession, get anything on the board. Coming through mid could be the big play. Assault trying to come in behind, able to find 1 in front, the 2nd, and the 3rd there. So everything kind of falls apart with that push, and now Drone going to fall over to Aqua and the side of Rise Nation. Who's in behind? Facento's kind of playing just like a sneaky angle here at back alley, and that opens it up to turn their heads, and I thought maybe Aqua would find a kill on the minimap, but not able to do so. So it will, I think, be back to Cloud9 at least for now. And they've just had very few offensive opportunities. Like, at least Rise, not only do they have 5 points on the board, but you know, they have a couple misses, they've had some pushes, they've looked like an offensive threat. Cloud9 just really hasn't. Now, this is the position I saw them get in on Friday, where they just couldn't do anything with it. Even when they found 2 or 3 kills, they still weren't getting points on the board because they just weren't pushing up together. Now let's see if they can get it done. Gonna try to go up off the wall, gotta get the 1-point toss off there. Pat puts it through.
Nice quick toss there. Again, now this is just a one-possession game. Aches causing a little bit of problems back in the base. Rise, though, eventually able to clear that out. Important gunfight as well. This mid-map control is probably the most important part that you could ever have on the uplink. If you're constantly causing problems inside there, you have so many different cuts already covered by solely one player.
If Looney didn't get that kill, you have a chance to maybe get a rally into another one-point play. But Looney comes up clutch. Not only is he leading all Slayers on his side, actually in the entire game right now, as he's 25 and 17, he's also coming up with the crucial kills around the objective. All right, so let's see, 90 seconds left. What do you think Cloud9 has to do to get back in this one? Just somehow finding a way to create more offensive opportunities, play a little bit faster? What's going wrong for Cloud9 here?
Well, there's been quite a few times where they've gotten the control, gotten about 75% of the way there, and they should never win those second set gunfights. They're just struggling in the gunfight department. So again, Rise, they were able to get 3 down. They're going to be on the attack. So what Rise has to do here is, again, win that second set of gunfights. And it looks for the moment, Lacefield as well, able to chop both of those down. So same issue for both teams.
All right, well, now they've got an opportunity mid-street, but right as I say that, 2 to end up dropping. So Aches is going to have to play his life. Now, what's been interesting, we talked about the fact that in the game 1 respawn, Aches steps it up, gets a little bit more slaying. They take a very narrow win. Here, he's leading the slaying as well. Is there something they're doing different with their play style right now, or are the 2 young guns in Lacefield and Assault just really not doing their part?
I think it's part of both, right? Assault, especially at the beginning of this match, was definitely struggling early on. I think he was like 3 and 12 at some point. So he's turned it around a little bit. But again, this is the part where C9, they have to get those second set of gunfights, and they've been struggling. Ace is able to get 1, only able to get that, though, and of course the trades go back and forth. It looks like Lacefield was thinking about going for a quick shot, but he has 2 players here, one of which is going to be set up for that interception. So they've had it here for the longest time. It looks like the overdrive going to come in effect, but again, they just can't win the gunfights. They can't get the clearing, and eventually Rise is able to make that defensive stand.
And that should be it. Rise Nation should be able to take it. That's exactly that standstill there that you saw for Cloud9 is exactly what I saw happen to them all day Friday. They would get to that position, and for 60 seconds, it was like they were headbutting a wall, not able to get any points on the board. Not able to find that rotation of kills. Yeah, they get 1, they get 2, but they never get enough to actually get forward. And Rise Nation holds on, and they are 1 map away from making it here to the grand final. And then we're gonna have to deal with the rest of the losers bracket. Well, the losers final is is the other match being played right now at the same time? I'd love to get an update on that if we could.
It is definitely still being played on Bravo, and you can see them all the way over there in the background. Either way, though, we're going to have to wait till we get word about that before we can fill you guys in on what's going on. But really, the standout thing for me on that game was how much time Aqua had control over the drone. He wasn't really having to kill much. He didn't put up serious numbers in the slaying department, but he was allowing his team to basically play 3v4, and they were still doing just fine. Like, all 3 of his teammates putting up some serious slaying numbers, and then, again, C9, there was no standout player. They're just a little bit weaker in that department.
Yeah, it's a game of opportunity in uplink, right? Typically, if you're getting more throws, if you're getting more action around the portal, you're going to win the game. And there, it's just they had a lot more to get done with especially the first half of the game when they were able to get some pushes there. I know the 1-pointers weren't really going through, they weren't clicking, but still, I guess the point I'm trying to make is Cloud9 never really seemed like a threat, whereas Rise Nation, you at least. It could have been worse than it was, really, when you're taking a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I mean, even when they had the overdrive towards the end, and overdrive, obviously saw it with Optic versus FaZe, can win you the game, essentially, getting that drone ever so quickly towards the portal. But Fellow never left the spot. He was set up in a spot where he could get the interception as soon as he sees the throw comes in. They try to overdrive it. He's been back there. He's been hanging out. And, of course, with the wall run, that's the angle that he had. So not even a super difficult situation for Oz to be in. They just kept winning all the gunfights necessary.
All right, so Scorch Hardpoint is going to be up next, and what did we say? It was so they've won 2/3 of theirs for Cloud9, 50% for the side of Rise Nation. So both teams, finding wins. But let's talk about sort of the respawn KDs for the side of Rise Nation. Who's been standing out for you? I know we talked a lot about Cloud9 and kind of the flip and roll, it sort of seems like, from the slaying department. What have you seen from Rise Nation that's maybe impressed you?
Well, I mean, Aqua's been leading the charge, generally speaking. He had a 1.17 KD is what we have down. But even Fellow, who's slightly below average, he does have those games where he is winning just an insane amount of clutch gunfights. And it goes back to me, at least, we're going into Hardpoint. The first time around, yes, C9 won. Aches had to drop the 42 kills to make that happen. He had to get streaks at the very end, and for the most part, Rise is in complete control of that entire game. Do you really see it going any differently, other than Rise not allowing Ace to drop the 42 kills?
I want a game 5 terribly, but you got to feel like your gut tells you it ends here, right?
Yeah.
It really does. You needed a miracle there to take game 1. It was an impressive result, but I don't know how you do it here. Now let's talk a little bit about the difference, because
Game 1, we have retaliation, which is a lot more open, more K-bars, maybe not as many OSAs being used, plays a little bit slower, more control-based. Whereas now going to Scorch, probably as far to the opposite side of the spectrum as you can get with Hardpoint in general. Do you think maybe that favors one side? Does that actually favor your Lacefield type player? He's going to go off with the OSA maybe.
He's been pretty strong with the OSA, and I think something that's been pretty telling as well, which we can pretty much talk about later, let analysis break down, but from what I understand, we actually have an interview down on the floor with Puckett.
Thank you very much, Chance. I am backstage right now with a very special guest. We have Roger Saffold, owner of Rise Nation. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Good. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Now, you have been a very busy man. We watched you on TV from a suite on Thursday playing on Thursday Night Football. Now you're here in Vegas. You are representing the boys, and they are in our Winners Bracket Finals, up a game, one match away from being in the Grand Finals. How proud are you of this new team?
I just really like the way that they've been able to adjust. The team, the camaraderie has just been great, and they've really put just great team effort out there in every game, and we're winning.
It's amazing. We see so many new athletes coming in, other people coming in and just investing in esports, but you've been one of these guys who got in early, way early, and you've seen this Rise Nation team develop. Had some great placing at Call of Duty Championships, but after champs this year, recently with Black Ops 3, Looney lost 3 teammates, and you had to go up and pick 3 new players up. You and I were talking a little bit before this about Facento. What has this guy brought on for the new lineup?
His communication has been really key for us, especially in Search and Destroy. He shows great leadership, and he's just been all around great in every game mode.
And talking to the team before the match, what's their goal for this week? And are they looking for the championship, or are they going to be happy with top 3?
Oh, they're definitely looking for the championship. These guys really want to win. I mean, you could just tell it. They have great energy, and they're really focused.
Well, we got Game 4 coming up next. It's a hard point. Rise has been pretty solid in the hard points throughout this tournament. Who's our player to watch?
I watch for Looney. He's really been picking it up, and I expect him to have a huge game.
All right, well, people out there in the crowd, give it up. This is Roger Saffold supporting esports and putting Rise Nation on the map. They were here for Overwatch, and they're crushing it here in Call of Duty. Let's send it back to our desk with Jack.
There's a lot of good things to say about Rise Nation. Another reason why I'm not saying anything bad is because if I do, Roger will probably come pick me up and physically throw me off the stage. Not only is he quite the impressive football player, but he's also kind and gentle at heart. Had a great time meeting him way back in Black Ops 3 and now across the last year building a friendship with him. Happy to see his squad doing so well, though, as there was a lot of questions about how this team would do. Right now, they are looking cool, calm, and collected. What does it mean, Teep, for a squad who loses a heartbreaking hardpoint to then come into Search and Destroy Map 2 and smoke the opposing team 6-0? What does that say about their caliber?
From Rise's perspective, I would just have that mentality that they had a miracle game out of Pat, right?
Yeah.
That's the best performance we've seen out of Pat in, 2 years? Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
So you just kind of shrug that off. You know how good you are in the other game types as well. And the other people on Cloud9 just aren't really up to par right now. We've looked throughout this entire tournament towards Assault and Lacefield to have those performances that Pat had in Game 1. We haven't really had that yet. So I think going into that Search and Destroy, that was much easier for Rise than that they probably expected.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back on this series, all signs pointing towards really it should have been a 3-0 for Rise if Aches doesn't have that 42-19. Another hard point coming on up. I don't think Aches will match that Merc, but we heard the thoughts of the casters. Is this done here? Do we see a Game 5?
I think it should be done here, but it's Cloud9 we're talking about, and we'll probably end up going to a game number 5 by some miraculous fashion. Probably Pat with 45 kills instead of 42, but yeah, I mean, Rise definitely looks like the stronger team right now, but I can definitely see Cloud9 turning it around.
My thought process is I think this is going to go map 5 just because we haven't seen one of those games from Assault and Lacefield. Can you really go throughout 3 respawns in a row without one of those guys having a lights out game? So I'm just expecting them to get a fire lit under them. I hope hopefully this break they can sort of turn things around and realize what they need to do or change going into this hard point. But that's why I think Lacefield has to go off. One of them has to go off at this point.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for Rise Nation for me is they've actually been one of the more consistent teams in hardpoint. Whether it's a win or a loss, these guys have been within 15, 20 in score every time. They have not given up without a fight. Even in that first game, 7 seconds the difference. Into this map, who knows how it all plays out. I do believe we still have our other losers, or our losers bracket match going on. Last I heard, FaZe was up in the series. Not entirely sure where it currently stands now. We'll try to get an update for you guys watching here on the main stream. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage of the CWL Vegas Open presented by the PS4. As this weekend develops, as we've seen everything break down, what do you want to see teams overall improve upon the most as Infinite Warfare continues to develop?
I got something big, and it's got to be uplink for me. There's just so many situations. We even saw in that Game 3 where players just aren't putting that drone down. They don't understand that they have to get a next set of kills, even to just get 1 point. Back in other games, you were able to throw that drone over everything, really, and convert 1-pointers. Now you sort of have to get that mid-map control, then get another set of kills to sort of get those points, and they're just not doing that.
That's why I love working with you guys, because I actually had never thought of it from that perspective, where the big difference in Black Ops 3, you could have one player by themselves grab the drone and basically throw it halfway across the map.
That's it.
For a bounced in 1-point play. That is not the case here in Infinite Warfare. Remember, there's multiple ways to watch your winners bracket final, losers final, and grand final as the day goes on. MLG.tv/COD, the enhanced viewing experience. I'm seeing people scream across the venue, so I'm assuming that that's FaZe taking the series. Yeah, handshakes across. FaZe Clan continue their losers bracket run. You can see more up-to-date stats than ever before as a viewer. Quite the interesting program. Saw my boy Turn Up Too Easy on Twitter saying he loves the new updated MLG.tv. Great to see the community enjoying it so far. People have been saying, hey, it's been nice to have those stats right at our fingertips. With FaZe now, I'm assuming they just moved on. They will be awaiting the loser of this match, which very well could be Cloud9, which very well could mean we would have Clayster versus Aches, and that is a beautiful, beautiful sight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to come off a loss, too, and then sort of play this FaZe team that's just been destroying everybody today. That's what Tyler and I were talking about, the sort of winner of that Game 4, or that winner versus Optic. We thought they were going to end up in the championship final just because they're going to get so much momentum from that match.
I just received word from my director. FaZe win that Game 4 to secure the series 3-1, 250 to 248.
Wow.
A 2-second difference to now earn themselves a spot in the losers bracket final. They've now secured themselves, what is that, a top 4 placing?
Top three now.
Top three now.
Big props to Allegiance, man.
Yes.
Top 4 from them for their first event. I mean, this was a roster. We were sure they had skilled players, but we weren't sure how they were going to perform. A great first event for them.
I mean, and it wouldn't be wrong to assume that, Teep. It wasn't like Sinful's been a huge superstar in the last couple of years in Call of Duty. Obviously, Mochilla has either been hit or miss.
Yep.
Royalty, yes, he's been consistent, and Remy was never really the superstar of that Team Revenge lineup and the teams he was on back with Elevate. Now, though, they look like a squad that has potential. Where do you go from here, though, if you are Allegiance as this goes on? You just lost a FaZe. You've obviously got a ton to play for. What do you want to see the squad do next?
I think they just need a more well-balanced performance from each of the players, especially in Search and Destroy. There were those games where you'd have one of those or two players drop off. I think in one of the earlier series, we saw Sin drop like 14 or 15 in the map and end up losing out. So just situations like that.
Well, we're getting into our rig draft for game number 4, Scorch Hardpoint. Rise Nation versus Cloud9. If you're just joining us from the Bravo stream, you're watching FaZe Clan take down Allegiance. That stream now being ended as the rest of the matches will happen here on primetime, MLG.tv/COD. Game number 4, Cloud9 on the verge of dropping a series and falling to the loser's bracket to have to face off against that squad in FaZe. Will we see another Game 5 for the team? Let's find out. Maven and Chance, take it away.
FaZe Cloud9 would be ridiculous. It's like if FaZe Optic wasn't enough for you earlier, Pat going up against Clay would be absolutely electric, but still, we got to see who's going to be able to take this series. Vicento pushing in for some kills early.
Well, already it is going to be C9 completely taking control. Number 3 down in their favor. Looney's just doing his best he can to stay alive up in the hill. Aches, though, is going to be able to take him down. And, well, we saw him drop 42 kills earlier. He's starting out 3-0. Apparently, Patty P has that hot hand in hardpoint.
You have to shave your head if he drops 40 again.
Okay, done.
You'd look handsome. You'd have more hair than I do. But all right, Felony now 2 in a row with Aqua as well. Early lead for Cloud9, but you see Rise Nation coming right back into this one. There's one right across, and one pushing the front. Team is trying to look over, but not able to do so. Leaves Looney in the hard point. He's
able to find, I think, 3 before he actually drops. Looney going huge, but it doesn't really matter because the one player left standing there to pick up the scrap time is going to be in blue.
Yeah, and something we saw in the original hardpoint, C9, they've won the rotation battle pretty much like, what, 80% of the time. They won here again. Of course, they have to pick up the gunfights as well. And I would say that this is probably an easier hill to hold than anything on retaliation, but not easy enough, apparently. Fellow Vicento able to clear that one now incredibly quickly. So, again, C9, early setup, Rise, they break through.
That route and kill is huge. If you don't get set up with like 2 players almost pushing at that high wall run, you can get and kill the player kind of behind that turbine box, it's done. It almost falls apart as soon as that guy dies. It was beautiful by Vicento to find the kill right here. Like that, God, that's not easy either. As Lacefield's able to take the fight. But let's go back over. Let's go to Vicento. He's 5-3 on a 4 streak right now. He's 225 off his Trinity rocket. And he's playing the close angle here. Maybe catch somebody off guard a little bit. And that it seemed to be the plan. Finds one, can't get the secondary in behind him, but Felony is backing him up. They find both kills for Cloud9, but how much time is left? They're going to get the closing 15 or so, and that's sort of how the first hardpoint did. I know they had a little bit at the beginning, but they got the final kind of scrap time, and that's it.
Yeah, we've seen this before where C9, they break through, but it seems like it's almost too late. So relatively close game so far. Rise, though, they're going to have this early control of the new hardpoint. C9, it looks like they're going to be pushing. Well, Ace is coming in the mid window, and he's got a player come down long haul as well. So it's going to be contested for a moment, but again, these are the important gunfights. These are the ones that win games. And it looks like Aqua's going to be the player that comes out on top.
Aqua with the melee is able to take it. I was trying to get over to him, but he ended up seeing the Cloud9 spawn as they're basically having to run the entire way back, and now Looney's going to have some pressure to deal with. He already found one. There's a couple more coming in through rocks here. We'll see if he can clean those up as well. He has one on either side. Shots in one. Not able to do it. He does end up falling, but he gets the call at least to his teammates, and 3 are pushing through rocks. That's the final player, but it doesn't matter. Aix, again, able to bust through, and he's 8-6, but they're trailing now by 45 points or so, and here we are again. They're just getting kind of those final couple seconds. You're not going to be able to come back this way. The lead's just going to continue to grow on you.
Well, still, they're going to have plenty of more opportunities to try, of course, even on that rotation. We see all of that red on the left side. Even when Ricky's able to pick up one, the trade comes in instantaneously. So again, Rise, they're going to have this early control. And again, you'd expect they rack up at least, what, 20 seconds or so here before maybe C9 is able to break through. It's going to be tough. You see Aix, though, he's going to be the man coming on the flank. The other 3 players are pushing up through control, but it's not going to matter because they all lose their gunfights. Rise, making it look easy.
And I bet you with about 15 seconds or so, they'll get the break. And they'll get those final points. That's all they've been able to do. But so far, this has been a perfect and methodical hold from Rise Nation. Looking back towards mid is Fellow. Nice headshot coming in there. Vicento drops as well, but Looney still here to hold. Tagging one up. His teammate dying in front. Was actually, sorry, his teammate Vicento, Aqua picking up multiple kills in front. Looney is trying to continue to hold. Now, this is where they should break. This is what they've been doing every time. If Cloud9 can do it again.
Also worth pointing out, Aqua, well, never mind. He got up to 6 on that kill streak before he got shut down, but he had the hot hand. Not entirely sure if he earned any streaks there, but either way, it does not really matter when your team has more than double the score of your opponent.
That was a perfect hold.
Well, yeah, C9, again, you know, they get, what, 3 seconds of scrap time. Hill's going to go back to mid. C9 did okay last time around on this hill, even despite the fact that Looney was picking up 3 pieces, but early on, Vicento, he's able to get 2. Assault, though, heating up on that 5 streak as well.
They need him to come alive. Him and Lacefield have got to be in that ballpark we saw them yesterday where they're almost around double positive, a 1.5 to 2 ratio. That is the kind of stuff you need. But now everyone dies. It leaves Assault there by himself. What are you supposed to do when you have 3 members of Rise Nation looking at you?
Well, it would have been huge if he was able to get those streaks. Meanwhile, those C9, they might give it one more push to just contest this middle hill, but still, this back area is definitely going to be more important for them. Vicento going to burn the rewind there, able to stay alive while his teammates are just contesting this hill for the moment. Goes back and picks up a kill. Still, though, 15 seconds left. C9 did a good job not to push too far, but the beatdown comes in, and C9's actually spawning out. They did get too over-aggressive, and they are going to get punished for it.
That sounds like a sentence that's become a little bit of a theme here over the course of this one. Cloud9 getting punished. And they have to get a break. Remember, okay, so from the opposite side, it was Vicento that was able to go over the top and find the kill to break into Turbine. This time it's going to be Rise Nation actually set up inside. Assault, again, in a spot where everyone on his team's dead. He sort of has to wait. See, dying there is silly because he has no one to push with him. Now he staggers to spawning more because now look where Assault's going to spawn. They have to wait for him now. You got to either stay alive there or die with your team.
And then we're to the point now where even if C9 starts to win the rotation battles, we have not seen them successfully hold a hill for very long at all, at most 25, 30 seconds. So Rise, they can pretty much do whatever they want at this point. They are in the driver's seat. Looney's going to be sitting inside the hill. It's going to be contested. He's going to do his best just to stay alive. Player just walks right past him, doesn't notice, has a player on the head glitch. Looney's just going to get out of dodge. Has the Scarab as well, only 200
Looney's
away from
disgusting.
that Trinity rocket.
I thought multiple times he was going to die there. He's able to stay alive, pick up a couple kills, work towards streaks as he's 200 off the Trinity, as you said. And I kept thinking he might make a dumb play, might turn a challenge, but he ends up getting actually a couple easy kills as he's fighting, as he's backing up. We'll stick with him as he's working on this streak, but you never want to call it over. But this has been tough to watch.
Pretty much as expected, though. You see C9, what they're trying to do now is push all the way around the back of the map. Still, though, 15 seconds have already gone the way of Rise, and they're now just 33 points from winning the game. Looks like C9 did enough to get control of the hill, but this is kind of what I was saying earlier. Even if they get control, Rise has been able to pretty much break through the hills at will. Facento picks up 2, Fellow gets the 3rd, and immediately the control goes back in their favor.
And you have the favorable spawns right now. If you're Cloud9, you're still not getting a second. I don't even have any faith in them to break in here with what we've seen coming in from the Rise side. They might be able to do it, though. Aqua is going to be left with Looney, so they're able to maybe get the final. Okay, so they're going to get the final 20 seconds. They had the favorable spawn. You got to make it work there. But you need flawless hardpoint. You can't have this time where you're just picking up the final 20 seconds. How many hardpoints do you think we saw where it was just them getting the final 15 to 20?
It was about the 4th one at least we've seen so far this game. And if you think back to the Drill Hill last time, well, it was Rise that locked down pretty much a full 60. This time, though, Aches, well, he's able to pick up 2, and Lacefield gets 2 as well. Well, it looks like the collective team is on a bit of a streak. So C9, they are not out of it yet, but it will take a massive effort to make this comeback. Still, though, Rise, they're going to be forced to break. You see, they're going to send 2 all the way on the flank, and they're probably going to try and time this hit together. Fellow, though, he gets caught out by control. Teammates pushing the back, and Looney gets dropped as well.
I mean, a perfect hold here, 37. You're still trailing about 50 or so points, but if they can do this flawlessly, you have to give them a chance. We'll see if they can continue to hold on, trying to back up as Aches, not able to do so. And sitting inside, now you just have one Ricky left to rotate over. You still technically have enough time to close this one out if you're Rise Nation. They're already looking towards mid. Facento inside. I think it would be almost to the second here if they can get a perfect hold.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to contest, but at this point, Rise could just completely ignore that middle hill and go set up for back Turbine, and eventually they're just going to end up winning this game. There's just too much. Rise is just too good of a play-heavy team. That's what they wanted. They got rid of Nagafen, picked up Looney. That was the expectation, that the slaying power is going to be there, and they have looked dominant thus far.
Rise Nation looks like the best team at this tournament, and I know we still have FaZe, but they look phenomenal right now, and they're going to be waiting in the grand final. I could not be more impressed with this Rise Nation squad. And doesn't it feel sort of like these guys on this team, they deserve a win, man. They've been so close so many times. Maybe this first event in IW is when they get it done.
Well, incredibly likely that they're going to be able to pull that off. But again, the road is not over. C9 is going to drop technically into the losers bracket. They're pretty much just going to hang out here, and FaZe is going to step up. So we got that Clay versus Patty D battle going on. And again, the winner of that is going to have the opportunity, well, for C9 either to get revenge or FaZe just to try and claim their title.
Yeah, I mean, there's a small part of me that wanted to see that Clayster versus Aches matchup in a final, but losers bracket final, I mean, there's the 2 biggest matches you'll have the entire weekend, losers bracket final and your grand final. So we're going to see the 2 Titans go up against each other, former teammates. You know, you remember the storylines back when Clayster was kind of dropped from that complexity roster, all the stuff that went down years and years ago. There's still a little bit of, I don't want to say bad blood, but there's a rivalry there for sure.
Hopefully that's something TP could probably expand on a bit.
He'd be perfect to probably talk about that.
And it's important too, because that's a bit of a key matchup. Well, like generally think of Assault as the main AR, but Aches kind of does what he wants on that team. So he might be going head to head with Clayster in more ways than one. So again, going to be interesting to see. And again, will C9 be able to get revenge and strike Rise again in the finals? Or hopefully for me, honestly, I kind of want to see FaZe get there. I think FaZe has looked like the best team in the game so far. They had that weird loss they had to the Gosu crew, and I'm not even entirely sure who dropped them in the losers. I didn't get to watch it, but still, when they've been on point, they have been destructive, and I think them versus Rise would be a very hot matchup.
It really would. I just, God, Rise has impressed me so much. I know 1 and 3 were close, but look at that game 2 and 4, 6-0. They take the search and destroy, and then Scorch, never close. I mean, yes, you got some scrap time points, and you tried to keep it within striking distance, but it never really was. It just didn't seem like Cloud9 had it in the cards, and now they're going to have to battle in the losers bracket. But we do have Christopher Puckett down on the floor.
All right, thank you, fellas. Puckett here with Facento. Facento, we're moving to the finals. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm feeling great right now. Really confident, ready to play.
Now, last time I saw you, it was back at Anaheim, it was at PSX, and not the best performance from you guys. Since then, we've seen some updates to the game, and I know you've been putting in countless hours. What were you working on since PSX, and what have you improved on the most?
Just the base of our teamwork, and I think it's coming along well. We really trust each other, and we're dominating.
Who's playing best on the team right now?
I think we all are. We all have our maps, and we're all helping each other out.
I was talking to Roger Saffold, your owner, and he was saying he really loved the addition of you to the lineup because it brought a guy who plays with a lot of fire, with a lot of energy. We've seen that all weekend long. We know you're going to be bringing it in the grand final. So the question is, who are you going to be playing? Is it Cloud9, who you just beat in a rematch, or do you think you'll be matching up against the FaZe clan?
I think we're going to see FaZe again. I want to play them, so I hope they win.
And why do you want to play FaZe? Who are you going after?
I just love playing FaZe. I love Clay.
All right, well, Facento, I'm going to let you go celebrate with the team. I know you're going to be out here in the crowd. Anything you want to say to your fans before I let you go?
Appreciate the support. We're going to try to win this one.
All right, that's Bryce Facento. Keep your eyes on Rise Nation. They'll be in the grand finals. Coming up next, though, we have our losers finals. Before we get to that, we got to send it to the desk to break down this series.
Thank you, Chris. Beautiful stuff from Facento, so well spoken. And you know, we both have something in common. We love Clayster. He's always had a lot of energy on the stage, and Clayster, the one that's going to be in the losers bracket final, facing off against Cloud9. A quick reflection, though, on this series. We touched on everything prior to that uplink. That hard point, though, easy for Rise Nation. Really no contest.
Yeah, and I mean, you just look at the stats, and all of them had about a 1 KD or a little bit higher. This is what we were talking about. They all just looked so comfortable. They're all playing so well together.
And I saw Gandhi go on Twitter and say, Looney is going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout Infinite Warfare. Do you share those same sentiments, Steve?
Oh, 100%. He was a force to be reckoned with in Black Ops 3. I just don't think he had the surrounding parts for him to be in that sort of spotlight. And I feel like now he does. He has a better supporting cast for what he likes to do. And he is a jack of all trades when it comes to playing a role.
I think this is a huge test now for Cloud9 as well, because they dropped that series. They're about to go up against a red-hot FaZe who's already beaten Optic Gaming. They just shut down Allegiance, who's really been the dark horse team of the weekend. This Cloud9 team, we talked about how flat Assault, Lacefield were. If you are the veteran players in Ricky and Aches, what are you saying to them right now? How are you preparing them for this losers bracket final?
You just have to tell them to get over it. I mean, they had a bad series. You have to focus up on this next one, and that is a difficult task to do, but you know, as soon as that game one starts, nothing else really matters, and you need those guys. You really need them to perform, especially against a red-hot FaZe.
I think you just need to feed them as much confidence as possible. They were extremely quiet throughout that whole series. I thought that map 4 was going to be the spark that they needed to try and get it to a map 5, but still, again, nothing from them. So I feel like Pat just, you know, needs to yell at them a little bit, piss them off, get something going, get some sort of energy going to make them play harder.
And I mean, from the surface, you saw the difference really in slang that they just didn't seem to have. Was there something greater there, though, that's changing their strategy? Maybe they just weren't clicking in some way. But from the surface, it really looked like it just came down to killing.
It really did. It was just their slang. I mean, after that game one, if I was on that team, I'd be pumped because Pat put up that performance. That would have gave me a lot of energy. But that S&D, they just fell flat, and I really think that got to them. That was a very fast 6-0 from Rise.
Yeah, I walked away from the screen for 1 second, came back, saw the entire team getting slaughtered if you're on the side of Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 more matches to be had here at the CWL Vegas Open, presented by the PS4. We know our top 3, Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan, up after this quick break. Call of Duty is more than just a game. To some, it's a profession. The Call of Duty World League is the epitome of Call of Duty competition. The first year of the Call of Duty World League was a major success. There were more eyes than ever before on Call of Duty esports. There was more money on the line than ever before, and the events were untouched. The CWL boasts professional players from North America, Europe, and APAC, who in 2016 competed for over $3 million at tournaments held across the world. Top competitors have become superstars in the world of esports with millions of followers on social media. One big thing to remember is there are so many people who just play Call of Duty as a hobby that are now beginning to even learn what Call of Duty esports are through the CoD World League. It still remains the titan of first-person shooters. Nothing can touch it.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Welcome back. It's now time for the losers bracket final here in Las Vegas. You guys ready to have some fun?
Always.
You just got a little food in you? You feeling better?
I feel fantastic now. I feel great.
Well, Chance, we just had our last match, winners bracket final. Rise Nation looked good, firmly in control. It never was much of a series. Now, the game one was pretty crazy, but you needed an unreal result from Patrick Price. How do you feel about Rise Nation going forward in the final? You think they're still the favorite? I know you made a comment saying you think FaZe is really the team to beat still for you.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be tough not to call Rise the favorite just because they're the one in the winner's bracket. And if FaZe or C9 made it there, it'd be the double best-of-5 thing that they'd have to go through. So a very difficult task. I think based on that alone, you could just go ahead and give Rise a slight edge. But I do think if FaZe makes it there, it's definitely going to be a tough task.
All right, Teep, we got to talk a little bit because you have more insight to this matchup than maybe anybody else would. You know, you teamed with Clayster. You were there when he was kind of removed from the team with Pat. What do you think this means to both of these guys individually for this matchup to beat the other? Because you haven't really had the matchup too much over the past, year or two, just because Aches hasn't been as relevant of a player at the top as Clayster has. What do you think's going on through these guys' minds?
They hate each other's guts. There's no other way to say it. Both players have a very particular way of thinking about things when it comes to Call of Duty, and most of the time it does not align. So I feel like both players always, whether it's an argument or a Call of Duty match, want to prove that they're superior in some sort of way.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's the stuff I'm looking forward to. Maybe a little bit of animosity between these guys, but we'll see how it all shapes up in the losers bracket final. But before we get started, we've got some pre-match interviews with Benson.
Thanks very much, Maven. I'm down here on the floor with Lacefield and Attach. Attach, I'm going to start with you. PSX, you had an MVP-like performance. What's been the key for success for you really at the start of IW?
Just playing the game a lot, practicing with my team. It's just like the most simple, basic things. I'm not doing anything crazy like any crazy hours of practice. Just putting a lot of good practice with the team in, and then it's just working out really well.
Obviously, you guys right now, you're on fire going through a big losers bracket run. I managed to catch the end of that last hard point. You guys clutch up by 2 points. I mean, how are you guys doing this right now?
I mean, our team just randomly clutches up at any time. So whenever we're down by 250 to like 1 or 249 to 1 point, like we could still somehow bring it back. I don't know how we do it, but it's crazy.
Hey, you're doing it, and that's what matters, right? Final question: what's your mentality going into this losers bracket final right now?
Well, it's our first event in Infinite Warfare, and it feels good to be top 3 again. So we're happy. We want to make it all the way. We want to win this, and we just have a lot of energy, a lot of hype, and we're ready to play.
Wonderful, wonderful. Over on the other side, Lacefield, obviously you guys coming off a loss. Got to ask you straight off the bat, what went wrong last series for you guys?
Honestly, I think it was just the first series of the day for us, and you know, we're not warmed up, honestly. So a couple key adjustments, it will be fine.
Fair enough. Obviously, this FaZe squad getting a little bit of heat, coming in this losers bracket final a little hot. What's the key to beating these guys?
The key to just beating them is just being composed, staying composed, and playing as a team, communicating, trading, you know, effectively.
Obviously, you talk about composure. You guys have been very, very composed. You've had a ton of Game 5s. How are you guys consistently clutching up when you need to?
Like I said, it's just maintaining composure. I mean, I don't know how we do it either, honestly. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just clutch factor in this.
Fair enough. Well, good luck to you both in this losers bracket final. Let's give you everything down from the floor. Can send it back over to the analysis desk.
Thank you, Ben. All right, so got to see, you know, we talked a little bit about the veterans in Clayster and Eggs. Got to see something from the young guys. You know, I believe the 2 youngest on the team, actually, I'm not sure where the Salt and Lacefield, but 2 of the younger guys, certainly. I love what we've seen from Attach, too. He's developed into one of my favorite players in the league. You know, we saw the video yesterday where he was driving, I don't even know what you call that thing.
Excavator.
Excavator, is that what it is?
Excavator. I think so.
Excavator?
Don't quote me on that.
I don't know anything about that stuff, but that was hilarious. He's become fantastic on camera. You've really seen him kind of grow up on the scene. But Attach, you know, with those 2 players in general, Teep, who do you think has the best chance to make an impact here?
Well, from what we've seen today, I have to lean towards Attach. If you're talking about the entire tournament, might be a little bit closer. I don't know. If Lacefield's right in the fact that they just weren't warmed up in that first series, hopefully we'll see a better game here. But with the way things have been going, I don't know. It's looking towards FaZe.
You have a prediction for me, a chance? You have a gut feeling where this is going to go?
Yeah, 3-0 FaZe.
Yeah, it's sort of how it sounded when we were casting earlier. 3-0 FaZe. So we talked about Aix and Clayster. And all right, so were you the captain of the squad at one point through the Complexity EG run?
No.
No? Okay, all right. Well, in my heart, you were the captain, Teep. So you're the captain.
Probably the mental captain.
They're your two former teammates. You have to give a word of wisdom to Aix going into this matchup. What is it, Teep?
Play like you did on that retaliation hardpoint.
That's
pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, that is.
That was the best performance we've seen here.
Now the same thing for Clayster. What are your words of wisdom for Clay?
Yell at Pat.
Just try to get in his head?
Piss him off. Put him on tilt some way, somehow.
Because some players...
Be annoying.
Some players play better when they're pissed off. Some get a little bit razzled, right? You never know what outcome you're going to get with Pat. You saw, he was clutch in the respawns. Didn't look too good, really, in the search and destroy. We'll see what teams we get. Now, let's talk a little bit, maybe specifically. We're going to be getting into the series soon, but I want to talk a little bit about search because... Yes, it could be a 3-0, like you said, chance, but I have a feeling these searches could be what is close between these two teams. Teep, do you think somebody has a distinct edge here? We know there's been a lot of Game 5s for Cloud9, but do you think one of these teams is superior?
Again, just going off of today, we saw that last series. They got absolutely smoked in the search and destroy by Rise.
6-0, right?
Outclassed completely. But in previous days, Cloud9 has had some pretty solid strategies on each of the maps. Maybe it was just a bad map for them overall on Crusher, but I don't know.
That's true. Well, let's take a look, Chance, at the map order here. We're going to kick things off with Breakout Hardpoint. We just got to see Cloud9 on a Breakout Hardpoint. For a new viewer that may just be tuning in, how did that go for them?
Not very well. And then we also saw FaZe play on Breakout Hardpoint a few times, and it went very, very well. Of course, the Spice was the 250-22 game, but even against Optic Gaming, that was a pretty convincing win they had.
And still one of the most memorable maps for me will be the FaZe comeback at PSX, which was also on Breakout against Orbit, where you saw that insane, 245 to 170, whatever it was, and they come roaring back. So definitely a strong, strong map for them. If Cloud9 gets pummeled in the game one team, all right, let's talk about this, because I want to focus a lot on Clayster and Aix in this, because you have a lot of insight there, and they're the big names here on the roster. Who do you think, if they lose game one, who do you think has a better chance to maybe kind of rebound from that, if you're talking about those two figures?
Oh, man, I don't know about which one's going to be better. They're both extremely good. That's something that we sort of thrived on throughout our sort of run on the Cole days, is we just always bounce back. So I think both of them, to be honest. It's a bad answer, but they're both extremely good at it.
I'm curious, what's it like for you two? Because you have these two guys. Obviously, you played with them for a long time. You've now, you've moved on. You're working on the broadcast role. You're working with developers too on some various things. What's it like, kind of watching these two now for you?
It's awesome just to see how the rivalries have formed, all the sort of bad blood and all the arguments you had in teams sort of come to light now.
Yeah, it really has. But guys, it's time to get into it. We'll toss it up to the desk. Puckett, take it away, buddy.
Thank you, Maven. I'm bringing you the beautiful voice of Mr. X throughout this series. Matt, I'm going to let you kick things off. Who are we watching, and who do you have your eyes on? Cloud9 just lost on this same game type. Who's got to turn it up now?
Yeah, so I think on the side of Cloud9, you're going to be looking at Assault and Lacefield, whether one of those two players can come to life. You saw Aix have a very good series in the respawns against Rise. It was not good enough. At the beginning here, it's going to be Cloud9 getting 1 point, but with the adjustments to this hill, it's going to be very difficult to take any time.
Assault on your screen, looking for the long-range picks. Now going to get up and close on Zuma. They will be scoring first, and of course, if you're just tuning in for the first time, we've moved some hard point spawns around. It's now out in the open. You're going to see a lot less scoring on this first hill. Lacefield and Assault in the kill feed, but Enable starting to answer back for FaZe. And honestly, Assault, he's a guy who's been up and down. When he was on the main stage last night, though, he put on a show.
Yeah, and I think the slower playstyle definitely favors Assault, and you see he's going to be starting things off here with the NV4, so you're going to get a little bit more range, going to lose the rate of fire that the K-Bar gives you, but you see, it has great teammate cover, and it's going to be Cloud9 jumping out to an early lead.
Assault picking up another one. That is 4 straight kills to open things up. How are we doing out here in Vegas? You guys having fun yet?
They are.
That's
Vegas.
what I thought so.
How can you not have fun in Vegas? I mean, it's almost impossible. But you see FaZe, they're going to rotate early. They're going to get control of the hard point attached on the inside with the OSA currently sitting at 0-2. And the OSA going to be very difficult to get close to that center hard point in the first hill. So not really looking too deep into him getting off to a slow start.
Attach, 0 kills, but still scoring. Already has 28 points of hard point time for his team. No one else really touching that hill alone. It's going to be Ricky, though, breaking in for Cloud9. There's a contest going on, so he's looking for that player, checking all the angles, can't find him. Sees the bullets, though, so he knows there's got to be someone on the other side of this doorway. The question is where. Finds one, but unfortunately there is attached to his right. Aches comes in, clears house. It's going to be Cloud9 continuing to score for the final 6 seconds. The key fight, though, going down at the top of the map. Let's go to player 2 here, as he is going to be fighting for drill control. It is Lacefield, and they need a much better game out of him here.
Yeah, and Lacefield had a teammate over by the rotation here, but he drops, and then FaZe, they get into cave. They're able to look over him, and that prevents Lacefield from challenging this fight early. And FaZe has an opportunity here, probably to take a ton of time.
It's all FaZe in the kill feed so far. Attached, looking for a second kill. Poking down Lacefield. Lacefield will be finished off by Enable's NV4. And they just have so much protection. They also have that flanked watch. That's going to be done by Clays, who has always been an incredible anchor throughout his Call of Duty career. They're going to need Clay, though, to get into the action as Ricky breaks through. He finds the opening 2 kills. Cloud9 scoring and bringing this game ever closer. FaZe, though, they have at least 2 pushes left, and actually as this one falls, they might just rotate for the new hard point. It looks like that's where they're setting up at the commissary. Zuma waiting for the push coming in from Cloud9. Cloud9 with the lead. The question is, for how long?
And this has just been a really odd hardpoint game thus far, from the standpoint that, you know, obviously slower play style, you know, with the longer spawn points, it's going to take a little bit longer to get back towards the hardpoint. But I mean, you just look at the kills. I mean, Zuma with 11 leads the lobby. You have Attached with 1 kill as well. Now, on the side of Cloud9, I mean, they're just not really picking up a ton of kills, but they're able to get the time. So they're getting the kills inside of the hardpoint. That's what it tells me.
Zuma is now double positive. He is 12-6 on a 3 streak. He has been the key factor here on this last rotation, shutting down 4 players in a row. And actually, that 4th one not going to happen. Won't be able to finish it. Doesn't matter, though. His teammates are there. And you're going to see FaZe approaching the 100-point mark in hardpoint. It's the first team to 250 points. And here comes Zuma on the flank. He's going to fall off the map, though. Hard to aim and wall run at the same time. It doesn't matter. Clayster's going to pick up the final 10 seconds, and the next big battle will be going down in the center of the map.
Yeah, Clay was crucial on that hill, though. He was able to hold that back helipad area, win 2 or 3 gunfights against Assault, cleans one up in the hardpoint at the end. And FaZe starting to come alive. And this is scary for Cloud9, because once this FaZe team starts rolling, they're very difficult to stop.
Enable's inside the hill. You're watching Zuma. He's on the patrol, and Zuma has been my favorite player to watch in Infinite Warfare. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm a bit biased. Since IW came out, I've been watching him grind. He just plays so fast, and you can see just the number of interactions, already 16-9, has been so much more involved than anyone else in this game.
Yeah, it's great to see Zuma play that aggressive play style, but it only works if Clay and the rest of the guys are able to get control of those spawns, because if Zuma's just going to keep being aggressive and just kind of force these engagements, it's great if he can kind of go 50-50, right, put a lot of pressure on the opposing team, but if they don't have the spawns, he's going to end up spawning his own teammates out pretty far. So I give a lot of the credit to Clay and Enable, you know, for really locking down those spawns at the beginning of the hills.
Good credit. We're going to have Attach. Currently 2-9, trying to back up Zuma. He's going to be forced down, though. Great protection from the window. Assault is going to be picked as FaZe will pick up the final 5 points. Here comes the rotation once again. Last time this battle was won by Cloud9, and it looks like this time around they are set up first. FaZe is going to have to break in, and the first player on defense is going to be Assault at the top of the minimap. He's cleaned up. Now you're going to see Aches with a grenade on Attach answer back, but Cloud9, they need more support. Here comes the FaZe push.
It's a big gunfight by Aches, and he's going to win it. And Assault, he drops when he's holding down this anchor position. Aches slides in, picks up 1 kill. And that's going to help Cloud9 lock this hard point down. And Assault coming off the spawn. He's just going to be watching this side door. He's got teammates in the back. They need to fly out the back, get control of this spawn area, because now they're going to get pinched on.
Here comes that push. Cloud9 has brought this to just a 3-point game, and they will take the lead as FaZe runs away. They're going to go to the top of the map once again. Watch those red arrows setting up. Last time they got into position, they got basically 60% of the score and then moved to the commissary for a full 60. Will they be able to do it once again? We're about to find out. Zuma has no idea. Right behind him was Ricky all along. Ricky, this time, making sure that they're pinching from both sides.
And the key player here is Lacefield. He's got to play this one patient, wait for his teammates to distract, and then push out. Lacefield, though, trying to do the opposite. It's going to pick up 2. The one-man army's going to grab a 3rd, and the 4th will fall at the hands of Eggs. Fantastic plays from Lacefield. You said this is one of the guys who needs to heat up. That was a game changer.
Yeah, and for a second, I didn't think that was going to work out for Cloud9. They get in a perfect spot where they're able to pinch, and it looked like they were going a little bit slow, but Lacefield bails them out with a big 3-piece there, and they get control of the hill. And you got to wonder, Chris, what is going on with Attach right now? 6 and 13, uncharacteristic for Attach, especially here in Infinite Warfare, one of the better players we have. Just a really rough start.
And I was just watching Attach up against ALG on the Future Station. He was having some great respawn games. So a slow start here for Attach, but don't expect that to stay consistent throughout this series. He is definitely one of their stars. On your screen is Ricky as he's going to pick up the final points. The rotation is going down. And last time this situation was happening, it was Zuma, player number 7 on the mini-map, who was doing so much damage. But Zuma is picked off first, and this is going to open the floodgates for the Cloud9 push.
Yeah, and you'll see Enable on the back trying to lock that down. Assault's going to win the fight at Helipad this time, so much different than the first time this hill came up. And Cloud9 with a pretty easy break here. And you see Zuma in the kill feed pushing towards that hard point. Look at where everybody else on the map is for FaZe. Just pushes it by himself. That's what I was talking about earlier. When you don't control the spawns, it makes that aggressive playstyle that he likes to use much harder.
Just like we saw on the other stage here in Las Vegas, I want to give some credit to our observer. We brought up Rondez Green, aka Fox the Don, hanging out with us up in the casting booth. He's going to be driving your player cams, and Fox is going to catch Enable cleaning up the second pick there. 19 and 14, a 4 streak for Enable, a minute and 22 in scoring. He is leading his team in all categories. Attach, on the other hand, starting to pick up a few more kills, but he's still -6. Not able to be the contributor they are looking for quite yet. Cloud9 trails by 16 points, but this game is far from over.
Hey, and you kind of get the vibe that, you know, FaZe is just letting Cloud9 hang in this game, but you see FaZe going to pick up 3 kills there. They're going to get control of the hard point. You do have some abilities coming on the table for FaZe, so you do have Clayster with his payload, enables his as well. So we'll see when they decide to use those, potentially maybe, you know, take a few extra seconds on a hill and then use them to break.
And Enable was a key player in that defensive setup. He was in charge of making sure no one came from the bottom half of the map. As he falls, Cloud9 is able to push through. In fact, it's Lacefield with 3 straight as he will retake control. Cloud9 with 20 points still to go here, could tie this one up once again. Meanwhile, everyone else setting up on the map for the new hard point. Zuma picking up 2, stopping Cloud9 from scoring. And FaZe is going to come into this one with 220 to 192 on your scoreboard.
But it's okay if you're Cloud9. I mean, you rotate early. As long as you win these gunfights, you're in good shape. Clay, though, takes out Lacefield right at the beginning. And now it's going to be another gunfight for Clayster in the back. You see that arrow, number 5. He's going to be able to take out Eggs. Those are 2 big wins there for Clay.
Enable on your screen has used his camo, decided it's time for the payload, but he's shut down anyway. And that's a big kill from Assault, who landed the headshot. Once the opponent has popped camo, it's so much more difficult to land your shots. No help from the magnetism. Doesn't need it, though. Assault able to get the pick. Lacefield from the front continues to slaughter. It is going to be Cloud9 bringing this within 15 points once again. 30 points remain on this hard point, and we're probably going to see one more unless C9 can break it right here. We're going to have FaZe locking it down to the back. C9 throwing those grenades out, Matt, and Zuma's going to stop him short. FaZe can win on this hill.
Yeah, and right now you just see Cloud9 just trying to go on this wall run, and they are feeding right now. It's not a good push here from the side of C9. They don't have many options, but this one looks like it's going to be closed out.
3, 2, 1. FaZe Squad takes game number 1 on the main stage. And I don't know what went wrong there for Cloud9. You stopped the payload used by Enable. You had the back locked down. You had Lacefield tearing things up on the front balcony. And then the next time I look at the mini-map, they're all spawning out. They're in trouble.
Yeah, it was Clayster. He was able to pick up 2 kills on the flank. That's what really kind of gave this in favor of FaZe Clan. They're able to get control of the spawns after that and just push right in and get control of that hardpoint.
What a game 1 here for FaZe Clan. They disappointed last night on the main stage, but they're coming out swinging on Sunday, Matt. And we've seen them on a bit of a roll already today. We talked to Cloud9 before the match, and they said, you know, that was our first game of the day against Rise. We were off to a slow start. Well, it doesn't seem they're warmed up yet after 4 games.
That sounds like a normal Pat thing after a loss. It seems like one I've heard before. But I think, look, if you are Cloud9 and Attach has that poor of a game in the first respawn, you have to win it. I mean, because you expect to go into the
You
other
gotta
respawn
punish
game
that,
modes.
right?
Yeah, and you expect to go into the other respawn game modes, and Attach is not going to have games like that. So it's one that I think Cloud9 definitely let get away.
If you're a Cloud9 fan, though, don't worry. I feel like this is a team who is capable of turning around a series at any moment. We saw it against ALG last night. In fact, they have seen primarily Game 5s throughout this tournament the entire way. Let's take a look, though, at the incoming map. Our next game is going to be Search and Destroy, of course, and that is going to be on Scorch. But we're guaranteed to see a Game 3 for Throwback Uplink. And if possible, Cloud9's going to try and get to that retaliation hardpoint where Aches just had a monster game.
Yeah, and if you just look at some of the stats for Cloud9 in this one, you know, 0% win rate, sorry, on Throwback Uplink, so that is not a great
That's
map.
bad news.
Yeah, in their pool, and you look in the Search and Destroy on Scorch, you know, they have a above 50% win rate on that one. So you go into Scorch, you feel pretty good. If they don't win Scorch, Throwback looks like that one where FaZe could end it pretty quick.
In fact, Cloud9's biggest weakness throughout this tournament has been their uplink game. They've only won 20% of all of their games in uplink. So Game 3, the swing game, not their best. So they really need a win here. Otherwise, we can see a hot 3-0 in a FaZe Rise matchup in our grand final today.
Yeah, which would be a rematch. You know, Rise gets the better of FaZe earlier in the tournament. You look to see FaZe come in a little bit hotter. Maybe they could give Rise a better game, but Rise looks like, you know, they are the team to beat, I think, without question, obviously in the winner's bracket right now in the grand final, but they have just been so consistent in all the game modes.
Are you surprised to see All-Americans here in our final 3? Did you expect maybe a run from Splice, Elevate? Anyone else here?
No, not at all. Really,
No.
to be quite honest with you, no. I expected this is kind of, well, not the teams maybe I expected, but I did not think that. I think Europe probably needed one event to kind of get used to the play style again and whatnot, and then they'll start building on that. I think Europe in the next event will definitely come into play.
There's a look at the GOAT. We were yelling down to the main stage before this match. We were asking Pat, how do you feel? He's like, dude, it's Sunday. I'm not used to playing on Sundays. Normally, it's all about Saturdays for me.
Yeah, it's the first event of the year and the last event of the year that you'll see Aches on Sunday. Everything else, Saturday, he's done in good.
He saves it for the big shows.
Yeah.
Kick off the year strong and finish with the biggest paycheck possible. That's the game plan for Pat Price, at least the last 2 years. We'll see how things play out here today, though. It takes me back, man, to the several opens where Pat just can turn things around. You never know which team he's going to be entering in. I do like, though, that Cloud9 keeping this team from Black Ops 3 into the new game. They've looked very solid this tournament, and they lived up to all the hype that Jack's been throwing at us all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the parts that you would want in a successful team, right? I mean, they have a great leader, you know, they have smart players in Search and Destroy and Respawn game modes. You have younger players that can be kind of trained into, you know, becoming these, you know, fantastic overall players in Lacefield and Assault. So I think they have all the pieces to be like a top flight championship team.
Absolutely. I need to wake up. I feel like this crowd needs to wake up. I need your energy, crowd. Where are my Cloud9 fans at?
There's a few.
There's like 17.
Yeah.
Where are the FaZe Clan fans at? I saw Shane O'Neill, one of the best skateboarders of all time, is in the crowd representing the FaZe Clan. There are people from all over, a lot of people from LA coming out to watch this match live, cheering on Clayster and crew. We're getting into game number 2, and you look at Search and Destroy, my eyes are on Zuma. The FaZe player is so good and so aggressive, but most importantly, he knows how to call shots in S&D. And if he is picked off first, he is going to be watching all of his teammates' screens and making sure they know exactly where to go to open things up. He's got support right behind him. They've seen a player, and there's the opening grenade. Enable picks up Ricky. A perfect start, 2 down. It is FaZe in a 4-on-2 advantage. They got to get the bomb down, though.
And now they have complete control over this A site. I mean, you see where the arrows are for Cloud9. They're on the outside looking in. It's going to be very difficult to get through these narrow chokes.
Enable going to get that bomb safely planted. Aches working with Assault, and Assault will take out Attach. So this made a little bit easier, but Aches is saying this, well, that looks like bait, son. Not going to touch it quite yet. The bomb will be left on the floor. Assault challenging across, can't land the headshot. His opponent will survive, at least for now. On the other side of that wall is going to be Clay. Here's the up-close battle. Clay was not expecting it. Assault is going to peek him up close and personal, but with 15 seconds left on the clock, the round is finished. FaZe Clan picking up all 4 kills before that bomb detonates.
And that is such a good play by Zuma, because when Assault picks up that first kill on the flank, instead of just kind of holding this position, Zuma pushes straight through. He takes out Aches. Even if Zuma dies in that situation, Enable's able to trade that kill on Assault, it's still going to force Aches to come down into the hallway. So a smart play there by Zuma.
It's all math. On the attack is going to be Cloud9. Let's go over to him as we see what they are bringing to the table. Ricky has been their bomb planner throughout most of the search and destroys, but they've all taken turns shining in their S&Ds. I've seen Assault drop double digits. We saw a big game last night out of Ricky as he played the perfect round 11 against ALG. Here to open things up, Ricky's going to throw out the grenade, see that there's hit markers, and that means there's a player on the other side of this drill.
They're not going to push him right away, so they get him weak again with more nades. It's going to be Assault picking up one, and Abel's able to take out Aches, but here comes a big flank, though. See Assault shutting it down. Zuma trying to go on that for FaZe, and now the bomb should go down. Enable, last one up, should be a round win for Cloud9.
Enable looking for the peak, and he's going to be spotted and executed. It's just a matter of time. I do not see him getting away with his life here. 33 seconds left. He's got to get that bomb and get the defuse, but all of Cloud9 is there to support. Enable gets off way too many shots before Cloud9 finally hunts him down, but it ties it up 1 apiece. Pat Price with a quick fist bump there with Assault.
Yeah, but nobody puts themselves in any harm's way here for Enable to make anything crazy happen. I mean, he just gets tagged up by a few players from all different directions. You see Assault with the emote there at the end.
You got to salute after you get that final kill.
No, it's
good round, brother.
It's mandatory. It's mandatory. We'll see what the FaZe Clan team does here on the offensive end. I think they should go with that aggression again over towards A. They were very effective on it. And I think, look, if you look at this team, their best attribute is just the fact that they have just crazy gun skill. Like, you need to use that in this matchup. Cloud9, you know, is going to play a little bit more passive, going to give you more map. So I feel like if you're FaZe, you need to just take it early.
Clayster underhands the trophy system forward. Meanwhile, on board with Attach, using that propulsion, but the grenade's coming in. They know exactly where he's at. He's got to fly away from this battle. Has a little bit of support. His teammate shooting over his shoulder to the left, excuse me. And we're going to see Attach look for this opening pick. He's just waiting for a push from Cloud9, but so far neither team willing to engage. The bomb goes down, and here's the action.
Yeah, once bomb goes down, 2 players from Cloud9 fly over the top, and it's going to be Zuma trying to back out. You see Clayster in a perfect position on the mini-map there. You see number 1 coming around on a big flank here, and just look at all these players line up here. Puckett, he's going to get one. Has another player on top of bomb. It's going to be Ricky able to win that gunfight. It's going to put Zuma here in a 1v2.
And Zuma already picked up 1. He is going to get the second.
As Zuma wins the round there for FaZe. He did a good job just baiting himself out, giving Clay enough time to get around that corner and make a play. Such a difficult gunfight here for Ricky to win. Has to go around so much open area to look.
Yeah, check 15 corners while running. Not always the best time there for Ricky.
No, not an easy fight.
He's going to be talking up with Lacefield, who is very frustrated after that previous round. FaZe with the advantage, but Cloud9 could answer back, and throughout the S&Ds and IW, a lot of the players are saying it favors the attacking team. We've seen that so far with the attacking team winning 3 rounds. Here comes the opening push, and it's going to be 3 down. Unfortunately, one of them was a team kill, so you're going to have 2 up for Cloud9. That's Lacefield and Assault working up against Zuma and Enable, as well as Clayster. It looks like all 3 players are just going to go hug that A bomb site, then work their way around the mini-map. We're not going to see a gunfight for quite a while.
Well, I think it's because of how passive these 2 players were playing on Cloud9 that FaZe just assumed that once they killed those 2 players that everybody else was going over towards A, because they did not even see Lacefield or Assault. Lacefield's going to get tagged up from the side. It's going to be Assault here in a 1v3. He's going to get 1.
And this is possible, Matt.
Yes, checks his back, knows that there's players from FaZe around this area. And now actually FaZe going to elect to rotate here, so this could get dangerous for FaZe Clan.
And Assault is going to have plenty of time to put this bomb down. His camo could be huge throughout this game. Will FaZe peek him in time? The camo now available. Does he use it here? Gets a one-on-one situation. He's going to win it. The 1v3 clutch here for Assault.
You can't let that happen. Like that first, like when you know where Assault is, when the first player drops, you have the 2v1 advantage. Just challenge him. Just challenge him in that back corner. I mean, you're able to just get over the rock. You can just force him to look 2 different directions. You take him out with ease. As soon as you let him get lost on the map and get bombed down, and then once he gets the camo, you kind of saw that one coming.
The payload kind of the difference maker. You can't let the bomb go down. I think that was the crucial error, as you pointed out. We're on board with Enable, the bomb carrier for FaZe Clan, and he is going to be working towards a camo of his own. It's round number 5, all tied up. If you're just joining us, already we've seen FaZe take the first hard point in our best of 5. They lead 1-0 here in the lower bracket finals. Long-range shots going down. Attached with the OSA, taking out Lacefield. Now the action coming in. Enable unable to finish off Assault, so the trade's not happening quite yet, but Attach is getting real aggressive here.
Yeah, and that is not a fight that Cloud9 wants to take. They want to play a little bit more passive, but look at this positioning here from Attach. So smart. Oh, he's going to fire down the hallway. And with the OSA, those are some difficult shots. Now he's going to give away his position, going to give the position away of his teammate here as soon as this bomb goes down.
And Attach is going to have to work with Enable. Enable has the NV4 though, so could just fire down the hall and do massive damage. You're going to look for Attach with the OSA to position himself for a close range fight. 30 seconds left before this bomb detonates. Cloud9 is the team forced into the action here. It's going to be Assault pushing in first.
They have a lot of time to work with here. 22 seconds left. They need to start making a push here, and you see Assault. He's spotted one. He's going to turn the corner. They're going to be able to take out Enable, and Ricky coming on the flank takes out Attach. A good 2v2 clutch there from Cloud9.
And there are the 17 fans here in Las Vegas for Cloud9, putting their hands together. There we go. People waking up now. 3-2 advantage. And we're going to go into round number 6. Here's a look at Ricky's final kill. As Assault was defusing the bomb, Ricky wins the battle versus Attach in the one-on-one. I like what we're seeing out of Cloud9. I think that play from Assault, the 1v3, was the spark they needed to move forward, Matt.
Yeah, and it's just around that phase. I mean, at that time in the game, you can't afford to give away. Assault,
look at this.
11-2, working on his way towards full streaks, only 25 points away.
And even the streaks he has right now are plenty for Search and Destroy. You got your Scorchers, you got your Trinity Rocket, the bombardment not necessarily required to win. And we're going to see Ricky with the bomb pushing up Assault. He's just going to sit in the back. They don't want him picked early. They're going to let him work on those streaks, and he's going to call in the missiles. Blowing up that trophy will give him the bombardment. So all score streaks locked. The first one going to be wasted, and it's going to be a 3-on-3 with the bomb still yet to be planted.
Yeah, on the side of FaZe, they have a very good idea that the bomb was going to be going down on the B site, and you see Aches saves Lacefield there. Lacefield trying to get bombed down. One player coming over the top, and you know, right now, if you're FaZe, there's no reason. I mean, somebody who's watching the back, just converge over here on the B site. You know this is where that plant was trying to come down. Enable, trying to kill a player off a bomb, not able to do so.
2 streaks used, 0 kills coming in, and they're going to put Enable in a tricky spot. Meanwhile, you can see that number 3 on the minimap rotating around. I like the pinch setup here. Is it going to play off?
Zuma gets by 1. It's going to be Lacefield able to take out Enable on the other side of the map.
And that's the worst timing possible, because now Enable has to run in, running out of time, and they are going to get shut down. They had the right idea, poor execution though, and you can't just guess that Lacefield's going to push out on you and pick you off the box.
Nope. And now the guys on Cloud9, they just do a phenomenal job of just staying alive. Like, they don't force any gunfights if they don't need to. You see they'll pop out, they'll put a few shots in, another guy will jump out, put a few shots in. They never put themselves in harm's way when it's not necessary.
Uh-oh. Big boy toys out. We got Clayster with the sniper. He's seen the action over at A every single round. He's going to try and get an early pick. Meanwhile, his teammates spreading out around the map. They're in a position to where they can go anywhere based on the opening kill.
This is a risky play from the side of FaZe as well. I mean, if Clay cannot get any vision on anyone on Cloud9, I mean, he is going to be not of good use to this FaZe team for the rest of the round. So we'll see. It's kind of an all-in play here. And he's got one player directly in front of him. Okay, there you go, able to get him with a pistol. So now Clay is going to be able to trade that out for the K-bar. Now he's in a very good position.
I thought Clay was going to get caught with his pants down there, was switching weapons while his teammate was taking fire. Now you can see these blue players on the other side of the wall through the X-ray. Of course, Clayster has no idea they are there. But he says, I got this front door watched, which means we're going to be safe, boys. Zuma is going to be in the action. He's going to pick Assault. Clayster is there to support as well. So the distraction working out perfectly. 3 down, make it 4, and it's a FaZe round. They bring it back within 1, 4-3 here in game number 2.
Yeah, and once Clay picks up that first kill and gets in that position, it's going to be almost impossible for Cloud9 to attack from that side of the map. You really need to either rotate towards the middle, like almost right on top of the bomb, or go all the way towards that FaZe spawn. Just not enough time there, and FaZe picks up the kills, closes out.
And we talked about Zuma being kind of a vocal leader in S&D. It looks like Enable is going to be trusted for the opening shot calls, and then Zuma is going to let him know what he thinks about that play. They're going to trust Enable's call here, and you got to look at Assault and his score streak still available. That bombardment at any moment could turn the tide of this round. Aches looking for the first pick, as it's going to be Ricky drop first. The bomb not going to be able to plant, but Lacefield able to get an opening kill. Enable picks up 2 though, so it's now already a 1v3. Aches the last man up.
He's got players just converging on him inside of the cube, and It's going to be 4-4 round count. And right there, the side of Cloud9 just played very passive. FaZe adjusting their strategy, getting aggressive up through the B bomb site. And in this position, I mean, you had a guy watching the backside, 2 guys on the front. Just nothing Aches could do to get out of that situation.
And big credit to Enable. He called that play. Attach and Enable just charged right through to the drill. We're able to pick up your opening 2 kills, and that is the round. Let's go over to Assault on the defensive end. Will Cloud9 be able to stop the bleeding? They've just given up 2 rounds in a row. It's FaZe back on the attack.
It's interesting, you see at the top of your screen on the mini map,
yeah, Assault
everybody for FaZe just going over towards the A bomb site. We saw them do this earlier in the game. They're going to pick up 2 easy kills, and Enable's going to get caught on the wall run. He's going to drop, but Clayster picking up 1, and Zuma just trying to decide. He doesn't have any teammate here to trade this out, so needs to be pretty careful, and yeah, that's a good decision. He's going to back out.
And with that bomb dropping, it looks like Clayster is going to be able to pick it up in the spawn. We're going to see Zuma, though, the player in position to catch Cloud9 on the rotation. No one over at the new site, and Zuma knows it. So everyone's going to be pushing for Cloud9. They're looking for a pick, though, on FaZe before that bomb will be planted. And now, finally comfortable. The bomb is down at B. Shots in the back, and here comes the bombardment. Assault cleans up 2. It's all of a sudden just Attach. Attach gets 1, but there's too many Aches and Lacefield left alive, and they're going to give the defuse to Lacefield here. He's working towards a Scarab. That's about it as we enter round number 9. It is, or round 10 rather, it's going to be a 5-4 advantage here for C9.
Yeah, and they're going to give the defuse to Aches, it looks like. So
for the rewind.
Yeah, Aches going to get the defuse there towards the end. So 5-4 still in favor of Cloud9.
And I like that decision making. You know, you don't just rush and go and defuse the bomb. You take a look at everything, and Aches says, actually, I think if I get this defuse, I'm going to get my payload. So Aches now has that. And around where they could lock things up, it's Cloud9 on the attack. You're currently watching the defense from FaZe. Clayster with the sniper rifle going to be overlooking the drill.
See how this works out. And the sniper rifle, you see Clay just get a little bit of a line of sight there. And as soon as the players on Cloud9 see this, they're probably going to back down. And see just trying to get an angle on Assault in that back rock area. He's been so strong there for this Cloud9 offense. Watching the flank, that could open things up for FaZe if he's able to get this pick.
And Attach is trying to bait it out for him. You see Attach right here has been jumping forward, making noise, but no one from C9 biting yet.
So the bomb goes down, and Clay, here you're going to see on your screen, just going to look right over the top, and it's going to be Zuma and Enable picking up a kill apiece. It's going to be Assault, the only one alive. He's been playing in the same spot the whole game. See if they challenge him.
Well, he clutched a 1v3. If he gets a kill, he's going to have another camo, and he can't stop the bomb defuse. Instead, it's going to be FaZe Clan, and Zuma has his reactive. Attach. He's not going to be anywhere near streaks. Enable will get the defuse and get ever closer towards his next camo. Going to a round 11, Matt, here in game number 2. FaZe took your hard point. They now have an opportunity to go up 2-0.
Yeah, and the bomb is planted for Assault in that position, misses a few shots. If he's able to pick up that kill, maybe he gets back into the cave, kind of disappears for a while, forces FaZe to come out, challenge him. Maybe he makes another insane clutch, but we have a round 11 in our hands here in game number 2. Now it looks like, we'll see if anyone has their payload abilities up. It looks like Clay does.
Just Clay on the other side. Aches will have a rewind. Keep in mind that Assault is 100 points away from earning his, so a kill to open things up will be a huge swing in favor of C9. Enable firing first, giving up the position, and they know that he is the player that likes to carry the bomb. So now you see a full rotation here from Cloud9. Would have been good time for mind tricks here from FaZe, but they're going with the plans that they have practiced. Ricky with your opening kill.
Yeah, and Clay drops without using his payload. I believe Clay has overdrive on at the time, so not going to be able to get any use of that. Now, with FaZe having so much success going with these fast attacks, and you have that overdrive, I'm surprised you didn't see them use that and push towards B.
Enable trying to survive. They desperately need help from Attach, who has been moving around the map, trying to help out his teammates from a flank. And Attach now with an opening opportunity. 2 players in front of him, can't land the shots on the first, cleans up the second, and he is going to be baited into a kill. It's now a 2-on-2, and the last one up makes it Enable versus Assault. Assault with the clutch. We got to see this in your round-ending kill cam, but Cloud9 coming up huge. They led at 4-2, and Assault picking up a kill earlier in this round, earned his payload and locks it down. That is 2 big clutches from the youngster.
Yeah, and you can't even really kind of hold anything against Enable in that situation. He forces the 1v1 scenario. It's just with active camo, it's so difficult to locate those players. Assault goes 15-6. Carries Cloud9 to a Game 2 win.
I saw him put up double digits on the same map on the featured station. He is doing it here on the main stage. He's been up and down in the searches, kind of disappeared in Game 5 versus ALG, but he is showing up big here. This is the lower bracket finals, a spot in the championship on the line, and he just came through huge. 2 massive clutches, both times using that camo.
And that's a huge win for this Cloud9 team. I think if they go down 0-2, I think this series is a wrap. I think FaZe takes it 3-0. But now Cloud9, they find themselves right back in it. They looked decent in that first hard point. You know, FaZe able to come out and take it at the end. And Cloud9, I think if they can kind of gain some momentum here, it's a FaZe team that's been playing for a while through this loser bracket.
Game number 3 coming up next. We talked about the stats. Well, if you've been playing fantasy football today, you know stats don't matter. They're probably not going to stay consistent for you, especially when it matters most. FaZe, they have the advantage statistically coming into game number 3, but now you have Cloud9 with the momentum. This is the swing game.
Yeah, and I think if you look at game number 1, that was a little bit closer than that score indicates, because I know Cloud9, they're down by about 15 or so seconds. They're on that rotation early. They pick up those kills. That's one they easily could have taken. They go up 2-0 in this series. And that Scorch, Search, and Destroy, as close as it could possibly be. Going into throwback, though, I definitely favor FaZe in the uplink. Cloud9 has not looked good in this game mode.
And I wonder why that is, because they definitely have the ability to slay. We've seen them do it in the hard points. Is it just the miss 1-point shots like we saw on Precinct, or is it just a lack of organization on the pushes? Where are they going wrong here so far, Matt?
I think it's a combination of problems. I don't think it's just one problem. I think the issues that we've seen from them in uplink is where, you know, they're able to pick up kills in their base, they get the drone, they're not actually able to pick up that second wave of kills and get forward, and just some really passive play from them on uplink. I think that's what you've really seen from them. They've just given up way too much map control, and in this game, when it's so much harder to score, you can't be giving up that much space on the map.
Can't make those mistakes, you can't get spawn trapped. Throwback coming up next, a fairly even map. A lot of the players liking this one for the uplink game mode. It's going to be up to your propulsion players, so look for Attach to really be a key player for FaZe. On the other side, I believe it's been, who was it? Who was running that propulsion?
We actually have the
Did they give it
draft,
for
yeah.
Aches once again?
Yeah, so it's going to be Aches with the rewind propulsion combination for the side of Cloud9.
So Aches, not a whole lot of pressure, a ton of pressure. We're going to see if he can handle it here. FaZe, one of the better slaying teams throughout the game so far. They're going to be bringing it. Now, when you talk about score streaks, we saw Assault unlocking them and using a few successfully in that Search and Destroy. Are score streaks a big thing when it comes to uplink, Matt?
I think in uplink, I mean, they can be. I think with how hard it is, like we were talking about, to get that second wave of kills, I think the streaks can obviously be used for that on a map like Throwback, where there's a lot of open area. I definitely think they can be put to great effect. I think at hardpoint, streaks are definitely back in a big way, though.
And here comes your rig draft. Our players locking in. Aches is going to get that rewind with the propulsion once again. That's going to allow him to use those afterburners, fly around a little bit more. You got the reactive armor coming in for Lacefield, and on the other side, Zuma is going to be running something similar, but man at arms instead of the shockwave trait. Overdrive, though, that's going to be Ricky, and that is going to be Clayster, your speed booster.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. You're going to be looking at those two players to try and make individual plays to lead to points. Last year, we saw, I know, in Banner Protect Crusade, Overdrive got almost all of the time. This year, you're able to use the Overdrive here in Uplink. We'll see if we can see any of these players, specifically Ricky for the side of Cloud9 and Clayster on the side of FaZe, see if they come through with any big plays with the Overdrive.
I'm going to start things off with Attach. He had a really slow start to our...
Any big plays with the Overdrive.
I'm going to start things off with Attach. He had a really slow start to our first respawn, but was showing up big, not necessarily always in the scoreboard, but he was always there to support his teammates in S&D in the rounds they won. He's going to be a key player throughout the tournament in the respawn game modes, and he has had some great uplinks up to this point. Running the OSA, he's not afraid to get in the face of the opponents, and right away he's going to charge up the mid.
Now you see he's going to get some good tags onto one player. Zuma's able to take out one. And right now at the beginning of this game, you're just going to fight for this mid-map to try and get drone control. It's going to be Cloud9 after they drop one player. You know, this player in top window is just kind of giving Attach some trouble because he knows he's there and knows he can't get aggressive because he's going to get picked if he pushes up any further.
Attach is going to find one. It's on Lacefield. Hit with the tacticals, slowed down. He's going to be called out, but finally execute. I thought he was going to get the turnaround kill. Unfortunately, not going to land. Instead, it's Cloud9 winning the opening battles. Let's go over to, I'd like to see Lacefield for a little bit. He's the guy who just goes on streaks and takes over games. Aches with the drone in hand is going to be leading the charge. He should probably sit back and wait for an opening kill. Enable going to shut this one down, though. Aches the last man standing, and he won't get anything done. It's Enable and FaZe with 4 down running this drone.
It's the hardest thing to do right now in uplink is when you get that first wave of kills, they get the second one. And I was speaking a little bit with TP and Merc, and they didn't understand why people don't throw the drone down and fight as a 4. You see a 1-point play go off. It's going to be Lacefield picking it off in mid-air. Fantastic play by Lacefield, saving a potential score.
This drone not out of the base yet, though. Ricky fighting for control. And he is going to get pinched any moment. Gets one on Clayster. He is going to go for the drone, toss it forward. FaZe not giving up yet, but they probably should. You're going to see one player chasing after the carrier. It's going to be Zuma in the back line. Meanwhile, his teammates spawning up on defense. And Zuma's got to get eyes. He calls it out, spots one low, wins the battle, sees the second one on the bridge, finishes it himself. 2 down. That's going to slow down this push coming in from Cloud9. And once again, we got a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, it's just going to end any push that Cloud9 had any hopes of getting forward. And you see, still going to be Clayster on your minimap with Enable here, push forward on the map. So the FaZe clan should be able to get control of drone, but it's going to be Lacefield and Ricky fighting out of the base, able to get 1 kill apiece. FaZe going to throw the drone for yards. Nice play here, going to give it to the side of Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 still reluctant to grab the drone at this moment in time. They're going to play a little bit more passive. Now, same with FaZe. I mean, if you're FaZe, you just need to control this mid-map. There's no reason to keep pushing into the Cloud9 base without the drone in hand.
Lacefield's in a key position. I don't know if he realizes it yet, though, and instead he's going to fall back and try and support his teammates. Meanwhile, this drone is running through. It's attached with drone in hand, and he's got a dunk in front of him. Only one player coming off spawn. Clayster's going to deal with that on a 5 streak. Let's go over to him. The 4-kill multi-kill coming through as Clay just wiped house.
And it is a big kill by Assault off the spawn because it is actually one player from FaZe set up in the mid-map, watching the mid-rails, and that all the players from Cloud9 are spawning at the top of your mini-map. If Assault doesn't get that kill, this is one where FaZe could potentially rally some scores together.
Aches, your key defender, gets 1, gets a second. Assault and Ricky all in the kill feed. Now it's 4 down for FaZe, and this is going to be the push from Cloud9. But already trailing by 3, they need to put a few points on the board before we get in this second half. 1:50 still to go in our first round of action. And here comes the surge. You got Lacefield picking up 1, but Zuma taking down Attach is going to make it a critical error. The dunk will land, and will stay on with Aches as he continues to slay out the spawners. Big run by Aches. He is now 12-8. He is working towards those streaks, but I don't believe he got it. Assault is setting up to protect this new drone, and they just executed that one perfectly. The error from Zuma, a big error coming through. You can see it now represented on the scoreboard.
Yeah, what you saw there was actually, you know, Cloud9, they give up the 1-point play, and Assault uses that time to get all the way into the FaZe base in this back statue area. He was able to pick up some kills. Cloud9 just overextends grab drone middle of the map. They run it in for 2, and now they find themselves only down 1 point here. Assault still just being a nuisance in the FaZe base, going to force them to rotate back. And I like what I've seen from Cloud9 here in the second half of this first portion of uplink.
Enable is going to play far back on defense, knowing there's someone pushed up. They have found him, they have executed him. Now they can push forward. Attach closest to the drone is going to be upstairs. He's going to have some support from Zuma, and you're going to go over to Zuma now from under the bridge. I expected the flank, but as Zuma goes under the bridge, Egg says, guys, let's just run this the other way. They're going to take it to the top half of the map, and this could be a dunk.
Yeah, and this is something we normally don't see. It's a part of the map you want to avoid, and you see why. Attach and Enable able to pick up some kills as Aches tries to get high on the wall run, but is not done yet. Assault's able to pick up 2. That would have been sick if he was able to win that one, but FaZe, specifically Attach, picks up the kill, and now they're going to bring the drone topside themselves.
Attach not going to get it very far. We're going on the flank with Zuma here. Zuma stopping the push as Aches wanted to get on the drone. Instead, it's Cloud9 forcing the standoff. We go into the first half, 3-2, second half coming up right now. A great opening for FaZe, but they definitely slowed down.
I feel like, though, if FaZe, they kind of get control of that back statue area, they're not going to let it up. I feel like Cloud9 needs to be very careful about this opening break because you cannot give up that map position. Cloud9, they do a good job, you know, after FaZe picks up some kills at the beginning, getting some points on the board there towards the end with getting Assault into the other team's space.
Taking a look at the numbers, Clayster 15-11, leading the game. On the other side, the best performance so far, it's Aches. He was 12-8 though at one point, and he's going to finish the first half 13-12, immediately shut down at the start of this round as well. So Aches has been neutralized while Clayster heats up, and here comes the opening push. FaZe with 3 down is going to push this drone forward. Enable gets past the defender, and here comes a toss. Thought he had a chaser behind him, and it did happen. Assault finally gets the kill, but not before a point is scored.
So they were able to do that because there was one player from Cloud9 playing up in the top window, I believe it's Assault, and they just jump up, put a few shots in, and forces them back down. Then you're able to bring the drone through underpass. FaZe looking in championship form here today. So they are up 4-2 here against Cloud9 and Uplink, and Cloud9 now moving, trying to get control of the FaZe base. They're picking up some kills. They do not have everybody there. It's just going to be Lacefield and Assault on the side of the FaZe map, and you see, I mean, once those guys pick up some kills, the other guys grab the drone, it's just too late. It just takes too long to develop.
They knew Assault was here, but they couldn't move him from the position. Assault continuing to slay out, gets 3 straight kills, and cannot find the 4th. Lacefield will not be able to move forward and lock in this next score. Instead, Aches and Lacefield have to play for the spawn control. And it's going to be Lacefield picking up 1 up top. Sees a player down low, not going to engage. Instead, I'd actually like to go show you Clayster, as he was that player spotted. I have a feeling Clay's going to hunt him down any moment.
Yeah, he's just hunting for Lacefield here. Does not want to give up any good position in his base to Lacefield. That could be detrimental to their squad going forward in this uplink game. But you see Clay just watching mid-map, some nice shots there, and he's going to earn himself his overdrive.
Score streaks coming in, and it's going to be Assault dropping 2. Opportunity in favor of C9. And there is a player pushed up. You see that player number 2, that's Lacefield getting the opening kills. Let's go over to our drone carrier, Aches. Aches is going to dish this one and try and pick up the kills before they move in. Assault clearing the way. It's attached, falling in the middle, but 3 defenders still up for FaZe Clan. Aches about to make the push. Score streaks coming down, and they will move this drone immediately after. It's in the hands of Ricky right behind Aches.
Yeah, and you see it was going to be Ricky having Aches lead the charge, and they're going to pick up the kills, use the streaks to force FaZe inside, and we have a tie game. A fantastic play there from Cloud9 to put a 2-point play on the board.
You want to watch the best player in the game? It's Assault.
I was like, which one? There's a few players you can kind of
We're going to stay
talk
up
about here.
through the respawn. He's still got Scorchers. He's been a game changer in the search and destroy. Now in the second half, he has taken over 23-12. By far the hottest hand. And he is going to pick up 3. Unfortunately, one of them was Ricky.
So smart to back down there, just gives himself a little bit of extra time, and the time allows Lacefield to come off the spawn and pick this kill up. Now you're going to have both teams fight for this mid-map control. 2 minutes left. Still at a tie game here. You look at the top right of the scoreboard, you do have some payload abilities up, and Clayster does have the overdrive.
Assault trying to stop this push from FaZe. They have the drone. He's going to land a melee, but the shot going up, and it looks like it's going to fall just short. Can Clayster get the rebound? No, it's Cloud9 tossing it for the reset. Drone back in the middle of the map. We have 96 seconds still to go here, and Clayster is currently on fire. He's got the overdrive as well, and he will be picked off, attached, looking for the drone. Gonna find a player. The rewind comes in, saves his life. Uses his own rewind now and continues to battle it out, but that battle is won by C9. Drone control back in their favor, and Clayster will fall on defense.
And you do, I was pointing it out here on the scoreboard, you do have Ricky with overdrive as well. So both players, we talked about in the pregame, how big overdrive could be to make an individual play. This is where it could come in.
He going outside? No, he's going through. And he is coming in for the dunk. We talked about it before the game, and you see it playing off. Lacefield's going to pick up 2 more, and Aches is in the middle of the map looking for the carry. Won't be able to get to the drone in time. Let's go back to Ricky. He's still inside FaZe's base, causing problems behind enemy lines. Will be cleaned up. Zuma trying to chase down this drone. Will he be able to stop another push from Cloud9 and be able to counter? They're running out of time for FaZe Clan. This could be the first win we've seen out of Cloud9 in Uplink.
Yeah, they need to get the drone in Clayster's hands. Has that overdrive, 30 seconds left. Be a huge misplay if they're not able to get anything with this overdrive, not even one use, as you see Clay going down bike path, going on a bit of a flank here. It's gonna come behind one of the players in Cloud9.
Peekaboo. Oh no, there is another right next to him. Shut down, 15 seconds left. C9 knows they just got to throw this one for yards, keep it away from their base, and you're going to see a 7-kill streak to seal the deal. It's Lacefield on fire. He's going to call in the score streaks. Game over, 6-4. This one goes to C9.
And FaZe gets no use of that overdrive there in the second half. That is one they probably like to have back. You saw they get one really good offensive effort in the last 2 to 3 minutes. They can't get the drone in Clayster's hands so he can make a play with it.
Cloud9 now leading our series 2-1. After FaZe took the first respawn, Cloud9 took a round 11 search and destroy in a very close uplink that FaZe was leading at halftime.
And that hardpoint game to kick things off was very close as well. It was 250-205, but Cloud9 is right in that one to that last hill.
Here we go, Matt. Another respawn, another hardpoint. Expectations in this series?
I think this next hardpoint's going to come down to the wire. And I think if you get good games out of Assault like you've gotten on the last two, I think Cloud9 definitely has a good chance to take it.
Looking forward to this series as it continues. We got a lot of people here in Las Vegas cheering on both teams. Our players going to take a momentary break. Let's hear what our analysts have to say about this one. Benson, what's up, my friend?
Thanks very much, Chris. Down here backstage with Felony. Obviously, you guys have had a fantastic tournament so far. I've got to ask you, what's been a key for success for Rise?
We're a very good search and destroy team. We've always prided ourselves around search and destroy. And with the latest patch in IW, hardpoint really became our strong suit with the spawns being pushed out. And now that we're able to secure our hardpoints and our search and destroys, we're just a really hard team to play against.
Fair enough, fair enough. Obviously, with the game going on right now on the main stage, the losers bracket final, is there a team specifically you would prefer to play against?
No, not really. We played both of them this event. We won against both FaZe and C9, 3-1. And I mean, with FaZe, I think there'd be more fans in the audience maybe, but it could go either way. I'd be okay with it.
Do you think you have both teams kind of sussed out, if you will? You know both teams' weaknesses, and you would be able to maybe comfortably take the grand final?
Yeah, we definitely don't want to go to a second best of 5. We want to close down the first best of 5. All we have to do is pretty much close out a respawn game, win our S&Ds, and we'll be fine.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you in the grand final a little bit later on. That's everything from backstage. We can send it over to the analyst desk with Maven.
Great stuff. Looking forward to seeing Felony in the final, but we're not there yet. So I was texting Jack before this match, and he was saying this could be a quick one maybe, and you kind of felt the same way. Chance, FaZe might be able to take this, but my only point was they played a couple tough maps with Rise, even though you got nothing really out of Assault or out of Lacefield. Now that those two are coming alive, are you going to give them a chance in both of these series now?
Oh, definitely. Assault is lights out right now. He single-handedly opens the door for them in the uplink, and then the sort of combination with the score streaks, Aches pushes through the back granny area over towards Lime, forces the players in with the bombardment, and get the dunk after that. So Assault starts, and then the rest of the team just know what to do from then on.
Well, has that been the big thing for you, Chance? I mean, is there anything that stands out for you other than that for Cloud9, or really just those two playing like they should play now?
Well, okay, so even the first series we saw with that, the one map they won against Rise, it was when Aches dropped 42 kills. So they need that big performance. We saw the search and destroy. Assault goes 15-6, and he makes 2 pretty big active camo plays to seal the deal, and that goes all the way to round 11. So like they're having these players go off, and they're still close games. So that's exactly what they need to have happen. Obviously, the 2 players stepping up towards the end, as you pointed out, Assault gets streaks, goes on a streak of his own. Lacefield in the end went on 8 streaks. So when those players step up, they do well, but still they're like barely closing out of these games, and I just don't know how long they can perform like that.
Yeah, and it's worth noting back to the S&D, like, do you want anyone on your team to have a big game? Sure, but does it pay off more when the big game is coming from your camo player? Yes. I mean, those 2 uses there basically iced 2 rounds where there was no chance for someone in a one-on-one gunfight because of that. If he doesn't drop 15 kills, he doesn't even have that opportunity. So he goes big, is able to take over. But now we're going to be going back to hard points. So the game 1 wasn't all that close. FaZe looked very strong there, but they've been very good at breakout. How do you feel about them going forward, team?
I could really see this going to map 5, to be honest. I think Cloud9's struggling at times in the hard point. Just overall strategy doesn't seem to be quite there. They're giving up too much time on most of the intro parts of the hill, and then they don't take the necessary precautions when they're trying to break. They tend to split up, take these weird 1-versus-1 gunfights, and against a team like teams like FaZe and Rise, they're going to eat that apart.
I just can't. I mean, I'm split on this one as far as I like guys on both teams, both great brands. Excited to see who's going to be able to take this, but I feel bad for the side of it between Clay and Aches. Whoever wins this, I know there's going to be some words in a post-game interview. There's going to be some talk on Twitter. I'm sure they're going to be going at each other. But right now, it's Aches and Cloud9 in control, looking very good here. But who do you think? Okay, so not talking about this series as much, but looking forward, who do you think would have the best chance to beat Rise? I know we just saw Cloud9 get beat up a little bit, but again, they didn't have all their all-stars kind of showing up. which team do you think has the better chance right now if they go up against Rise?
The better chance, I probably would give that to FaZe. I think
even though Cloud9 just played him, maybe figure him out a little bit, still going to FaZe?
Again, I just don't know how much faith to put in them not being warmed up in Cloud9 in that previous series. Is that really the case? If so, then maybe I might, give it to Cloud9 just because of that prior experience so recently.
Well, how do you feel about what Lacefield said? Because you're a pro player, one of the winningest players all time, and he said basically, it's our first series of the day. How do you feel about that? Is it like, come on, man, it's your job, man up and play, or is there some legs to that?
There is some legs to that for sure. The first game of the day is always the hardest no matter what time you're playing, right? Just to get in that competitive atmosphere, get the adrenaline going. You can't get that from a warm-up. You can't get that from a scrim. So it does make sense, but are they going to continue to play like the way they're playing? I don't know.
And Chance, you're a professional wager player.
No.
Do you share the same thought? No, not quite. But no, we're having a heck of a lot of fun up here. Just waiting for the guys. Bit of a break here before we hop into the hard point. But I think this is gonna be a tight one. If this one goes down to clutch time, now that's what's interesting. So you know how we talked about. You heard from Cloud9 how clutch they end up being. Lacefield was talking about the clutch factor. On the reverse side of that, you heard a Tat saying no matter how much we're down at a hard point, whether it's 249-1, they feel like they can come back and clutch up. Who do you think you take? If this comes down to the wire in the hard point, is there one side you're leaning towards? Just specifically that, it's like 230, and someone has to go big.
I think you take Cloud9 in that type of scenario. They've been the clutch kings throughout this entire tournament. All series but one going to a map 5. So if there's a team you pick in the clutch, you pick the team that's been in the situation the most and won almost every single time.
All right, Chance, you got to take one player from FaZe that's going to go huge here in the hard point. They're going to shut it out and push it to a game 5. Who's your guy to go big? I know Attach has started slow. Clay's been playing well. Who is it for you?
Clayster. When they were playing against Splice, he was the one that opened it up with like a 9-kill streak. Immediately got streaks and blew the game open. He's the guy. He's the captain, the leader, who you look to come up clutch in these big moments.
So when you have so I know we've harped on this a lot, but it's one of the bigger storylines in this whole thing with Clayster and Aches. When you're a player and you're playing in someone maybe you want to beat badly, when you're in the heat of the moment, when it's a big time matchup like it is in the losers bracket final, are you thinking about that at all really during the game, or are you pretty just locked in on the gameplay? Are you thinking like, God, man, every gunfight you get in with, he's like, he killed me again, or I answered back? I'm just curious. As a player, does that come into your head at all?
I mean, if you're a level-headed person, you should be just locked in and focusing.
Is Aches a level-headed person?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not by any means. Maniac. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he walks back onto the stage and chirps some words at the Clayster. I don't know. Anything to get an edge up.
Well, what was your bit of advice for Clay? Was to yell a little bit, get into Aches'
Be annoying,
head, right? Just try to be annoying. But you see him there now. Do you expect, what Patrick Price do we get here, Chance? Is it going to be the game 1 retaliation, the last series where he drops 40+, or are the Young Bucks going to take over?
I mean, I think it'd be very difficult to ever see that Patrick Price again. Like, that was a monstrous performance. But frankly, I think the difficult part is over. Like, they won the uplink. They've already taken 2 maps. So they've guaranteed themselves at the very least a game 5, and they haven't lost a single one yet. So if I'm C9, I'm feeling very happy right now.
And statistically, I mean, you point out the uplink, they were atrocious when we were looking at the stats up top, and I'm hoping what we're given is accurate, but it talks about the uplink not being their best game mode. But now, let's look to the rig draft. Let's see if there's anything that stands out to you guys. I'm expecting the norm, but let's take a look together. So far, FaZe coming through. The only thing that's really stood out over the course of the weekend, probably either Centurion coming out or FTL jump. That's been about it, really.
And I guess a little bit difference of some people not opting to take Overdrive. It's really the main 3 differences.
So you will have Centurion come in for Ricky. So there will be a little bit of a difference here at least, and that'll be kind of the Overdrive Centurion conversation that we have. But guys, it's going to retaliation. It's going to be K-bars and NB4s, a lot more on this particular map. Very big. Early rotations matter. You know how important getting from Cathedral to Broken can be. Make some noise, guys, as this is going to be an epic game 4. Can FaZe push it to a game 5? For now, let's get up to our casters. Puckett, Mr. X, take it away, boys.
Thank you, fellas. This is match point for Cloud9. FaZe needing to answer back, and they better hope for some better gameplay than Maven's Yellow Jacket. We're getting into this one, Matt, with Enable on your screen and with the NV4.
I thought the orange one was ugly last year, but this one's just taken.
Next level Canary. You got to let him peacock, baby. Here we go. Enable on your screen is going to be putting down the long-range damage, but it's attached actually with the first kill on Ricky. Lacefield is inside that hard point, so they need to stop the scoring. Here comes the contest, and they are just steamrolling through. Attach, able to pick up the kills. Enable can't. And and he will have control now for FaZe as they start to score.
Yeah, and I mean really early in this game, right, as the first hard point, I just want to touch on, I don't know what the logic or the decision is to go with the Centurion over something like Overdrive on this map, especially with how long and how important these rotations are on some of these hard points. I think Overdrive, you definitely get a lot more with it.
We've seen it sometimes placed up here on the bridge, other times inside the hotel. Attached, waiting for the push, and he will fall, but not before scoring 5 opening kills. We're on board with Clayster, and this is a big flank coming in. Unfortunately, though, he only has one teammate on the other side of the map. It's going to be Zuma trying to stay alive down low on the streets.
Yeah, Zuma in this lower market area in a perfect position. He got here very early. He's got 1 kill in front of him, but Lacefield wins it. It's an OSA versus a K-Bar in that situation. And you see what you're able to do with the OSA up close. Lacefield wins the gunfight. And just like that, when you thought FaZe was going to get control of this next hard point, it's Cloud9 with control early.
Nothing worse than setting up 12 to 15 seconds early and then just having someone come in and wreck your day. The score going back in favor of Cloud9 as they should be able to retake the lead. But let's talk big picture here, Matt. If people are just tuning in for the first time or watching competitive Call of Duty for the first time in IW, what is the key here on Retaliation Hardpoint?
Well, you're going to be looking at your next 2 hardpoints, over in Grave and then in Broken. If you're able to get to those hardpoints early and get control, you can start racking up a ton of time. We've seen teams, play close 50-50 throughout the entire map, and these next 2 hills break it open. And that's why you see those red arrows at the top of your screen getting set up here with about 10 to 11 seconds left on the previous hill, because they know they're going to make this time back at the beginning.
Lacefield, that white arrow, the player you are watching currently from Cloud9, knows that FaZe is going to be set up. His job to flank and break the setup. He's going to be spotted from behind and shut down, but he's traded out. Ricky getting the kill on Zuma, and Ricky is looking for another, but he just lost all of his support. His teammates spawning so far away on that mini-map, and you see just why FaZe was setting up so early.
Yeah, I mean, they give up the last 10 seconds on market, but they're going to get back a ton of time here. And Cloud9, they get that first intro kill. They're just not able to trade effectively after that. It's one that if they were able to break there, it's one that they could have put this game away right there.
Zuma knows there's a player on the other side of this wall going to go for the challenge, and he is going to win it. Catches Aches reloading. So a great hold here for FaZe, and now they're going to go on the attack. They're going to leave just one player inside the Cathedral hardpoint. Watch it on the minimap, a big fight, and it will be won by Lacefield. So that's 14 free seconds of time. But it looks like FaZe is going to be gunning for the full 60. They're going to have to get through 3 defenders, though, from C9. Enable gets the first pick on Assault, and this should be the second one for Zuma.
And you have one player in the back for C9. That's going to be Ricky. You see Zuma just waiting for his teammates to get over here, but Assault's going to win a big gunfight. Zuma just trying to stay alive, but not enough support. Now it's all going to fall on Enable. He's got 2 players pushing him inside of the hill. It's going to be very difficult to hold this down. He's going to fall. Cloud9 should be able to get control here.
As you say it, Ricky is able to pick up 2, surviving through the grenades. And his teammates out on the front door, able to just clean the way for him. It's going to be Ricky continuing to score. FaZe with 30 seconds left on this point, going to try and break in. But Ricky will just wait safely around the corner. Let's go watch the action outside. It's Assault really doing most of the damage, and he is looking for his 4th kill in a row.
He's just going to have to just play his life here. I mean, there's no reason to challenge this. Has another player inside of the hill, but the pinch going to come in for FaZe Clan. They get a break with 11 seconds left. They'll probably leave one player inside of here and rotate towards his mid-hotel.
So we'll watch Zuma here on the mini-map. You can watch the battles going down. Zuma is going to see where the holes are in the defense and then try and exploit it on the flank while his teammates charge right in on the hard point. And Zuma says, you know what, I'm just going to come support you in the mid. Let's fight them head on. As Enable gets the pick on Ricky, Zuma's going to slide in and look for a second. He will get the kill on Aches, and now looking for another, but he will be dropped. Enable's still in the back line with the NV4, watching the left flank, and it looks like Attach and Clayster will break in.
Yeah, he's just going to watch this top patio Enable. It's going to give his team just a consistent alleyway to flow through in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to get flanked. He's going to dive into the hard point, able to get one. But Cloud9 doing a very good job, not giving up a ton of time here to FaZe Clan. It's going to be Zuma picking up 2 kills, but already only 20 seconds left on this hard point.
Attach with 1:15 time already. Continues to score here for FaZe as Zuma is going to pick up the flank kill. Clayster has helped FaZe retake the lead, but Cloud9 answering right back. Let's go over to the rotation as Ricky is going to be battling for bridge control. He's going to find a player wall running, outshoots Enable here, but he will be challenged, and that is attached using the propulsion. We talked about it, being able to fly basically with that trait, able to get another kill. I'm gonna stay on board with attached through the respawn. They have pretty close spawns here, as this is just consistent contest, as both teams will just surge forward, getting the same spawns over and over.
Yeah, and about halfway through this game, when we go over towards Bridge, it's a 109-109 game, and Cloud9, they fight back. 35 seconds left on this hard point. They're going to get control of it, and they are going to take the lead. And FaZe, they have to be careful here, because you can actually lose a lot of time in this lower market if you contest this bridge for too long.
Attach has a rewind to pop as well. Don't expect it to come out quite yet. And he's going to go for a challenge shutdown. Ake's the last man up for Cloud9. Is going to watch the wipe. It's FaZe now scoring, as we're going to see, can Ake's break through? One-on-one battle on the bridge. That player is going to be Clayster, and it looks like Clay is going to get picked from Ricky, who decides to come out and help. Assault continues to show up in the kill feed, and honestly, I tweeted out about it. He's opened up the backpack in this series. He dropped 31 kills in our last game. He was their star in Search and Destroy. He leads the team with 15 kills here. Will stay on board through the respawn. Did not win the battle in transition.
You see how far away this Cloud9 team is spawning away from this hard point. FaZe gets control of it here. And we'll see how Cloud9 tries to break. It's going to be Assault coming through the scaffolding here as 2 players down below, and his teammates are falling here. Does not look like it's going to be a break from Cloud9. And with 30 seconds left on this hill, Chris, with the score this close, you can consider just rotating here. You see the arrows popping up in Cloud9 in that graveyard area. They cannot lose that spot on the map.
Assault's going to clean up attach. So patient. He waited for Lacefield to come in and help him out. Picks up 2 kills. He will be stopped, though. Let's go over to attach on the opposite end. I thought that come in and help him out. Picks up 2 kills. He will be stopped, though. Let's go over to attach on the opposite end. I thought that was another play. That's Enable, rather. Going to be running the wall run. He also has the camo to pop here to break Cloud9's setup. And we'll see Enable pushing through despite being hit by a grenade. He gets the flank, now decides to show himself. Gets the first pick, second pick coming in as he's got teammates on the other side of the wall. Zuma is going to finish off Lacefield, but Assault is still there using a camo of his own. These payloads being used on the key hard points. Cloud9 trailing by 10, but could retake control of this game right here. Remember, they're up 2-1, Matt. This could send them to the grand final to play Rise Nation in a rematch.
Yeah, and they know that the players are coming from that lower market because one of the players on Cloud9 spawns out in the bottom bridge area. And Cloud9 are going to hold the rest of this hill. They may be uncontested. It's going to be one gunfight won by Lacefield. You see in the kill feed, the only player close here. 25 seconds left. Cloud9 with a great rotation and hold here on Graveyard. They're looking poised to make that grand final.
And look at the timing here from Assault. He turns the corner, shoots a player in the back, finds a second on Enable. Clayster and Enable sent to respawns as Assault will milk the hill. FaZe sets up on defense, and the player who has to pick up all the kills on the left side of the map, it's all up to Zuma here.
So right now, FaZe has complete control over Broken. Cloud9 has no payloads. I believe they don't have any streaks to break in here, so it's going to be all gun skill if Cloud9 is going to take this hill back.
And Zuma is showing off his skill, already has 2 kills, looking for a 4th, actually. 3 streak coming in for Zuma. He rotated early, this time paying off. That is his 4th in a row. His teammates on the bridge getting pushed, though. Let's see if Enable can handle this.
Yeah, and you see, as soon as Zuma sees a teammate spawn right in front of him, he focuses over towards this bridge. You know this is where the Cloud9 players are coming from, and you see at the minimap, they are just trapped in the corner. They cannot get across this bus area. It's going to be Enable flying over the top. Ricky with a big 2-piece, though. Aches with 1, and with 20 seconds left on the hard point, Cloud9 gets a break.
And this is a big 20-second chunk of time as they will go up over 200 points if they continue to hold. The next battle going to be inside the hotel. Lacefield in a great position, though. The spawn split across the map. This is fantastic for C9 if you land those shots, and yes, they do. The first 2 kills being scored. Ricky now coming in for reinforcements. Attach and Enable, though, answering back inside the building. But for now, it's Cloud9 with control. This could be so hard for FaZe.
We'll see how FaZe decides to break this. They get Clayster up on patio. We saw Enable do this the first time this hill came up. He was able to open it up for FaZe Clan. Clay going to get his overdrive, not going to be able to use it here, but could potentially use it when he's trying to rotate over towards bridge. And Enable going to get out, play his life in this situation. I like that idea, as nobody from Cloud9 going to get on the hard point.
Attach got snuffed out on a flank as well, so this is FaZe just brute forcing their way down the middle. Clayster with a 2-piece is going to clear it. I thought he was going to die on the second kill. He somehow wins the gunfight on the minimap. So now it's Aches versus Clayster. Clayster wins this one again. The split spawns coming from both directions for Cloud9 once again. But Clay knows what's up, picks up one. For now, it's Cloud9 inside the hard point. Only 7 points remain here. It's going to be rotating. We're going to see at least one more hill, but it's FaZe 24 points away.
Oh, and it's going to be Enable earning the Trinity Rocket. He's going to call it down. He's going to have one player on his screen. He's going to be able to take out Lacefield. It's going to be FaZe in the hill. Can they complete the comeback?
They got a player up by Cathedral. He's going to be dropped. Enable gets the long-range pick on Assaulto. The NV4 has been so key for him. FaZe 3 seconds away from forcing a Game 5, and we're going to see it. Search and Destroy coming up next.
And Cloud9 had the game in their hands. It goes to the hotel hallway, and they just blew it there. They were just not able to get in. FaZe gets control. Enable gets the Trinity Rocket. They use it on the rotation. They're able to get control of Bridge. And FaZe clutches up.
Yeah, and for FaZe, you know, I want to give a lot of credit to Enable here. 30 kills, 18 deaths, the most positive player on the team. He had some big plays in transition. You saw the active camo coming out to break the initial setup in Cathedral by Cloud9. At the end, though, it was Clayster. Even though you saw some kills coming in from Zoom and Enable, Clayster's two-piece that was seen on the mini-map was kind of the tide turning, because then you saw all of the spawns for Cloud9 so much further away. You saw the scores from FaZe. They're able to retake the lead from there, and Enable was able to fend off some score streaks, shutting things down at the very end.
Yeah, and you've seen Enable have a lot of success on this map. If you've been watching the FaZe scrims or whatnot, he's able to use the NV4 and play a little bit at longer to medium range, you know, over by the bridge and graveyard. It suits his playstyle pretty well.
If you watched the first Search and Destroy, you'll know we went to around 11. It was Cloud9 who jumped up to a 4-2 advantage, and then it was FaZe who brought it all the way back and forced that round 11. Are we going to see another one? It's Game 5, and I've been treated to round 11s here when I've been casting on the main stage.
I don't know. I want to see. I think this obviously has the potential to go to round 11, but I did see Cloud9 play a Crusher Search and Destroy earlier in the tournament. They looked very good, very decisive. Now, I know they've had this clutch factor about them. I mean, they're not able to get the retaliation to go their way in the clutch, but you know, Game 5s has been Cloud9's bread and butter throughout this entire tournament.
Now, can you compare Scorch to Crusher for me? Is there a difference in play style? Because I know there is a, in particular, bomb site on Crusher that is in the short-range hallways. You look at guys like Lacefield, maybe this is going to be an even stronger map.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be your A bomb site. I think it's a lot safer to push over towards the B bomb site. There's just so much area to work towards. You can just jump around the corners, trade. You can push the defensive team back. I think going towards A is pretty risky.
Going towards A, pretty risky. Enable also going to have an advantage in the long-range gunfights, as he just saw in Retaliation. He feels very comfortable with that NV4 posted up in the far back. But it's going to come down to decision-making and outthinking your opponent. These two teams know each other very well. They've been scrimming quite a bit leading up to this event. And I figured both of these teams planned on playing each other at least at some point in this tournament. Not necessarily here in the lower bracket finals, though. This is a spot in the grand finals on the line. Who is moving on to play Rise Nation for the biggest chunk of our $100,000 prize pool here at the CWL Open in Las Vegas? It's time to find out. The rig draft just moments away, and there is a look at Clayster, the captain of this FaZe clan, talking to his team, getting the boys fired up.
Yeah, and you know, both of these teams have put in so much time coming into this event. Obviously, FaZe, the great performance at PSX. They go back home. They do not miss a beat. They are scrimming every day. And a lot of people, you know, you question Aches, whether he's about the grind, you know, is he as dedicated as he once is? This guy was on streaming like every moment of the day. I feel like he's been really kind of leading Cloud9 by example.
Absolutely, and that last shot was of Ricky. He was Captain Clutch last night. He came down to a 1v2 against ALG in their round 11, played it so smart, didn't fire his gun, was able to win the round by time. So it's not always about the kills. It's so much about the positioning and the decision-making when it comes to S&D. And as we take a look at the rig draft, nothing out of the ordinary. Ricky's sticking on that Centurion because he wants the trophy drone as his trait.
Yeah, nothing too surprising there in the rig draft. It seems like the rig draft kind of standardizing itself out over the different game modes. But it looks like we're going to be able to get right into game number 5 between FaZe and Cloud9. The winner goes to the grand finals.
Las Vegas, are you ready? We got a Game 5. We're going to Crusher. Make some noise. We need more G Fuel out there, Matt. Here we go. It's time. I'm on board with the Tatch, and he is going to be bringing out this OSA. Wants to get up close and personal, as he is going to be charging right behind. It looks like that is going to be Clayster leading the charge. We have all 4 players going with the strong B hit here.
Yeah, and this is what you're going to see, I think, primarily on this map. The B site, it just gives you so much more space. You see Attach going to go high off the wall, unable to check the site. And you're not going to be able to just get onto the bomb and be aggressive from the defensive side of things at this late in the game, right? I mean, you just see the 2 chokes they can push towards. They're going to have to pretty much give up a plan here.
Enable has the bomb in hand. Meanwhile, it's Zuma looking for first blood. He's going to find it there as Aix is going to be picked off. Another player taking Aix's position. Zuma not able to deal with it, and Enable did not get that bomb down. Too much pressure from C9 early on. They're setting up for a very long flank. You can see Clayster on the back end. He's hoping to catch players off guard. He's going to say, hey guys, the A bomb site is wide open, make the rotation, and that is exactly what FaZe is doing.
Yeah, once the bomb goes down and Cloud9 decides to rotate, Clay can pick up 1 or 2 kills here, be huge, but you see the play from the side of Cloud9. Clay gonna see nobody here. Enable's gonna back out to watch his cross. Both teams gonna swap sides on the map.
And here's a look at your mini-map. No action going down quite yet. Wait 15 seconds, it'll all go down at once. It looks like Attach may have spotted someone inside. He's gonna make the call out, working with Enable, who you saw out to his left, Clayster to his right. Clay's gonna peek, and Ricky making things happen. Meanwhile, shots going down, and that bomb gonna be successfully defused. FaZe, I didn't want to say it, Matt.
Yeah.
They didn't check it in time.
Well, they just pulled everybody out of the site. They had no visibility on the bomb. As soon as the first guy tries to go in, get a look on it, you're going to get taken out. Ricky's on it already. I think even if they get closer to there, maybe take out 1 player, Ricky gets the defuse regardless. So Cloud9 gets a round 1 win.
And that was a really smart play there by FaZe at the start of the round. They get the bomb down. They just didn't set up the way they wanted to. Ricky, being such an intelligent veteran, jumping right on that objective and gets the defuse on the defensive end. It's FaZe once again. Here comes the attack from Cloud9. We're going to see the opening setup on defense, but I want to show you the attack coming in from Aix. He's going to be leading the charge on the right. Lacefield, meanwhile, spotting players on the wall run, able to punish one. Assault has his back, takes down Zuma. So a 3-2 game in favor here of Cloud9. Enable and Attach still up on D.
And you see the decisiveness coming in from Cloud9. As soon as those kills are traded out, they just book it out of the B bomb site. And now they just need to get bombed down and play trades here over at A.
As the bomb goes down, key player is going to be Ricky, setting up for the push from FaZe. Catches one from behind. Attached, not checking his corners. It is punished. And now Ricky trying to be the hero, putting shots down, but knows he doesn't have to finish off the kill. Enable has to come to them. And you are not going to see Cloud9 give up any easy kills here.
Yeah, and it's
as I say it happens.
Yeah, it's going to be Lacefield taken out by Enable. Lacefield go on the hunt for some more kills. But with 20 seconds left at 1v2, it's going to take Enable a few seconds to even get in striking distance. This one looks like, barring anything major catastrophe happening, going in favor of Cloud9.
And Enable may not win this round, but he made some clutch kills. Lacefield was 3-0. He also got the bomb down, so he's working towards the score streaks as well as his payload. Enable going to stop him from streaking out, as you're going to see this go 2-0 in favor of Cloud9. A small victory for Enable, but it's C9 with control of the game at this point.
We'll see what the side of FaZe Clan goes with in this next round. Where they go back towards B, I think you'll still see a defensive setup from Cloud9 that's a little bit more towards the passive end. Seems to be their kind of go-to on both offense and defense, play a little bit more back, a little bit more passive. So you'll see FaZe, they're just going to try and push up here in the middle of the map, and they can definitely catch Cloud9 off guard.
Enable on your screen, working towards some streaks of his own. He is 3-0. He is going to find some early shots, doesn't land it. Spotting players up on the catwalk.
He's not going to have a good angle here, so you're not going to be able to challenge. Now they put themselves in an odd spot, because you see inside of the bomb site here is Ricky. So you're not going to be able to just get up onto the bomb and plant it, and you're running around a lot of time here. You're not going to be able to get all the way over towards B, but it's going to be Zuma getting first blood, Enable answering with another one. So they've opened up the A site.
2 players up on defense. Let's go over to Lacefield, the defender. Assault on that mid street. Going to be rotating over to help.
And Lacefield can be pretty patient here as a ton of time, but he just peeks this right around the corner, able to take out Zuma. I think he's just waiting for Assault to get in position. He's never going to get there because Attach going to take him out. Blazefield just trying to stay alive. FaZe gets on the board.
I think that jammer stopped me from switching over to Clayster. I wanted to show you this round-ending kill. Here it is, Clay. Just finding Blazefield, who is panicking with that jammer, and he is going to be taken down. So FaZe on the board. The tiebreaker currently in favor of Cloud9, but FaZe now has a chance to tie things up. Enable still playing perfect, 4-0. He's been involved in the objective, and he is 1 kill away from unlocking his score streaks.
Let's see what FaZe does here on defense. They went aggressive through B last round. It looks like they're going to shadow more players over towards B in this one, and Enable has to be careful, needs these streaks. They'd be huge here in this game 5.
Here's a look at Cloud9, the attack coming in. Keep your eyes on Enable on that mini-map. Aches is going to pick off Clayster. While reloading, no push comes in. And this bomb will go down momentarily. If Blazefield can get this first pick instead, he's going to have to defend himself. Here comes the charge. Enable still up, trying to stay alive to unlock these streaks. A Trinity rocket could turn the tide here in round number 4. The bomb picked up by Assault, not planted yet though.
It's going to be Enable working with Attach here, just going to buddy up. They've done a good job of trading out these kills. And see, the bomb picked up by Assault, but does not go down at B. And I wonder, did Enable see him cross here? They did. They definitely have thought they've rotated all the way through. They're not going to be expecting this positioning from Cloud9. It's
oh no!
Assault able to get to.
And this was the whole game plan. You're going to have Attach go out first and then let Enable clean up the trade. Instead, the windmill shots coming through. Aches clutching up on 1. Assault right there to help him out on the second. Cloud9 extends their lead to 3-1. I'd like to show them on the defensive end now. There is no more threat of score streaks coming in from FaZe.
Well, when Enable sees Assault to just go around that corner, you assume that back time in the game with that much time left on the clock that they're going to be booking it over towards the A bomb site to get bombed down. You'd not expect them to sit in that back corner and play for the kills.
Opening engagement, pre-fire coming in from Blazefield. Instead, it looks like Attach able to escape at least for a moment. Ricky will chase him down. Advantage in favor of C9. Enable with the bomb, all by himself. His teammates looking for a trade.
They just have no options right now. I mean, you look at the mini-map and, you know, the A-bomb site players are all covered from the side of Cloud9. You look over at B, there's nobody over there for FaZe just yet. They'd have to rotate all the way across the map. So things are not looking good here for FaZe in this offensive round.
Zuma with a big pick on Aches, who is flying through the air. Enable knows there's opponents nearby. Spots one, calls it out, doesn't react to it, and unfortunately he's going to lose Clayster, so it's a 1-on-3. Enable in a whole lot of trouble here. 27 seconds left. The bomb's still not planted, but he does have it in his possession.
But he has no real options here. I mean, 20 seconds left. You're stuck in the middle of the map. You're not able to get to any bomb site with ease. And Cloud9, just with another very good defensive setup. They get that first blood, and then they don't give you easy kills.
And look at Assault. He spotted Enable and was so fast to react, chasing him down. Assault was the hero of your first search and destroy on Scorched. Another solid round. C9 in total control of this one. And let's go over to our attacking team. Aches has got to step it up. The veteran, the world champion. Can he get an opening pick? It looks like they're going to play ultra defensive, knowing how fast FaZe wants to play. Aches can't land the shots, though. Another big mistake as everyone falls. It's up to Blazefield, a 1-on-4. What a push from FaZe. Cloud9 looks like they're going to have to look to set up on defense. FaZe has this round locked up.
Yeah, C9 was not prepared for that, and as soon as those players started coming around the corner, Aches was a little bit flustered. You saw him try to target the first one, then switched right away to the second one, not able to get any shots off. Blazefield falls, so a very good defensive push from the side of FaZe gets them their second round.
Still in it, not going down yet. 6 rounds in, 4-2 in favor of C9. Cloud9 2 rounds away from victory. FaZe, they need 4. It's the first to 6 and the best of 11 in search and destroy. This is game 5, the tiebreaker, the lower final. Winner moves on to the championship match versus Rise Nation. We're on board with FaZe on the attack. Clayster on your screen.
Now, if they're going to make this push happen and work, they're going to have to be aggressive. You see Clay go on that high wall run. He spots 2 players in that side door, and he opens it up with first blood.
Meanwhile, Enable with the bomb going to be rotating through on the other side of the doorway. A defender nearby. And Matt, you didn't expect a whole lot of plants here, but FaZe pretty confident. Ake's gonna get shots down, escapes with his life.
And now, I mean, you just look at this setup for FaZe. They have bombed down all 4 members alive. Only 2 players up for the side of Cloud9. You see Lacefield able to get 1. It's going to be Assault, though, making it a 1v2. We saw him do it in map number 2. Very close.
If he gets another first kill, Matt, he's going to have the camo. Shots going in. Spotting both players now. He knows exactly where they're going to be. Not enough ammo and not good enough aim. Can't finish it. FaZe survives, and they're going to win 2 straight, 4-3, bringing this within 1.
Yeah, he kills the first player when he's just kind of looking through that side door and then gets camo. That's one where you could see him clutch again because he had a lot of time left. There's about 17 seconds left on the clock at that time.
Not terrible shots from Assault, but not his best. Going to be regretting that round, but really it was his team who put him in a bad position, just not being able to trade early on. C9 back on the attack, trying to regain a strong advantage in this search and destroy. They're going to be rotating over as a pack. And they know the push is coming. They see it on the flank, but they can't pick up the kills. Ace is going to trade out with Attach. So now it's a 3-on-3. Enable using this payload. Let's see what he does with it.
He's going to be able to get very close here. And at least able to take out 1. Comes behind Ricky. He's able to get 1 gunfight. And you see, as soon as the side of Cloud9 knows that happens, they get bombed down. They take the bomb. They push straight through.
Keep an eye on those blue arrows. Number 6 going to be your bomb carrier. Enable and Attach. Left in a 2-on-2. And here's a look at Lacefield inching in closer towards the A-bomb site. No defenders nearby, but he has no knowledge of this.
Well, they're actually going to wrap this one back. And this is kind of reminiscent to that previous round where Enable saw them go around the corner. And Enable has to have spotted these players on the outside, so has an idea. There could be a player coming on his wall run, so has to respect that. But the bomb's going to go down, and Ake's going to get caught out of position.
Here comes the reactive armor, but it's not enough. Enable is going to pick up the round-ending kill and get the defuse. Just like that, from 4-1 to 4-4, FaZe is back in it.
And this one looks like it could be one that's going to go 11. FaZe will not go down without a fight, showing you why they are a championship caliber team.
I only get good games, good matches, Matt. I am blessed here in Vegas.
Is that your thing? Yeah, we've had a pretty good
My luck in the casino, terrible. My luck in this venue, fantastic.
I don't gamble, so I've had no experience there. My luck in the venue has been very good, though, in terms of games we've seen this weekend. It'll be FaZe on offense. They have a rewind ability to use. Now Clay getting very close to his payload ability as well.
And Assault will have his camo while Aches will have his rewind after a kill. So lots of payloads coming in the final rounds. We'll see if any are used here in round number 9. This is the swing. And the rotation coming through. I don't want to say exactly where it's going, but it looks like Cloud9 has found out either way. Enable trades out. You're going to see Attach at the feed. Lacefield is there as well. A 2-2, all down to a 2v1. Good luck, Clayster.
Yeah, you see everybody on FaZe goes with an OSA. They try and get a very fast push. It's Cloud9 taking the round, and they are 1 round away from your grand final.
Lacefield and Assault throwing up the 1. They know how close they are to appearing in a championship match here in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. We got round number 10 coming up. FaZe needs this to force a round 11. Otherwise, it is Cloud9 versus Rise in your championship battle.
And you actually see Assault with his payload. So I think we should go on with Assault. He is the key player in this round as he has his camo. This could be huge for the side of C9.
C9 on the attack. On the other side, look out for Attach. He also has a rewind available. Clayster didn't get any kills in round number 8, so he will not have his. And here comes that camo, very aggressive. Down goes Assault. Attach is going to be the last one up. And there we have it, Cloud9 just like that, able to pick up all 4 kills. A 15-second engagement as Lacefield letting everyone know he is going to chase down the rewind and pick up the final kill on Attach. Cloud9 moving on to our championship battle.
You saw Salt come around the corner with the active camo, a little bit of shaky shots. He's able to pick up one, and that's all they needed, because once he just comes out of that camo, startles FaZe Clan, and the rest of his team pushes through aggressively, and they're able to pick up the kills.
Ricky and Aches, the veterans on this squad, so proud of the youngsters. You had 11 kills from Lacefield, 8 kills coming in from Assault. Both players going on some big streaks. Lacefield, again, turning it up at the end of games. We saw it in Uplink. He had a really negative ratio, then turned it on as they locked in the comeback. Here he does it again in Search and Destroy. But FaZe, they were playing on the back foot all game 5. They just started off way too slow.
And it's a FaZe team. It's a shocking result, because like I know everyone was saying, this is a team that is clutch. They're riding the momentum of the loser bracket. But Cloud9 just had some magic in them this weekend, man. I mean, game 5, time and time again, they have been coming up big.
This just the beginning of the year for FaZe Clan. They won PSX at our Invitational, but here in Vegas, they're going to exit the tournament with a 3rd place finish. We're going to see plenty of them, though, in 2017, I have a feeling, as the Call of Duty World League will be on land this year. Can't wait for that to kick off.
Yes.
It's coming up in a few months. For now, though, that is going to be it for Matt and I. Let's send it down to the analyst desk with Maven.
Great stuff, boys. All right, well, let's talk a bit about that game 5. You know, I didn't hear the cast talk about too much, but there seemed to be a switch that went off, TP, with the FaZe side. It started to work for a while. Talk to me a little bit about what happened there.
Basically, throughout the initial rounds of that S&D, Cloud9 completely outplaying them on a strategic side of things, and then all of a sudden, FaZe went, no, this isn't working. We need to switch something up, and just started 4-hitting things. And that's really a good strategy to do in those sort of situations where you're getting outplayed. Yeah. Put yourself in a situation where you're going to get guaranteed gunfights and hopefully catch someone off guard. They were able to do it multiple rounds in a row, but eventually the payload abilities caught up for Cloud9, and were able to close it out.
Yeah, you thought, Chance, things might fall apart with the camo play. Looked a little bit awkward at the end there, right? With Lacefield, at first he didn't pick up the kill. You thought things were going to collapse, but they come up clutch when you need to. We talked a lot about Assault, and Lacefield specifically needed to pick it up in this series. It shined for you there.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you go back all the way to just map number 2, Assault, again, 15-6. Like, you can't ask for any better single performance other than maybe dropping 42 kills in a hard point. And then even going to the next map, again, Assault was the one picking up the streaks in the uplink that really opened up the map. So, again, we saw these young guys making these big plays, and that was the reason they won this series.
Look at how close really all of these games were. 45 points in the hard point. You have a round 11 to kick things off. It's a 1-possession game in the uplink. Then another basically similar score there in the second hard point, and then you go to around 10. I mean, that's really as tight as it gets, TP. What's it like to play in matchups like that in series? How thrilling is that for you as a player?
It's very fun when you win, but it's stressful, and it takes a lot of energy out of you. So I'm just thinking of this Cloud9 team that made it to the made it to the ground final. Are they going to have enough in the tank to possibly bring it to a second best of 5? I really don't know. Especially with games like this, it really takes everything, a huge mental toll on you as a player.
Well, we got to see now. So you talked about what it takes on you from the losing end as well, but also the winning end. They battled back. Cloud9's taking it, but they still have another hurdle right here with Rise. And it wasn't close the first time around. Chance and I had the honor of casting that one, and it was really one-sided. We kind of counted Cloud9 out in this series because of how lopsided that one was. I guess, Chance, since you and I did that one, what do you think could be different here for the Grand Final?
Well, the biggest difference, of course, was Assault and Lacefield. They really just didn't show up. So, again, outside of an incredible performance from Aches, the team didn't have anything there. So if they can just continue what they just put on, I mean, again, FaZe was #1 coming into this tournament. They can at least bring it to Rise.
And they have to turn it around in the Search, right? I mean, we saw them do it there in the game 5, but that's kind of their bread and butter, is winning the game 5s. They got smoked, remember, 6-0. Last time they played Rise Nation in the Search and Destroy. We'll take a look at some of the clutch moments here, but it was Lacefield, man, going big. You saw him getting hyped, showing off the back of the jersey with the Lacefield, the Cloud9 logo. He goes big. What's it like, a team you competed for forever, very, very long time. What's it like getting, to the final here for Lacefield when this is his, okay, correct me if I'm wrong because I'm on the spot, I always screw this stuff up, but is this Lacefield's first final?
Yes.
I believe it is, right?
Yes.
So your first final when you're a young player like Lacefield, what's that kind of mean to you? I mean, obviously, win or lose, it'll mean a lot differently. But right now, going into it, you got there. Is it one of those things where you're so happy you got there that maybe you don't play as well in the final, or are you still just as hungry?
you got to be even more hungry at this point. This is exactly why you play on a championship Sunday, to make it to a grand final. So this is make or break, honestly. Do you want to be known as that player that is sort of lackluster in a high-pressure situation in a final? Of course not, right? So this is the time to shine. I think they're going to have a better performance than they had initially versus Rise in the winter bracket final. But can they overcome it? I don't know. It's going to be tough for them.
They're going to be going up against Rise Nation, 4 players that have historically sort of been what you just described. They go big, but not big enough.
Right, exactly.
They're constantly getting second and third place. Aches has many more championships when you're throwing whatever it is, 20 versus 0. There's a lot more experience on the Cloud9 side, but can they get it done? Guys, it's MLG Vegas, and the final is coming up next. We'll be right back after this quick break.
There's a lot of Call of Duty history here.
This is Call of Duty, played by professional gamers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Championship Sunday.
Cloud9 looks to be in championship form.
Looks like Rise is very prepared for what's about to happen.
Rise is just too good.
Rise Nation looks like the best team at this tournament. Patrick Price coming up huge.
This one goes to C9.
This one is done. It's grand finals time, baby.
We are live. There's a look at the trophy here for the Las Vegas Open. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your grand finals. Chris Puckett at the desk, joined by TP and Mr. X, and we are about to see the championship match between Cloud9, who is coming through the lower bracket, facing off against Rise Nation, the team who has shocked a lot of teams as well as fans as they have stormed their way through the winners bracket and are now here fighting for their first championship in IW.
Well, you can say both teams, here in our grand final. I mean, the most consistent in all three of the game modes throughout the entire weekend. Everybody else, they had a glaring weakness in their game. Both of these teams really consistent. This event's starting to remind me of the AW Columbus Open, where it was like a crazy event, like Aches, like his hand's bleeding the night before, you don't think he plays the next day. They make it to the final and they win 2 best-of-5s. It kind of is eerily reminding me of like that.
Some scrappy wins as well. It is a good association, It's the same sort of style, scrappy team, somehow makes this team work. And here they are in a grand final. Patrick Price, what can you say?
Yeah, Pat used to play with Slasher back at the AW Open. Found like a superstar young talent. Feel like he's done that again in Assault, who has shown up time and time again. Lacefield, though, for Cloud9, going huge in that last game to seal the deal against FaZe to get here. But this is a rematch now. And if you're just joining us, Rise Nation and Cloud9 matched up in the winners bracket finals. TP, you watched that one unfold. Break it down for us. What happened the first time these two teams matched up?
So basically the only saving grace for Cloud9 in that winner bracket final was Patrick Price, actually. That first hard point had a miracle performance, probably the best individual performance we've seen throughout the entire tournament, but that's only one map. Rise basically cruised through the rest of the series, and it started with a 6-0 absolute stomping, which is actually one of Cloud9's best game types here. So how's this second series going to play out? It's really tough to predict.
I think you'll tell really early how long the series is going to last. If Cloud9's able to take the first hard point, I think we have a very long night ahead of us. If Rise Nation comes out, takes that game 1, I think this could be quick.
Well, the match is just moments away, but before we can kick things off, we got to hear from the players themselves. Right now, we have Benson on the floor with a player from each team.
Thanks very much, Puckett. Down on the floor here with, of course, Looney and Aches. Aches, I'm going to kick things off with you. Last time you were in a grand final was a long time ago. How does it feel to be back on the main stage?
It feels great. I definitely have made some personal decisions in my life that affected my career in a negative way over the last few years. So it's really good to be back. We came about 6 months ago, I'd say, decided to make this team. I was figuring out what I needed to do and who I wanted to go after, and we built this team that we have, and everyone's playing amazing. I'm really proud of everything, and it feels great, and hope we can get that number 20.
Obviously, as you said, now you find yourself here in the grand final. You've already played against Rise once. What are you going to do differently this time?
We're going to play our game. I think in the last series, we definitely overthought it a lot. We had known that last night we knew who we were playing Rise, so they could definitely study our gameplay and search, especially, and we got 6-0'd, and it showed. I mean, they railed us on that map. I think we're definitely just going to play our game, focus on our strong suits, and go head-to-head with them.
And my final question for you is, why do you keep going to Game 5? What is it with you guys this event? There's been so many Game 5s.
I mean, if I knew, we wouldn't be going Game 5, but I feel like we just lose composure after Game 3 if we lose that and go up 2-0, which happened before, but we're always able to bring it back, and we always kind of think hey, if we make it Game 5, we're going to shine there because history's shown we're a really good Game 5, so yeah. But no, yeah, we don't want to, so hopefully that was our last one.
Fair enough. On the other side of things, I, of course, have Looney. Looney, you guys made a couple of roster changes under Rise, and now you find yourself in a grand final. How good does that feel?
It feels great, man. And, they've been a consistent top 3 team, so it was obvious I was going to go after these guys when my teammates left me, and we're here again.
Find yourself sitting pretty. Obviously, earlier on in the tournament, though, you got 3-0'd by E6. Of course, that was way back in pool play. I'm sure that's a distant memory at this point. But what have you changed since then? Because you've been going on an absolute rampage.
Just make sure our teamwork's on point. That's what we thrive off. When we have team shots, just trading instantly. That's kind of slacked against E6, and E6 is a very aggressive team, so they just shined against us, and they hit us with the 3-0.
Obviously, as I said before, you kind of already beat these guys once. Who are you targeting on C9 to just close out this grand final?
I would say Aches, but he had one good map, and I think Assault is the guy that, when he catches fire, he's the one that leads them. And that SMD against FaZe, he dropped 15 double camo, so he's the one that wins the games. Pat's going to have a good series, I know, but I think we have to stop Assault.
Fair enough. Well, I'm excited. Good luck to both of you in this grand final. That's everything from myself, Looney, and Aches. We can send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Benson. Almost a little bit of trash talk there from Looney. He had one good game, but then he closes out the statement with, we know he's going to have a good series. I think, though, the truth came out right away. He's not worried about Aches in this matchup, Matt.
That was the That was the most humble I've ever seen Patrick Price.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird, right? I know when
happened?
I was watching it, I was like, this is not the Pat that I am used to. He has to like. So we know him pretty well. I feel like he knows like they have something up their sleeve, like or they're changing some things up that they know that they can, I think, catch Rise off guard a little bit.
Well, and on the latter half of my career, we didn't have the best run at things. So I think over the past, he had to change his attitude a little bit in order to get back up into the scene and get onto this team now.
We'll keep our eyes on Pat Price, a.k.a. Aches, as he is chasing his 20th championship. But here's our key player matchup for your first game. Hardpoint, always game number 1 in a best-of-5, and these two stars have been going off. Lacefield, a 1.46 respawn KD. On the other side, Felony's been up and down, 0.93 KD, but Matt, his S&D has been lights out.
Yeah, I mean, over a 2.0 KD in Search and Destroy, that's pretty sick, and you expect that type of play from Felony. I know a lot of people were worried, like, when you lose Nagafan, they're not going to be able to get it done in S&D, but Felony, a fantastic Search and Destroy player. And I think they gain a ton in the respawn when you add Looney to the equation. It makes Vicento's job a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. Vicento has been one of the star players on this team. You couldn't really say that throughout the last year of Black Ops 3, but however, he's found his comfort zone. He has that propulsion, the rewind, and that OSA throughout the entire tournament, just absolutely dominating, something we didn't really see. So it seems like all 4 players on this team, you need every single person to perform, and it really makes it easy on everyone else, especially Aqua. He doesn't need to go off as much as we saw in previous years.
There's a look live at Vicento as he is getting geared up and ready for his match. I got a chance to interview him on the floor earlier, and talking to him, he asked, do I really need to do an interview right now? I'd rather just focus on the game. So I know where his mind is at right now. He is focused on this championship. He's been chasing one for so long. I can't remember him ever winning a tournament. He's been to so many championship matches. Normally, he fell short to Optic Gaming. Optic's out of this tournament. This is your time to shine. You are the team coming from the winner's bracket, and all you have to do is a repeat of what happened a few hours ago when you beat Cloud9.
Yeah, this, the core 3 that come over from Elevate. You're really looking at Aqua and Vicento. Like, they've gotten so close to winning titles, just have not overcome that last hurdle at the end. We have seen Looney win a championship in the past, Felony not as well. So you're looking to see if those 3 people can finally get it done.
They're looking for the title. Will they get it here in Las Vegas? I know how they'll be spending their money later tonight if they do. For now, though, let's tell you all about EVE, our enhanced viewer experience. If you guys haven't been watching on MLG.TV this week and you've been doing it wrong, the new enhanced viewer experience taking esports to the next level. We got the rosters. We got info on all of the players. You can tweet live, all on MLG.TV. And my favorite thing, we got TP. Incredible stats there in the bottom right of our sample photo. You were incredible with the Annihilator.
I didn't pick the Annihilator one time.
No, I was going to say, if he was using the Annihilator, the amount of kills he was getting definitely does not justify the use for it.
And absolutely. The coolest feature, though, we talked about kind of the rosters, all the stats you can get on the players. If you want to watch individual perspectives, we have the POVs up as well. So if you want to see how to play S&D like Lacefield just did in that last Game 5, go to the Lacefield stream. You can still listen to us, of course, on the main stream as well. Any way you choose to watch Call of Duty, we got it available once again on MLG.TV. With the plugs out of the way, though, it's time to talk about the games. We got a best-of-5 coming up first. Remember, this is a double elimination bracket, so Rise Nation, if they win this first series, it will be all over. Cloud9 will have to take them the distance for a second best-of-5. And here in our first game, we're going to Throwback as we have a rig draft underway.
So I know we've kind of debated it over the last few days, Centurion versus Overdrive. It seems to be like the one actual decision we see in the rig draft. I don't hate the use of the Centurion as much on a map like Throwback as compared to something like a Precinct, which is pretty large. I think you can go with the Centurion in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And it's sort of a little bit different that Assault takes the camo, whereas on the other side, Fellow is going to be the one running that camo. So Assault, or slower player with a faster player, we'll see how that plays out.
Camo was paying off for Assault in the last series. Will it do it once again? We'll find out right now. Game number 1 loading up. It's Throwback Hardpoint, the first game in your championship match. Let's send it up to the casters.
Thank you, Chris. I am going to be joined here by, I'm assuming there's an issue, as the entire Cloud9 roster is shooting at each other off the break. We'll have to wait and see from the refs what's going on. But maybe having some issues.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get this one quickly restarted in your grand final. All that hype just to have Aches and crew kill each other off the spawn. Either way, so far this weekend, a lot of intense hardpoint games, which gets me excited for this series to start off, because how many times have we seen hardpoints go down to the final push where a team, if they can get an entry kill, if they can use one streaker, one payload correctly, they can wind up winning that map for their team. We saw it back in the Optic Gaming series with them versus FaZe. Obviously, FaZe earlier on against, I believe it was Allegiance, 250 to 248. It's got me excited for what this final series can be.
Yeah, that was one of the questions that I kind of asked, I believe, to TP during the last match. I was like, if it comes down to that 225, who are you giving that kind of X factor, that clutch factor to, when you had Clay on one side, Aches on the other? Now here, I mean, my gut tells me, with the way Cloud9's kind of in Game 5s and clutching up, that I would take them. We've seen some come from behind victories. But I'll be honest, the hard points were not pretty last time these two teams matched up.
No, and with Cloud9, you got to wait and see exactly which side of this team is going to come out. You mentioned not as pretty the last time. Well, it was because Lacefield as well as Assault were really non-factors, right? They just didn't stack up to what they were performing with the rest of the weekend. We're going to see these Cloud9 guys in a lot of action as time goes on. So many lands coming this year. One of them, CWL Atlanta Open, $200,000 prize pool announced this past week. February 10th to the 12th, 176 teams and all 3 regions represented.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too, because I thought there were some nice open bracket runs, obviously, by the European teams. 2 of them ended up getting into pool play, but things kind of fell apart a little bit. A lot of top 12 finishes for these EU teams. Some ran out of gas. Some aren't used to, I mean, the EU events that we've had up to this point, none have been an open bracket on par with something like this. I mean, this is the biggest event of all time, to be fair, for Call of Duty. Some of them ran out of gas, weren't prepared for the long days. I'm really excited to see what some of these elite European players can do once they're tossed right into pool play.
Yeah, and they have that opportunity to be at a level playing field with the rest of the North American pro player squads. Beautiful shot there of a banana being eaten on the main stage. The weapon of choice for Assault. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer for this finals matchup to kick off. For now, though, we'll send it back over to the guys on the analyst desk to further break down this series.
Absolutely. We got a banana break here on the main stage. But don't worry, we got TP and Mr. X, who are plenty smart, and they can tell you all about how this series is going to break down. We, of course, know that Throwback is going to be game number 1, but this is a best of 5. We're going to see Search and Destroy game number 2 on Retaliation. Let's start with this first pick, guys. Throwback HP. Who takes the win?
I would probably favor Cloud9, to be quite honest with you. I mean, they're coming off of a series. They're the hot team right now in terms of, like, they've been actually, like, playing games, like, in the flow of, like, an actual competition. I think a map like Throwback can definitely kind of get a little bit of time to get adjusted to just the speed of the game and the flow of the game. But I think at Cloud9, if they don't come out and get an early lead, I definitely think that it's one that Rise takes. But I think if Cloud9, this is an opportunity for them to jump up really far ahead early.
It's a very good point. I would say overall that Rise is the better hardpoint team, but Throwback would be the most forgiving for a team that doesn't have control, especially with the Lime Hill getting taken out of that rotation. It goes back to middle, so you don't have to worry about that long rotation around the map as often, and I think that might play into Cloud9's favor a bit more.
There's a shot of Rise Nation, the players getting ready for their match. On the other side, though, they have to shut down one player. Looney called it out. Assault has been the man, taking over games, dropping so many numbers in the S&Ds. Also in the respawns, you saw him 31 kills in their uplink to lead the charge. This is a youngster that I wasn't very familiar with before Black Ops 3, but he has really made a name for himself, especially at Call of Duty Championships when they sent Optic home, as well as a number of other teams like Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big game player. I mean, you've seen it in the last series. He comes up clutch the last few games. And I think you go back and look at Rise versus Cloud9, like if he actually shows up, or him or Lacefield, like one of the two shows up and you get those good games from Makes, this could be a different team in the winner's bracket coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they do get that combination of good performances. Pat can't have a lackluster performance, and neither can the main 2 Slayers on this lineup. But if the ball keeps rolling for these guys, Rise needs to be careful.
And you were wondering, I was wondering during that game when I was watching Rise versus C9, the first one, I was like, well, is Pat just like running around, Aches just taking their kills? Like, is he just like gobbling up? Like, is he changing his play style in the hard point as opposed to the other day? But I think, you know, you saw Assault come to life in that second series there against FaZe. So I don't think it's anything Cloud9's changed up. I think it was just more of they got to a slow start.
Right. First match of the day.
We'll keep our eyes on Assault, especially in these respawns. Let's talk about Destroy on Retaliation. Last time these two teams met up in an S&D, it was a 6-0 blowout on Crusher. Totally different play style, though, in Retaliation. Who do you give the edge?
I think I'm going to give the edge to Rise. They looked like they're more polished in the game type overall. They have more set strategies. However, Cloud9 plays this weird sort of rotation style, it seems, in Search and Destroy that is pretty darn good on Retaliation going from A to B.
Yeah, I mean, on offense, you'll see them play super slow. They never commit to a bomb site right away. If they get a pick, they push up. If nobody comes, they wrap all the way around. It's just a really odd play style. I don't think teams have figured out how to attack it yet.
We'll talk more about S&D after this first game gets underway. For now, though, you see the rig draft. It's the same old, same old. We're sending it up to our casters. Guys, take it away.
All right, this time, let's be for real. MLG Vegas Grand Final, Cloud9 trying to rebound here after getting stomped, really, by Rise Nation in the winner's bracket final. Jack, do they have a shot here?
Oh, they most certainly do. I think the key factors, again, Lacefield and Assault. We talked about how the first time these teams matched up, a very uncharacteristic series from them so far this weekend. Assault and Lacefield in the respawns have a combined 1.1 KD, while Aches and Ricky are at a 0.86. So when these guys aren't on fire in the slaying department, Cloud9 really does struggle. And right now, both players are already out in front for their team.
Yeah, unfortunately, that graphic we saw before the series gassed Aches a little bit. The 1.46, a little off. But you know what actually stands out for me on the Rise Nation side? And this is not something we really saw from him much last year. Leading the way for them in respawn, Vicento with a 1.15. Now, do I think he's a player who's always been capable of it? Sure. But that was always kind of Aqua's role. I mean, he was never the lead guy.
No. And he was his own biggest critique, too, after the PlayStation experience. He knew that this team was not the caliber that they should be at. Now they've refocused, they've recentered themselves, and now they're in a grand final. All Rise Nation have to do is win one best of 5, while Cloud9 have to win 2 if they want to take home this grand title. 3 kills on rotation now for Rise Nation as they've earned back that lead.
Well, let's stick on with Looney here, see what he's able to do. The rest of his team picking up a lot of kills. Well, he's actually watching the kind of extension from bike path. No one's going to be going that route, so let's get back more to the action here at Barn. And it's going to be Looney wrapping around the back. He's now got 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 and 6 are there. They're lining up for him. Almost some sort of collateral there as they're pushing through that alley, but not able to do it. But still, things looking very smooth and solid so far for Rise Nation.
And right now, if you look at your minimap, this is perfect communication from Rise. Every time a lane is dropped when a player dies, there's immediately a trade, and there's also someone picking it up, making sure there's no opportunity to be flanked. And when you're shooting like this, 4 kills in 1 second as they wipe Cloud9 off the map. Everyone on C9 stuck at 3 kills. A perfect start for Rise Nation. They've now got streaks coming in as well. This has been the magic of the squad so far this weekend, Maven. A combined 13 streak now between the team.
You see the major call out coming in, 7 streak for Vicento. We were just talking about the man and that overall respawn KD, and he's showing you exactly why. The OSA so deadly in his hand. He just got the Warden.
Yep.
He just got the Warden.
Earns the Warden early on. I've seen a lot of players talk about, you know, it's not as impactful as a streak as us casters like to ham it up to be, but it does some work.
It does, but the big thing is, we were talking about this yesterday, Chance and I. So if they go with Blind Eye, and that makes it less effective, if they decide not to shoot it down, a lot of times you're going to be taking off your blast shield. So what I think should happen, if that comes out, you start to pull out like double nade classes. That can be pretty effective at hardpoint if you're not going to have blast shield.
No, it's definitely a good point, as right now Rise Nation have themselves a 50-second lead. On rotation, these spawns will be in favor of Cloud9, as they have control of bowling. They have a player near that back bathroom area, and Aches does win the one-on-one. There it is, though. The Warden has been called in by Vicento. 3 go down on Rise Nation for the moment, as Cloud9 look to begin to claw back into this game.
Let's take a look at the classes then. So you've got no Blind Eye yet.
They're shooting down.
It looks like they are just going to take the route to shoot it down. If you all 4 focus it, it does end up being very, you can take it down very quickly, but still you're going to get, what, a solid 20, 30 seconds?
That gave Rise Nation the break right there.
Yeah.
Cloud9, instead of being able to reinforce off the respawn, all focus their attention towards shooting down that Warden. Thankfully, it does look like they do get a couple kills as they go for the retake. 25 seconds left on the baseball field hardpoint. And as of right now, it's a 17-5 performance from Vicento. 18-5, another 7 streak for himself. The guy is lights out in map 1.
My God. He's going to have the total tally of kills for Cloud9 if he keeps it up at this place. Absolutely destroying right now. Aqua shooting at players that don't want to shoot back. And just close to having the third there. I have to go back to Vicento, though, because he's the hot hand. We have the new hardpoint popping up, and he is shooting lasers with this OSA.
Yeah, his recoil is not a factor right now. Apparently when he's doing this, Somebody stop this man. 20-7. Where did this Facento come from?
Exactly. That's why I was so startled when I saw the stats. Man, I know he's been playing great this weekend, but it's not the numbers I'm used to seeing out of him. This is incredible, and he will certainly be a huge part, if not the key to victory for Rise Nation at this tournament.
It was mentioned that the plan with Rise Nation was to add more slaying opportunities to this team. Well, with Looney now on the lineup, yes, he's not having an explosive map, but they're currently outslaying Cloud9 by about 17 kills. They've held on to this lead, but what have we seen from earlier in this tournament, Maven? Cloud9, they can be down by 60, 80 seconds.
True.
If they get one solid hold, if their guns begin to wake up, they are one of the best in this game mode.
I want to talk a little bit about the Rise Nation team. As you mentioned, there were some changes that came in.
Yep.
Do you think that getting Looney in, instead of having Nagafin, maybe who has more of a slay-first mentality, where Looney is more of a smart, cerebral player, playing around the objective, has this opened things up maybe for Facento to be more of a star?
No, I think the big thing right now is the confidence in the lineup as well. That old TR, then Elevate lineup, it was like their second go-around as a team, and I think to a certain point it began to be a clashing of heads from within the roster. Once things didn't start going their way, they really began to fall off. One thing I do want to point out right now, Assault beginning to wake up. A 6 streak, now 7, earns himself a score streak of his own, and look at that. The score much closer now as Cloud9 has begun to shoot back.
Yeah, it's like he's just trying to be the counter-attack to Facento right now, put up some numbers of his own. He doesn't get the full streaks, though, does get Trinity Rockets, which may be impactful, but this is where the struggle comes in when you just, it seems like it's only Assault, right? 11 and 17 for Eggs, 11 and 18 for Lacefield, 11 kills for Ricky as well. I mean, it almost looks like it did when we were talking about all 4 having 3 kills. They haven't been able to explode. Assault comes 11. If it's not for that one streak, I mean, they're all getting kind of just trumped big time in that slaying department.
Yeah, and we will rotate towards bottom bike path. Still a very winnable game for Cloud9. They're set up here on the rotation. Assault and Lacefield both on 2 streaks at the moment, 145 to 120. And look at your minimap. All 4 players charging from either side. It's going to be 4 head-on gunfights with Rise Nation striking first.
Well, let's see if Lacefield can find the kill in the corner. Not contesting currently, but is able to pick it up, backs it up, catches him off guard. And you saw on X-Ray there was one above. His teammates looking over him with 25 seconds left. I say, get in there, soak up some time, buddy. You're the only one in the position to do so. And now can he win these one-on-one fights that allow him to get out of this contest is the question. But you do see there's 2 players down here he's going to have to deal with.
If I'm Rise Nation, I'm more than happy to stay contesting in this one. No reason to go ahead and feed Lacefield those streaks, as you guys already have the spawns for the new hard point. And look, because they keep flip-flopping in, Lacefield is just earning score streaks for free, now fully streaked out, but he's only got 4 kills on this line.
That reminded me, so you see that like Black Ops 2, something like Yemen first hardpoint, how they would try to juggle it, like he juggles it there and gets full streaks. I think it was 3 or 4 times we saw him get points for that hardpoint. That was beautiful, and I know it was giving him, talk a little bit about him needing to get in it there, but he's making the smart play. He's getting all those extra points.
And the big reason why, and wow, a full clear out now of Cloud9, a beautiful bombardment spawns the boys of Rise Nation all the way out. The reason why that's possible is because Rise Nation is challenging instead of contesting. As I said, they should have just settled right there and played for the new rotation. Now they're realizing their mistake as the bombardment comes crashing down. The 50-plus second lead is now down to just 15 as Cloud9 continue to claw back into things.
Yeah, but all that great play, this is where you're able to soak up a lot of time. Rise Nation does do a really good job breaking it here. But now, as they hold the back, Facento keeps just shredding. He's broken the 30-kill mark. He looks so good.
He's doing everything he can right now because Felony, who earlier in the weekend was really doing well in the respawns, has started to slow down overall, currently at a 0.98 as the weekend has gone on. He's the leader of this team, Facento, right now, leading in not only kills, but look at the amount of time more than his teammates combined. 174 to 160. Still a Trinity Rocket ready to go for Lacefield. He's going to call that in right away as they look to retake this middle hard point, try to come back into this game.
We'll see if he can find any. He does find one in the back. That's Facento as he tries to charge back out the middle, Jack. Let's go to Assault. He's got camo here to use. You'll think he'll save it for probably a bigger break than this first central hard point, but he does have a lot of utility here. We've seen how strong camo has been all weekend. in respawn and in search and destroy. Nice cover there. He uses it, take him out the window. In respawn and in search and destroy. Nice cover there. He uses it, take him out the window, as Vicento will now get inside the hard point and add more time to what is already just a beautiful all-around game.
Payloads are going to be key as they push towards this new hardpoint objective. You can see on your mini-map, Cloud9 spawn out all the way towards that back baseball field, and it's because Felony wound up pushing in towards back market. The active camo now used will be the engagement tool to try to break this back spawn hold by the side of Rise Nation. The lead now slowly building back up, reactive armor used. Beautiful stuff from Looney to cut down 2 players, as Cloud9 are in control of the hard point, but they don't have control of the spawns.
Well, they're trying to fight back. You saw a lot. You were talking about the key payloads. I think we saw 3 or 4 actually used there just in this break for back barn. And now it's Ace roaming around the back. Doesn't finish the kill. Hits 3 right now. Re-challenges. Somehow he's going to get both. And no one's looking above. He must have had a little bit of help as he makes an insane play. Assault gets the other 2. Rise Nation is wiped in this 25 seconds or so. Is going to be going to Cloud9.
Rewind, man, so useful. People's talking about it all weekend long on the Reddit, how great it can be, but it's also well balanced. You can trace where the guy went to. That time around is the perfect tool to break those spawns. Eggs now on a 3 streak. Felony does have some words for him as he stops him there. As we look at the payloads yet again, 2 ready to go for the side of Rise Nation, one of them being active camo, which if this hard point does go towards that baseball field one final time, I think camo could be the difference maker in Rise Nation securing this map. 220 to 193 still. Cloud9 within striking distance. What is going to be the thing that flips this game into their favor?
Can they get it done? I mean, they need Vicento to keep gunning. I don't want to say he's slowed down. He's 34 and 21, but he was, what was his stats early in the game? 15 and 3 or something unbelievable he was able to break out to. But now let's get into the action. This fellow does have this camo. You think he'll be saving it for the next one, but those long-range K-bar shots looking so sexy. And now underneath the slow wall run coming in. Nice shots yet again. The camo does get popped. He's able to...
They're putting so many resources into this hard point. Cloud9 have contested for long enough where Rise Nation can no longer win off this hill. They will get the scrap time as well. They've got the Centurion to use too. All signs pointing towards this being possible. Will we see another miraculous Cloud9 hardpoint victory? I don't know if my heart can take it, Maven.
Well, Ricky is dropping it inside, trying to get set up, but look, 2 of his teammates dying. Luckily, Assault's able to pick up 1. As he falls, though, it's going to be on Ricky. Look at his teammates now spawning outfield, but Ricky holding the back, just trying to do what he can to keep FaZe out. Did he delay long enough for his teammates to get here? The answer is yes. They just need to win these fights. Trying to find one of the back. Aches can't do it. Who is it? It's Vicento. Yet again, going huge at back statue, and they only need 5 more points to close this one out.
An MVP-like performance from him. 250 to 22. Rise Nation take the map. And oh man, Vicento is hyped. What a performance, man. And my favorite part is he starts out hot, he continues to be hot, and he doesn't fall off that entire map. It's a sign of a great player because yes, we'll see players go on streaks. They'll wind up going big through 2-3 minutes of a map. But for all 10 minutes of that hard point, Vicento was on point. Him and Aqua lead Rise Nation to another hard point respawn victory. But if we know anything about Cloud9, it's yes, they lose map 1, but then they wind up forcing that game 5 and living to play a long series.
You know what's interesting? You have to get the Centurion down there. You're trying to win the game. It's basically the final hard point, right? But while he's doing that and trying to find a perfect spot for it, that's right when his 2 teammates die. If he's gone up there and can kind of hold the push from blue, that might go differently. But the fact that you basically have Ricky not involved when that pressure comes in, by the time he gets it down, we're calling out he's the last one alive. They spawn out and things start to fall apart. But Vicento, you were disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really one thing you can pinpoint on a single person. I just think it comes down to gunfight victories. A beautiful rewind there. That's when he was 18 and 5. But what I just love is he always seemed to get those kills on rotation. He was a great lead blocker for his team. And now they are emotionally invested into this one. Vicento wants this championship. Remember, this is the guy that got second back at the AW Champs. Second many a times on that Elevate lineup. So close to getting that championship. Is this the time? They're now 2 maps away from claiming the title. And hey, you know what? Maybe this first best of 5 doesn't go their way. Cloud9 have to win 2.
It's true.
If they want to win it for themselves. Another look at Rise Nation on the main stage. Ooh, those new jerseys look so darn good.
And Vicento, in a way, man, I guess from the energy standpoint, when it comes down to these big matches, he sort of reminds me of Clay sometimes. Like, he's the one that's on his feet, screaming at the crowd, screaming at his teammates, screaming at the opposition. I mean, I think he's maybe a little bit more of a quiet demeanor than Clay when you talk to him kind of outside of game. But when stuff gets going, man, he is hyped up. You can see now he's calm. He wasn't 30 seconds ago, though, when this map was ending. Oh, man, he's playing lights out.
Yeah, he definitely is. It's been a pleasure to watch so far this weekend. Going into Search and Destroy, I've got some stats in front of me here. Rise Nation, 3 players above a 1.1 KD. The only one under 1 in general is at 0.98. So these guys have been lights out in the game mode so far, working together so nicely. And a lot of the rounds we've seen, they've just been well coordinated, knowing when to rotate, knowing how to exactly read scenarios, trade efficiently, and their payload use has been great too. These guys are a lot of fun to watch in the game mode.
Well, what's terrifying about this team now is I know it's a little bit different with Naga and Looney, different organization, but you still have the same core, right?
Yeah.
What's terrifying is there was a point last year when we were casting, maybe during stage 2, where we sort of chalk game 1 hardpoint up as a loss at times. Like, we would just be looking forward to game 2, like, oh, is Elevate going to win 2, 3, 5?
Yeah.
What are they going to be able to pull off? And now, if they're going to be solid at hardpoint and drop numbers like that in Search, that's scary.
How full circle would it be if the team that didn't get a 3-0 victory for 20-plus weeks in the league now make some roster changes and potentially get one in their first major grand final of the CWL 2017 season? Map 1 was 250 to 222 on Throwback Hardpoint. Game 2 will be Retaliation, Search and Destroy. And then in that Game 3, Frost Uplink, a map that so far this weekend has been very low scoring, but it's also important, and you've heard a lot of the sentiments from the analysts in TP and Merc saying teams need to know when to drop the drone, play for a slay, before they can go ahead and try to get a score in.
Well, going forward, we've talked a little bit about, if you're just tuning in here for the grand final, we've got 100 grand on the line this week, and it's our first major CWL event, but we've got a lot coming up, guys. First, it's going to be Atlanta in February. Cannot wait to get into it. Prize pool doubling up to $200,000 if you're a fan from EU or APAC. Going to be more action and eyes on your guys. VIP passes now available. And God, I mean, it's that. Then we have Anaheim. There's some events that are still being worked out that haven't been announced. There's so much stuff to come. I'm so excited for this year. And then obviously we've got the LAN League, which we're going to get to, but we've got to work our way there. But for a first major event, man, we've had some awesome matches.
Oh, that's the number one thing I'll take away from this weekend is how close hardpoints have been, how uplink. I'm waiting to see how teams improve. We've seen a lot of missed 1-point plays. Many teams missed playing at TP, and Merc have been very critical about that on the analyst desk so far this weekend for good reason. And then I've loved some of the Search and Destroy plays that have come out. Teams going with the 1 sniper setup, with the weapon draft being gone, experimenting a little bit more, not having to worry about having the 2 weapons that they need, and being able to really play the field of what is available. There is Lacefield, the guy that in the last series dropped, 11 in Game 5 against FaZe to secure that victory to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Look at this. I'm looking at the stats. I was looking back through them. Vicento leading his team in respawn KD. Vicento leading his team in S&D KD, leading in hardpoint time, leading in defuses, leading in hardpoint defends, leading in uplink carries. He's statistically on the team, he's literally doing everything.
Yeah, he's a one-man army right now.
I know I'm hyping him up right now, but they print out the stats for us, so I'm like, God, what is he doing wrong?
I'm not the biggest Vicento statistician. Is that even a word?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm going to make it up because I
believe it is.
Microphone.
I believe it is.
But I would say this is probably his best event ever.
It's got to be up there.
I don't see when he's been better.
You're leading in every category on your team. Oh, God, that's nuts to see. So we're getting ready, though, for Search and Destroy. We'll take a look at the rigs, see if maybe we have anything going away from the norm. I kind of doubt it here. We sometimes would see E6 go with the FTL jump instead of Overdrive, but that's about it.
Yeah, I love Overdrive in this game mode. Big thing, too, is how it's been used as well in respawns, but Ricky does go with the Striker yet again.
Okay,
Trophy drone favors it just too much. And on Retaliation, if you're pushing towards that bottom arch site, having a trophy drone to absorb one of those lethal grenades can be very, very useful.
Have you seen a play actually made, though, with the payload yet? I haven't, like, in S&D then.
Oh, no.
Like, you get a plant down, you drop it, and then something crazy. I've yet to see that. I mean, maybe this will be the match.
No, maybe. It's taken a while, though, folks. It's Game 2 of your grand finals. Rise Nation going up against Cloud9. Rise continue to look hot. They're 2 maps away from being crowned your CWL Vegas Open champions. and they're going to start from the offensive side of things in map number 2.
I feel like I have to, at least for now, go over to Vicento just because he's been the hot hand. Let's see what he can do in the opening round as he's going to look to take control of Patio. You know, important that position is on the map, and as soon as I talk about its importance, he dips out.
And I love these mind games being played by Cloud9. They don't actually show any setup towards this bottom B site, and it makes the boys on Rise Nation panic. They send 2 back to their spawn right away. Vicento alongside Aqua. Assault holding that top broken window. He'll strike first blood onto the MVP here, Vicento. As now Cloud9 have the number advantage on this first defensive round.
Well, Felony, I mean, he's got to get the call. There's some in there. He finds one, cannot get the second, though. It's not going to be Looney and Aqua trying to hold off on the defense as the defuse will be tried here for Lacefield and Ricky.
That is the round opening kill right there by Aqua. Shutting down Aches as he goes towards top patio. Ricky, though, does find the engagement. 1 versus 2 scenario. Looney just going to try to play this one passively. See exactly if he can spot these enemies. Hasn't been seen as of yet. Yes, he is. Nice challenge by Cloud9 as they take round number 1, a perfect bait scenario in that top bedroom broken area.
I thought he was being very sneaky, but unfortunately he gets sniffed out here from Cloud9, and they are going to come alive. We've seen them come back in so many series, pushing everyone the distance to the game 5. It has to happen here. You got to think if they lose this search and destroy, that's going to be all she wrote. The wall bang, or tarp bang, or whatever that is, coming through as they pick it up. And Cloud9, that's big. Getting that first round win after losing that game 1 hard.
I mean, I argue if Aqua winds up staying alive in that scenario, I don't see actually how they lose that round. He was so far away that they just wouldn't have had time to find him. Either way, though, it is Ricky who converts that one into a W alongside Lacefield. And again, they're going to get aggressive right towards this one site. And look at your minimap. Rise, they're always trying to get crafty in this game mode, and there's no difference here in the grand final.
I'm leaving this up for a moment just so you guys can see the flank begin to develop, and that makes me want to hop over to Looney, because as he comes through, well, actually, let's go to Lacefield's point of view on the offense, because this is a pretty key spot that we see for players that are watching the flank.
Yep.
You can see how nice this can be for being able to see your peripheral, and then also see through the crack here. And did he get spotted?
I do believe he's got eyes on one. Yeah, he definitely has reacted to him. Does he get the first blood, though? Doesn't appear so as of yet. Objective still has not been planted, so 45 seconds ticking down. It's key that Aqua does not die in back market, or else this Cloud9 team could push right on through.
Well, I kind of wondered if they were going to attempt to push through. But here, let's look at Felony's point of view. Well, I was going to try and go over to Felony just to see if he was going to get eyes on anybody there from the mid patio, but he does get cut down. Now Looney's peeking out. It's going to be him and Aqua trying to make a play. He's tagged up almost immediately, does back down. Let's go over to Aqua's point of view. Pushed in for Mark. You talked about how key he could be in this one. Not able to get it done, but does find 1 kill. But now it's going to be a 1 versus 3, and it's all going to be falling on Looney here.
Looney rotating back towards his side of the map. Makes it a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left. Bomb still planted down at B, so he's got to figure out how he wants to go for this defuse, and he needs to move quick. Both Aches and Ricky near each other to where they can play the trade. I just don't see how this is possible for Looney. This is where now Cloud9, you want to begin to spread out a little bit more. Make it so there's no 2-piece opportunity as Looney has to move quick. No shot it's going to happen. 10 seconds left. This one is done. Cloud9 now up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean,
they continue to roll.
Those situations, I know you want to check your corners, you want to play smart, but you almost just have to fly. You got to go when you have under 30 seconds in a 1v2 scenario. You have to just try and fly, get lucky, make a play, put yourself in a tough 1v1. Looney, he didn't really give himself too much of a chance there, but it wasn't an easy situation whatsoever. But this time they are going to be back to offense. Who do you want to go on with now on the Rise Nation side?
I want to watch Aqua, because so far he's been the one that's trying to compete against the ARs of Ricky, of Assault. And he's got his hands full. It's no secret there that this is a very talented AR team on Cloud9. What exactly does he do this time around? Playing more passively, watching that flank, and again, Cloud9 continue to not put pressure on the Arch side. They'd rather play the bait inside Hotel and force Rise Nation to make a mistake.
Well, let's see if Rise Nation figures this out, because you can see this is back-to-back defensive rounds where they have 2 players stacked up inside a bedroom. Felony should have realized what was going on when he died. I think he got vision on both last time.
Well, Cloud9, they're playing this so perfectly because there is a car right next to that B site, and they're waiting to throw their grenade to blow it up when they see someone cross to the site because they're playing top bedroom. 3 first bloods now for Aches and crew. They're just picking apart Rise Nation. Look, Rise don't even know where they are on the map. You've got Vicento looking towards curve. There's nobody there. You've got Aqua, who's worried about someone being in his close tree area. Nobody's there. And then Looney watching back market. You can see in the map, There's nobody in sight. These guys are so lost and have no information on where to expect their opponent.
It's almost like Cloud9's playing so passive that it's resulting in Rise Nation kind of overthinking things.
Yeah.
And now we're coming down to 15 seconds. If he can get this kill, Facento will give his side a chance. He does eventually find it. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2, but you just have 10 seconds. The bomb has not been planted. I don't think you really have any options here. Can he get to it in time?
No,
check.
I don't even know if he did. It's going down. It's going to be very, very close.
Nope.
Yeah, no. Doesn't even get there in time. So look at the mind games being played, man. Rise Nation do not even know what to do in these scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 is basically saying, okay, the pressure's on you. Bring the action to us because we're going to be chilling.
Those players were inside the bedroom from 1 minute and 28 seconds left in the game to 0 seconds left in the round. They didn't even move. It was just never even cleared out by Rise. And it winds up working out there. Ricky with the quick nade towards bottom arch. And because Cloud9 have top patio, that's going to be a free first blood every single time, picking apart their opponents right now as you need Rise to change coming up, and they need to change it quick.
Well, I thought Ace was going to have an engagement here, but it might be, going to Assault coming up next as he ends up pushing down this A street. There's one inside curb to his left. He's aware there's probably somebody home. Wins the gunfight. Assault with a headshot there on Facento. It's now going to be down to Felony and Aqua. You see bomb planted at A. Let's go over to the 2v4 side of this approach. Felony trying to find action behind the car. It's actually Aqua that's going to be able to open up. They find a second. All of a sudden, this is a 2v2. Pushing forward behind the van. They're able to find the 2v4 now coming alive. Let's go to Ake's POV as he has to clutch up. 1v2. 25 seconds and he's down. How do you let that happen?
It's beautifully played by Felony. I mean, the guy saw the first player at the close car. We were watching from his perspective as he called it out to Aqua. Once he gets that help, he doesn't play passive. They charge up the street. They catch one player in midair. He knew the other one was on the close van. And then H is sitting in the most, well, obvious corner. Look, Felony just knows. Yeah, okay, there he is. Boom. Easy reads. It could be more of an obvious play in that 1v2.
It's crucial for a couple of reasons. One, you get the round win, obviously, but then he's your camo player. You know how important it is for your camo player to go off. We've seen how many rounds it can change, and this puts him at 4-3, and look how much closer he is. 3 plus the defuse. He was nowhere close. He was probably a quarter of the way into this.
Not only does he stop the streaks, too, of Cloud9 that were being earned, the guy now also has a Scarab of his own if he can get one more kill. So a small momentum swing, but overall, Cloud9 still outplaying their opponents for the majority of this map, as they're going to look to play passively again, not charging out through bottom arches. The difference this time, the objective should go down here by Looney.
I feel like we haven't really seen a team play defense like this, at least consistently, like doing it every round. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Set the spot at 1, though.
And because there's nobody inside bedroom this time, Rise Nation actually are able to penetrate the setup. They get a player inside the top bedroom area, 3v2 advantage. This is all the signs of it being a Rise Nation round, unless there's some sort of collapse. And no, it's not going to happen. Lacefield 1v3.
Lacefield 1v3. If he could have found that one, maybe there's some sort of hope for them, but no. Rise come fighting back in this. The one ray of hope, I suppose, for C9, and this is that you didn't. I don't think he got the Scarab. I don't think he's working towards streaks. You know, you get everybody dropped. You get Felony dropped, so that stops any sort of build and momentum there. But
one thing I do want to point out
back quickly
this weekend on Scorch, Rise Nation 100% win percentage. On this map, they're feeling very, very confident. On Retaliation, I'm pointing out some of the notes on them. Retaliation, 100% win percentage as well for Rise Nation. So this is a map that they're not used to being down in. 3v3, now the numbers as play continues to develop. Lacefield with a quick 2-piece to bring the number advantage over to Cloud9 as he gets 3. And do people just not care that he's sitting top patio?
Let's stick with him for now. Let's see if he can get the ace. It's just going to be Aqua now to deal with him. It'll be the 1v3 for Aqua, or possibly the ace here for Lacefield. And the gunfight's going to go down now. He peeks in, tries to turn, not able to get it done. So let's go over to Aqua now. 1v2, 50 seconds up. Bomb still not planted, but I believe we are in process of that now. Yep, so going to get going. And now let's check out Aqua. Now, interesting enough, see, if he doesn't have overdrive, you think he gets 1 kill. If that's camo or reactive, he's got a pretty good chance to clutch this up.
Yeah, this time a little bit different, though, as he's going to take the long route. Still rotating towards this new site. 30 seconds remaining. Aqua leading his team right now alongside Felony at 5 kills. He's got to check every corner, too, and he does have actually the time to work with. That's all the information he needs. He knows where 2 players are, so he's going to try to play this first engagement. Both players just bait and switching themselves. They know he's got an NB4 too, so he can't just charge forward. Cloud9, they're just messing with him at this point. Turns back around, burns the overdrive too. Not the right call a panic scenario there for Aqua as he goes ahead and burns his payload.
I guess he thinks if the player challenges us, he can kind of use that AW dash, you know, that movement there to get away with the overdrive, and then with the overdrive, enough time to bounce back to the bomb really quick.
Yeah, but
I mean, I see the line of thinking, but that would have been insane clutch if it worked.
It would have. It would have. I think it's a little bit of a difference when you're using that when there's 10 seconds remaining versus maybe using that when there's 15. Then he knows the player was out that outer wall run. He could try to chase him down. There, though, not the story. Cloud9 stop the bleeding, and they retake a 2-round lead in this game as, again, they send nobody through that bottom arch side. They give up the B site as they're just way more confident in playing for a retake.
But the flank comes in quickly, and that is Aches pushing in through their back curb and picking one up. They were not prepared for that at all, because to be frank, we haven't seen it at all. As much as we were talking about Cloud9's consistency with how they were actually holding inside a bedroom, they haven't flanked at all. They just weren't ready.
What's been the magic for Rise Nation so far this weekend is their ability to read situations and just not get caught off guard. And so far this entire map, it seems like they're just not paying attention to the flank. They're easily being broken down in the steps they have, and it's just uncharacteristic of a team that got to the point in the grand finals. First challenge comes in. Aqua still playing the corner, gets out with his life as well. This should not be happening.
Did he not call him out in that corner? He walks into it.
Aqua wins the 1v2. He's in the corner. Where else did he go?
Yeah, well, you saw him from patio. Did you not tell your teammate flying at a bike like Aladdin that he was sitting in the corner?
Like Aladdin?
Yeah, the magic carpet dude, Soren.
Okay, well, you know, I'll give you that one. He did kind of look like that. He checked every corner but the close one. And that's a choke, in my opinion, if you're Cloud9. An opportunity now for Rise Nation to strike as they're within 1 round yet again, and they have defense. Payloads, none available for either team. You can see Lacefield, if he does get a kill, he will have that reactive armor, though, which could be a beautiful tool to swing around in his team's favor.
Now we saw around, I think, I want to
Very
say
similar.
Maybe their first round that we saw come in from Rise Nation, now similar to what we saw from Cloud9. Let's see how it bodes for them. You still see the number 4 in your minimap. That's Aqua going to be holding way top marquee on for that position. Going to be the flank does come in. That's Looney able to take it. Might be able to tie it up in this series behind the first blood, but I don't think he's ready for this. You have Vicento set up back by Broken.
They need Vicento to catch up with the pace of his teammate. He's going to go all the way around towards the back, and this is a perfect read by Vicento. The guy's been lights out. He's got to call it out to his teammate. No assist yet.
And he dies.
How does Looney die to that player?
I don't know. You got to think with the call out coming in, you're able to pull this off. But now a possible clutch, maybe a 1v3 here for Aches. He has rewind to work with. He's got to know where Vicento's coming from. His teammate would have called it out there by Broken. And now with 15 seconds, Patrick Price just has to hold on. He doesn't check the corner. There it is for Patrick.
Apparently, teams have decided to throw away the last 2 S&D rounds because they just look clueless right there. Aches beautifully done. Well, Vicento thinks he checks the corner.
Exactly. Let's say you see him kind of jiggle peek like he does check it there. Just doesn't get enough of that corner. He's tucked away too strong. There have been some odd rounds though, right? Or like odd conclusions to rounds?
Especially the last 2. They just give that one up for free to Aches, and this is where you begin to call into question nerves in this final. These are the guys that have gotten second so many darn times that they're making uncharacteristic plays right there. The second player goes soaring out of top bedroom window when there's nobody close for a trade. If they play it more passively, they win that round. Another first blood here for Ricky. Thankfully, Looney's there to lend a helping hand. 1 minute remaining in this side as Assault picks up another kill.
And you got to think about reactive armor here. I mean, this is your last round to really make a play. He's able to find one, tie this up now at 2-2. So Looney has that work with. Lacefield, if he finds a kill, will then also have it.
This is what's worked so well for Cloud9 earlier in this map. Just go ahead, sit inside bedroom, and wait for your opponents to make something happen. Looney decides he will be the one to initiate that action. Plants the objective, has himself that reactive armor. As Aqua does see 2 crossing. Looney, he should use this payload. You've got to force the rounds to go on. He does pop it, and woo! It was a little bit closer than you would have wanted to see.
Shaky.
I could see your reaction there. Like, okay, not as clean as you would have wanted, but either way, we will see around 10.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a 2v2, you have bomb planted. Could you have maybe won that without it? Sure, but get the round. Secure the round and move forward. But remember, on the other side, Lacefield just a kill away from hopping into his reactive as well. That is my key to probably close this one out, and that's who I'm going to watch. If he can get anything going here to fire off this reactive, he might be able to shut it down. You do still have rewind available on Vicento, and actually, this could be clutch too. Look how close Felony is to that camo.
Yeah, but if he gets first blooded, that's a tool not to have. Aqua opens it up. Number advantage now to Rise, and look at Cloud9. They're just sprinting back on the map. They know they have no positioning, and look at your mini-map. Vicento, the MVP, playing a sneaky beaver role, making Puckett very, very proud as he's looking to further put his team at an advantage here. He's checking literally every single corner to a point where it might backfire. There you go. Free one in front of him, 4v2. Rise about to force the round 11, unless somehow they can clutch a 2v4.
And now as we switch over to Lacefield, since he's able to pick up some points, he is going to find the reactive armor. Does he decide to maybe close it out here or save it for a round 11 is the question. You see bunched up right now. You've got the side of Rise Nation. They're really doing a good job playing together.
I think this timing's going to work out for them. If they keep rotating at this pace, they should be able to spot him mid-objective focus. There's one. There is two. There it is. Round 11.
Oh, that was stressful, right?
Yeah, but Rise Nation, again, once you get the number advantage, the best thing you can do in Search and Destroy, stay active. They do just that. And not only will I believe earn the camo, but potentially a second payload as well. Round 11, S&D wins championships. This is for Rise to go up 2-0 in your grand finals, or for Cloud9 to tie it up. And yes, they not only earn a second payload, but a third as well. So many tools to work with. And again, Lacefield does not use his reactive armor. You've got to use this to open this round. You cannot die if you're felony.
Well, yeah, the problem is he's got to get some points here to actually activate it. Is Lacefield just under... Now, as he's jammed up, not going to be able to use camo. Here it goes. He wants to use, try and make a play. But look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. They're all rotating back. This might end up being burned unless he can find this one kill.
He's got to go quick.
Oh, he has to fly at him. He doesn't see him yet. Give him one kill with it, surely. Felony able to pick it up. And there he turns, tags up a second, but can't close the kill. 4v3, make it a 3v3. Aqua uses overdrive to get back to the action. Now there's 2 players left. It's Lacefield with reactive armor coming in from behind. He's able to get it. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Vicento and Aqua going up against Lacefield and Assault. Assault almost got this kill.
Oh my God, he's playing the perfect angle. Gets the kill, but it's traded immediately. Vicento and Lacefield, the 2 superstars of these teams this weekend. Time ticking down. Vicento does have to check this objective. How does Lacefield play? He's looking for the kill. Vicento spots him! Rise Nation win the map, and they're now 1 game away from being crowned your CWL Vegas Open champion.
Who else? Who else?
It's only right, man. It's only right. He's lights out. Ooh, look at that death stare from Vicento across the stage. I love it, man. I love it.
God, what an insane round, because you saw, I mean, the camo got popped, then to get back to the action, I believe the overdrive got popped by Aqua to try and get back in the fight. Then you saw immediately go to Lacefield. Lacefield has the reactive armor pop, like everything just went blah, blah, blah. And we saw a lot of it, but it was an insane round, but it ends up coming down to that 1v1, and Vicento, again, man, MVP right now.
And what did I say? The difference that Rise Nation have had above other teams in Search and Destroy, their ability to trade. If they don't have Vicento there right away to trade out that kill, you've now got Assault with active camo. Here's another look at it. Gets the kill, camo earned, dead.
Yep.
Instantly. And that right there, for me, is what secures that map. At that point, Vicento just has to burn about, what, 16 seconds? He knows that Lacefield probably chased down the trade, reads it perfectly. It's things like that that separate second place finishes from grand champions.
But we got to talk about Aqua. I know we're focusing on Vicento clutching up, but Aqua ends up dropping 13 kills. He had, I think, like an 8-0 start and a crusher in a big game 5, I believe, earlier. Or, sorry, it might have been a game 2, but he's had a lot of just really good performances in Search. What has his KD actually been? So Aqua's a 1.1. Well, really everyone you mentioned, their S&D stats are kind of wild. This goes to a game 5. I mean, very good, but I think it's done. I think they're going to close it out.
They've now won 80% of their Search and Destroys this weekend, so it's been their go-to game mode. And when typically on the other side, Cloud9, they've won 66% of theirs, so it's their best game mode as well. When Rise Nation take that, they're now going into Cloud9's weakest game mode. 28% win rate in uplink this weekend for Cloud9. Absolutely abysmal, probably one of the worst of the top placing teams this weekend. If you are Rise Nation, you need to close the door now. Do not give Aches and Crew a chance to get into another hard point and potentially force their 912th Game 5 of this weekend.
And when you think about this squad, right? Formerly Team Revenge, great at uplink. Elevate, great to good at uplink throughout the course of last year, and they've started off hot here. It ends now. And unless you get some Cloud9 magic, it's ending here in 3-0 fashion, and that would put, what, a 6-1 map count for Rise Nation over Cloud9? That's one hell of a stamp.
Oh, most certainly is. There's Assault, the young talent led by 2 veteran players, as we continue to await this start of map number 3. If I'm Cloud9 right now, I'm kicking myself. I'm saying that was a map that if you think a couple rounds thrown away really by either team, but the one that stands out is that 1v2 where you just saw the players sit in the corner and both Cloud9 players ran right into him.
So looking at this, Rise Nation obviously a ton of potential. We've seen how good they are. They're looking poised to win the event. But as we move forward and we, Atlanta in February, Cloud9, I think it was you, or I can't remember who said, if this team doesn't perform well this weekend, they could break up.
Yeah.
But with getting second, you got to think this is the team they're going to have going to Atlanta. Like, there's no way you have a change here, right?
The main thing I brought up was this Cloud9 team, if they don't beat Optic at Champs, I think that they're what it might.
Oh, okay. All right.
With them beating them, that's why they stick together. They know the potential this team has. They've now made themselves get into a grand final. But Aches doesn't take losing grand finals lightly, so they're going to put on the pressure this map. Frost has been a very tense, very low-scoring uplink map where literally every kill and decision matters. And we've seen interceptions, more on this map than any other, I would argue, because of how players fight from that bottom ship area. They know exactly where to position themselves. This one I could see going either way.
Yeah, it's just different. It's not like something like Infection last year where you could spawn them what seems like 100 feet away from the portal. You're still spawning, for the most part, because you don't get a lot of those 4 downs and breaks, you're spawning on your portal. So I think that's a big part of the reason these interceptions become a lot easier. And the fact, I still can't figure out if it's like the size of the portal with the comparison to the bodies in this game, but it seems like if you're in front of it, you're getting the interception no matter what. It's kind of seemed that way. Like, you kind of cover the entire thing. You're Ron Weasley in Harry Potter. He was a great goal. You don't watch Harry Potter, do you?
Oh, I have, but I'm just going to pretend like you didn't mention that comment. One thing I do want to say, Rise Nation, this is actually their worst game mode too. So don't put all the flack on Cloud9. Yes, they are pretty darn bad at it, but Rise Nation, they've split their uplinks so far this weekend compared to their other game modes where they've been very dominant in Hardpoint as well as S&D. We're now in the rig draft though for game number 3. This could be the final map of the CWL Vegas Open.
Jack Courage Dunlop.
Yes.
Does it end here?
Yes. I think Rise Nation close it out. I actually think that this is a pretty high-scoring one in their favor. I just think they have the momentum, man. They clutched up in round 11. They want this now. It's their time to be crowned champions, to break the curse that Aqua as well as Vicento have had. They were the duo in the last map. They've been the duo all weekend, and it's now time for the cherry on top.
Well, we're going to be starting this one off with Vicento. I've got to. He's been a beast. We'll see if him and Aqua can keep riding the wave that they've created here over the course of this grand final. Let's get right into it here. This could be the final game for Cloud9 versus Rise Nation. We'll see the first gunfight coming up mid-map is Vicento starting to wrap back, but his teammate drops next to him. He is able to trade it back and get into research.
Yeah, already with some great map positioning. Vicento just lights out with these shots. 3 do go dead on Cloud9 as he continues to push right up. But yes, they do have the right idea where they drop the drone and flood up the map, but now it's just nowhere in sight. They still are trying to contest towards this bottom blue area. It's Felony taking down 2. Now Looney's just got to stay here. Now he's got to play for the kills off respawn, but Assault somehow gets a 2-piece middle map with both players knowing where he is.
Yeah, I was staring at that. He was out on Ridge, and he picks up both that we're going to end up pushing out. If they get that kill, I stuck with Looney because he was the one kind of influencing the spawns. If he keeps picking up kills and making this a headache, they're going to get points on the board. But his OSA, we talked about it. He got nerfed a little bit harder to control. It does not look more difficult for him to control.
Kobe right there from Looney as that flechette grenade, if it hits you dead on, does instant explode and get you that free kill. Drone being moved up by Aqua. He's got no lead blockers, so a little bit of a pacing issue there. But Vicento, dude, what doesn't this guy do? Counts as the one either way, gets the kill, then the beatdown, and the score. Rise Nation in the lead.
It's everything. Like I said, I was reading off the stats. It's like every single category, he's been just a beast.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be the offensive opportunity here for Cloud9. We'll switch focus onto Ricky, get tagged up from behind, or sorry, from the front, gets taken down almost immediately. And that leaves Aches and Assault kind of hanging here to slow down the counterattack potential from Rise Nation. You saw the lower wall run was hit by Looney. He's trying to
go back. Yep, perfect. Go back towards your teammate. They can actually develop a push off this. Doesn't have the lead blockers there in time. 3 do go dead for Rise. So Aqua's job, try to stall out this push for as long as possible. And the drone actually hangs onto the wall, so it doesn't reset. Assault will pick this one on up. I don't actually think it'll benefit them at all because Rise were there. Middle map control was for Cloud9.
If that turned into 1 point, though, that would have been kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah, but instead, all right, they'll just go ahead and wrap this drone back towards the outer area again as Vicento and crew continue to body stack for the boys of Cloud9. 2.5 minutes into this game, We have a 1-point lead for Rise.
And Ricky trying to use the ship here to find some easy gunfights as they're looking to push out of their base, but now as they cut across and Heat drops, it's all going to fall to Assault. Heat is down. That's 4. Yep. Cleaned out at home. Rise Nation now looking to secure mid-map, try to push forward here, get some more points on the board.
This is the right idea. They send 4 through ship, but 2 players charging on up, one of them being the drone. You need your player that's sitting in this top ship area in Felony to be someone pushing up as well. They now have players coming off spawn. Cloud9 can hold this position forever as they will respawn and supplement this side quicker and quicker, but it does look like the slaying slowly going in favor of Rise Nation. They're inching up the map ever so slowly. And I guess the silver lining there for the side of Cloud9 is the drone resets to middle, so they actually don't have an opportunity to go for a 1.
They haven't been able to get really any more offense going. Jeez, he just got eliminated there very, very quickly. But Looney, we saw him in this position early in the game, just kind of well, see ya. He's going to drop off the map, and now with 90 seconds left for the first side, they're trying to hold on to a very fragile 1-0 lead, spraying everything but the opposition. It's Ricky that ends up picking up a 2-piece, and now you have Looney all by himself.
Perfect play.
Exactly, you have the drone. Get out.
Get to the wall run.
Dance. I thought he was going to go straight for the wall run, but he's just going to toss it off. Okay. He could have delayed a little bit more, probably.
Yeah, but either way, he does get exactly what he needs to do, which is get the drone away from Cloud9. Don't give him a chance to score. Vicento, what is that? Wins the gunfight versus Assault, when Assault basically only his head could be seen. 13 and 10, leading the game in kills right now. 1 minute remaining on side 1. There's a second. Vicento commanding middle map control. This is his area, Cloud9. Do not get it twisted.
Yeah, he's on another level right now, and if he keeps playing like this, this is going to be a 3-0 grand final. He's leading all Slayers with 14. He's inside of research, trying to open things up.
Angle.
It's just him really by himself. Yeah, got caught flying around. Maybe a little bit too much confidence right now coming in from Vicento.
Yeah, I think he thought they weren't going to be in that back construction area already. Nice shots by Looney, and every time Cloud9 want to move up, it seems like someone from Rise Nation is just there holding the lane they're expecting to be open. When your engagements are going down inside blue, you don't think Looney's going to be in ship already waiting for you. Aches with 2 kills, though. Might stop this pressure for a moment. Aqua wants this one. He's going to go up for it, throws it out, and misses wide left.
Just barely misses. Love that new drone cam. You can see this going a little bit off target. Looney, he almost had kind of a 3-piece there, sliding inside a research, or maybe he could have come up clutch, but that's going to wrap the first half. You talked about it being low scoring.
It always
is.
It's
1-0 Rise Nation. Vicento giving the speech right now, boys. 1 half, 5 minutes left, and we are champs.
5 minutes until Rise Nation can claim that title. So many people were wondering, when the 3 old members of this team left to join another organization, is at the end of Rise Nation being a top team in competitive Call of Duty. Roger had faith in Looney to rebuild this squad. They take the 3 players on over from Elevate. They rebuild this lineup, and right now they are looking solid, the most consistent team this weekend. They're 4 minutes and 37 seconds away from being crowned champions, but Cloud9, they're only 1 possession away. So 1 4-dead full wipe can be enough to get a dunk and a score.
Well, Ricky was able to pick up a couple, but just as I say that, really the entire team ends up getting wiped. A little bit of hot potato there. Lacefield can't win it quite yet. Finally will find the kill.
But here it is.
Looney up by himself for Rise, and this should be a pretty good opportunity now for Cloud9 to maybe get a 1-point opportunity, but they have to find a couple of kills to at least push forward. Aches looks like a maniac in there. He finds 1. That's another 3-down situation. They haven't really moved it forward at all.
Yeah, and Felony's just protecting the drone right now. Not even picking it up, just waiting for it to reset. Ooh, Assault with 2. Good use of the flechette, but guess what? It resets towards middle, and now I want to see how Vicento plays this. He does charge in towards ship. Rewind gets used, and they will stay alive. So Cloud9 still with ship control. 3 minutes and 45 seconds now left. Still a 1-point game.
And this has been, God, this makes me think back to the Aches 100 Thieves team, where we would talk about the fact how few offensive engagements they would have.
Far up? Aches gets all the way up the map. They've now got the lead blocker they need. Lacefield trying to sneak by. Does he settle for the 1 or go for the dunk? Cloud9 take the lead. As I said, they just need 1 solid push, and they finally get it. And now Rise Nation, what, 6.5 minutes of holding onto a 1-point lead evaporated with one solid play.
As long as Ace can keep holding here, he's going to be in a nice spot to open things up, throwing grenades at his teammates at the wall. I don't know, but Felony ends up picking up 2 to clutch. But I was just about to talk about the lack of offensive opportunities for this uplink team in Cloud9, but with it being so low scoring, you don't need many, right? You just have to capitalize on the few that you get.
And here's the thing, side 2, Cloud9 has started to take over in the slang. They've been controlling the map positioning. They've had a better pressure inside the ship area. How do Rise Nation stop this right now? They need to get 3 dead, clear out their base, because Lacefield is on a 4 streak, now 18 and 15. Assault has begun to wake up, and Aches has been the rock throughout this entire map. Finally, Lacefield is cut down. The drone will be reset. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Tried to get around the edge and maybe get a long distance 1-point throw, but the opportunity is not there. But still, 1 possession game. No one's been able to open this up whatsoever, but it is Ricky now kind of getting in behind a little bit, trying to play that Aches-like role that we saw, but with him not involved in the action.
Does he pop overdrive here?
Is this going to allow him, what, to get back?
Yeah.
He hasn't yet. He might need to, but no, his teammate's coming up clutch at home. It's Cinto that's still here. Maybe a 1-point opportunity. Tries to line it up. The interception is good, though.
What'd I tell you?
As they hold strong, it's so hard to get it through. And that's what I was trying to say. Like, they encompass the entire uplink, it seems.
But it's more that they know the exact angle they have to be at. They hover right in front of it. Beautifully done, man. Nice interception. Keeps the lead in favor of Cloud9. 3 do go dead, and now you've got to begin to wonder.
There's no one back by mid-map, so they're still going to be okay. Assault in a good position. Okay. I thought that might be something that can punish them a little bit, but that won't be the case.
No, and I'm liking so much more that Cloud9, because they're getting this map positioning, they're holding angles more. They're playing the long game. They're playing the smart game. Assault, again, reading every situation perfectly. The drone being moved up. Pass forward. Now Aches has it. This could be the dagger right here. They have 1 player to get past. Whiffs the beat down. Lacefield's there, though, to help out. They're so close to scoring this final one. There's a dunk, 4-1. I just don't see how Rise Nation come back now. We're going to see ourselves a game 4.
Yeah, that's how it's looking. We were way off base. You thought this is where it gets closed out with the lackluster play we've seen in uplink, but
going to the half now. Going to the half, the slang was even. Right now, all 4 players positive from Cloud9. It's as simple as that. They have destroyed Rise Nation in slang, winning engagements over and over. And Vicento, who was white hot in side 1, now 23 and 25.
Yeah, falling off a little bit while Lacefield and Ricky have come alive here. Well, really the entire roster kind of sitting at positive rebound.
Exactly.
Now it's been everybody.
Cloud9 are outslaying by 20 kills.
Yeah.
It's not even close anymore.
All right, well, let's see what they're able to do. 20 kills. That would be insane. But you do get 1 more on the board. Do you have a chance to maybe, what do you have here? You have camo. Okay, all right, hold up. You have camo. He needs a little bit of help, but if he can get this drone, pick up 1 kill, Vicento clutching again. If he found a second there and clutches mid-map and somehow makes that play, there is the overdrive, though, trying to wrap the edge, can't get it done, and we're seeing a game 4, baby.
Yeah, we definitely are. Everyone there from Cloud9, they'll now pick up the drone, move it right towards that low wall run, and this game is done. 4-2, Cloud9 take it. We're going to a game 4.
How impressed are you with the resilience of this Cloud9 team? They always push to game 5s. It seems the only time really they haven't was the first time they matched in the winners bracket final, where it ended in 4.
Their absolute worst game mode, they wind up winning it, and now they'll go back to hardpoint, where this team just always seems to know how to force a game 5. They just always seem to have some trick up their sleeve to make it happen. The trick that time was the slaying power of Cloud9, especially inside 2.
It really, really was. They came alive when you needed them to. You can take a look at the stats here and see everything. It's just very telling when you see especially Aqua and Looney both sitting with -6, -7, and everybody on the other side of things basically going positive outside of Eggs, which he was down to the final kind of 30 seconds. What changed? Is it the map? The fact more OSAs were on the ground that kind of helps this Cloud9? So what changed for you? Was it light switch?
It was. You could literally see the difference inside 1 and side 2 with the pressure that Rise Nation put on. Cloud9 inside 1 fighting on the back foot. Cloud9 inside 2 always the aggressors. This isn't my role to break this down. I know our analysts have some things they want to say about this one.
Oh, we're going to say a lot of things. Starting with you, TP. Let's break down this game number 3. Lacefield, again, this is the 2nd time in a row. He just did it in the losers final. Now he's doing it here in the championship match turning it up in the second half of an uplink. He tops the scoreboard, and Cloud9, after losing basically all of their uplinks on the weekend, is having a pretty good championship Sunday when it comes to this game mode.
I don't know what sort of sparks with these guys in the later half of an uplink, but Frost has actually been statistically their best uplink throughout the tournament. I think they have 1 or 2 wins on it throughout their other matches, but the fact that they're staying alive is impressive in itself. I thought it was just going to be done and dusted after that search and destroy. They had an advantage in that one, and the fact they were able to pull through, keep their composure overall after a tough loss like that. It's good stuff.
I thought this series was going to be a 3-0.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw Cloud9 blow the search and destroy, I was like, there's no way they're winning the up.
We took off our headsets. We were so sure that Cloud9 was just going to roll over and die. We figured Rise Nation, the clutch round 11, Facento winning that 1v1, that was just going to set the tone. And when we saw Rise with the lead in game 3, we figured it's all over. But Cloud9, they got the veterans. They also just have 2 youngsters who are never going to give up. I'm still so impressed by what Lacefield and Assault have done for this team. This match is far from over. We are going to see another hardpoint coming up. That one's going to be on Breakout. And when you look at these 2 teams coming up next, Matt, who do you give the advantage to? Rise Nation, they reverse swept Cloud9 the first time around. Will they be able to handle this loss?
Yeah, we saw Cloud9 play FaZe tough on this map. They end up losing it towards the end, but I don't know. It's kind of difficult because you look at all these maps, they're so close. The retaliation search and destroy probably should have went towards Cloud9. I mean, they play that map kind of another 3 or 4 times. I think Cloud9 probably takes it. They were in control the entire game. Frost uplink, Cloud9 comes to life. I want to say Rise closes it out, but I'm like not exactly too confident on that. Like this Cloud9 team is like, they're so frustrating because like every time it's just gone to 5, gone to 5, gone to 5. It's like this time it's like, okay, they lose the first 2. There's no way it's going to happen. It's like, we could be looking at another game 5.
I have the blessing of the game 5, round 11. So blessing, curse, depends on how tired you are. But I'm hoping we see that game 5. And if you're a Cloud9 fan, you are hoping that, of course, they can battle back in this hardpoint and then force a second series with that game 5 victory. If you're a Rise fan like this man who's been yelling Rise Up all weekend long,
nothing's even
you're
happening.
Hoping they can shut it down now. You can't let them get to another S&D. You can't let the momentum swing back in their favor. So, as we look at this breakout, who is the player to watch from Rise? Facento can't be the only guy.
We've been looking at Facento for almost every one of these games. MVP-like performance already. I think it needs to be probably Aqua. I think you know, when you look at the counters, Assault's that player on Cloud9 that's going to be the one that steps up the majority of the time, and the counter that guy is going to be Aqua. So if he has a good performance here, I think they will lock it down and close out this grand final.
Yeah, Facento's been strong all tournament long. I think if you're looking for one player that can kind of explode for the side of Rise Nation, really just kind of end this series as a whole, I think it's got to be Aqua. On the side of Cloud9, I think you need a good game out of Aches yet again. Yeah. And I think you need the young guys to come to life, which it seems like at least Lacefield is in that last one.
Aches definitely going to be my player to watch. He's been a pretty solid performer for them at the start of this series. They were able to get the game number 3 victory. And this guy, he announced it before the match. He's hunting for his 20th title in IW. He wants to reclaim the title as the greatest player in Call of Duty history. Currently, most tournament wins, that belongs to Crim6 from Optic Gaming.
And it's funny, me and TV were joking around in between game 1 or 2, and we were like, oh, like Aches kind of like got Facento his start because when he got suspended for a little bit, he was the sub for EG.
And it's funny, in Advanced Warfare as well, through the wonderful Optic Nation struggle. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that was fun.
So
we've all tried to forget that.
Fellow was my sub in AW. So some previous subs on some of my other teams in the MLG Pro Leagues in a grand final.
I was going to say, do you give Aches the credit for bringing on Facento and Felony?
No.
Or is this all TP, bringing the new members of Rise Nation to light early on in their career?
Facento is definitely, I'll credit it to Pat.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened in the AW, but Fellow is a beast.
It's a good decision.
He's a beast.
The kid is shining. He is definitely becoming a star. I saw him signing autographs earlier. Yeah. He was kind of mobbed after their last match. Keep your eye on Felony for that Rise Nation team. On the other side, Ricky, the old dog. He's been around forever. You've seen him wear so many different jerseys in the Call of Duty scene. He clutched up for them last night in prime time. He won the game 5 round 11 that we all remember. And he has been an on and off performer though in the respawns. How do you get Ricky going in another hardpoint game?
He's kind of like a player like I was on this team for Cloud9. A little bit more passive, going to be more up close and personal, getting that objective time in the hardpoint most of all. So What I think he really needs to do is just focus on himself and rely on his teammates to look over him a little bit more and just try and get as much hardpoint time as possible. Just be that bait in the hill.
Yeah, look at him as TP 2.0, so to speak, right? I mean, when Pat tries to build this Cloud9 team, he looks for somebody like, some of his former teammates. And I think, Ricky, very solid search and destroy player, very good in and around the objective, can use multiple weapons, AR, submachine gun, whatnot. It's going to be ARs in this game.
Yeah.
But I think Ricky, a very valuable player to this team. I think it's going to allow, his play doesn't really allow him to, go off and put up big numbers, but his play allows, Lacefield, Assault, and Aches to just roam around the map and pick up kills.
We see our players back on the main stage. That means game 4 is just moments away. When you look at this Cloud9 team, I want to know who is going to be that commander. Who is the in-game leader? Was it Aches back when you were playing?
Aches, 100%.
100% Aches.
Yeah, especially when I watch these guys practice as well. When one little thing goes wrong, you stop playing, the communication stop, and you hear that annoying guy Patrick Price in your ear.
I don't miss it
fixed.
at all. I don't know about you. I don't miss that at all.
I don't either, I'll be honest. But it gets you better, right?
Yeah.
Pat, I've never experienced it. Hopefully one day I will when I return to the controller. For now, though, I'll let you play alongside Lacefield and Ricky as well.
They have
as
a pretty good
Assault.
chance with Lacefield and Ricky. I don't know how great they would stand with you in there, Chris.
It's a terrible idea. Never do that to yourself, Pat. I know you've made some poor life decisions in the past. As you said, when it comes to making team choices, don't do it again. Well, we do have on the other side a very positive team, and this is honestly my favorite storyline. You watch Looney, you watch his teammates lead for Luminosity, who, by the way, didn't finish in the top 4 this event. He's left alone. He's able to pick up Vicento. He's able to pick up Felony and Aqua, of course, joining this roster. And Looney is having quite a bit of success. We've known him for his Slayer prowess all the way back in AW. Black Ops 3, he shined. He had an off PSX, I'll be honest. It just seemed he was overwhelmed with the pace of the game. Now that it's slowed down, he's really shining once again.
Well, it seems like before PSX, speaking to some of these guys, they just did not put the time in to get to that top level. And PSX was a big wake-up call for them. I mean, they realized how bad they were at PSX. They went home. They scrimmed very hard. They put a lot of time into the new spawns and whatnot. And you can see it paying off here.
Especially with the combination of Looney with Vicento, both sort of in-game leader style of players. So having both these guys, there's times where I'm sure one of them takes over in a particular game type or situations overall, which is cool to see.
Gotta appreciate teams where you have a number of players who aren't afraid to take charge, to command the troops, to speak up and to correct issues when they see the problems. For Rise Nation, it's going to be Looney and Vicento, as we touched on for Cloud9. It's going to be led by Aches, but Ricky as well will be chiming in. Game number 4 is just moments away. We're going to have our rig draft on our screen. Mr. X, start us off. What are we seeing from Rise?
You're going to see pretty much standard. I mean, they're going to have Overdrive instead of, Centurion that we talk about a little bit, but both sides going to have reactive armor, rewind, camo, and Overdrive. Nothing too surprising.
Previous hardpoints, we've seen Ricky on the side of Cloud9 take the trophy drone with the Centurion, finally switching over to Overdrive. I think it's going to pay off for him.
That's going to be the big difference maker. It looks like the game is getting underway. Breakout game number 4. If you're just joining us, Rise Nation is on match point. Will they be able to lock up the Las Vegas title right now? We're about to find out.
Here we go. It's all the pressure on C9.
I'm ready.
Will they get wiped in 4 games like we saw in the winners bracket final, or will they go to their patented game 5 that we found here at MLG Las Vegas?
This map, though, it has provided some of the most dramatic moments so far this weekend. One of the biggest blowouts I've ever seen in Call of Duty history. 250 to 222 with FaZe Clan over Splice earlier on. Don't think we're going to see that here, but you can see that both teams have the same idea. Put a player inside loading, try to challenge whoever is in this top middle control area. Right now, Vicento last alive for his team as he waits for his teammates to come back up off spawn, as currently Cloud9 are out to attend this early.
And of course, he stays alive this entire time, waits for the help, finds a kill, doing an excellent job playing his life as being a threat. He can't find the second there around the back, so let's go over to Looney. We talked a lot about these 2 guys in particular. I think you and I have been focusing more of the storyline of the 3 guys that came over from Elevate. Let's talk a little bit about Looney. Man, how good does this have to feel to outplace those 3 teammates?
I mean, he's now gotten a role that I think fits him much better. And when we talk about the changes that were made, maybe it was positive on both sides, because Luminosity, obviously, those 3 players saw something in Saints, and now the rest of the players from Elevate, they saw something in Looting, and I think it's kind of worked out better for both teams so far. As Cloud9 off the rotation, they do still hold the spawns, and it's actually Assault who was the player back there He does get taken down, but I do believe the damage has already been done as 3 players from Rise Nation are having to push this outer wall run. Not ideal at all. As, Lacefield does get the team kill there. Ricky with one of his own. Aqua now trading. As Vicento will be the final player to push right on through.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Looney dropped in the back, I thought things were going to fall apart, but they kept flooding and flooding and flooding, and they were ultimately able to take it with about 20 seconds left here. Vicento worried about the back, but let's get to the action actually in the front. Did some shots coming in from Aqua, then back to Vicento, who has to deal pressure from the side door. 2 players almost lined up for him. You think he would find at least one of those, but not able to do it. Let's show some love to Cloud9. Let's see what the young stud in Lacefield can do. 6-3 right now on a 2 streak. He's going to be, well, I was going to say he's going to be grabbing the garbage time. How much did he actually, no, he lost like a second.
Yeah, Vicento, the reason why there's even time there for Cloud9 is because Vicento is thinking they're going to push for the spawns with only 15 seconds left, but that's actually not the right idea to have there. Yes, maybe you could have stayed inside to watch them, but instead he pushes on out, forces himself to have to re-challenge through that small door. Off the rotation, though, it is Rise Nation in control of Cave, which is the money area of the map. Assault, though, still playing from this backside, and somehow he snuck up this far. Thankfully, Aqua actually gets a pretty good spawn. He's going to have a perfect pinch and should be able to stop this pressure momentarily.
Well, I kept waiting for him to maybe try and push the back, but his teammates hit the front. Did the timing seem a little bit off there to Cloud9? Like, as I saw Lacefield fly in, Assault was still kind of waiting for someone to flank around the back. Maybe he thought somebody spawned out?
No, it was just an awkward scenario. I think the big thing is because Aqua gets that lower dirt street spawn, they just weren't ready for it. Now 3 go dead. Rise Nation winning the gunfights towards the back area, and then Assault again. 2 kills twice now. He's done it when rotating hills, where he's the player that stays alive, gets all 3. Assault single-handedly gets his team the win for these back spawns. The NV4, his weapon of choice.
Yeah, you want to hold this scanner helipad side. You saw one hitting the lower wall run. I think that was Vicento, of course. He comes in and gets both. He keeps on doing it. The 3rd in front, he hunts it down. I feel like he can do no wrong right now. Keeps going clutch for the team. 9-4 here, gets the big break. Holding off any kind of mid-cut push right now is his team. It's set up at commissary and starting to pull away with a bit of a lead. 30-point advantage will keep on with Bryce. 2 pushing through. Finally will fall. The Looney's there to back it up. He's going to drop. Felony, though, to trade it out. He has a Scarab to work with, but not really in a position to use it. But he's just finding kills with his gun. There's 2. Where's the 3rd? He's in behind. He's able to turn and burn.
9. Jeez, that's something that shouldn't happen. You have 4 players flooding in, and you know he's in the 1 corner. Hops around 2, gets 3 before he finally does perish. At the end of the first rotation, it will be a lead for Rise Nation. Biggest thing standing out so far, Aqua and Vicento continue to be the rocks. And Felony is just filling the role his team needs, and that's a player to be in the objective.
Before Vicento finds one, he does. Now, let's see, Lacefield up behind was a loading. Nice shots there from him. There's a contest on the other side. He needs some help. He's just going to take it in his own hands. He gets the kill. Aches actually gets the kill, but he might be a little bit of bait there. But now, still racking up some time is Cloud9. Nice pickup from the back.
And on this hard point, loading control is so important to be able to challenge the player who's behind this rooftop. And you can see Rise keep favoring that side, but the gunfight that really Cloud9 shouldn't be winning is from this position towards that bottom loading area. They've now done it 3 times on this hill, which is why they've even gotten it any time. Outside of that, Rise Nation have played it better. There's an example of how you break that hard point with Assault getting that headshot. 93-85 the score. This game should be perfectly tied up with the rotation towards cells. Aqua all the way in the back of the map, ready for the pressure to come in.
Well, it's close. 1-point game, but now they'll rack up some additional time. You do have a Scarab here for Looney. He's watching the front. Let's get to the back as Aqua is going to get pressured here. 2 coming through. They'll take him out almost immediately, but to trade it out will be Vicento. He knows there's a 2nd player here. Shot just a little bit off and not able to finish it up. But as the pressure comes in for Vicento, he's going to drop as well.
You have Looney playing the top laundry window. They just run down the street. No one even sees them. Then Aqua caught in an awkward position, not ready for the pressure on that outer push. Miscommunications from Rise Nation, an ugly setup, and they get punished for it. Beautiful stuff from Cloud9 as they take back the lead.
Yeah, you may see a lot of time here unless they end up dropping side of the hard point. 2 have already fallen. That's the 3rd. Where do they get the spawn? They're still spawning in the back, so should be able to rotate back quickly. And as Assault stays up, you do see a payload get used. That's Aqua that hits his overdrive to try and maybe get a little bit of a juke on. Can't finish that final gunfight, though.
If I'm Aqua, I'm fine with that, because now I'll spawn up hopefully near my teammates for this new hill. Aqua's roll, pick up middle map. The rest of his teammates will be inside cave. Vicento furthest pushed up, does wind up popping his payload ability. 118 to 122. Cloud9, they're going to pressure right on through. First player challenges with overdrive. He's cut down. Aqua, perfect accuracy with the NV4 as Looney will soak up this hard point time. So back and forth of these two teams in this game, though.
Well, Looney's going to be the man inside, trying to play safe, but going up over the top. That's going to be Lacefield with a sick kill with the OSA to shut him down. But inside, still Pacinto staying up, trying to find the kills. Melee going to be a little bit short there. Can't quite reach to pick it up, and now the break has come in. It's Lacefield and Assault that have some big kills. We talk about the Wonder Kids, and now it's 5 in a row for Assault. They clear out Cave, and more time coming in for Cloud9.
It just seems like the guy randomly decides he wants to start killing people in front of him, and he goes on a 5+ streak. It's his second one right now of this map. Both been around this Cave.
Yep, exactly. It's from the same position that he's done his damage.
Yeah, and now they'll begin the rotation towards Commissary. Rise Nation, I don't think they got as much time as they should have had on that hard point because they do miss some gunfights that they should have really easily won, or maybe just Assault out shooting them, to be quite honest with you. He will be the one still playing for Helipad Control. You can't expect him to do this time and time again, Maven. He needs some help.
Well, he might get his own help here as he's getting close to Camo and Trinity Rockets. The assist comes through.
There it is.
It would have been nice if he actually got that kill, because he would have been able to be even closer. These 20 rocks, he get anything coming around the back there at range, and so he doesn't get to the camo, he doesn't get the streaks. Falls just a little bit short, but Cloud9 still doing a good job holding Commissary, hitting the lower wall run is going to be Pacinto again. Remember, he had a nice break with this last time, and there it is. Finds one before falling. We'll get back to Lacefield Assault, though they're trying to hold on here for Cloud9.
Yeah, this will be an easy hold. Cloud9 should get this scrap time, as they will go up by about 20 seconds, and they're already on the run for this loading control. They send 2 players here. What have we broken down on this map? Pushing through showers, pushing through loading, and being able to cut down the player on that opposite side of the top block in the hard point is the key to keeping this one from the opposing team getting a ton of time. As it's felony challenging. Assault still there. The guy's on another 4 streak at double positive.
23 and 12. He has the camo now, and yeah, like you said, working towards streaks one more time. Nades flying in. He's really tagged up, but still managing to stay up before finally falling. Now, even though they have 2 people down, it's still Ricky tucked in his corner. He's the only one alive, and they're still picking. He got a solid, I don't know, 8 seconds or so there that he was able to pick up while being the only one alive.
He did, but this is the perfect scenario now for Rise Nation. They have this outer lane watch. The Flechette comes in. They're just trying to slow down Assault. They now have the Scarab also out, moving towards that middle lane. Looney just not ready for Assault to hit that high wall run. And now at this point, Assault should just push through. Yeah, there you go. Run right on through, play for the new spawn. He's got 1 player to beat. Does he use his camo? This is such a perfect play. Making the smartest decisions. This young player gets me so excited to see where Assault can go in his career.
Well, if he can find Looney. Where's Looney? Oh, there he is. Now he's found. Finally, he will get chopped down to Assault. Finding a nice kill in the back. Him and Ake starting to come alive here.
I think this game's done right here. I think Cloud9, they have everything they can need. There's no payloads or streaks for the side of Rise Nation to use to break this. They're forcing the spawns out on that outer wall run, which we've seen has been a disaster. Lacefield has the reactive armor. Maven, I think we're going to another Game 5.
Well, don't say it too early. We've seen some wild comebacks, so maybe this is where the reactive armor comes out. He's getting pushed by several players outside on the wall run. He's able to see one. He pops the reactive. There's the second. They push him out. Now just 25 points away as he's going to repeat. Re-challenge. Shredding everything is Lacefield. He's 200 off the Warden. Streaks now coming in from the top, tagging everything. Hello! Not able to tag the wall run, though.
How many times have we seen Lacefield and Assault just put eggs in the backpack? The guy doesn't even need to get kills in hardpoint. His teammates do the rest of the work. Another 2-piece there. This one is done. Cloud9 force another Game 5. You could make a minute-long montage of the casters saying that this weekend. Oh my!
I think they've only had one the first time these teams played. I believe you,
and that was Game 4. That was Game 4.
Holy hell, here we go. They keep staying alive, and the reason they're still here is because they keep winning those Game 5s. Can they do it one more time? But that is the stats you want to see. Assault and Lacefield erupting. And to be fair, I mean, Lacefield does it at the perfect time. Assault had, I feel like, a couple big streaks throughout the course of the game. Lacefield just went nuts over the final minute and a half. And you saw he picked up, well, the reactive armor led to, I think, 4 kills. Then he gets, 1 or 2 with the Trinity Rocket, 2 with the bombardment. That's just, no one else was even killing anyone on his team.
I literally could see it all developing. I said it when they were at 200 seconds and they got control on the rotation. Once Assault uses camo, kills Looney, who was trying to hold the spawns, that game was really done. They had everything else they could have needed. Hitting that outer wall run is a disaster. It has not worked for anyone this weekend. There was no reason to expect it to work there. Now we're in another game 5. Well, Scorch, Search, and Destroy going to be the map. Remember, if you are just tuning in, Rise Nation need to win just one best of 5. Cloud9, because they came from the losers bracket, have to win 2. So even if Cloud9 wins this, they are not champions. We will restart with another best of 5 in which Rise Nation and Cloud9 will then battle it out again through Hardpoint, through Search, through Uplink, and a brand new series. But Cloud9 have to secure the victory first on Scorch, Search, and Destroy.
And you know, Pat, he's been in a situation like this before. Wasn't it the first event, Columbus for AW? They had to come back in 2 best of 5s?
That's been one of my favorite points that was brought up on the analyst desk. They said this is very reminiscent. I think Mr. X brought it up. He said, Eggs, first event of the year, starts off in the losers bracket, has to make a run on through. They wind up forcing the game 5 in the first series. They do it again, and they take the title over Optic Gaming with 2 best of 5s at the AW Open with Stitches in his hand. Now he doesn't have Stitches in his hand. He's got
clearly his hands are better.
A better supporting cast. And now they're in the game mode.
What do you mean? He would take Doug Sitzer-Martin over Lacefield? No, I wouldn't either.
No, I would, and I'm only saying that because I know Doug is here in Vegas, and I don't want him to beat my ass.
Doug, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's large.
Yeah.
Sorry, Doug.
He definitely
we love
is.
You. Peace and love.
Peace and love. There you go. So game 5, I would love to see the numbers right now because Cloud9 have to be something like 5-1 in game 5s this weekend. It is what's gotten them here, and it will only be right that it's what forces the second best of 5. Not sure exactly what those maps would be if they get there, but I think it'd be too early to begin to dive into those. We've got to focus on the present. Maven, for you, with Scorch, Search, and Destroy, you were talking on how this might not be your favorite S&D map, what you see this weekend. Why is that?
I guess the reason, since the bomb had changed a little bit closer to the offensive side at B, it just becomes sort of this stalemate, right? At B for 60 seconds, and then maybe there's a wrap. I guess you see the least diversity in gameplay for me, at least when it comes to the bomb sites on this particular map. Now, does that play?
I will ask. Right? I was going to say, does that favor a side now in your opinion?
I mean, the one thing I know a couple times that we saw kind of counter that well from the defensive side, because it's really hard on defense, is good sniper play. We saw Reedy, I can think of Reedy, John, Formal, 3 guys that pulled out snipers on defense and made it a little bit more difficult. Or the other thing was someone like Royalty, and I think I've seen Facento do it, going up, kind of hitting that wall run at mid and going up high and catching the bomb planter was the other way to really shut it down. Those are the only 2 things I've seen that I can think consistently on defense made a very easy bomb plant a little bit more difficult.
I think it's a very offensive favored map now on Scorch. The big thing we've seen, though, is as players have gotten used to playing it more and more from defense, we've seen a little bit better strategy, a little bit better of an idea of where to expect the timings. Many teams electing to send 2 all the way through the flank, along that backside of the map, wrapping through those rocks
it's just tough
to try to stop them.
If you have one person that watches the flank, I feel like there's so many spots you can be kind of in those back rocks, right? So many areas for cover. Then you have cube you can dip into if you need to get away. But yeah, okay, so that's the single biggest thing here. I could care less about the offense. We know what to expect. It's going to be how the defense reacts and adapts over the course of this game.
We are about to get into it. There's your rig draft as players are selecting, getting ready to go. It is game 5 of the CWL Vegas Open presented by the PS4. If Cloud9 take this, they force a second best of 5 and get their true chance at a championship. If Rise Nation win this, they are your champions of the first event of the CWL 2017 season.
All right, here we go, Jack. Game 5, baby, and we talked about the sniper play on defense. I guess I should have been talking about it on offense.
I think 2 players might have it. With the way you see the person hopping up and down on that box,
I don't think he did. I checked the spawn quickly before we got into it for Cloud9. I didn't see anything in their hands. But let's see what Aqua was able to do. Not able to find anything yet. Let's get over to mid-map. Is Facento there? Looks like they were getting a little bit aggressive. Now they've backed it up. We'll go back to Aqua and see what his vision looks like. Maybe he can catch somebody in ops deck.
Oh, lordy. God. There, if he holds that angle for a half a second longer, they wind up getting a first blood. But they're using these lethals to earn themselves some map positioning to begin to play around this objective. Aqua with the sniper. Doesn't see the player, whips the shot. Eggs with first blood, but the objective is planted.
Eggs with confidence looks for that one. And let's see, what do we have here? We different scopes than we're used to seeing on the MB4.
He's using the smoke strategy as well, which is actually really smart from him, trying something different in the finals. Felony with 3 kills to his name this round in the one-on-one. He knows exactly where he is, but Felony gets the ace to start it off. He's immediately on his feet. Round 1 win for Rise, as we'll see it again from his perspective. Bounces up and down, and then that's the key in a lot of these maps. Not leaving your feet, staying behind that cover. Beautifully done by Felony, as Rise Nation will take the first off.
And, you know, Aches gets the first blood. You think he's going to be the one to maybe clutch up and make a play, but it is all Felony. Known for his search and destroy repertoire. Let's see what he can do here. And the scariest part, look how close he is to Camo.
Already, yeah, after just 1 round. As he will peek towards middle. A little bit more passive play, just like last time. This time, Cloud9, the team on offense, waiting to see if they can get this first pick. Now, June, you use this streak right early on if you're Felony. This nade actually might be perfect. This might be perfect. No!
Now maybe he followed up. Maybe he's so weak and somehow you can finish the kill. Could that be the case? He tries to get in behind. Has he gotten his armor back? He has it. He's going to end up dropping. Now 3 versus 3. Felony continues with the 5-0 streak. Might have a 6 in the back. It's the assist. Shots on point, though, for Fellow and Looney as they are running through Cloud9.
Stay alive, stay alive. You know where both players are. There's no reason to unnecessarily challenge. 3, 2, 1, and push should be their play right here. Looney with another kill. Felony trying to chase it down. 20 seconds left. They just need to go for the pinch. They don't actually have him spotted as of yet. There's one. Felony gets it. Go ahead, take the defuse, he says to Vicento. Oh, no, actually, no, he'll get it, and that'll earn him that camo. Get that streak. 6-0 start for Felony in Game 5 of the Grand Finals.
And I'll tell you that the Game 5 magician
fully streaked out.
It's been Aqua a lot of these games where he's been the one really coming up clutching these big S&Ds, but Felony right now, man, he is locked in, destroying. You got the streaks, you have the camo. Guess what, Felony? You've earned it. We're staying with you, buddy.
And now Cloud9 know this. They know exactly what he has to work with. How do they play around it? They obviously can use this to their advantage too.
Push through.
They can wind up using those streaks to force players inside. They can wind up using them to zone off a site and get a quick plant. I want to see either of those here, and already because it's so early in this game, pops that camo and actually gets tagged up because his teammate. That only happens because Aqua behind him peeks from the back drill, and he runs right in the same line of sight and gets weakened. A poor play might throw this round away if they cannot convert a couple kills here.
Yeah, it's like perfect play. Just ends up collapsing a bit. He shoots his gun, maybe jukes him out, but not able to do it. Now Looney and Vicento going up against the 4-man stack, but they are able to find one at least. That's Vicento coming up clutch. They saw him behind the bomb. Doesn't matter. Still going to be able to gun him. Now going to be a 2 versus 2.
Oh my.
Trying to find the kill. They're going to clutch this up. It's on Assault now to make a play at 1v2. 18 seconds left. Can he turn it into a 1v1? Not yet able to do it. They keep peeking. They're toying with them, and they clutch it up.
Rise Nation doing what they have to do, Maven. It's flawlessly played, even after the miscommunication. You know Felony nearly loses full when his teammate basically gets him killed with Aqua peeking there.
Yeah.
Just stay hidden, let your camo player do all the work.
But the round, he gets bailed out, right?
Yes.
And that helps because if they lose that round, maybe there's some complaining, they're attacking each other. Now you're not. Now you're still all right.
Who does he get bailed out by? Vicento. 3 kills that round. He was 0-1 off the start, now 3-1. He's still on that streak, slowly getting close to his payload ability. You've already had a camo used by Felony. Vicento about to earn one of his own. No one close on the side of Cloud9 outside of Ace.
All right, well, let's see as this begins to develop. You may have a flank developing, but as of now, well, actually, let me look at the position here.
Again, look, they're just using these streaks to zone out their opponent. I don't want Looney to get overly aggressive. Ace does back up and earns the rewind off destroying the Scarab. 50 seconds left. Cloud9 have a ton of time to work with.
Nice shots.
First challenge, 5 and 3. The guy's lights out when it matters.
And there's one close corner. Hasn't been called out. They're pushing forward for him. Still able to take it. Ace. Now he's gotten 2. Working on the ace. You see on X-Ray, he's got a lot to work with, but he does have rewind as well. Shimming this corner. Just hasn't seen him yet. The call it is he's right behind the drill. It's now just going to be on Looney, though. He's going to have to try and make the play. He's able to find one. Now going to be 1 versus 2. He did see both. He's going to hit him with a jammer. Might actually have both. The shot's just a little bit off.
Oh, he leaves his feet right there, and that might have punished him. We'll see it again from Assault's perspective. Hit dead on, but doesn't get overwhelmed. Nicely just done by him to cut him down.
No tack there. That might be a very different story.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Does help him out there, and 3-1. Now the round count led by the 2 kills from Aches to kick that one off. Felony, though, still has these high-tier streaks to use. This is such a similar story. Back to that game 2, Search and Destroy. One team went up 3-0. Then there was a round where they began to claw back in. Seeming like we might see a replication here where that would be fine because we'd be going to round 11.
It certainly is possible, but now you have...
I say use it. I say use it, get out.
You have it on either side, but as his teammate drops, now maybe you save it for another day since you're already down in the round, but he's going to try to get aggressive here. Tries to push, has to back down now. He's going to fall. It's Cloud9 starting to come alive. Let's get over to Aqua's POV. It's going to be him and Felony having to defend this bomb. The streaks, though,
you're right.
Come in and try and clear stuff out. As Aqua also finds the kill. May tag up a second inside. Hasn't got it yet.
They can play around this next streak, too. Remember, the bomb is supposed to be defused. They're going to check it right away. Aqua gets one, and Felony with these streaks just has to run away with his life. 10 seconds left. He's zoning so perfectly. How do they keep doing it? A 2v4. I talked about those streaks, how it can zone the players off the site. And because Aqua holds that angle on the doors, they run straight into him. It's free pickings.
That's 2 2v4s now, right?
Rise Nation, this is an entirely different game. It should be 3-2 in favor of Cloud9.
Absolutely.
Instead, it's 4-1 for Rise Nation.
They keep coming up clutch when it matters most, and Felony still has the Scorchers to work with. So still a bit of utility.
Which is the best streak of all.
Let's go over to Aix because he's been leading the way for Cloud9. We've been on with him a lot, but 7 kills will get that. You also do have the rewind. Trophy out, and this is where he's been winning this one-on-one fight in observation deck.
Yeah, and I don't think you challenge here if you're Rise Nation. You've got Scorchers. Yeah, Aix is ready for it. He's got the angle held. You're not going to win that gunfight. Time slowly developing as you can see they're trying to stay spread. They have Assault kind of far away from their teammates, one player all the way in the back rock. They don't want to get overwhelmed by these potential Scorchers that are used, but I think Rise Nation, the play is to wait until you see someone push up on the site and then use it. If they see Ricky Cross, which I don't believe they did, I don't know if Felony has any idea. This could be a missed opportunity. No streaks coming in. The bomb will get planted.
They'll get away. They still have trophies up in the back here to deal with. We go back to Aix's POV as he's going to keep putting shots in kind of across the observation deck. He saw 2 cross. So going to get the call in for his teammates. Who's there with the other angle? That's actually Assault holding the right side. So him and Aix have a nice bit of pressure here. He's able to win one. He has overdrive for some reason. That comes into play. Not able to gun the second, but Aix there maybe to make the play. Can't challenge that fight, though.
He still has rewind, a second kill now for the side of Rise Nation, but time is so low. They have to flood on through. Assault gets challenged. There's one player there. They lose the gunfight. What is this? What is this right now? Cloud9. These are the maps they've won the entire weekend, and Rise are just winning 2v4s, 3v4s, making it happen.
I believe it was reactive armor that came into play there, right? Reactive armor from Looney kind of on the site that helped him stay up there.
I mean,
I believe that was the difference maker. You see that flash, that ping of the player.
They all just win their 1v1s too, which is the big difference. I mean, 5-1, this could easily be Cloud9 up by 2-3 rounds in this game.
No, there wasn't used. I thought that maybe he seemed to survive so well there.
I mean, he was just behind cover. I think a lot of the bullets were
you're right. I was
hitting the site.
Yeah, I was thinking reactive armor came to play, but he still holds on to it. So things getting very, very scary.
And go to Felony for a second.
Sure.
Still winds up having those Scorchers. Doesn't panic and use it. They could have backfired in a scenario like that. Now, Rise Nation just need to clutch up one more round, and they will be your grand champions. And look at the play they have. They're going to bait out the pressure, and Vicento is in the perfect spot to get this first blood.
Surprise!
There it is. 1, 2. Vicento wants this championship. Now 8-3. 2 more players have been spotted. It's a 1v4. Assault, the last alive. Let's get one. He'll back on up.
If he gets 2 more, I mean, maybe he gets closer to this camo. He has 40 seconds to work with. Never been more pressure on Assault to make a play. He's able to catch him actually planting the bomb. Now can he clutch on one more? He's able to win it. Now going to be a 1 versus 1. He sees him. He's trying to challenge, whips around, loses it, but almost insanity. Woo. That was a fun one. You see the guys getting together, rejoicing as they're going to begin to move over towards the trophy. What a remarkable win for this young squad. And there you have it. Rise Nation are your 2016 MLG Vegas champions.
Rise, congratulations. MLG Las Vegas champions must feel so unbelievably good. Looney, obviously I spoke to you before the game. I've got to ask, what are your emotions right now? Your first MLG championship.
I want to keep winning, man. I can't let it fall off this year like I did last year. For sure want to stay at top with these guys. They're amazing players, as you can see. And just got to keep going.
Throughout that final, was there ever a moment where you thought maybe it wasn't going to happen?
When I shit the bed fourth map.
At least you're honest.
I saw Yuli, I was like, dude, you can't be losing full like this, man. Like, let's just focus up right here. Tato went big that first round that set the pace for that S&D with that 4-piece, and we just kept rolling from there.
In terms of the next event, it's going to be Atlanta, okay? How are you guys planning on staying on top?
We got to keep grinding, and then we have to revamp our S&D. Obviously, now there's VODs and stuff like that. S&D definitely won us this tournament, so now we got to revamp our S&D so people can't come into a match and know what we do.
Fair enough. Congratulations once again. But before I let you guys go, we have one more award. It's going to be the MVP award here from MLG Las Vegas Open. I have it here. It's pretty beautiful, I'm not going to lie. It's the Control Freak MVP award. Now, this award is going to go to a player who arguably had his best ever event I've ever seen him play in my life. Led his team by stats unbelievably so. It was an incredible event for him. Without further ado, Facento, MLG Las Vegas MVP. And once again, congratulations to Rise Nation, your MLG Las Vegas champions.
That worked out okay?
I think everything worked out okay.
It's all Rise Nation at the end of the day. They are your Las Vegas champions here at the CWL Open to kick off our 2017 season for Infinite Warfare. Massive congratulations to all 4 players. We know the time they put in, and it sure paid off here in our championship match. Hats off also to Cloud9, who finished second in this one. Allegiance coming out finishing 4th place in this tournament, and FaZe Clan walking away with the bronze medal. But at the end of the day, it's these 4 on top of the pile moving forward into Infinite Warfare.
And I think this is going to be a team you're going to see have success throughout the entire year. They're not 4 players who are just going to like rest on their laurels with this win. They're going to go back home, and I truly believe they're going to put the time in to get even better.
They've been right there throughout the past year or so. Usually their hurdles have been Optic Gaming, didn't have to worry about it this time around, and look what happens.
I'm pumped for these guys, man. I know everyone is ready to go celebrate with them off stage, but I first want to say big shout out to everyone who came out to Vegas. Thank you for playing in the largest open bracket we have ever seen. Massive props to everyone who is here in the audience tonight. We take one final look at what you just saw here in the championship match. It was Rise Nation and Cloud9, 2 teams who performed incredibly well in pool play. They continued it through the winner's bracket, and we see the rematch in the championship match. Rise on top once again, 3-1.
And Rise is going to go home obviously feeling great, and I think Cloud9, if they go home, they're actually going to have a bad taste in their mouth, because there was a lot of rounds there in that last one that they should have had.
3-1, 3-2. Rise versus Cloud9. Is this a beginning of a new rivalry here with TP?
It really could be. Going back to that second map though too, man, those S&Ds were so darn close. Cloud9 had the advantage in several situations, but just couldn't pull it out.
And can we please get a round of applause for Roger Saffold from the Los Angeles Rams. He came straight from the game to Las Vegas to watch his team live. Big props. I know he invested early. He got in. He knew he wanted Looney. He knew he wanted to build around this man. It sure paid off. Rise, they will hold the crown going into our next event, and you can join us there as well. It's February 10th to the 12th. We're going to Hotlanta, baby, as we are going to see a massive tournament with $200,000 on the line. We're doubling it up here from Vegas. We put it all down. Who's going to be walking away with the biggest chunks of money? We got regions from North America, EU, and APAC involved. Everyone is welcome in our first event of the 2017 season.
Yeah, it'll be great to get back to the East Coast. I know you're a West Coaster, you don't know about it, but the East Coast land's always fun for me. Get everybody traveling up from New York all the way down. And then I think, look, you'll probably see EU come again, and you'll see EU have a better performance, I think. And then maybe we see some of the teams from the Australia-New Zealand region that we saw last year.
Sure. Fellas, any last comments before we end this show?
This is one of the best tournaments ever at a competitive level. It was a lot of fun. The level of play from start to finish got way better. I can't wait to see how these teams continue to improve.
Well, for me, the chaos starts now, because you know a lot of these teams are not going to come into Atlanta looking the same, so I'm interested to see what happens.
We'll be watching it all, hopefully from our couches. I hope you guys get some time off, relax, enjoy the time with your family and friends over the holidays. We'll see you in the new year. For everyone here at MLG, Activision, as well as everyone who has worked on tonight's show, thank you for being here. We will see you in 2017 on the other side of the new year.